Righty, okay, PJCS has started. So I think the audio's on, but I need to set the video up, which I didn't do. So let me click on window capture. I guess we go window capture. Okay. We're gonna grab the one that is in Japanese text, I guess. Okay. There we go. And we'll stick it behind us. Perfect. Okay, we can crop this in a little bit more. And we'll adjust depending on, you know, how it ends up looking when it actually starts. I'll just mute it. Oh, I won't mute it, I guess. But I'll put it down pretty low for now, I guess. Just because, yeah, it's not going to be... well, we're not going to be going for it, I guess. Okay. Now, basically... Oh, we should probably send out the live thingo as well, actually. Okay, let's do that. At Stream Trainers, live for a PJCS watch party. Get in here. I think the battles won't actually start for like 35 minutes is what I've been told, but I mean the stream's at least gone live, so I guess we should probably be like prepared for it to sort of start anytime at the very least. So we'll see how that goes. We should probably send the tweet out as well. Tweet quote. The stream I meant the stream is in like the PJCS stream, but I'll just say the stream has begun. Get in here. The stream has begun. Good luck to everyone in Japan. Trophy emoji. Japan emoji. Or flag JP. JP. How do they label their emojis on? Okay, you just type in Japan. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Tweet. Okay. Okay, jumping in voice chat now. Cool. Okay, I'm going to jump in voice chat. I think Alan, our Johannesburg special champion, is going to be joining us soon enough. Oh, wait, I forgot to make it so that he could actually see it. My bad. Add members or roles. Alan. Okay, done. Okay. I'll just mute the stream, and then we should be able to hear Alan. Yo, Alan, welcome in.
Hello.
How are we? I mean, the Johannesburg champion in my voice chat?
Well, good. Well, thanks for inviting me. It was...
Are we delayed, or can you hear me like live?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can hear you. Sweet. All right, so yeah, I have a feeling that the battles won't actually start for like another halfer, but seeing as the stream has started, I guess we just have to be ready to go, just in case.
Yeah.
But welcome in, Debbie. Welcome in, Wade. Yeah, so when I first tweeted, like the initial version of the tweet that like I sort of really quick deleted was like, oh yeah, it's gonna start in 2 hours because that's when like the actual stream started. And then someone, Jins, who is in Japan at the moment, I think, sent me a message that was like, hey man, the battles actually aren't set to start until like 10:30 Japan time, which is like 2.5 hours later than the scheduled stream start time. So we're going to be playing it by ear a little bit. I also heard apparently it's actually going to be Swiss. Swiss going into Double E.
Yeah, it's Swiss. It's Swiss and closed team sheets as well. And I believe that I saw that they are the eligibility of Pokemon are different. So I think Como is actually allowed here.
Oh, really? Do you know if there's any bans for this tournament?
I think that the other bands are sort of like the standard ones that are like kind of there, but
Right.
I think that that'll be kind of like just very interesting, just given that if this was under Play Pokemon rules, we would have had to wait like 2 Tuesdays before we were able to see anything.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's very well, it's a little bit different, I guess, which is I guess so. By the regular bans, you sort of just mean the things like Quick Attack Pichu or things that like are literally illegal. As far as
I believe so. I think leading up to this stream, I was kind of like looking at the official site to kind of like see. see what was like sort of allowed. I think that it they have like sort of like mostly sort of like bans on Megas, Go-Goats. Actually looking at this, I'm just relying on the translations. I actually don't even see like the bans on like the super legacy moves, like like Psybeam, Chansey, or things
Oh,
like that.
okay.
So
Well,
they don't say they don't have that one. So I would imagine from what I'm interpreting that the ban list here is similar to Play Pokemon minus like those super legacy ones that like the quick attack that you were bringing up.
yeah, yeah, sure. I see, like, as part of it is that they're super legacy, but I thought that the main reason why they were banned in sort of our circuit is because that they're illegal movesets, in that, like, they're moves that
Yes,
Pokemon literally
that is
aren't
correct.
supposed to learn. And so, like,
Yeah, yeah.
regardless of that, technically, obviously, I mean, the thing, they're all useless, right? It's like no one is actually going to
Uh-huh.
bring them to a competition. But is what you're telling me that technically we could see some illegal movesets show up on this stream? Is that.
Technically, yes. Yes.
All
If
right.
I'm understanding these translations correct. I don't think we're gonna see any of that, but you never know.
Yeah, fair enough. But welcome in, chat. Welcome in, everyone. Hurricane Kaz, good to see you. How dare you not be ready for this? Look, we were ready enough, I guess. But yeah, Swiss with no team sheets, new format for everyone. Welcome in, Sarah, as well. I think so. Alan, welcome in. I sort of told you that I just sort of mentioned on stream. Basically, I sort of saw this as a little bit of an opportunity to hit something that I've sort of wanted to do for like a year and a half and have just never really got around to. And that is sort of like giving a little bit of an opportunity for people to actually get some casting in, because quite frankly, there are not a lot of opportunities these days. There used to be way more back in the Sylph days, but not really. Okay, this actually looks like this is the band slide with Ditto, Shedinja, Go-Goat and Skiddo, Volcanion, and the Mudbraze as the potentially the only bands on screen. Maybe I should put the closed captions on, actually. No, unavailable. Never mind.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to look for those captions as well. So we're gonna really have to play it by ear here. But yeah, I appreciate sort of the opportunity. I was actually about to head off to my own kind of community day when I saw that tweet, and I was like, oh, this sounds like kind of like an opportunity. So I appreciate it.
No, no, 100%. This is going to be a very long stream as well. So basically, my sort of thought process is like, Alan, you can sort of come and go as you please. Anyone else, if anyone else is interested in doing some casting as well, please just like I mean, mention in Twitch chat. Just jump into the Discord and I'll sort you out with the role and whatnot. Yeah, basically that's going to be the go time. So Alan, how, like, because you were originally supposed to compete at NAIC. What happened? Where were you? I missed you.
Had a personal accident that made it kind
Okay.
of difficult to be mobile. I'm
Okay.
hoping to be able to be 100% to return to like Worlds, but I had to kind of like cut my trip short because I was like in New York for Go Fest and
Hmm.
I just couldn't make it out to like New Orleans. But yes, I was slated to kind of like go to NAIC and I was able to watch some of the battles and it seemed like you were able to at least get some wins kind of like there. So it looked like you had some good progress there.
Yeah, look, as far as, well, first of all, like, sorry to hear it, but also glad that, I guess we're okay enough, and hopefully Worlds ends up working out. Would be good to see the, Johannesburg duo take it on, or I guess the trio, because all three of us, like, Mike's qualified as well, right? So,
Yeah,
all three
yeah,
of us,
yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, on my end, like in NAIC, it's sort of unfortunate that like we can't get the battle footage, but I think I actually played a lot better than my results would actually suggest, which is, it's sort of how it goes, I guess. You see out of pocket, drop pretty quick, and you're like, well, I'm sure he didn't
Hmm.
play
Hmm.
bad. I'm sure he played fine, but yeah, something that Anacor actually mentioned about this particular PJCS stream is that apparently, like, there's way more like ads and little promos and stuff that happen as well. So I think they fill time a lot more aggressively than potentially the
Well, it all
other
it
stuff.
also seems like that might be kind of how they find a lot of these like neat sort of swag. So I think
Mm.
based off what chat sort of like mentioned, I saw it in the corner of my eye, like the trophies and the swag that kind of comes with it, like they look sort of pretty neat too. So it seems like it's just like a different type of like promotional aspect there than for these types of streams.
Yeah, which is cool. I mean, it's something that we don't the bring the swag out again. It feels like in some ways a little more casual than some of the maybe official TPCI streams. But that, I mean, we don't get merch like that. That's going kind of crazy. I mean, they've also got like sick promo art. Nothing in our region gets that hardcore hardcore
You
rip.
know, like if I get like a card, like a playing card mat like that, that'd be pretty cool too. Actually, it's a really cool
Ooh.
design. So it's nice that like they seem to like have that on like shirts as well.
Yeah, I look. I will say at NAIC, like they did still have some cool shirts and stuff, and I almost picked some up. But by the time I went to the Pokemon Center, they didn't have anything in my size. So
Uh, uh,
it's big grip, big grip. I'm actually trying to share my OBS screen with you, which like at this point is just the stream, but my
okay.
screen has frozen when I click the button, so I just have to wait for it to come back, I guess.
Well, good thing we have plenty of time to kind of like fill. Oh, right
Yeah,
now. So
yeah. I really think that we have a bit of time up our sleeve. So I'm assuming like you were intending to compete. Did you have like a team ready to go for NAIC?
I did not. In
Okay.
fact, like I've been a bit sort of distracted, especially since I've had sort of like an accident, so I haven't been able to play sort of as much. But it was my sort of intent to essentially have kind of like GoFest happen, and then like use sort of that slim sort of like week 2 go and
Yeah.
prep a team. So I had some ideas, but no, I didn't have a concrete team quite yet.
Yeah. To be fair, anyone that had a team in the first week of the month was setting themselves up for failure because the meta kept shifting
Yeah,
so quickly.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
like you needed to sort of like finalize your team in that second week for sure if you wanted to sort of be able to be competitive. And I sort of heard that from pretty much everyone, like even like Axon who won the whole tournament. Like Araquanid was a really late addition to both his
Mm,
squad and Dunebug's squad. Like T. Wastel who came top 6, he was talking about how he only sort of he was literally changing his team like up to the Rego mark, like 8 minutes before Rego. He was sort of
mm.
deciding between Drapion and Mandibuzz. It was all so last
Yeah, yeah,
minute
yeah.
reading the meta that it was kind of
Especially because with any kind of new meta, I definitely feel like you can kind of have some sort of like sim heroes, and I you definitely know that. Like to your point about like that first week, certain bugs like Foretris and such, I think were definitely kind of some of those kind of picks that some people were sort of eyeing. But when you kind of look at sort of the top picks, that wasn't quite sort of like it.
yeah. I'm actually really what's the word I'm looking for? I feel like I've been well from the get go. I was like, no shot is Fortress going to be good. There's just no part of me that okay. Oh, the screen looks like we're back. We're back. We're coming back. So thanks everyone for being patient. But yeah, I was like, there's just no universe that Fortress is going to be this good when it takes so long to get to its moves. Like the fact that it took
Mm.
like what 18 bug bites to get to the first rock tomb. I mean, that's just insanity. Quite frankly. So there's just no way that was actually gonna work. Okay, let me click on all of these buttons now. Okay, I've shared the correct screen on Discord. We'll make sure the stream is actually still live. Okay, I think the stream is still fine. Let me change the stream title so that whoever's feed Alan. There we go. Boop, boop. Okay. Beauty. Okay, everyone, chat. Can you let me know if the stream is fine and if it was always fine or if it actually broke? Let me know either way because it looks like we're okay now. I think. But yeah. So what's I guess now that we're sort of post NAIC, we've had a little bit of time to simmer on the meta. What are your sort of thoughts on the current meta game? Because I certainly have some thoughts that aren't all positive.
Yeah, yeah. So I think following up when we're talking about sort of bugs, the one thing that sort of surprised me as I was watching the NAIC scene was the bug of choice was actually Shadow Scizor seemed to kind of
Mm,
make a big mark. That certainly wasn't ever on my sort of like radar, but it definitely had some kind of like good play. When we're
yeah,
talking about sort of like the neutral picks, definitely I think that like what has now been that solid core used to be Shadow Drapion and Azu is now what I would like to say Dedenne and Diggersby seems to be like kind of that kind of common core there, and then there are also some neutral picks that have kind of like caught my eye on like Dusclaw.
I that the fact that like Dedenne and Diggersby is such a big combo is very annoying. It's just
Yeah, actually,
I
when I saw that, I was trying to find like what hard counters in. There's like very few things that are out there, so it's like just like I guess like this season's flavor of like how to kind of hard counter like this core, this once again this kind of like core that's around.
yeah, it's unfortunately my take on this meta, the Delightful Days meta for both NAIC, and unless something dramatic changes for Worlds as well, and I guess for PJCS, is that there is so much room for hard alignment gaming. And I don't mean in the sense that it's like RPS gaming. Like, most games aren't RPS, but no matter what your team is and no matter what the opponent's team is, it feels like there is always like okay, I could, like, Mandibuzz looks really good into 5 out of their 6, but the hard counter Dedenne is staring in the back. And there's just always seems to be, there's this 1 in 6 chance that this game can go so very wrong. If what I have in the back is just completely destroyed by what they have in the back, I've lost the game. And that, like, I watch that happen sort of again and again on stream. And most of the time it doesn't happen because, most of the time they're like, even the players are scared of running into that alignment scenario. And so I felt like Dedenne, it was on a lot more teams than it was actually being brought because people were too scared of getting locked into Diggersby, where, like, Diggersby can literally win that matchup if Dedenne has a play rough loaded. Like, it's such a hard loss. There's just like, no one wants to be in those scenarios when it kind of just makes things a little less skill based, in my opinion, which I don't love, unfortunately. But
Yeah. And fortunately, it's not completely luck based because I do remember the number of Night Slash boosts kind of coming through, and sometimes, like, even that Night Slash boost where you feel like, it's supposed to be like 12% of the time, but it's like 100% of the time, doesn't always kind of save you too. So in a certain sense, I think that's kind of nice also, because then you don't want to necessarily see a game where it, like, ends up being like, oh, like, that's that you get 4 Night Slash boosts in a run, that's how you win.
Yep. Look, if Axon had lost that set against Padoman, it would have been the most unfair set of all time. Like, to lose to 4 Night Slash boosts out of 5 would be just insane. So look, I'm very glad that Axon won. And I've sort of said this a few times on a few streams, and I said it to Axon himself when I ran into him at the airport on the way out of New Orleans, in that it wasn't the most skilled set to watch of all time, but it was it was like one of the coolest sets that I'd ever had the chance to watch, because it was just so awesome to see these tiny little opportunities actually flare up. Especially when like on the cast, they literally said things like before any boost had even happened at all. Whoever was casting at the time, I guess it must have been Wholesome and Inadequates, because they casted the entire championship Sunday.
Yeah.
But they were like, oh, there's only a 1 in 8 chance that he wins this battle, and then it pops off, and it's like, no way! And I was very well called out, I felt, so.
Yeah, and in a sense, it wasn't entirely kind of like RPS either, in terms of, like, they definitely called out instances where, oh, like, look, like, it wasn't a favorable lead, and it would be ways to sort of flip around. So in that sense, I agree, it may not necessarily be like the most technical set, but it definitely kind of helps sort of dispel, like, some people kind of watching and thinking, oh yeah, win lead, win battle. It's not always like that.
Yeah, no, there were definitely, like, most of the battles were not win lead win battle from the get go, which was good. It was just, that little 1 in 6 risk that was always running around that, it was a little bit tough. I mean, like, I never lost a game to that sort of scenario where just I tried to make a read on the Pokemon in the back or anything. I did lose one running an ABA line, but that's on me. that's entirely avoidable. I just took a risk and got called on it.
It's okay. It doesn't always work, but it definitely paid off against my match against you, because I definitely ABA'd you.
Bro, I guess it went both ways, right? Because you used the ABA twice in a row, and it worked for me once. So, like, that was a big risk going for it a second time. Like, when you succeed once, it's like, all right, fair play, you got me. But the second time, it was like, no shot. Am I letting that slide again? Although I guess that's classic Show 6 mind games, right? Where, you just assume that they're not going to do the most obvious thing.
And it's like one of the ways that you can kind of like expand upon, like, people who have been playing, say, like Go Battle League and playing blinds and thinking about sort of like not only sort of the team comps that kind of come up, but also sort of like the different ways that happen. But applying that to like a Show 6 mentality, I definitely think that you have that as like kind of up your sleeve as well. And I think that that's why you're able to kind of move away from, it's not just kind of like RPS, or also, win lead, win the battle, but have abilities also to kind of like have like these pivots or kind of switches kind of like mid game also.
Yeah. But, obviously you're also taking risks every single time that
Yes.
you go for anything that isn't just like the most safe ABB strategy of all time.
Right.
Right. We're evolving, the game's evolving, and people are sort of figuring out new ways to play things. I always think back to, like, I always sort of mean to, and I never get around to it, watching like a ton of battles from like 2019 and sort of trying to figure out where, how good we actually were. Because I'm sure we all sucked. Like, you put,
Mm-hmm.
like, even, one of us who we're not like the greatest battlers on planet Earth, even though you may have a championship title. But like, if you put one of us against like, some of the best in 2019, I think we have a really crazy shot at like dominating, which is just speaks to how much we've sort of. I mean, like no one was even doing like move counting, move timing. I mean, actually, you talked about how it was sort of like new tech at some point over your way, which it never got to
Yeah, yeah,
mine.
yeah. Like, gone are the days where people were like, they talk about the undercharge, but there was a time where the under tap was a technique
Oh
as
yeah.
well.
Oh, that was crazy. Iron Corker, is that my boy Alan? I mean, I can only assume so. My guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. I did some small local broadcasting to kind of like folks of like, oh hey, I'm trying to like do casting just because some folks have known that it's been something I've been wanting to try out. So try to kind of like expand the reach and kind of piggyback off this opportunity you gave me, Steve.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it depends if we ever get to any battles. That's going to be the big question on everyone's lips. The prediction that I was sent was that we do still have another 17 minutes until we actually get to the battles. When do you want to dip? Is my question, I guess. Just to
I have like a few hours on me, so we're gonna try to like fill time as much as possible. Definitely feel like I'll try to like do some sort of battles. And I saw that on the tweet that there are some others who are like interested, like Magmar Man also. So maybe at some point we'll have some folks sort of like tag in or whatnot. It'll be all some good fun.
yeah, for sure. It's all just to chill and have a good time, and very in my eyes a low stakes way to get some casting in. I think so. Magmar Man was interested. I know Icelandic Lapras. I mean he's in Europe, so like he's snoozing. But more later into the stream, so maybe like when you dip, that might be around the time that he sort of ends up coming on in as well. So I've actually got a message from NG Bri, who is from Hong Kong and has competed in a few of the Australian regionals. Apart from the utmost important PJCS, we would have a way smaller but priced tournament by a local community in Hong Kong today. Oh wait, there's a Hong Kong tournament going on
Oh
apparently.
wow, okay.
Which in Go featuring Yakai and almost all APAC top cuts from Hong Kong this year. This would be our first attempt in streaming and casting a live tournament. It starts at 5 p.m. Melbourne, so it starts in like 6 hours. So there you go. We're going to have a big Hong Kong tournament, I guess, going off the back of PJCS as well, with Yakai playing. So that's going to be pretty cool. We don't get to see him compete very often.
Yeah, I'm like excited to sort of see these like opportunities for the APAC region really to kind of like showcase their talent, just because typically a lot of these are like the don't have the same sort of like points qualification, so I think it's a lot more brutal like there when you're looking at just kind of just a few people, which is what I believe the Play Pokemon season started in 2022 when
Hmm.
when it first kind of hit the scene. It was just like, oh, just one. It's just like quite brutal.
Yeah, I've always the ocean. So if you compare like the North American, European like regions to like Oceania, Oceania has a lot of reasons to complain, and we try and make our voices heard every now and then. But in the past, even when we're sort of like complaining is probably too negative a word, but when we're sort of raising issues with the Oceanic region, it's always hard to, in the back of my head, I'm like, but Asia has it so much worse. Like, it's the meme of like the kids drowning in the pool with like NA and EU being held up, Oceania like, starting to drown, and, Asia is the skeleton at the bottom of the pool. They really have a hard time where they generally only get that one tournament a season. And if if you even do well, but just don't do quite well enough, you're completely out of luck. I know in the Indonesian tournament, it was one of the most hardcore tournaments I've ever seen play out in Asia, where if you went 5-2, most players that went 5-2 did not make it to the second stage of the tournament. And so like you needed to be so insanely on your A game that it's tough when you've got like a 200 person tournament. But at
Right. And
least
when you
this
see the
season,
skills
yeah, yeah.
of all the people that are like here, like you mentioned in NAIC, like out of pocket got like knocked out, but by no means does that mean like like he is an unskilled player. It means that there's a big competitive sort of field, and as you kind of see the leaderboards as they kind of move up, you can definitely see that a lot of folks have opportunities. So just to leave it just up to one, just sort of limits and hides sort of some of the showcase of like the other kind of top battlers that are around.
Yeah, and look, okay. First of all, it's awesome that Japan has a stream as well because none of the Asian regions do. So it's like, obviously, like TBC is going to care the most about Japan because it is a Japanese company, it's a Japanese game, etc., etc. But also, it is cool now that in this season, Japanese battlers can go to other regions, compete in the sort of TPCI region tournaments to try and get the qualification as well. Obviously, we were both sitting scared that Pokemon Moneymaker was going to come to Johannesburg. Instead, he ended up going to Melbourne and winning that one instead. So, he found a tournament a little bit closer to home. And I guess it's the only tournament all season that an Asian battler or an Asia battler from the TPC Asia region was able to sort of go and claim an invite outside of their own circuit. Which is cool because they came close quite a few times in Australia. In Perth, Pokemon Moneymaker again came in third. In Brisbane, Choose came second. And to come that close and for to mean nothing in terms of championship qualification, it's kind of crazy. So I'd like to see them able to get championship points personally, but what can we do, I guess.
Yeah, and it's definitely a good first step to at least now they have more kind of opportunities outside of sort of their home country. It definitely was the case that I noticed that when I was at EUIC, I think Yadaruna was like there as
Yeah.
well, and she's a Korean player as well, along with some other folks as well. So there's definitely kind of the cases of like having outer region people at least go. Still sucks that they can't get some points because definitely like they can kind of climb the ranks and be nice to have those points to continue to be able to sort of translate. But I guess it's like a good sort of step to allow them to have other opportunities as well.
Yeah. But look, we'll see how it goes. It's another interesting spot where like Japan is sort of like so different to the other Asian regions as well. Where I think the top 16 from Japan actually get to qualify from this tournament, which is a massive step up from. I mean, like obviously. It gets more invitations than the Oceanic region, but they also have way more people. So like it's not like I'm saying it's unfair. It's just like it's I'm glad that one region in Asia is at least getting a reasonable amount of qualifications. It just sucks that it's through sort of one, and if you fail this tournament, that's it. It's the lack of number of chances that I think gets me in a game where it can be. I don't want to say this game is luck based because it's not entirely, but sometimes you can get unlucky that causes you to get some losses. And even if you're only weak to, I know this happened at the World Championships last year. I think it was Paul Asher. She said that her team was weak to two Pokemon and like two Pokemon only. And I think they were Alolan Sandslash and Tapu Fini maybe. And she just happened to, on day number 2, get matched up into Enhoff, who had both of those Pokemon. Enhoff's team was absolutely insane. It was a team of 6 Alolan Pokemon only. She did very well with it. But it was very, you kind of just get unlucky running into those teams. If you don't run into Enhoff's team, then maybe Paul Asher does even better at Worlds. But she did, so sort of end of the line. And so it's sort of like, if you only have one tournament, only one, like, it can go pretty wrong for you, especially if it's not a meta that speaks to you so much. I know that I much preferred Might and Mastery over Delightful Days, personally. But
Yeah, and I think that like it is definitely the case that when you're looking at a single tournament and a big one, sort of like a regional or international championship, that the teams that you have to kind of go through, it's definitely sort of like a gauntlet as opposed to say local cups and challenges where you can still find like local talent that's like tough, but it's kind of like a smaller pool and it gives like slightly kind of different sort of breathing room, which also goes and speaks to sort of like, the different team compositions you're allowed to kind of get away with and such, just to make sure that you have that resilience to be able to make sure that you don't run into that one in whatever chance of like, oh, my Pokemon team is good except for this one team, and you run into it, kind of like what you said Paul Asha happened.
yeah, which I sometimes you've just got to be good. I guess that's all it comes down to. If you had to sort of like compete now, what sort of Pokemon are you leaning to? I guess in terms of like. Obviously, you said that Scizor seemed to be one of the big guys that was performing really well at NAIC. And I don't think it's like, even if you gave a full team of 6 right now, it wouldn't be like it's a Worlds leak because Worlds is 2 months of meta shifts away. And I'm sure that whatever's going to be good then is going to be pretty different to what's actually good now. But what sort of cause, I guess, was speaking to you as Pokemon that like you would want to be using like if you had to compete this weekend?
Yeah. So definitely, I will admit most of my teams are a bit sort of like basic. So I do feel like I'd probably stick with like the stable car of Dedenne and Diggersby. And I think the other one that I kind of mentioned that still stands out to me is Dusclops. Just because when I competed in Vancouver, it was that half meta, and I definitely really like sort of like Dusclops. And I have a Shadow Dusclops also, so it's a bit of a like few times when I'm like, I have a Pokemon, it seems like it's kind of viable, and I have sort of like a Shadow, and it's quite a sort of investment. So that definitely be sort of like kind of like half the team, which also happens to be half of Axon's team and also half of Elam's team. But it is what kind of like sort of like popped out, and sort of like the rest I think kind of like depends, just because as you kind of see with some of these like teams, as we kind of like see it, like not only is like Worlds kind of like 2 months away, but I've noticed a pattern of every single sort of regional. You can't necessarily get away with just like the top teams, like it'll kind of get you somewhere, but a lot of people also see that and they start kind of countering that as well.
Yeah, it's I don't think that you could run Axon's team at Worlds and consider that to be fine, because everyone's going to be way more prepared for it than they were. Like
Yeah.
part of the reason why his team succeeded in some sense, and this isn't all of it, obviously, Axon played very cleanly, I felt. Like the few mistakes he made were sort of not big enough to matter. And
Hmm.
Araquanid sort of got a lot of people off guard. And not only
Yes.
in that it was a Pokemon that people didn't team build for, but also that it was a Pokemon that people didn't know the matchups for. I know that I think T. Wastel was talking about it because he had to play Axon, and he just didn't know exactly how the matchups went. We actually talked about this on the Battle Cats podcast that hasn't released yet, but he sort of talked about the fact that, like, you know, he led Dusclops because he felt like it was quite good into his team, but he didn't realize how good Araquanid was into Dusclops, where Dusclops is supposed to resist Bug. It was still quite a good matchup for Araquanid, and so because of that, I guess, lesser matchup knowledge into one of Axon's big Pokemon, you know, T. Westel did perform worse. And, like, would he have lost anyway? Maybe. I mean, Axon was doing pretty well. But, like, that really did put him at a disadvantage, I guess. Which is sort of very good for Axon in, like, when you're running these sort of, I guess, more unique Pokemon. So
And it's a
it's...
fascinating case when you have a Pokemon where Araquanid, when it kind of first came out, like it kind of went through sort of like the what I like to call the Corviknight kind of thing of like, oh, like it seems like it's a good Pokemon. Seems like it's like a good Pokemon because it has like stats and such, and like the moves kind of like hold it back. And what makes I think Araquanid differ from sort of Corviknight from when it came out until now is the fact that like it's always had some good sort of typing, but it has the interesting case of monotype moves, which for the charge moves, which typically, that's not something that you would kind of go for because of the fact that you want at least some kind of closing pattern. Like similar things you've seen is like things like Talonflame, where you can kind of go with the double flying moveset. But in that case, you end up with a case with a Pokemon that has like good energy generation, like Incinerate does, so that you have sort of the closing power.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas for Araquanid, it presents kind of an interesting case where, like, I guess with its bulk and with that buff to bug bite, it can kind of get away with sort of using kind of those types, and definitely in the hands of sort of like Axon, like have some of that surprise factor as well, just because that's that kind of like extra level of like sort of like spice where it's like sometimes you really can kind of get away because people are like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, as opposed to like, something that probably ends up being a little bit more standard, like Glycopod, which, people have probably been a little bit more used to. Maybe not necessarily with a Fury Cutter buff, but we've definitely seen like previously with Shadow Claw.
Oh yeah, and the Naked Hornets mentioned this in chat. Weren't there only like four Araquanids in total at NAIC? I think it was actually three. Like it was Axon, Dunebug, and then someone that came like 129th maybe. I think they had a really tough draw. To be fair, like I think their two losses, they got like one no-show win, and then they lost to Out of Pocket and someone else that was cracked. So like they might have performed even better. To be fair, but like yeah, the fact that it was such a secret bring as well. Where by the sounds of it, talking to the guys at NAIC, Jaraka, that was it. I
Mm.
think that Dunebug sort of came up with it, and then Axon sort of like yoinked it from Dunebug, and because like they talk quite a
They
bit in
talk like
prep room. Yeah,
every
yeah,
time they like have the interviews, they always thank one. They
yeah,
end up like thanking sort of one another. So the fact that Dune and Axon kind of like have sort of that team doesn't surprise me because they're probably like talking, like kind of sharing teams. So that
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, I think T. Westell said that like Arrow had been talking about it, and if you hear Arrow talking about using something, then maybe you stay away from it. Which I thought was pretty funny, but hey, maybe that was one that Arrow was actually on the money for. But I mean, Arrow didn't end up using it, right? So I didn't end up quite working out for him. I did like I know that Araquanid back in 2022 when Araquanid was actually quite usable in the very first regional championships in Pokemon Go back in the sort of, I guess, mid 2022 sort of period. I know that Araquanid was pretty good, and Dunebug was actually using Araquanid to some success in some like cash prize money grassroots tournaments. Because I remember going into my first regional in Melbourne in like June maybe, And I just messaged Dune. I was like, Dune, what do I run? What do I run in Melbourne? And he said, use the team that I just won last weekend with, and it was this Araquanid Walrein squad. So he's been a long time Araquanid believer, and so I think it sort of makes sense that it was something that he would, I guess, pick up on. Although in general, I feel like Dunebug isn't a big, crazy pick bringer. He's usually pretty hardcore meta, except for like the one time he brought Pidgeot after EUIC and won an entire tournament with it, which was absolutely bonkers.
He also brought Ferretris, which I believe was in Vancouver, if I'm recalling. So
That rings a
he
bell.
definitely is picking that one Pokemon that's like a little sort of like, oh man, that's sort of like spice. But I tend to sort of like agree that there is like a strong composition of meta Pokemon that they tend to bring.
Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, I think you're right. Dunebug is sort of starting to branch out a little bit more into some off meta picks. They've got a Shadow Quagsire up on the stream at the moment. How do you feel about Quagsire? Because I know that a lot of people are sort of leaning into it a little bit more. I know that our Aussie legend, They Love Jai, who got to top 32, like the first Aussie to reach day 2 at an IC outside of OCIC, he was sort of done in by a regular Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire, who would have been fine into, but regular was sort of his lose con. Where do you see Quagsire fitting in?
Yeah, like I think it's like interesting just because looking at it, like it seems like that ground type that you typically sort of like kind of like reach for would be like Diggersby, but for like Quagsire, it actually was the case that when I was sort of like helping some of my friends like Scrim Stud Muffins, who kind of like helped me kind of create my Johannesburg team. He actually had a double ground kind of like comp, which to this day still kind of like eludes me because I'm like, why? Because of like with like Mandibuzz and such. But when you look at something like kind of like Quagsire, Mud Boys have always kind of been around. Didn't really get kind of buffed by anything, but it's always been sort of like a staple that kind of has sort of flexibility that's like there. We've seen sort of like how like Galarian Stunfisk had its time to sort of like shine, and then during the Scald days it was like Shadow Whiscash, and then when that kind of like sort of changed, like kind of like Quagsire sort of came back sort of into the fray, and the fact that like it has sort of the ability to sort of take out sort of the flyers, I think it gives it you a little bit of sort of like flexibility, especially um in this case where like like grass isn't as like sort of heavily leaned on, or there's not like that much like fast attack pressure, so you have the ability coupled with a 50-second switch timer to be able to kind of like like dip in and out as we've been able to see.
Yeah, I think that checks out. And it's also, I think the speed factor is a very real one. And I mean, people have talked about this non-stop for, 4 months now, or maybe even 7 months, even longer, by the time that Worlds finished last year. How the meta is becoming more and more speed-based in terms of you need that sort of fast charge attack activation to be able to actually sort of compete against such a fast meta. I mean, at the start, it was for alligators sort of getting to things in 10 turns. 10 turns was the new normal of like, okay, you need to be able to, pace the same as this guy. So like, you saw Typhlosion getting to Thunder Punch in 10 turns. And so then it got a little bit quicker with Drapion coming in with an 8-turn Aqua Tail as well. And since then, it just feels like it's just been more and more really, really fast charge moves in terms of this Pokemon. Like, I mean, Goliathpod is now a 10-turn Pokemon as well that we see all over the spot. Dedenne is a 10-turn Pokemon to Parabolic Charge. Morpeko is that sort of either it's 10 turns or an 8 turns. You'll see a Yetaruna running a 10-turn only version of Morpeko. But it's, and Quagsire sort of fits that same mold in terms of its speed, where it is just really sort of getting those charge moves off quickly while also being able to sort of take a hit, which if you can sort of keep a Pokemon in there and threaten even your like counters, like, I mean, you sort of mentioned Mandibuzz as like, running double ground is kind of a scary prospect because it's like, oh, there's going to be a lot of Pokemon you can't hit. Quagsire actually has the ability to hit its counters, which sort of gives it a little bit more wiggle room. But I didn't personally do any scrims with Quagsire. Like, I played a few, but it was always, I guess, a Pokemon that you had to build around a little bit, because even sort of your more neutral Pokemon like Golisopod is generally like a pretty neutral Pokemon, but against Quagsire, all of a sudden, as soon as you call a Stone Edge wrong, you're out. Like, you lose that matchup. So it's sort of annoying, to be honest with you. But I think it's also, you sort of need to land the Stone Edge in a lot of matchups when I was doing The Sims. So maybe it's a little bit more risky than I give it credit for.
That said, like when you're talking about the era of sort of like kind of like 10 turns and with this 50-second timer, you definitely seen just a lot more sort of like dynamicism and kind of the switching and catches as well.
Mm.
And there are definitely sort of like kind of like cases where throwing that Aqua Tail is useful just because you want to run down that switch timer so you can kind of set up sort of the catch as well. So I do think that there is something about like how we kind of move more towards teams that are kind of faster because they give you sort of that flexibility, kind of in a similar way to like some folks like running just like the one turn moves because you just have like the ultimate sort of flexibility to be able to kind of like apply sort of like pressure and kind of like dip out rather than like kind of like be locked in. Everybody knows sort of like the terror and pain of if you over tap on an incinerate and you're like oh no, like you're just stuck there.
Yeah. Yo, Kojima, thanks for the prime. Welcome in. PJCS isn't like, I mean, it hasn't kicked off yet. I think that we're actually getting close to when it was supposed to kick off, right? I mean, wait, it's 11:32. Is that 10:30 Japan time? Japan time now. Okay, yeah, we're actually expecting battles to sort of happen any moment now. The fact that they've got all of the cameras like on the onstage tables and chairs and stuff makes me think that we're going to be there soon. But we'll see. Does anyone have like a bracket actually, or because I know that it's Swiss, but I don't know if it's actually like going to be an online bracket we can look at. So I mean,
Yeah, I've
Dracovic
been
doesn't have
trying to
one.
find one, and yeah, I haven't been able to find one. I'm sure Dracov is probably waiting for this channel or us or someone else to kind of find sort of a bracket to eventually get sort of that information. I know that like the only reason I've sort of seen this was more that a lot of like Japanese players on like X were like start like leading up to this were like kind of showcasing the letter that they
Yeah.
kind of got to sort of compete. So I feel like there's just been a lot of like organic like oh so and so is gonna like show up. But I had trouble also trying to find like a bracket as well, just to kind of like see, like who might be like folks who had made it to the top 16 in 2024 PJCS or 2023 as well.
Mm, yeah. It's information for this entire tournament has been difficult. They actually, I felt like it was very, very recent, like only in the last few weeks, that they actually confirmed that it would be top 16 that qualifies for Worlds again. Like even, I think I asked the Dracovic guys like a month ago to be like, hey, is it top 16 from Japan? And we were all scouring all of the websites, all of the resources, and just could not find it written anywhere. And it was like, well, this feels sort of pertinent. But then I think an announcement came out, again, like pretty recently on the whole. So I don't know if it's just that the resources are available in places that, we're too dumb and English and stupid to find, or if they actually are sort of a little slow on the information output. But I don't know. We'll see eventually. Eventually, we'll figure out what's going on. I do know that in Japan, they also use government names on stream instead of using their player names, which is crazy. It's not that crazy because it's what the other games do
I
as well,
mean,
right?
I feel like it was a Pokemon Go and Pokemon Unite thing to kind of use like handles because if you look at the trading card game and also
Yeah,
the video game, they've always used like full names.
yeah,
So if anything, given that those were the ones that started first, I would say that we're more the outliers and PGCS is just kind of sticking to like what is like standard. But hey,
yeah. I think that's fair. I think it's fair that we're the outcasts. But as Coachina Mum says, it's definitely harder to follow, which is true, especially because, we just don't, we don't use government names on like Twitter and stuff. I mean, some people have their real name as like, their player name, but I don't know.
yeah, I wonder who would do that. Who would do that? Some people use like a name that sounds like a regular name and is not their government name either.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track these days. Who knows? Who knows who does all of these things? But I mean, we'll figure it out eventually. I remember last year I made a YouTube video of the grand finals, and it was very much like they must have had the player names written somewhere because I sort of just like went through the katakana to be like, okay, that's Ka, and I figured out like, oh, okay, that's Kai-san. But I think that it's very I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It looks like these might be the players sitting down potentially. Actually, they look like they're wearing the same outfit, which makes me think that they might just be. Oh, maybe
Oh,
they're
just
not.
set up and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but actually, it seems like maybe this is going to be our first match. We'll find out soon, I guess. Once we find out, wait, the government names are not their usernames. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess they could just be like Caleb Peng, right? I mean,
But yeah, on
that's
like
a little bit
government
odd.
names, I'm kind of like glad that like we have like results from like the previous ones because the only reason I knew it was Pokemon Moneymaker who was like registered for Johannesburg was because I copied and pasted and I searched for his name and then it showed up and I was like, oh, that's Pokemon Moneymaker. Like I've seen that name before.
Yeah, well, I think it was actually helpful because of Perth, because Pokemon.com publishes the top 8 real
Yes.
names
It
on the
was it was
website.
Perth. It was because of
Yeah,
Perth.
yeah,
Yes.
Perth. Which, by the way, was actually the first proper leak of my real name, but no one noticed because it was on the top 6 from Sydney 2023. It had my government name there, plain as day, but just no one looked for it, and I was so
Yeah.
thankful for that.
That was before your video too, where
Yeah,
you
yeah,
just like
yeah.
really like hammered it home too. You could have just stayed hiding.
Yeah, I thought that was it. I was like, oh no, it's been leaked. I'm gone. I'm gonna have to make the apology video now. But yeah, no one really stumbled upon it. Have the battle started? Not yet. This is presumably the first battle of the day, as sort of getting set up behind the casters right now. So we'll wait and see. They do have pretty solid graphics, I think, for the. Oh, okay. This
Oh,
this is
they're
definitely
putting the
the.
teams now. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Now let's get my camera sort of. I think just for good measure, I'll sort of stick me in the middle because I think that it's sort of important that it's sort of very visibly like a. This isn't the mainstream. So I'll just
And
hang out
maybe
here, I
move
guess.
chat as
Oh
well,
yeah,
because
yeah,
I think the chat kind of overlaps with the team.
yeah, I'll turn chat off while the battles are on, I think. But
Okay.
I'll just hide here. But okay. So we've got guy on the left that's got the Araquanid, Dusclops, Credilli, Drapion, Talonflame, Claydol. So not quite. I mean, taking the Araquanid from the Dunebug Axon squad, but definitely sort of putting their own team on it. And then the Golisopod, Dedenne, Drapion, Diggersby, Credilli, and Mandibuzz team on the right-hand side, which is a little more stock standard for what we saw from NAIC, I think.
It's interesting that the left person is bringing Claydol. I really wish we knew their names, but we're just gonna call left and right for
Yeah,
now until we find like a nice way, or maybe chat will help us at some point. But
yeah.
it's interesting to see kind of like Claydol because that was something from like the previous season that I don't think I saw much play when it came to NAIC. So
Mm-mm.
to see how it might kind of play now. I mean, certainly like targets would be Dedenne, but I also feel like Dedenne because of the fact that it has like play rough again, just has sort of like ways to neutrally chip away as well.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked that we are seeing Claydol here, to say the least. I really thought that it was just hard dead. I am uploading the team graph. Okay, so we have Tamura on the left and Nishio on the right. So Tamura and Nishio. I wonder if I can just actually save this image. And then maybe we can sort of dodge it a little bit and just... because I've literally just like copied the screenshot of the teams into like a Japanese to English translator. and but I guess that kind of works, I suppose. So let me throw that on screen at the
Making
very
things
least.
work, man. We're
Look,
trying what we can.
yeah, we're gonna figure it out as the stream goes on for sure. But because we do there's a very long stream ahead of us. I mean, this is gonna be quite a long tournament. Okay,
Yeah, we'll
here's
we'll
the.
we'll, we'll figure it out on our way. Oh, nice,
There
sweet.
we go. Sweet, and I'll just put that under. Whatever. There we go. Okay, so there's, Tamura and Nishio. I guess we've caught a little bit of background on the image as well, but well, that's fine. We'll live, I think.
And I believe these are also blind teams, so this is kind of like a little bit like of like sort of like guessing. Obviously, I would imagine that like most Cradleys would be running sort of like acid. Maybe someone decided that like Bullet Sea was better just to kind of do a little better into sort of like that Dardani Diggersby core, but I don't think really that's kind of the case. Just because for both cases, Cradley is really just relying on charge with pressure
mhm.
all time, so its fast move really isn't doing anything.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, like, it slightly changes some matchups, but for the most part, it's a pretty similar Pokemon in the grand scheme of things. I don't think that we're going to really see Claydol so much. Like, I mean, I guess what is Claydol's purpose? And its purpose is to hit Dedenne and it's to hit Drapion. But it just feels so risky to bring when there's all of these. Actually, maybe it's actually decent because I guess you can hit Rock Tomb into Golisopod, you can hit Rock Tomb into Mandibuzz. You're not good into Credilli, but I guess Acid you're slightly better than you would be if it was Bullet Seed. And I guess Diggersby, I mean, Diggersby's a pretty solid win for Diggersby, but I don't know. Am I just a hater? Maybe Cladle's actually fine.
No, and again, I think this comes back to like as you're kind of like looking at this sort of show six, so the team style you're kind of playing and such. I definitely can see a case where like maybe they decide to use Claydol as kind of like a safe swap because there's nothing that really hard punishes it. Yeah, it doesn't win really hard either, but kind of bringing up sort of energy, it has like the ability to just kind of like threaten, throw energy at folks. So actually, like there is sort of like a world where yes, definitely like especially when you're in the player seat, you might be why would you bring Claydol or whatnot? But as we're comfortably like casting kind of like not kind of like on the battle, like yeah, we can kind of see how I could see sort of like a team comp with Claydol.
Yeah, that's fair enough. How do you feel about Talonflame into Nishio's team?
Looking at this, I'm gonna assume that it's gonna run like the typical like kind of like incinerate double flying sort of moveset. Uh, that's like there. Looking looking at it, it definitely is a place where you can kind of like chip away at things, but I really, at least on initial sort of look, I don't feel like I'd kind of like bring that. I'd probably like more like less so than the Claydol. Like the Claydol definitely seemed like something like why would you kind of bring that? But I feel like I'd lean a little bit more on the Claydol than the Talonflame.
Yeah, it doesn't really have any like hard targets. Like it's got a lot of places it could go if it has energy, but if you don't have energy, it feels like more of a liability than an actual asset,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
like
So
like Plato can take a super effective move and like kind of threaten back because of like the speed. Talonflame, like it doesn't have too many things that it's like it could do like super effective damage. And if anything, like it doesn't want to take like things too. Like it's not gonna want to take a Aqua Jet, a Parabolic Charge, Aqua Tail, Rock Tomb. That's like four. That's like four moves from the Mons. I mean, maybe there's like some super risky team he kind of runs, but I don't think this might be the team.
yeah, that's fair. I think the Dusclops is going to be the big Pokemon that Tamura leans into. Not only if you got pretty solid matchups into most of the squad, I mean, Glasspot is fine, Dedenne is fine. Drapion, as much as they have that super effective crunch, it's actually not the worst matchup, to be honest with you. Even Shadow Punch does an okay amount of damage, but you'll even survive one. Diggersby is actually really good for Dusclops. Credilli is good for Dusclops, and Mandibuzz, again, isn't that awful for Dusclops because you do have the Ice Punch to throw back. So it almost feels like the ultimate safe Pokemon for Tamura. And if I was personally like running Tamura's team, I would almost certainly sort of throw Dusclops into the safe swap spot for the first game. It just looks so good because you can sort of just even plan for the Drapion swap in and you can actually still work around that really easily.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
That was
like,
one of the things that I
yeah,
learned during that half meta where like you feel like you don't ever want to shield a Dusclops, but if the Dusclops ends up sort of shielding, and especially like if you're playing sort of like the bait calls, it can end up winning uneven sort of scenarios, and you end up showing that even more if you happen to like find ways to call any of like the baits that are like there as well. So
yeah.
definitely can kind of see how like Dusclops is something that is like safer and something that has had a lot of knowledge just because of the fact that it wasn't recently buffed. Like none of its moves sort of changed. It's more like the meta kind of moved around. Dusclops has just been kind of around. Now it's like, oh, okay, I can do things against folks now, and it's not like, oh, I have to relearn like kind of any of your move counts and stuff. Though Shadow Punch and Ice Punch is kind of like tricky, and but hopefully now people have had sort of like some time to kind of like get used to that.
Yeah, I do know that Dusclops is one of the trickier Pokemon to sort of learn the counts because it's not just like for Alligator and they're like, oh, 5 means Hydro Cannon, 7 means Ice Beam. It is one where like it does change over time. Like, going for one Ice Beam after 4 hexes lets you then get the next one for 3. It gives you access to the, 2 hex Shadow Punch. Like it's very hecky. And I know that in scrims, I was getting sort of free wins quite often, to be honest with you, because my opponent just wasn't able to keep up with the sort of late game Dusclops energy because it is so complicated. To be honest with you, like I've actually started thinking that for Dusclops, you just need to start working with the literal energy number. And this is something that I've been
Yeah,
doing for like
yes.
Incinerate, like with the Talonflame, you just count 20, 30, 40, 20, 40, 60, 80, and then you subtract 55, something like that. I think that you kind of just have to do the same with Dusclops to keep track of when it can throw a Shadow Punch, when it can throw an Ice Punch, which is a lot harder for a lot of people to do, but it almost just feels like you need to because it is otherwise really complicated even trying to do it in the simple version, to be honest.
Yeah, and again, when you're looking at sort of like the time to sort of your charge moves and that 50-second timer, I do think that Dusclops, like folks have sort of like different kind of views, but it does give you sort of that speed so that you can kind of arrange teams to have that flexibility to kind of ducking in and out, have better sort of kind of like catches, but also kind of like catch people sort of off guard when you're kind of being like fast paced and also like, hoping that like folks kind of like lose track of your energy also because you can kind of also like dip out and they may not remember it whether or not you had enough energy for a Shadow Punch or ice punch where one can be sort of super effective and like have that kind of closing power when it comes back in.
Mm. Yeah, I agree. So I guess like you sort of just lock in Dusclops as like a very obvious bring for Tamura, no matter what. And that sort of, I guess, forces Nishio to bring in the Drapion, which is a good pick regardless. Like it's pretty decent into Tamura's entire squad, except for the Claydol. And even then, you have counterplay into the Claydol. So I think Drapion is sort of a similarly safe Pokemon for Nishio. And you sort of just, like, if you're Nishio, to be honest with you, you kind of just have to think like, well, Dusclops swap in, Drapion is like my best swap in answer. So I wouldn't be surprised if we sort of see Drapion waiting in the wings for Nishio as well to swap into a Dusclops counter swap, even though you might have to end up earning a shield, which is kind of insane for a dark type into a ghost type, but we'll see. Araquanid, like, to be honest with you, I haven't sort of gone home and done my own research. Like, I haven't really studied Araquanid after watching Accent and Dunebug do so well with it. Do you have I guess, a feeling for how well Araquanid does into Nishio's team?
Looking at this, like again, I'm kind of in a similar boat, especially because like with like Araquanid, Bug Bite's one of those new sort of moves, so it's like kind of like new counts that are kind of like there. Looking at this, it definitely is sort of like the case that for the most part, you're able to at least deal non-resisted damage for the most part. Obviously, like what it probably doesn't want to see is the Gliscopod because it's probably kind of like the worst patch, and also there's like sort of the Dedenne, but in kind of even in matches sort of like that, again, like I think that when you're kind of playing something like Araquanid, you do have like the ability to again like take some sort of like moves and try to burn down sort of like the timer, maybe do some sort of debuffs as well. And again, I think it is sort of in a place where yeah, like Araquanid is one of those new players where it's like I should probably kind of like study it, but looking into this, I do think that like it is something that it like the obvious thing is like oh yeah, just the main kind of target is like trying to avoid sort of the Dania that can definitely kind of like give it a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's sort of obviously that makes it a little bit more complicated for us sort of watching the battles in a sense. Do you know, like I'm about to look it up, do you know off the top of your head what the Araquanid counts are? I'm just searching it up
No,
now.
especially
Okay.
with one turn moves, it's like one of those things where I always have to use my own moves to count
Yeah.
as well. So it's very much subject to like what am I sort of like kind of like counting. And
Yeah.
here here's the kind of like show like like casters aren't always like sort of gods of everything. Sometimes we're just people as well, and
Yeah.
you just gotta have to do based off sort of the tool. So like you were kind of saying, either you do it based off your own kind of like energy, or you do it based off how much each of like the like you were saying with Dusclops, like keeping track of the kind of the pure energy. I know some people you can do it based off time as well.
Yeah.
These are all just kind of utilities in your tool belt, and pick the one that kind of works for you that allows you to kind of memorize all these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's it's tricky when a one-turn move. I've definitely screwed up quite a few times, unfortunately. But I checked on a PV poke and a Araquanid. It's 14 to the first bubble beam, but 13 to the next, and then 19 to the first water pulse, but 18 to the
Oof.
next. So it's not forever long to get to that first bubble
Yeah.
beam, I guess, but water pulse is quite a while away, and so it really is sort of. I mean, we sort of saw this from a lot of Axon's gameplay, where he would have to be in quite a while to actually get that water pulse off. And to be honest with you, it felt like usually he'd get like maximum 2 charge moves on his Araquanid, unless he was in like a super resisted matchup.
Yeah, and look looking at this, I think that the closer kind of like things that came common is I believe Registeel, it was like about 18 to Focus Blast, I believe, if I'm like correct there. So that kind of like puts it into kind of perspective of like things that have been in the meta for a while, of like kind of like the timing it sort of like takes. When you're looking at sort of like the 13, the other one that kind of comes to mind is that 12 is typically I think how long it takes with one turn Dragon Breath to Dragon Claw as well, and Superpower is
Hmm.
like 14. And I bring these up because like one of the things that I tend to kind of use is I think about like very common things that have been around for a while and using that as like kind of a baseline sort of like timing.
Yeah.
Not perfect, but again, tools that I feel like sometimes people can kind of like sort of use in their arsenal when you're kind of like on the floor just trying to keep track of like the million other things you're trying to do as well.
Yeah, which is a lot easier said than done. T. said that if Mandy's on Snarl, then Araquanid seems safer, which is true. To be honest with you, I've been disrespecting Snarl Mandibuzz in the current meta. I certainly ran Air Slash in NAIC, and I feel like it's the more superior moveset. You just have that sort of, it makes you actually much better coverage into the apes running around, which was sort of a big priority for me. It also does quite a bit better into the Golisopod, because you can really get that fast move pressure going, and it just feels like with Mandibuzz being like a slightly slower Pokemon, even with Snarl, the extra little bit of fast move pressure sort of can come in clutch quite often. And so that is, I guess, one of the downsides of the closed moveset system, especially when we're doing the broadcast. In that we don't know, we don't know what's going on. We don't know how Mandibuzz might match up. Like if it's Snarl, then it's actually going to be a little bit better into the Claydol, for example, than if it was Air Slash. But we're just going to have to wait and see how it does play out. I don't really think that any of the other Pokemon sort of prone to spicy movesets. Like critically, you can see some bullet seeds instead of acids, but for the most part, they run pretty similar. Like it's only very niche scenarios where that does actually change anything, other than making the first move take an extra 2 turns to get to, because it takes you 14 for the first and then 12, 12, 12, whereas bullet seed is just 12, 12, 12, which to be honest with you is sort of actually why I thought acid was going to suck when it first got released. Especially when they're so similar as far as like, the energy generation that you're actually seeing. But, well, I guess everything else is pretty standard. I guess Golisopod, you can actually run Shadow Claw instead of Fury Cutter. I know that's something that I was looking at for NAIC, just in case the ghosts were going to be a really big problem, because a Shadow Claw Golisopod is actually pretty decent into a lot of the ghosts where the Fury Cutter's resisted. So it's sort of some off-the-wall tech that sometimes can come in handy, but I think more often than not, you're probably going to lean back into the Fury Cutter. Tristan said, Araquanid is real slow, but going for an early Bubble Beam can help it stick around longer and grind out matchups, which is true, I guess. It sort of gives you the ability to get to that second move a little bit easier, I suppose. But, he also said, I agree that Air Slash is the play 100%, but some people still run Snarl. I had one opponent that was running Snarl that surprised me, but it was really nice because it made some of my mons safer. And I kind of agree. I think it just makes it easier for you, to be honest.
Yeah, Mandy definitely, I think it has kind of gone back and forth and currently is in the air slash solar era. When you kind of looking at it at its role, it's like bulky and it's like one of those things where you're really relying on charge attacks for the most part. And I do think that air slash at least gives it a little bit of like chip that's like kind of there. It's not gonna really kind of get you much, but it'll at least kind of like help you kind of sometimes be able to have some kind of like closing power there. And again, I do think that there's like an extra level here in this PJCS just because with the close sort of like team sets, it is something you can kind of lean on a little bit more. And it'll be very interesting if we start seeing players with Lapras or any mirrors with Lapras, just because I think there's as we were even seeing in any AIC and tournaments kind of before, like just like, being able to kind of plan around it based off Skull Bash or not. I do feel like that's a thing where there's a lot more flexibility and there's no right or wrong answer. It really depends on the team comp and what you're trying to kind of build around.
Yeah.
And in a blind setting, I feel like you can really lean into that.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point, and I feel like if I was going into a blind closed team sheet sort of scenario, blind moveset scenario, I think that I would personally really lean into those Pokemon that can really hit the opponent's mirror match, so you have that locked down. So I would be leaning more into Skull Bash Lapras instead of the Ice Beam Lapras, so that you can be confident that like, okay, I know even if they're running a Skull Bash Lapras, then I'm just neutral at worst. And if it's the Ice Beam, then I'm actually in a dominant situation. I feel like that's safer than going in with a potentially losing matchup without knowing until you see their Lapras. Obviously, it's very situational, and Lapras isn't a Pokemon that we saw a ton of at NAIC. It was actually a little bit more than I suspected. Well, maybe I should actually change that a little bit. It was showing up in practice tournaments in the lead up more than I suspected. And it sort of kept that usage rate going into the tournament. Just because I sort of felt like other Pokemon were sort of taking the water role a little bit more. I mean, Golisopod, sort of one main example. But we definitely saw quite a few Laprases performing quite well, to be fair. So maybe I'm just an incorrect hater. But maybe I was respecting Dedenne too much. Who knows? But, I guess we'll wait and see. I think that, you could go the other way, in that it does open up really wacky movesets a lot more as well. I mean, I know that in, Durban, in South Africa #2, I got hit over the head hard by that Fury Cutter Golisopod from Debili Bravbird, because I had no clue what was going on. I just didn't know the matchups. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know the counts. I was completely lost. And that can really throw your opponent. Oh, wait, it looks like they're getting taken off stream, potentially. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I thought they would have played a game already, and I'm hoping that they're going to do it. But on the moves that you're kind of bringing up, I think another Pokemon that would probably benefit in like this like blind pick that we're talking about, like, leaning into like that, Glaring Wheezing, just because that overheat not that's like kind of like that spicy moveset that I don't think is like too spicy, because there are definitely times where that overheat can catch people off guard, especially during sort of like the era when Charger Bugs were kind of like around.
Yeah, I know that Z's Wireless was running Galarian Wheezing all the way to 4th place at NAIC, and if that was closed team sheets, then that is so deadly. Like, it's almost a guarantee that you're going to start peeling off shields from your opponent, which, You almost closed team sheet is so interesting in that you almost have to play around that. In that, I think that my first thought is that like, okay, if you see a Galarian Weezing, then I would probably be leaning a lot more into safer Pokemon into that Galarian Weezing in game number one, so that I can maybe absorb a little bit of information from my opponent in that first game. It's like, maybe I've got a Pokemon that can probably resist all three moves, or at least take them all on the chin, and so that once he throws one, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to guess that they've got this move set for the next game, so maybe we're in a slightly more decent spot. They've got their headphones back on, so maybe we're getting into it. They don't have we've got the team graphic on the stream, but they do not have it on theirs at the moment. I'm not sure if they're just sort of getting it all back ready to go, but as Tristan said, we've been doing open team sheets for so long now that thinking about clone team sheet strategies is weird, which is true. But
Yeah, that was like a grassroots kind of like thing where I remember when you could definitely like not only lean to spicy Pokemon, but spice sort of like moves. Like when you were able to see like during the Medicham and Azu sort of like days, like is it running Dynamic Punch? Are you doing Pyro Punch? Are you running Hydro Pump on your Azu? Like there was
mhm.
a time where it's like there was no wrong sort of moveset just because of like what you were kind of doing. And definitely, I think it adds yet another sort of element that on the one hand, I think leads to some interesting sort of matches, but on the other hand, I do appreciate sort of like how they moved to sort of open team sheets to sort of like equalize like playing field, especially in like televised stream kind of matches where I think that it's a little bit like sort of like unfair in order to get like some information gone out that you may not necessarily get. And kind of aligns with how also when you look at VGC, they move towards that as well.
Yeah, well, I think it makes sense from a fairness perspective. It sort of checks out, but I'm not gonna lie, I really do miss the days of like I always think back to like one of the first few Silver Arena regional championships where I was running Focus Blast Hypno, which was obviously way off kilter. Like no one's running Focus Blast Hypno, but I got to hit so many Bastiodons that didn't see it coming that it actually like absolutely popped off. I actually came, I think I went 4-1 in that regional championship. I was sort of one round off taking the title. I think I owe a lot of that success to the Focus Blast Hypno, because if closed movesets are a thing, then you can really lean into Pokemon that are really scary. I know that actually, it looks like maybe we're getting into it potentially. Or we, what is? Oh yeah, it
Oh,
looks like we're getting
okay.
into. Okay,
And
teams
now
going
we have
off.
player names
Oh,
also that we could refer to.
huge. Okay. Well, look, on the left, we've got the Drapion into Drapion. Oh, we've got the Drapion mirror match. I'll just turn myself off here. We've got the Credilli in the back and a Araquanid into a Credilli and Mandibuzz on the right hand side, which could get really scary for our player on the left.
Yeah, at this point, obviously, as casters, we can see sort of the backlines, but I think when you're kind of a player here, the immediate things that kind of come to mind to you are like, hey, do you feel like you can win CMP? And hey, do you feel like you need a catch? And is switch kind of important? That's usually what kind of comes to mind when I'm playing leading a Drapion and what I'm going to be like thinking about if I see it in the lead.
Yeah, and it looks like neither of them have really gone for that. Oh no, we do see that actually the left player is going to be winning charge attack priority, which is actually huge information not only for this match, but also for the entire set. Because it really means that if you have a Drapion mirror lead, you will be able to win that scenario. And the opponent on the right is really going to have to think about maybe going for some sort of catch if they need to try and make this work. But they're going to go for the Aqua Tail to at least get the shields. If you're the player on either side, to be honest with you, you wouldn't mind taking shields down because, I mean, to be honest with you, both Pokemon in the back can at least do a little bit of work if shields are down, and they don't really want to see an oppressive Drapion. So I think both players are actually quite happy to see Drapion in the lead rather than anywhere else.
And there's also a world where like you don't mind sort of like losing if you can kind of start getting up energy because sometimes those charge moves kind of like come up so that like that's like a thing. But it looks like here there's a catch that kind of came in. They're both down sort of like two shields at this point.
Yeah, and look, this makes sense for the player on the right. You're not only banking the energy, but you're also getting your Credilli with the potential to get a little bit of farm. Looks like we are actually running Acid on the right, but Bullet Seed on the left, which is definitely going to be a little bit interesting because it does mean that the player on the left is going to be slightly ahead with the Bullet Seeds. And so the Acid player is really going to have to play around that a little bit when there's no shields remaining. But I mean, Alan, it just means that we have two Pokemon waiting in the back, and it is Mandibuzz and Araquanid, and I would not want to be the Araquanid in that one.
Right. That said, though, in the player sort of mindset, they think that it's essentially a mirror team. So they're probably trying to read like what's kind of in the back, right? Other than the moveset sort of like difference, they've both noticed that they both led Drapion in the front, and they're using sort of Cradily as sort of the swap that's
Mm-hmm.
there. So definitely, I feel like things that they're kind of coming to mind for them is that what do they need? What do they think is kind of like in that back? As we can kind of see, like, oh yeah, like that man buzz is going to eat that Rakunid, especially if it has sort of an air slash.
Yeah. Oh, and the Arachnid swap in, which means that Mandibuzz is actually going to lock it in as well. It is the Air Slash Mandibuzz, which I think is probably even worse for the Arachnid than the Snarl version. And at this point, I mean, I just don't see how this matchup goes any different way, except for this Mandibuzz just eating up this Arachnid for lunch, and there's not a lot of health in the back to line things up either. This is one of the downsides of running the Bubble Beam Water Pulse moveset. At least if you had Bug Buzz, then you can probably add up a little more damage. Maybe that's not true, but I feel like Bug Buzz probably does a little more damage than Water Pulse. But as is, like, this Air Slash is already going to bring this Arachnid really low. And at this point, it's going to be really tough to come out of this scenario.
Yeah, and I do think that like the standard sort of moveset here so far for Araquanid has been the double water. Definitely, again, if they're leaning into sort of the closed team shoots, you can kind of talk about like maybe running sort of the bug buzz that's like there. But I do think that they're probably like leaning more on sort of that standard moveset, hoping to kind of sort of like catch something that's like there. And unfortunately here, given how they more or less sort of had that kind of mirror team, and it led to sort of the kind of the back Pokemon where it was like a very polarizing matchup. The things that could have like changed would maybe having sort of like done sort of like a catch or being able to sort of like kind of throw energy, which in this case didn't sort of like happen. So it definitely is going to favor kind of more the player on the right just because of like that matchup. And
Yeah,
coming in here like landing that crunch, yeah.
yeah, it's just adding insult to injury. I'm not only getting the crunch on the Credilli, but that aerial ace into the Drapion as well before we could get a move off. I mean, we're even seeing the Arachnid throw a move into the Drapion here, just knowing that there's just nothing it can do, and this is going to be a pretty simple game one for Team Mandibuzz to just take this thing out and, to be honest with you, really just dominate game number one. And it is a little bit of a lineup advantage, a little bit. We saw the Drapion mirror lead, and neither player was really bringing a hard counter to Drapion, and so it was sort of like, well, we actually kind of both like this scenario, I think. We would prefer to use our Drapion in a scenario where we see the opponent's Drapion, rather than, they've got their headsets off again. Maybe they mustn't have, like, a ability for judges to speak to the players through their headsets, so I think they must have to take it off if they want to communicate with them, because I think it's still a best of 3 scenario. Actually, maybe...
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
And
it
this
is.
was just after like such a long lead up. This is just the first game. This is just the first game, and they don't have scores there, but we're looking at 1 to the player on the right,
Yeah,
0 to the other, and I think it's going to be a best of 3.
yeah. I think so. And it looks like they're still really thinking about their teams as well, so they must be. And so, like, I don't think that there wasn't a lot that Tamura could do there. I think Nishio was just in a hard advantage where, again, they were going to play out the Drapion mirror match. Once we ended up with a Credilli swap in, I think that maybe would it have been worth... I mean, look, with full ability to see the lineups, then it probably would have been better for Tamura to bring the Araquanid into the Credilli, which you wouldn't have loved to see the Rock Tombs, but you at least maybe give yourself an opportunity to try and get your own Credilli in a little bit of an advantageous spot in the back. But at that point, it's sort of like really hard to imagine,
Yeah,
especially
you kind of have
when...
to read the team too,
Yeah.
because I think again, especially when like at that point, he pretty much knew, oh, 2 of these things are matching my team
Yeah.
right now. And I definitely feel like for the play to the right, kind of made sense that they went with the strategy of like after getting the shields are sort of like down. Cradily is a Pokemon you can kind of like throw out there and just like start ramping up on kind of like energy, because even if like like what the hardest thing that they might see might have been like a Talonflame or something, like it just has
Hmm.
everything to kind of throw at it. Even like a Dusclops, which would be kind of neutral, you can start kind of chipping away at it or kind of debuffing it. So kind of made sense, and it was a smart play on the right player to be able to kind of just like start kind of ramping up on the Cradily.
Yeah, I guess if you were the player on the left, Tamura, I suppose you're sort of thinking like, oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. I'm thinking that maybe if they wanted to protect their Araquanid, what were they saving their Araquanid for that they wanted to use up the Credilli for? And to be honest with you, I'm not really sure. I think that Araquanid is kind of... Actually, okay, I think this is the only thing that makes some sense, because Drapion is out of the way. If they were imagining full mirror teams, because they saw the Drapion, they saw the Credilli, maybe they were expecting the Water Bug Goliathpod in the back, and so all of a sudden it's like, well, my Credilli isn't awesome into that matchup unless I have quite a bit of energy. And so maybe it was sort of like, okay, well, Credilli is either going to be pretty good into whatever's going to hang around. Oh, Gossi, thanks for the gifted subs as well. Like maybe Credilli is going to be good with energy if the Gliscod ends up swapping in. But also, I'm actually going to have a fine time into this opposing Credilli, and my Arachnid will be safe in the back. So maybe it was a Gliscod read. Obviously, Dedenne would have been an absolute nightmare. So I think he was pretty confident that we weren't going to see the Dedenne. But I mean, Mandibuzz was a bit of a nightmare as well, to be honest with you. So I think they really were going for a hard read where potentially I feel like the Arachnid might have been a little bit safer, or at least swapping in at some point to try and eat a move. But it's tough when even your Arachnid isn't that good into Credilli either, to be honest. They were
Yeah, and
kind
I
of sort
think,
of, yeah.
like looking back, we have that perfect sort of like world, and now like you, especially now that the Manaboz's slash Araquanid is definitely something that has like a lot less play, and definitely is like something that you can kind of sort of sack. And it goes to sort of like show that it is like the things about when you're kind of reading sort of the teams, like making sure that you have sort of the strategies before you kind of like lock in and trying to kind of do your best. Because at this point, it definitely sort of kind of like makes sense. And yeah, like I do think that that should have been probably the safer play anyways to kind of like sack that.
Yeah, I think so. But look, it's game one. We're assuming it's round one. It looks like we're actually going to get kicked off on game number two. The player on the right does have the advantage. And so we're going to see the Gliscod in the lead up against the Drapion, which is sort of a bit of a neutral matchup. Obviously, the Drapion does outpace, but Gliscod is really able to put a lot of pressure into this matchup. And it looks like we've got some very different teams in the back as well with
And it's a
Talonflame.
Shadow Claw Golisopod
Oh, you're
also,
right.
just which again, like given sort of like the new season, Fury Cure is technically sort of preferred.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see if that matters. I mean, there's no Dusclops showing up on the left's team, so I don't think that's going to be super impactful, unfortunately, for the player on the right. But we are going to see, I think that was the Aquatail bait coming in from the Drapion, which really puts this Drapion in a very advantageous position because it means that it's going to actually pace to its crunches slightly faster than Gliscod is able to get to the Aqua Jets. And so all of a sudden, this has gone to quite a solidly bad matchup, but making the catch of the crunch into the
Catch.
Drapion really puts the player on the right in a slightly better spot than they might have been otherwise.
Yeah, and looking at the player on the left definitely was probably fighting for sort of like switch, invested kind of both of those shields there. Probably was hoping that they kind of like sort of like stick in. And in this case, I think the right made a player made a good sort of adjustment to capitalize on like the empty shields because even at this point, even like if a like say like Claydol kind of like came in, it could kind of start ramping up energy and kind of like dent it on its way out.
But using the knowledge from game one that the player in the left, Drapion, wins charge attack priority, they were able to straight go for that Aquatail to really just force that pressure onto the opponent. Unfortunately, they've sort of just decided to let their Drapion stick around and sort of give the opponent farm anyway. So I don't think they've capitalized entirely on the possible advantage, but we are actually going to see it survive. Oh, unfortunately, wasn't able to swap. Goes down with the Aquatail, which is kind of unfortunate, but we'll see. I guess you could actually kind of go either way here, but it feels like Credilli is potentially the safer route. We do know that there is a Gliscod in the back, so maybe at least eating this crunch onto the Credilli gives a Talonflame its best chance of success. But with no shields, Talonflame is going to be a little bit tough to bring into a
Yeah,
Gliscod Credilli team.
I was just like kind of noticing that, especially when you see like how that play was to like use sort of both of the shields in the front. I think they really were hoping to kind of like rely entirely on switch, and that ends up being like pretty dangerous just because like Talonflame with like zero shields, there's like not much it can kind of really capitalize on the other team. So it's kind of like a dangerous proposition. It may have made me think that the left player should have kind of like adjusted, but
Mm.
again, sometimes I think it's like hard to kind of like read that on the spot.
Yeah, and look, now they see that it is the Credilli in the back, and at this point, it's GG's. There's nothing they can do. I think that they probably, like, I guess, obviously they tried to get that little bit of a swap, but even if you left, like, 1 HP of a Drapion sitting there, I mean, you'd be in a pretty bad spot regardless. You would have been switch locked. I don't think it would have panned out to a win, unfortunately. So I think, unless there is going to be a review, which, that they're obviously free to, because they did, it looked to me like they sort of lost, I've just cropped out the winner graphic. There's a winner graphic on there, which is just like a word art winner pasted on there, which is kind of funny enough. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think the player on the left, was able to adjust where maybe they could have, but it was obviously going to be a little bit tough for them, even with the team comp as well, because that Talonflame really didn't have anywhere to go, to be honest with you, even if things were
And
going
with that
well.
move set too, I noticed that
Mm.
I believe it was a flame charge, and based off sort of the animation, I believe it was fly that it had too. So it wasn't like kind of the standard like double flying move set either, which kind of gives you a little bit sort of more damage. And when you kind of like look at it, especially against that team, there's like not much where like the fire would kind of like come in on. Maybe if like there was like some scissors or anything else that was like there, but yeah, I agree that that Talon Flame, as we were kind of talking about as they were leading up to there wasn't much it can kind of really do.
Yeah. And look, it's sort of a bit of a risk of Talonflame in the current meta. I'm a little bit, I'm not sure if Talonflame, I mean, we talked about this before the matches. I don't think we were really confident in Talonflame's ability to do well in those matchups, to be honest with you. It looked a little bit like, I don't know what you were going for. I don't know what you were trying to land it on. Obviously, Talonflame with a shield advantage or with an energy advantage, it's a very scary Pokemon into really anything. Like even Golisopod, if you've got an advantage into that matchup, you can sort of flip it if Golisopod isn't willing to burn shields. But it sort of felt like by using all of their shields in the early game, they just really left their Talonflame with nowhere to go. And I don't know, maybe they were like predicting the Diggersby or something. I'm not, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, and
But
also rewinding. I know we had talked about sort of like Claydol, but I think it
mm,
made sense that they didn't, especially seeing sort of that moveset. But looking at sort of Dusclops, um, I'm thinking about like we talked about how much to kind of like use it, and certainly I guess there are like cases where if you feel like a Pokemon's super safe, you decide not to kind of like use it. Do you think there's like a different read here, like Steve, of why like the left player didn't use like Dusclops at all? Because looking at it, I felt like we were talking through, and it was like pretty like safe, and even after seeing sort of the Air Slash, I would have continued to think, oh yeah, I use it relying on Dusclops as either that safe swap, or just to kind of use in sort of the lead to kind of like like sniff out the rest of the team.
yeah, to be honest with you, I think it was just a missed opportunity to not bring the Dusclops. It felt like such a safe read, as you said. It felt like a very powerful Pokemon into literally any Pokemon that they could have brought. You would have been in such a fine position. Maybe they were just really scared off by the fact that, I mean, we saw Drapion and Mandibuzz both coming out in that first game. And so maybe they were just like, oh, two Dark types, it's too scary for me. I don't want to bring my Ghost type, which, but I mean, like, as you and I both know, it's kind of still fine for the Dusclops, to be honest with you. So I think that, to be honest with you, we probably should have seen a bit of Dusclops play going on. I do see Magmar in chat. What's the commentary schedule looking like? To be honest with you, I'm happy for you to take over my my spot, Magmar man. If you wanna let me give you access to the voice channel, because I just have to manually do it on my end. But we can just sort of hang. To be honest with you, I think
The answer is there is no schedule. We're just figuring it. We're just winging it and figuring it out.
Yeah, the vibe is like we don't even know how long this stream is going to go for, and so we will just watch and wait. Okay, I've just given you permission to see the voice channel in the Discord, so just feel free to jump in, whenever you're ready. But yeah, it's very show up, come in, come out whenever you feel like. But we're also a little bit unsure what the schedule of the tournament is going to be. Yo, wait, is that Magma Man? What in the world? Hello, hello. We're covering 3 countries
Hello.
now. 4 if you count
Let's
Japan.
go. True.
Yeah.
But this will give us another voice to fill the space because I think it's probably gonna be another like 20 minutes before we see another battle. So we got time to fill.
Yeah,
Oh,
unfortunately,
goodness.
I think so. Like because the start of this tournament is Swiss, we're about to see one of the downsides of Swiss, and something that I guess Swiss detractors bring up whenever someone says like, "Oh, we need Swiss in Pokemon Go tournaments," is that once the matchup on stream is done, we just kind of have to wait. Like we're completely
I remember
incapable. It's
because I was watching Azul GG stream. Azul GG, if y'all don't know, is a big TCG player,
Mhm.
arguably one of the best in the world. Um, he was watching the TCG side of this event, and he was noting the very long periods of time between matches. So I
Mhm.
can imagine that it's sort of similar here.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, Go just takes less time than TCG generally does. Um, but even still, like that, they're playing a best of one format instead of what's normal in regionals as like a best of three. So even then,
Yeah, I think we do benefit from that sense in that like Pokemon Go is it's a quicker game. So even if we have to wait for like
Mhm.
the slowest person in Go, usually that is going to be quite a bit shorter than it is for the other games. Especially like I was at NAIC watching like the grand finals for TCG and stuff, and they like all went to time.
Yeah,
Like
that's right. They
it's
handed out packs, right?
Oh yeah, that was pretty sick as well. I didn't get anything good, but like they were
Oh, that's
literally like
unfortunate.
going like the maximum possible time, In like one of the grand finals games literally went to just how many people had the most prize cards left over after the bonus turns after time ran out. Like it was sort of crazy long. It was like the longest possible that it could have gone.
Wow.
And so Go, we sort of, unfortunately, we do have a bit more lag related wait times, I guess. Yo, Mel with a resub as well. Welcome in, Mel. PJCS time. I was trying to say PJCS time, but hard to say real quick. But yeah, unfortunately, like we're a little more at whims of the phones performing well. I know that at NAIC, one of my rounds went like insanely long because we were all just sitting there waiting for like a phone issue to be sorted, like for like
I
10
heard that
different
there
times.
was some significant issues with what I presume was the building service,
Yeah, well,
like the internet service.
I don't know. Like, I don't really understand tech well enough to know what it was because it was sort of like it was a GPS issue. In that there was just no GPS in existence.
That's right.
And
So
it
that means the
shouldn't have
top bar
been.
was.
If it could have been fine if there was a way to turn the little warning off, but like the little thing at the top of the screen that was like no GPS found, like it mostly covers up like the typings and stuff. And so
It does, yeah.
some people went ahead and battled anyway.
You can battle, but definitely I do think that like when you look at the elements, you're either kind of like the type to rely on sound, visuals, or like kind of like looking at those things that are there. And I definitely feel like yeah, you can kind of do workarounds, but everyone kind of has sort of their habits of what you kind of rely on to kind of get that information while you're kind of battling.
Yeah. Personally, I decide, like, as one of my opponents was like, oh, we can play anyway if you want. And I was just like, there's no shot that I'm going to continue playing. Like, we are going to wait. I want, like, the fairest game possible. I know I don't want there to be any sort of like, oh, you know, I would have won if I saw the types or whatnot. So like we just waited and it was quite a long time, but we got there eventually. Tristan says, I gave you a hollow Waylord. What do you mean you didn't get anything good? I didn't pull anything good. Let me rephrase. But Mel said she was watching the VGC stream yesterday and saw 2 best of 1 matchups in the course of 2.5 hours. So
that is diabolical.
Yikes.
Oh my goodness.
How does best of 1 have that big of a delay? That's my question.
Well, I think when you look at VGC, since it's like kind of turn-based, I could definitely kind of see how like it would take longer. Now, if we're talking about best of 1 and Go, definitely that would be wild. Just
best
because
of 1
like,
and
just
Go
how...
would take no time, like probably 10-minute rounds.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's that like since our game is so fast, we have the ability to do best of 3, even though the other games don't have that ability.
Yeah.
Like it still fits in with the schedule.
Which is cool.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's something that I like. And obviously, yeah, Swiss can just exacerbate issues, I suppose, if they do come up. But I think, to be fair, we are almost 1.5 hours into this stream and we have seen 2 matches. Like, we've seen 2 battles.
Oh, so, one set. One set. Like, just one pair, 2 battles.
Oh, goodness.
So,
and to be fair, I think some of that was the typical, like, you know, like, this is the start of the stream. And when you look at other kind of streams, it does take about an hour before you see sort of battles. But typically, I would say that there are sort of like battles that kind of start kind of like trickling in like a little faster. And here, like, I can't tell if like it's just the case that they're like not having the right setup, they're getting used to it. Definitely this venue, Pacifico Yokohama, this is where they hosted Worlds in 2 years ago. So they definitely have sort of the setup and they've kind of like done it before. And I'm glad that, you know, they're bringing it back and using sort of that kind of like venue. So I can only imagine that, you know, some of it has to do with like, you know, like the frequency in which you sort of like stream. Because let's be honest, remember our first kind of regional and stuff like too. We built a lot based off that. So given some sort of like kind of like credit to them to make sure that, you know, they can slowly get used to like, you know, the broadcast so they can kind of like, you know, make it a little bit like faster.
Yeah. And like, I'm going to be real with you. Like in the last Oceanic regional in Melbourne back in, a month ago, we had some similar massive delays because there was like one tech issue on like the first match we were going to have on stream. First of all, we were going to have one match on stream and then it turned out that they were a no-show. And so then we had to scramble for another match on stream. And then they were just having really significant tech issues for just first match of the game. And so we probably spent like an hour before the first battle played out. But then it was smooth sailing after that. So you never know what's actually happening in the venue. Maybe it's going to be smoother from here on out. I mean, I guess we can at least we have a constant view of the tournament tables in the back, like of the stream match setups, so we know when someone's at least coming to the desk. But yeah, it's always possible that because it's Swiss that we have a slightly longer wait than usual. But Mel saying in chat that the casters have no filler content, so it is vamping for all of that filler time as well, which is crazy effort. That's solid work from these guys who I did
Yeah, like
yeah.
it reminds me of the fillers that kind of come in, and I think that we found ways to kind of like continue making it sort of like cute and little things that happen that I think honestly do sort of like help, especially because it would probably give them sort of like more time to like like rest and come out with other kind of content. Because let's be honest, I think it's always going to be like the roughest when it's like people are here for sort of the battles, and we're at the whim of whenever they can kind of show battles, and when they don't have battles or there's disputes, we do what we can. We do what we can, and it's tough.
Yeah, look, I've been on
For
a lot
sure,
of
yeah.
broadcasts in my day, and especially the Sylph ones back in the day, where there was no Be Right Back screens, there was no content to throw to. You just had to vamp and vamp and vamp and vamp until you eventually got there, which could be pretty hard. And so the fact that we're in a more modern day where there is a lot more filler content to throw to, or there are little video clips and whatnot that you can maybe lean on a bit more, can be very helpful. And so the fact that they're going in, dry without any of that, definitely gives them a lot of work to do, I guess, to say the least. But I guess Magma Man, now that you're here, I'm sure that you sort of saw all that was going on at NAIC. You've got a bit of a feel for how the meta is going at the moment. What's your delightful day's take for the meta that we're going to see not only this weekend, but I guess going into Worlds?
I did not attend NAIC and I did not watch a whole lot of NAIC. I think especially with Axon's Araquanid win and Dune's other pretty solid performance, I'm led to expect that Araquanid is going to be fairly common. We didn't see a whole lot of Azu at NAIC, did we? I feel like it. I mean, look, I'm not going to say that it's fallen off
Azu's
because
dead.
it's Azu.
Azu's never dead.
Azu's never dead. However, considering the amount of other water types in the meta, I feel like it is definitely at its weakest, and it's something that we haven't seen since arguably the bubble nerf. Because even then, it was still like a pretty solid core breaker, even if it wasn't hard meta. So I think now, since it's there's so many Dedenne exists, and that's kind of your main fairy, I feel. And then we didn't see a whole lot of Tinkaton either, but I'll get to that in a second. But there's just so much water competition that Azu can't really keep up. It's like, oh, you want your ice, you want your ice beam? Okay, well, Lapras does that, and it's faster, with a similar level of bulk, and more coverage because you have Psywave. Let's see, you want, um, sorry, I'm trying to think. There was other water types. Well, obviously Araquanid. You want the same level of bulk? Oh, well, Araquanid does that, and it has the benefit of, well, I'd say beating grass types, but grass types don't really exist in this meta, which is a darn shame, in my humble opinion. I'm a big grass enjoyer, and yeah, it's just it's a bit unfortunate for me, but what are you gonna do about it? But yeah, Araquanid's just so. I expect to see a lot of Araquanid, and on that front, I expect to see a fair amount of anti-Araquanid tech. Everything meta is faster than before and can take advantage of Azu's pacing. That's also true. Yeah, that's a big part of it. But yeah, I don't know. That's anything else you wanted me to comment on meta wise? Do you think do you want me to say anything about any spice picks that could come up?
I mean, it's sort of it feels very early for spice picks to sort of show themselves a lot. I feel like Pokemon like Greninja obviously was sort of in a lot of people that were watching NAIC's eyes, and certainly my eyes, it sort of came out of nowhere in that all of a sudden, the Europeans were really leaning into Scizor and Greninja at the top Europeans, and it was sort of I guess you could call that the spice pick of the tournament. Scizor, I wouldn't call it a spice pick. It was a little more of just of an off-meta Pokemon that everyone was aware was running around. Like, it was all over the practice tournaments. It was definitely pretty
Yeah.
scary. But Greninja was one that was a little bit more low-key. I don't know. I mean, Zweilous ran Galarian Corsola as well, which it's weird to call that spice. So I don't know if I want to go that
I
far.
don't, I don't
I
think
mean,
I don't think so.
I
both the
mean,
Europeans, Patamon, Zizweilis were talking about how they had such chat just to try to like counter the Americans. So I think that's how they came up with like the Sizer sort of like Greninja core. I definitely think that Greninja is leaning a little bit more towards sort of like kind of spice. Sizer on the other hand, I thought it was a little bit more kind of like um spice, but maybe it is something that could be sort of like meta just because like with the disappearance of grass, that is the thing that ends up kind of having sort of that kind of like grass pressure, and it'll be particularly sort of like interesting because I think Mel mentioned sort of like the format, and we've kind of talked about how like I think definitely the blind picks or the blind team sheets, which we haven't seen since like grassroots days, is another sort of kind of like layer that I'm curious how many players are going to lean a little bit more into, because it certainly kind of like makes the players have to think a little bit more, and also us too, because we're gonna have to look at it and be like, well, what can these things run?
yeah, I mean, like, even that first game that we saw, right? There was the Mandibuzz could be running Air Slash or Snarl. Technically, there's Foul Play Dark Pulse shenanigans as well. We saw the Talonflame also could be running any linear of charge moves. I don't think we really expected to see Talonflame come out, but it turned out coming out. The Credilli, one of them was running Acid, one of them was running Bullet Seed, and you just don't know any of this until you actually get onto the battlefield and see it. And it makes things a lot more scary, I guess, when you have to pick your teams, and it makes you maybe you make decisions that you might not make otherwise if you had all the information on board. I mean, I am just sort of thinking of the grand finals between Axon and Ilum, and the fact that Ilum sort of had the knowledge up his sleeve, or Axon had the knowledge up his sleeve, that my Lapras beats his Lapras because I have Skull Bash, he has Ice Beam. That piece of information alone is just massive when you're sort of thinking about what am I going to run and what is my opponent going to run, because it sort of makes like Ilum have to think a little bit more about, okay, how am I going to take down the opposing Lapras? Do I need to lean into Dedenne a little bit more? Do I need to sort of make sure that I'm not like, maybe I can't lean into Diggersby as hard because I might get really stuck into this Lapras without another answer for it. So I think that it does really put you in a slightly different camp as far as how you have to consider your lines of three. But I mean, we're only one game in, or two battles in, so maybe we'll see it sort of. I mean, we've seen this Lapras graphic on the screen, right, with 3 different possible movesets that are all completely viable. So it's I don't know, it's going to be interesting to watch, and it's going to be an interesting. I think in what Tristan sort of said a little bit earlier, in that we just don't think of the game in this way anymore, and so it's sort of interesting to put ourselves in a slightly different pair of shoes, which I think is cool at the very least.
Yeah, I do actually really like these graphics. How it, like, obviously features the Mon, features the fast move, and the like the different selection of charge moves. I know we have it in like I know we have it in like traditional regionals as well, but I like seeing the typings of the moves as well. It just provides a little bit of extra context, and it's like for those who don't understand the language, it lets them know that, oh, okay, so this isn't any like secret tech. This is just what you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, as Mel
Because
said, the broadcaster just bringing up what we talk about, so maybe we can just summon another Pokemon to get put on screen later. Any requests?
um, I would love to see Shadow Gligar actually.
What? How do you feel about Gligar? Because I am a little bit of a Gligar hater in the current meta, to be honest.
I I actually, well, I mean, I've only been playing GBL, but I think it's like kind of interesting. Obviously, the ground flying typing is still ridiculously powerful. Dig is obviously nerfed, but I think you can kind of. I think it's a little bit harder to team build around than obviously it was in its prime. But I think it is definitely possible, and I think it could really catch some people off guard if you were to bring it to an event. Now, unfortunately, the only event left is Worlds, and so if we're gonna, I don't know if we're gonna see anything in like practice tournaments or whatnot. But I do think Gligar could be something to watch out for, especially with Araquanid making waves.
I don't know. I felt like it's too weak to Dusclops. Was sort of my feeling, because like Dusclops, you can just go straight
That's fair.
Ice Punch, and you just dominate that matchup. And for a Pokemon that was so common, I mean, like if I just go to the Drake of his page and I type in Dusclops, I mean, like it was on the first teams, first, second, fifth, seventh, ninth, 13th. Like it's on so many teams. It was actually, how many
Yeah,
pages of
but
teams is this thing on? I mean, it was on almost 110 teams, which is
I mean, there
that's a
was
lot.
like 368. Well, I mean that
Well,
was
there were
like how many people signed up.
260 teams, I
I
think.
checked. There's 24 Gleigers of different things that showed up at NAIC.
24. That's more than I thought, to be honest with
That's
you.
that's not insignificant.
Yeah. What
And
what
the
are the
highest
best?
placements were 7th Teddy Bear
Oh,
and Dune 9th.
okay. To be fair,
And it
Teddy
was
Bear did beat
interesting
me.
because there was like there was like a regular and a shadow also. So I think there was also sort of the interleaving
Oh,
there as well.
Hmm,
so people are running non-shadow. Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was Teddy Bear that was running non-shadow. I don't think he brought it
correct.
against me, at least. I was running hard into Dusclops, to be fair, so maybe that makes sense. But he was also running
But yeah,
Galarian
no,
Moltres.
you do bring up a very valid point. I kind of didn't acknowledge that Dusclops was like a big thing, but that is a very fair argument. Dusclops is going to be everywhere. But also, I think Gligar for it. Oh, we got a match.
Oh, we got some
Oh,
teams.
okay. Let me
Okay,
grab.
okay. So
Let me go for the translate.
Team one is person on the left is Lapras, Shadow, Kwak, Dusclops, Dedenne, Shadow Drap, and Mandy. And team on the right is looking like Araquanid, Shadow Drap, Talon, Claydol, Lapras, Dedenne. Okay, so these are fairly similar teams.
Okay, I'm putting through the translator. It's all you guys. I'll butt out once I've got the team set up.
Here's another trainer bringing a Claydol on their team. Right. Like last time it was like the left kind of like player. Um, Magmar, what do you think about like Claydol? Do you think it has any sort of play this time around? Do you think we're gonna see a Claydol?
Um, let's see. Looking at the left opponent or looking at the left player's team, it looks pretty neutral overall. Like obviously it doesn't really want to see Dusclops. And it doesn't and depending on the moveset, Mandy could be kind of troublesome for it. Um, but like there are very few IV like Lapras IVs that like Claydol cannot beat, and even then, it's just like pretty neutral in general. Kwak is pretty neutral. Did NAU destroy and Drapion? I mean, obviously, Drapion kind of depends on energy advantage, but I do think it is definitely possible to see Claydol coming at least in one match. That's kind of my quote unquote well, I was going to say top player as like a joke, but honestly, mid player analysis.
Well, looking at this is going to be a case where because of the blind team sheets, we see a mirror of like two Laprases, and this is where it's going to be the fun of like who reveals their Lapras first and who reveals sort of both
Ooh.
moves. Something that we haven't seen in a while, but I definitely think can be something that can change things up based off like what you can see in the movesets. Because aside from sort of like how CMP kind of changes it, also Skull Bash or not can kind of like flip things around, especially since you see an Araquanid on the right, and it would give like the Lapras a little bit more tech to deal with that.
That's true. Yeah, I, we were discussing it like literally a few seconds ago, and then I completely gapped on that. But yeah, actually, considering, I mean, yeah, we have to see whether or not the Lapras is are on Ice Beam or Skull Bash. I would say. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to make an estimate based on team composition. All I'm saying is that if the left player Lapras is on Skull Bash, then that's a huge advantage because Skull Bash lets you perform better into the Lapras matchup and the Araquanid matchup, whereas Ice Beam could help in Drapion and may be able to help in Claydol, like the zeros or whatever. Um, but yeah, I think either move is viable, of course, and obviously you have no idea like what you're going to be seeing. Um, but Skull Bash, I think, would be more beneficial for the left player if they happen to be running it.
Yeah, and this is also where, like, when we're talking about like a blind team sheet, sort of like strategies, you have the ability to bait like you have Ice Beam, but never kind of throw it. Also, to really kind of trick folks. And I don't know how much they're going to kind of lean into stuff like that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how this pairs out. We also need to consider is the Mandy on Air Slash or is it on Snarl? Because the matchups between, let's say, Arachnid and Claydol and Drapion differ immensely depending on the fast move.
Yeah, and I wonder that another thing we're seeing kind of return is Talonflame, and I'm wondering if we're gonna see some of that. We saw that sort of like last time, but looking at sort of like how it was played, it was a bit sort of like risky for them to have a different sort of moveset and also bring it in with like sort of like shields down. Looking at sort of like the targets that are there, I don't see like too much there, so. I'd be also surprised, just like last time, if the right player decides to kind of bring Talonflame in.
I think Talon does like okay into some of these ones. In the Shadow Marowak matchup, there's definitely some. I can definitely see a purpose for it. Um, Dusclops, I think it's fairly neutral. Drapion, it can at least force shields, and Mandy, you're looking pretty neutral as well. Lapras and Dedenne are the main captors for it, but Lapras can be overwhelmed with with an energy lead. But Dedenne is pretty much just a hard stop due to the immense pacing and the defense increases.
Yeah, and something that Steve and I were talking about earlier was just kind of like the type of stable cores that were there, and something that seemed to kind of like show up in NAIC were Dedenne and Diggersby. It's interesting that we see like sort of Dedenne here, but the ground type choices are like different here. And
Hmm.
it's like the second Claydol that we're seeing, and we also see Marowak, which is more like kind of preparing pairing up Dedenne to like a Mud Slap ground type rather than like Diggersby, which is more of that kind of like neutral, bulky type.
Yeah, you make a fair point. I would make the argument that that's because we're seeing a lot of Drapion, even though it got nerfed last season. So I think people are like, okay, if well, Drapion's still around and Diggersby has a kind of questionable matchup into it. So what if I bring a more um like fast move heavy ground type, like a ground type that's like more ground type damage um instead of Diggersby. Because Diggersby, while powerful, Araquanid dumpsters it, and the Dusclops matchup can be kind of tricky too. And I kind of expect that though that these competitors they more than likely watched at least some of NAIC and they're like, okay, I can kind of anticipate that these will be common, so Diggersby might not be the best strategy.
Yeah, and definitely like as we see sort of like kind of these top course things sort of kind of like rotate, and the comparison like previously was like how we saw Drapion Azu, and that still didn't stop people from kind of like bringing it. Here though, you can definitely see that just the shift in terms of like maybe like how you want to deal with the Dene, just because with the Mud Slapper you apply a little bit sort of more pressure. But looking at sort of these teams, one thing that also kind of pops out to me is on the left side that Dusclops. Looking at to the right, I feel like it is like a pretty solid kind of like pick. Obviously, Drapion's sort of like kind of the worst. But something we've kind of brought up in the past is like, depending on where you kind of position it, it can sort of win uneven sort of shields, and it does like offer a lot of sort of pressure there. So, we didn't see it at the last match, but I would have anticipated in this one that we'd see a little bit more Dusclops.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from. The Dusclops does look pretty powerful. It beats Arachnid just because bug bites are resisted. Although I think Arachnid can, I think it just comes down to bulk at that point, and Dusclops isn't doing a whole lot of damage anyways. Whereas Arachnid, while it may not be doing a whole lot of damage back, it can debuff Dusclops. So if that comes down to like a last Pokemon position, I think Arachnid can win that. Um, Lapras is also like a pretty bulky Pokemon that Dusclops can't break easily. And even Dedenne can be kind of questionable for it. It does look very neutral overall, but I just don't think it's going to be quite as dominant as what perhaps you might be suggesting. But I do agree with you that it is a fairly safe bring into at least a couple of these matches.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like, I think it's more about a safe thing than like a dominant sort of like pick, just because it gives you a little bit like flexibility to be able to run down sort of that timer.
Yeah, like you can definitely do a little bit of stalling. Like you can use it as a safe switch, and if you've baited out the Drapion, let's say, we're getting into the first match: Shadow Drapion into Mandibuzz. We're about to see the fast move. It is
Air
Air
slash.
Slash. This is a much more neutral situation than what Snarl would provide. As we see the backlines as well, the right competitor is running Arachnid and Claydol, whereas the left competitor is running Drapion and Dusclops. So I think there's quite a bit on the line in terms of switch advantage here. Because, of course, if the left side competitor wins switch, then they can put the Dusclops on the Arachnid. Actually, Dusclops is pretty safe into the backline in general. Now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and looking at it from like the right side's perspective, what they see and what their line is, I don't think they really want to deal with sort of the Mandibuzz at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the right side player is going to try to find ways to kind of win switch, just to kind of like, rely on that, because they don't want to like deal with it. But it looks like they must have a different plan. They're letting it go.
I mean, I think this is a fairly safe bug bite downrange. You do take some damage due to. Oh, I didn't realize how much energy was on the Mandibuzz. That's a big aerial ace. That
Yeah.
softens it up really nicely for the Dusclops.
I think what you were seeing
Although,
originally is if it could have bug bite down, it would have been kind of like a different sort of like story. But I think that is what really is kind of like flipping this kind of like match.
although this could be really tricky because if the right side competitor tries to switch out clear debuffs, then that can provide a really nice position for the right side player to farm down to like maybe shield once farm down with Claydol.
Tricky thing is
I'm
taking into context the right side player. Their switch is a clay hole, and kind of doesn't want to see any of like those desktop sort of moves. So I think there is a world where they can kind of try to like hopefully go out, but
oh
it's going to be
goodness.
sort of like rough.
The Dusclops is so spammy that it's at two shadow punches already, but it's doing nothing because of the debuffs. All right, water pulse coming through. Do you shield this?
I don't think so, because I think at this point they feel, I would say in the left side side, feeling pretty kind of
Oh, the
comfortable. Yeah,
silent
like,
switch.
yeah. Trying to get up on energy, because at this point they were probably like looking at the fact that with sort of like how much the Arachnid went down, Drapion is typically a place where you kind of come in and build energy. Yes, like it doesn't want to see a Claydol, but this is sort of like a match where if you get sort of like kind of like energy up, you are able to kind of like switch, and a bit of it comes down to sort of the bait plays as well.
That is true. There's still a shield on each side. Now they're going for the crunch. They get the shield, but what happens with the drafting or with the Dusclops? I don't know if it has enough HP. Oh, the defense drop though.
uh
Hold on.
I don't think this is
This
enough.
th- this well, it's not going to be enough, but oh my goodness. Was that CMP or was that yeah, was that charge attack priority? Oh, wasn't. Does this knock out?
Because this has been like debuffed from the crunch.
Oh, it barely survives. Fast move, fast move race.
Oh, that
Oh, one
speed.
Dusclops on like 2 HP. Wow. What an intense game one, honestly.
Dusclops pulling through in that match.
IVs matter, Chad. IVs matter.
Yeah,
That is wow. What a I yeah. I guess I didn't expect that crunch debuff. I think
also,
really
yeah, yes,
helped. Yeah, that crunch debuff I think really made it possible for the left side player to pull through. I don't know if they would have without the debuff because
I agree.
you just land the rock tomb on the Dusclops and the second one wouldn't have KO'd.
Yeah, and this is like an instance where like this is also where like between sort of the debuff and sort of the kind of bait calls that like that Drapion Claydol match could have also sort of flipped around as well.
Yeah, for sure. All right. And as we're getting into getting sort of ready for game number two, what sort of adaptations do you expect to see from both players? Neither or the player on the right brought Drapion lead and had Araquanid and Claydol on the back, and player on the left had um, Air slash Manabos lead with Dusclops and Shadow Drapion on the back. Do you expect to see any, or do you expect either player to bring Dedenne or Lapras at all?
I think looking at this now that you see sort of air slash, that's something that is sort of the standard move, but now you have sort of the confirmation like there. Looking at the right side sort of like player, like looking at that lead, it definitely was sort of the case where neither of the backline wanted to kind of like play against sort of like Mandibuzz, and I would imagine that that's going to be something that for the left side player, like being able to have both like the Mandibuzz and sort of like the Dusclops, safer sort of like plays. I would think that there would be some shifts there to be able to at least deal at least sort of like neutral kind of like damage. But I definitely can also sort of like see that as a player kind of like sitting there. There are like the different strategies of like, hey, if you're like kind of like in the losing side, like how you decide to sort of like switch to kind of like counter that and how you sort of like kind of capitalize on it. I would imagine that maybe kind of like switching up sort of like kind of the team comps and maybe using this as a time where perhaps they might be able to lean a little bit more onto Drapion as sort of like a swap because they had that as like the lead. And even though like the scariest thing would be sort of the like Shadow Kwak on the player on the left, Drapion is something that if you kind of ramp up sort of like energy, you can kind of like set up the rest of your team to be able to like clean up because the Drapion can take that Kwak down.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what sort of adaptations the players make. Seems like we've I I wi- I kind of wish I could hear the commentators and kind of see what's going on in the production because like I want to say that they're kind of getting locked in for game two, but I literally have no idea. Uh,
Yeah, no, I think from like so the sound that you can kind of like
oh,
hear that we
here we
are
go.
locking into game two.
Okay, okay. Nice, 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 nice. All right, we got Mandibuzz into Araquanid. This is a pretty solid matchup for the player on the left. Looking at the back lines, there's not a whole lot for that Drapion safe swap immediately.
So yeah, it sounds like the right player did kind of like lean into a strategy of like anticipating sort of having the Drapion as sort of the swap. And here it seems like the left player doesn't have much to kind of go in. Like there's the mirror and like the Dustclops, and both of those Pokemon are ones where if you see a opposing Drapion, you're really the one who wants to kind of like get sort of that energy swap. So you're right, there isn't much to kind of like answer this kind of like safe Drapion swap from the player on the right.
It seems like the player on the left is choosing is has made the decision to just kind of stay in with the Mandibuzz, which given the fact that that the Dusclops is available, I think like based on the information they have, it's a fairly solid strategy. And this prevents the potential for the player on the right's Dedenne to kind of answer it later in the match. Um, so yeah, I mean, oh, huge opportunity for player on the right to take switch advantage. and he gets it.
Yeah, there is a world the player on the left may have tried to kind of recognize whether or not that switch advantage is important. However, opts to kind of like come in to kind of
Oh,
sort of ramp up on energy. Definitely throws, because at this point it would have been a case of expending sort of like a shield, and this is where like you probably want to continue sort of ramping up. So I can kind of see where this kind of comes in. But now is like answer sort of from by the Dedenne from the right.
Dedenne comes in, doesn't or decides to not shield the first one, I which is sort of unexpected for Dedenne players in most situations. However, Dusclops doesn't have a very high attack stat, so I can definitely understand the decision to no shield. Parabolic does or puts Dusclops into about half health, and Parabolic charge is reached once again, and player on the left expends the first shield of the match. This Dedenne is getting beefy though.
And it decides
And
to switch and opt it, and rather than leaning into sort of the defense buff. I think that the idea sort of like here was to be able to start kind of like chipping away. I'm a bit sort of like surprised that they like did that, but I definitely think that there are some team reads that are being made here of what was in the back, because this is like how the players are finally seeing the full teams.
I was going to say I'm a little bit surprised that the bubble beam wasn't thrown, but then I realized, well, you can't really threaten the knockout if you don't farm up to the water pulse, huh? Bubble beam comes through, gets no shielded, but this should provide a fairly safe opportunity for the farm down. However, the Drapion is still alive, and the switch timers are coming up. So do you come back in?
Ah,
Oh wow! The bubble beam throw is huge, but it's a no shield.
yeah, Araquanid
You
being
can't really
something kind of like
switch,
weak
can
here.
you?
I think the desktops would have been perfectly fine if it was like taking a water pulse as well. So I think that was like a good call on the left to not necessarily expend a shield there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I think this is kind of getting. I think it's kind of over for a player on the right. Dedenne doesn't have a shield, doesn't have any defense boosts, and does not have much energy. I think it's just gonna get farmed down. There was a parabolic, but unfortunately, there's a shield on the left side, and I think that will just about do it for this match.
Yeah, I think the turning point here was when the player on the right decided to kind of swap out with that kind of buffed up Tadane. I know that there are definitely times where you want to kind of ramp up on energy, but I think that with parabolic charge and like the defense like boost it gives, what you end up like leaning into is being able to like rely on that a little more. So it's a little bit sort of like surprising for for the player on the right to have like given that up like so early.
I fully agree with you. I think possibly going for an energy advantage before switching out, or even just staying in and letting the Dedenne go down. I think that may have benefited the player on the right because you're not gonna faint from Aqua Tail and Poison Stings because you're a +2 and you can threaten the Drapion for quite a bit of damage, and then Araquanid could hypothetically sweep the end game.
Yeah,
Regardless, good plays to both players, and I I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what happens with them later on.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about like what was the mindset of like so the right side player, because typically when you kind of do that swap, either you're anticipating something in the backline, and maybe you're trying to like save the Pokemon or sack the one you're switching into, or try to build up on energy. And Araquanid just doesn't seem to be that type of Pokemon where like necessarily you're winning something where you're kind of building up energy. That's definitely the case with something like a Drapion when it's there, but with the Araquanid, um, again, given the fact that the Tedania had at least like two boosts and was like in the yellow, that's still sort of like kind of like surprising, but definitely there are like kind of like team reads that get made sort of in the call that are like kind of hard to see when you're kind of just like watching.
Mm, for sure. Steve has returned.
Hi. That was
um, sorry, go ahead.
I'm constantly shocked at not at the teams of six that are coming in terms of like the meta is so different to what we've been seeing at like NAIC or in any of these practice tournaments. I mean, the fact that we had like a mud slap versus mud slap on the teams of six is kind of insane for one. But then like I think we actually saw in that game number 2. This is something that we were talking a little bit earlier about with like keeping track of Dusclops, where like the Dusclops was able to throw the Shadow Punch to get the KO on Drapion when Drapion had energy. And I feel like that is exactly what played out over and over again in my scrims, where it's the pacing where you get to 2 hexes away from the Shadow Punch that they just don't expect, and all of a sudden like the energy's just gone. And like in that matchup, it probably didn't matter, maybe, but in general, it feels like it's a weakness of a lot of players that I think is something that's people are really gonna have to work on pretty hard in the lead up to Worlds for sure. But
I think in that particular instance, the Drapion would have been hexed down anyways. So,
well,
I
they
think
could have done the Aquatail,
letting
right?
go. They did make the Aquatail. They I guess my assumption is that they were looking to get the crunch off because they knew they could get to it before the Dusclops got farmed down. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
from
it
what I
was
remember, a Dusclops usually needs to throw 3 charge moves to take out a Drapion. And of those three moves, it just needs to land sort of like 2. And it's like 2 ice punches and a shadow punch.
Mm-hmm.
That you will usually kind of take it down. In this case, because of sort of the speed, I definitely think it was like the case where with sort of the swap, it was important. And I think that the left player made the right call just throwing that shadow punch. There's definitely the times where you want to kind of do that farm down, but I think had the left player opted for that, it would have like lost because the right player would have gotten to the Octail first.
Yeah. I think that I think
yeah.
it makes sense. Did anyone
Mhm.
catch the player names? Because they're on screen for such a short amount of time. I like the
I
translation was that it was Kimishima, was a like government name, but
Yeah, I did see the top, or I did see the right side player's name for like a second, but unfortunately I didn't get a good look.
yeah, hang on. Okay,
See, this is
we can
where
grab it here.
I need to.
yeah, you're doing what I was coming up with, which was like we need someone to scrub back and just start
Okay,
like matching kind of like
hang on.
names
Let
like
me
that,
get.
which we can do because we have enough down to.
Oh yeah,
So
that's
yeah.
right. We know that like the other battle isn't like about to start, so
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. So slowly, we can start piecing together the trader names with like their government names.
yeah.
Oh,
So
true, yeah.
Urusei
I gotta dip for a
Yatsuda.
second. I gotta move rooms.
Yeah, all
I
good,
will
all good.
return momentarily.
Come in and out as you please. But yeah, all right. Watch out for Urusei Yatsuda, I suppose. And again, I'm not entirely sure on the format of the tournament in terms of like how it progresses from Swiss to not Swiss. Do you have any clues, Alan?
From what I saw, it seems like it's just kind of Swiss, and I don't know if that's only for like day one or whether they're going to kind of switch. So I'm not sure how they're going to change that up. I would imagine at some point they're going to switch to a best of, but
Yeah.
again, looking through sort of the website with kind of the translations, nothing obvious is really kind of like popping up to me.
Yeah, okay. Tristan just said that last year there was no public bracket, and the bracket was only available to players at the venue, which is kind of hecky. it's not great. Like when it is being like, if this was just like your classic Asian tournament where there isn't a broadcast and it's just private, I sort of like, all right, fair play. But the fact that it's being broadcast, I mean, at least like in English culture, it's very much like having the bracket link publicly available is kind of like, I don't know, a key part in my view, especially if they don't sort of show bracket updates on the stream. Because presumably that was like round 2 Swiss, right? So presumably like there is like sort of a full bracket update that we're sort of missing. There was a link that got sent in there. I'm going to paste that link in and hope that Ben the Bowler isn't like sending me a virus. Actually, this could be. Oh, we do have a sort of bracket actually. Look, I need to understand how this works, but they've generated pairings for round 3 by the looks of it, but I have no idea what's going on, to be honest with you. Okay, unban that link. Yeah, how do I? I can post the link. It's a really weird link. I'll be honest with you. So let me.
Steve is sending viruses to everyone. No, this looks like a legitimate link.
Yeah, I'm sharing the virus around, but yeah, I'm not quite sure. So if I just like Google Translate one of the rows, what is it spitting out at me? It's just 2 names. Okay, so they're the pairing, like its name, like I guess
So
table
this must be like
85,
their
name.
challenge.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm not seeing it show the actual results, I guess. which is kind of unfortunate. Unless this means winner. Maybe this means winner. Please hold while we figure out how this site is working. I'm sure it'll make it obvious at some point. Oh no, it's just your name. All right, then why do we... If that's your name.
Oh, actually, Steve, it does look like if you click on those like links that are there, there's like it looks like there's like 3 groups, 1,
Yep.
2, and 3.
Yep.
And when I clicked on group 1, it started showing some of like the total scores. Like I'm seeing some 3 3s, some 0 0s. This actually could be more of a how many points you're getting across the entire tournament, because I am seeing 3 3 doesn't seem to make sense. So it seems like that's like some points about like your people who have gotten wins.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. I don't know why that wasn't showing up for me before, but yeah, it's starting to appear actually. Yeah. Okay. Although 3 3 is kind of, I guess, yeah, it's points. So like 3 would be a win from round 1. I see.
I think I saw like on like the tournament page where a win constitutes 3 point. Oh yeah, wins are 3 points, losses and draws are 0 points.
Yeah. Which obviously, like, we're not going to see any draws, right? So,
right. I mean, yeah.
Let me pin the bracket link to the Twitch chat, but I think we're gonna have to, like, obviously one of the downsides is that we can't copy paste the player's Japanese name from the screen to like control effort and see how they're doing.
Yeah, we need some more back office production for someone to be like doing that and doing the mapping and stuff. But Steve, you're running like things on your own, so it's gonna be a little bit like sort of tough. I would hope that as we kind of like close in on some kind of finals ones, which might be more like I think like tomorrow when there's like the top kind of bracket, like some of those like names will have been repeats.
Well, I think this is a one-day tournament, like, because it's Sunday.
Oh, it's a
Japan
one-day
time.
tournament. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'm not sure. I guess we can. If there's 138 players, which does that even? It doesn't look like there's that many on these lists, to be honest with you.
I know that we've had some American and European regionals that have had that many people and it still stretches out into 2. So this is why like
yeah,
it kind of like depends, especially since those will have been double eliminations off of challenge, and here we're talking about 130 plus person tournament on Swiss.
Yeah.
And we can only imagine just how in grassroots days, I'm remembering how you could have like just even 90 people, and that could take a while with Swiss.
Okay, Braz just dropped this in chat. After the 6 or 7 rounds of Swiss, top 8 will play elimination. Okay, so there's actually going to be some level of whatchamacallit. Oh, let me doing this. There's going to be some level of people qualifying for Worlds just from the Swiss rounds, and they won't even play any more battles, which is kind of interesting because it's top 16 qualify. So 8 people are just going to qualify without even progressing, which is kind of crazy. But good on
Hey
him.
Magmar, welcome back. We're just with the help of chat, just trying to find a little bit more details about exactly the structure, format, and the bracketing of that link. It looks like Steve has not been virused, and we have a bracket link. There's still some difficulty in looking at it, just because you need to translate it if you don't understand Japanese, but you can at least look through it and kind of get a semblance of like who's playing who.
Yeah, for those that don't want to click on the virus link, let me pull it up on the screen just for It's like, this is what it looks like, chat. This is
I see.
So like
now,
you can.
So how do so if top 16 qualify?
Yeah.
What are the top 8? What is the top 8 elimination bracket for? Is it for prizing or?
I assume so. So someone is actually telling me that in Japan they actually treat this a little bit more like this one tournament is all that matters. Like they're sort of a little bit blind as to Worlds, where this tournament is determining who the best player in Japan is, and that is really important. So like it's sort of outside of the World Championships, people do want to win this tournament for the glory, basically. I'm sure like the prizing is important as well, but yeah, I think that winning this matters a bit more than like, obviously, like, when you win a regional, it's like that's very cool, obviously, like you're a regional champion, but it's all sort of in service of the World Championships, right? Whereas I think, yeah, from what I hear, the World Championships matters very much, but so does winning this tournament a lot more than winning a regional does, I think.
Gotcha. I mean, I guess that's logical, right? Because sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Well, I was gonna say, because like with regional tournaments, obviously, like those are big major events, but it's like there are multiple of those per season,
Hmm.
and obviously players from other regions can attend there. So it's less so about specifically being the best in the region and more so just being the best on that day.
Hmm.
Whereas for the Japanese qualifiers, it's like only Japanese people can attend and like qualify for this tournament. So it seems logical that like if you win this tournament, you're like without any sort of speculation the best player in Japan. Whereas for regionals, it's like, okay, well you were the best on this day, but you also placed like, like seventh in this tournament and you placed like top 20 top 25 in another tournament, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I guess there's also like the way that the Japanese tournament structure is built is that you've actually had to qualify for PJCS as well. It's like this isn't even like
Oh,
not
that's true.
everyone could
Tord
jump
is
in,
playing TCG.
so this is a little
Yeah,
bit
I was
like
looking
yeah.
at how leading up to this, and from previous sort of years, you can tell that like to qualify for like this, they had like little tournaments in the Pokemon centers across sort of like the country, and I remember seeing sort of a bunch of like tweets leading up to people getting the letters that made up this. And to your point, Steve, about how importance of this, in a sense, it's kind of like since they don't have champion points or whatnot, this can be viewed as essentially what the Japanese leaderboard could look like just because of like the qualification sort of structure and kind of the placings that's there because there isn't any another opportunity for them to kind of like showcase their skill. Obviously, it'd be nice to kind of see that championship points and see how that expands. It'll be interesting to see how it is, but I can definitely see that given where it is right now, there's a lot of sort of like waiting, and there is a lot of like glory extra sort of like here as opposed to like just the other opportunities across the other regions where you have like a couple to kind of build up the champion points to show sort of like your skill.
Yeah, yeah. I think it makes a lot of sense. Just to get some updates out of chat as well. Tristan said that first place gets travel award as well. So that's like certainly a
Oh,
very real part, especially when you have to get to the US from Asia, which isn't a short trip for sure. Hawkeye also said it looked like there's 102 players here, rather than the 138 that I guess registered. I'm just like the 138 number was just from Dracoviz, but that was also well before the tournament started. So yeah, it looks like we've got a 102 player bracket, which I think means that it's a clean 7 rounds because I think it's 128 players get 7 rounds if I'm remembering Swiss right from like the Sylph days. So I think it'll be a 7 round Swiss into top eight. Where I assume that it's like top eight is single elim, so it's like top eight to top four to top two to top one, so another 4 matches. So I guess 11 round length tournament, kind of, in a sense. There is also the thing about Tord, where like Tord is not a Japanese guy, but he's playing in the Japanese TCG tournament. I don't actually know what the deal is with that. I assume that he's got to like have some Japanese citizenship or something, right? like he lives there or something. I haven't looked into it, but it does seem odd to me.
yeah, actually, I did completely blank on the fact that Tord is attending. I, yeah, no, actually, like I have no idea about whether I don't know about the specifics of that. I mean, I'm not in TCG, so um, but yeah, no, like that's or well, okay, rather I'm somewhat familiar with the meta of the TCG. I'm not familiar with the, and I'm familiar with like a couple of the top players, but I'm not familiar with some of the specifics regarding, well, especially with like, the Japan uh, Championship Series.
Yeah.
I watched the junior finals at NAIC and I just saw the two siblings and
Oh my
Dragapult
gosh.
EX. So in my limited and that was so sweet and touching. And I think that's one of the nice things that you get from TCG with like the age brackets that you'll see a lot more of like, siblings being able to kind of like play. We get some of that in Go, but I think because of the fact that everyone's sort of blended together, it's a little bit sort of like harder. So it is kind of touching to be able to like see it, especially at like
Yeah,
folks are
that was
at such a young
adorable.
age.
Yeah. It
Dude,
was really cool.
I mean, that was like such a point of contention on Twitter. It was like, oh, the siblings are playing. Oh, that's so cute. Like everybody was like, everyone was supportive of that. And you know what? Especially in juniors, I mean, I would be shocked if there was any sort of drama in juniors.
Oh, I'm sure there is everywhere, but still, like I am a little bit more plugged into the TCG side of things. A little bit. I mean, I was playing a lot more before they had their rotation in April, and then I focused on Go for a little bit. So I'll be jumping back in though soonish. But it is cool to see. I just don't know how it works on the PJCS from the like rules front, I guess. But
Yeah.
Sugarman, where's it being streamed? It's being streamed on like the Japanese Pokemon Go YouTube channel. But more importantly, it's being streamed on twitch.tv/pvpsteven, obviously. So
So true and real. Um, yeah, no, I was if we can jump back on the TCG for just a second, I thought Gardevoir was supposed to be like a gone deck once it lost its draw engine.
Mm-mm.
Why is it doing why is it performing so well still?
Well, they basically found a new way to build it with like just straight Gardevoir, Monkey Dory, Drifloon, and it's just still just as cracked as ever, even without the curlier that they wanted to have. So I think it was like
It's just so
most of
ridiculous.
the top decks, which is kind of crazy. But anyway,
And to bring that into Go, you would think that, oh, Shadow Drapion, it's got like nerf, it's crunch, you can't use it. But here you are.
No,
Hey,
no, that's different. That's not that nerf is the same thing as the first psychic nerf.
okay. Well, I know nothing about TCG. I was just trying to bring it back for anybody who was
yeah.
tuning into kind of like Go. But we can go back to TCG if that's what.
I
We got lots of
understand.
time to kill.
I do I to an extent I understand the sort of similarity you're trying to make there, but the difference is that like so the Gardevoir engine before rotation was you're able to use your Curlias so like how the TCG works is that you have to start with your basic Pokemon and then you evolve up as the turns go
I play
on.
Pocket, so I understand. I understand some very
Oh,
basic.
okay.
I just know some very
Okay.
basics.
Fair enough. But yeah, so like the Curlias had this ability where if you discarded a card from your hand, you could draw two cards. So like that was a main source of drawing as well as getting your psychic energy in the discard pile like fairly quickly so that you could power up your attackers faster. And there was also a card called Radiant Greninja that had the exact same ability. So you would have Radiant Greninja and you would have your Curlias, and you would just be putting psychic energy in the discard pile or other unnecessary tools in the discard pile, and you would just like be able to get a lot of cards into your hand every turn, and so it was pretty easy to get like a guard of like within 2 or 3 turns, and then just start attacking with your big attacking like mons such as Screamtail or Drifloon.
okay, but what does that mean for LeBron's legacy? Also, hi Tristan.
Hi. I just wanted to so I watched PJCS last year and I don't think they've really changed the format. So I just wanted to mention a few things on in terms of like how things ran last year. So one of the weird things was the Swiss, however many like rounds it was supposed to be based on the number of players, it
Mhm.
actually ended one round less than that.
Oh,
So
Interesting.
like I can't remember last year was either supposed to be either 7 or 8 rounds. They ended it one less than that
Although that actually
and
makes
went
some
into
sense,
the
right?
top eight.
Because it goes to like a top 8 cut. It's actually like they don't need a winner out of Swiss. So I guess that actually kind of checks
Right,
out.
I guess that makes
exactly.
sense.
But the one thing with that too, um, is that again, like we said, not everyone that makes the top eight, like there will be people that qualify for worlds outside of that top eight, right?
Yeah.
And I remember last year, those last qualification slots came down to like tiebreakers
Yeah.
because everyone had like the same record, especially when they're doing one less round of Swiss.
Mm.
So it came down to, like, I don't remember what their tiebreakers were, whether it was like win percentage or opponent win percentage. And I remember like
Resistance, probably, yeah.
I think it might have been like Pokimichi lost like had the same like overall record as some of the people that qualified, and he missed out by like one spot, and that was like a big talking point last year. And there was a couple other people that missed out on tiebreakers as well because it was like 16 spots and there was probably, I don't know, maybe like 20 or 24ish people with like the same like match win loss records that like that would have been in range to qualify, sort of a deal.
Yeah, I keep seeing this. The wins are only 3 points, and when we look at the leaderboard, it is like 3 points, and losses and draws are 0. So there's definitely like we've seen in grassroots with like the Buckholz tiebreaker, or if you look at kind of just summing up some of the wins, that's also been used as a tiebreaker. And I don't see anything obvious there on their like official PJCS site on how to get points.
Yeah, it might be like hidden because like how like when we do like cups and challenges, like the tiebreakers are like opponent win percentage. Like they might be
Oh
using
yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Like I don't know.
Tom does some sort of I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So that's just something else to keep in mind is like there will there first of all there will be plenty of people that qualify that we don't even see on stream. And
yeah.
also there will be people that qualify or miss out based on those tiebreakers.
Yeah. Which is like, it feels bad, man. It's one of the, I mean, obviously this happens in like VG and TCG all the time where like, people bubble out. And it feels like, oh, that's so unfair. Like I had the same record or whatnot. But I guess the, the easy argument is like, just win more. Like if you never lost, then you'd be in.
Just get good, win more, win more.
It's so easy. Like seriously, it's just that simple.
That said, it does sound nice because it seems like you said that the one changes. It's top 16, right? Because last year it wasn't top 16.
No, it was top 16 last year.
Oh, it was top 6. Okay.
Yeah. I think the only difference was the year that Worlds was in Japan, it was top 20, and I think it's been top 16 since.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Was that I mean, 2022 was obviously like kind of weird. I don't know how Japan went, to be honest, in 2022.
Yeah, I have no idea about that. Yeah, because that was also before we were as in tune with what was going on elsewhere. Before we had our Mr. Anacor talking to all the APAC players.
All you amazing Japanese players send feedback to TPC. That's also very true. And like, I know that a lot of Japanese players and a lot of Asian players in general have like had a lot of complaints about their system, especially compared to our system. Like they sort of look at ours and like, oh, I want that so bad. But yeah, I guess I don't know how receptive TPC is to feedback. Because I guess, admittedly, I'm not as plugged into them as I am into TPCI in terms of like, following all the news and updates and whatnot.
Right.
But
I also don't know how much people are actually giving feedback, right? Like, if it's just like one or two people giving feedback, it might get brushed to the wayside. Like, it might, again, I have no idea, but it's possible that like there's just not enough volume of feedback for them to like truly take it into consideration. I don't know. It's just a guess. But.
Yeah, I was also seeing like there was a Korean tournament where they were trying to pull together players based off their like GBL rating, which was like another interesting way
it
to
wasn't
go.
that. No,
right. I remember seeing.
It wasn't their GBL rating. It was their GBL win-loss.
Oh, win rate.
percentage.
Yes.
Win rate.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Even
Which
worse.
is why,
like that. Yeah.
And so the top players were frustrated because they're like, this is not a good metric. They're like, someone could play like, again, I think there was a minimum number of games played, but it was like, if the goal is to find the best players in Korea, then you should be looking for like the highest ELO. And like, you shouldn't, because if you're going off a win rate, then someone could wait till later in the season and then play the minimum number of games and spike the win rate versus you're going to have top players who are maybe at legend, maybe at 3,500 ELO, they're going to have a lower win rate because they're playing harder opponents. Like, that's not a good way to decide who makes the tournament.
It's insane.
That said, though, I do believe that was outside of Play Pokemon because there it was a South Korea like national championship that qualifies for Worlds. I believe that tournament was like just to kind of win some like Samsung goods or whatnot. So unless I read sort of wrong, I think that was just like another sort of like opportunity, even though it had some strange kind of qualification criteria.
Right. No, it was separate. It wasn't qualifying for Worlds, but the thing was, again, the players were just excited for an opportunity to compete and showcase themselves. And also, I believe that this tournament was going to be like in person and probably broadcast and stuff, as opposed to like their Worlds qualifiers are all online, not broadcast. So, I think they were looking forward to having this opportunity to compete in person on stage, on a stream that sort of stuff, right? Showcase the best of Korea, and then they're like, well, you guys aren't your selection criteria isn't really picking the best of Korea, so like, what the heck?
Yeah, that's so annoying. It's just for feel like this tournament that like say they just run this, they don't change anything, it's whatever. This tournament with like worse players than would be if they just did it based on elo. The tournament is just like gonna be highlighting worse Korean players that if they were just showcasing like the actual Korean play Pokemon tournament, which is crazy. It's such a
Exactly.
that would suck. For like, because also the Koreans, like, obviously, you should be, the better you perform at Worlds, the more likely you are to be put on stream. But the Koreans almost never are put on stream because, I mean, usually there's only one of them actually attending, to be fair. Like, they don't have a lot of opportunity. But, like, I've barely seen any Asian representation.
UIC had like 2 or 3, I believe. I
Yeah.
saw on the Arcane9 leaderboard that was like there, and I think that like the point does remain that it's pretty limited, but I think that it's like a good thing that they now have the ability to at least go and
Yeah.
get those tournaments as a way.
Mhm.
That said, incremental
Yeah,
improvement.
'cause-
Hopefully they'll get points at some point.
Yeah, because at Worlds there's so many players to showcase, and it's like,
Yeah.
how do you? I can't imagine how broadcast is picking these matches, because it's like you look across the bracket and there's probably like over 10 matches every round you want to show if you could,
Yeah.
and you have to pick like one, maybe two.
Yeah.
So it's certainly tough because there's so many good players, and it's like, how do you pick who to showcase?
Yeah, and obviously you want to lean into storylines as well. And the problem is for Asian players is that the storyline doesn't exist in that, like, in Europe or in North America or LATAM or Oceania, you have multiple tournaments where you're able to actually build up that storyline. Like, oh, they placed top 8 in the last 3 tournaments and they're really looking for the yada 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 yada. In Asia, like, they've played 1 tournament, like that's it. So it's like,
well, and it's even harder than that, because with how tough it is to qualify in these Asian markets, like a lot of these players like might be qualifying for their first time, and it's not the same people that qualified last year or the year before. Like, besides like Crescent Angels, there's not a ton of repeat qualifiers per se, so you can't even build the storyline of, oh, this person is qualified to every Worlds or is qualified the last 3 years, because there's probably only, I think, maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 players from TPC markets that I think qualified this year that have qualified like 2 other times in the past or something. Like, you don't have that repeat as much either.
oh, it's actually very simple. You just have to be like top 4 in Worlds. Because I mean, you kind Bill's a boy. They'll be able to,
simple.
like, it's just that easy, guys.
Steve, show us how it's done.
Oh. Nah, look, I'm just want to give the opportunity to the Asian players. So, like, if I face one of them round 1, I'm just gonna lose. That's out of the goodness of my heart.
Steve,
Yeah,
Steve, listen. Look,
you might lose, but
NAC
is that
was a
intentional?
blip, okay? We had
Steve, I'm gonna look
second
at your record. I'm
finishes.
gonna walk over and be like,
No,
"Hey,
no.
Steve, I remember what you said that happened."
No, listen,
I'll hold you-
listen. Steve's gonna go on stream round 1.
Wearing a Slowpoke onesie.
See, I said this to Tristan. So, like, the whole Battle Cats thing was like, I lost a bet and I had to wear a Slowpoke onesie at my next in-person competition, which was going to be NAIC or Worlds. And, like, Caleb is a very forgetful man. And so there was a big risk that he was going to forget to bring it to NAIC and I'd be left to do it at Worlds. We have players lining up, by the way, so hopefully we have something soon. But, like, Tristan was like, oh, no, all good, man. Like, if Caleb misses it for NAIC, that's fine. We'll just get him on stream at Worlds. And my take was very much that, like, the odds of me getting on stream at Worlds is so much lower than the odds at NAIC. Because, like, if I won one more battle, then, like, I was actually in a very good spot to potentially be put on stream. Because I didn't. Too bad, so sad. But, like, Worlds, it's just so high caliber every single match. Literally every match. You can pull the losers round 1. Any match out of losers round 1 is still 2 Worlds qualified
We got
battles.
some teams coming up, friends.
Whoa,
Dude,
kind of
don't worry. I know how that feels.
Alrighty, well, I'm gonna hop off, but
All right.
good
Thanks,
stuff,
Tristan,
guys.
for
I
the
will
contact.
enjoy watching from my couch.
All right.
have a
Talk
great
soon, Tristan.
evening.
Feel better
See
soon.
you guys.
All right.
Thanks, bye.
I'll get the translation up
Here.
for this thing as well. But you guys are free to
Oh.
take this one away as well. But this is kind of this is crazy. We've got Araquanid Greninja. I mean, we've got like Aziz Wireless type beat with an Araquanid remix alongside Steelix, and then Tentacruel.
Yeah, this is a crazy. Yeah, player on the left is looking like some Ishikawa boy things. Greninja, Araquanid, Galarian Weezing. Is that Shadow? I can't tell.
It's a Shadow
No,
Steelix.
Yeah, the Shadow
yeah.
Steelix. I don't think it's a Shadow Galarian Weezing.
No, it isn't.
But still, like these are like that's a pretty unique
Oh yeah,
team.
That's the green puff of Galarian Weezing,
Yeah.
not the Shadow
Yeah,
icon.
okay, that's
But yeah.
why.
Regular
Well, yeah,
regular
that's why I
Galarian
was
Weezing.
confused. That's why I was confused. On the excuse me. On the other side, we're looking at Galarian Moltres, Galarian Moltres, Annihilate, Dedenne, Diggersby, Dusclops, and Tentacruel. Tentacruel's
Shadow
kind of
Ape
interesting.
too.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, that I shouldn't be surprised at that. But yeah, like these are some pretty interesting teams. I think I found that a fair amount of people at who are like kind of discussing NAIC were like, "Yo, like Annihilate was really disrespected in that tournament." So I think it's Annihilate like during this event because I think Annihilate has a sneakily good place in the meta, being able to double resist bug bites. It beats Cradily really handily. And like in this specific matchup, it also beats Greninja and Steelix fairly handily as well. Galarian Weezing and Dusclops are kind of really solid answer into it. So we'll have to see how much work this Annihilate can put in.
This is also going to be a fun time where, again, this is like closed team sheets, that Galarian Weezing, just overheat or not, like, and how you decide to kind of hold that. Like, I think that
I did want to say something about that, yeah, because Brutal Swing seems like it would be pretty nice for the Dusclops matchup and being able to hit like neutral damage into the Tentacruel. But for all we know, it could be overheat, and that could be a surprise nuke on Dusclops as well, because overheat is overheat.
But
So I
there's
guess
also
we'll
Tentacruel,
see
right?
the moveset.
Tentacruel is another one that it can absolutely go sicko mode with a little bit of a toolbox of movesets. I know there's an Aussie guy, Taj, who loves Acid Spray hidden tech in closed team sheet scenarios. And like you've got Acid Spray, you've even got like really crazy tech that you really logistically could go for, things like Blizzard.
I was about to say Blizzard. Like that's
Yeah,
like some
Blizzard-
grassroots style, like, hey, acid spray like Blizzard, just like bait with like acid spray when you get to a skull just to like really throw people off. Just
I
tricks
think
that people
Acid Spray
don't think
Blizzard
about.
is a little. I think Acid Spray Blizzard is a little bit too ridiculous. But yeah, no, like I think, and the fast move even like Tentacruel has 3 viable fast moves now. You've got the sort of mixed box of acid. You've got poison sting for a little bit of better energy generation, and you have a little bit of extra damage with jab. So we're really gonna be able to see how Tentacruel fits into this meta, and it looks really strong if I can be honest. Like Cradely's kind of a neutral matchup. If it runs Blizzard, then it's more than likely positive. Galarian Weezing, more often than not, Tentacruel is going to get the better half of that. Greninja, Tentacruel can live 2 Night Slashes unless Greninja boosts on the first one.
Never happens.
And the poison and the never happens. And the poison damage, the fast move damage can really add up because Greninja is so frail. And then with Arachnid, I mean, you resist the bug bites, and well, especially if you're running Sludge Wave, then you can really kind of dominate that matchup. And Dusclops, your like Tentacruel is bulky enough that you more than likely live 2 Shadow Punches. Steelix is by far the hardest counter, but even Scald will put a chunk into it.
Yeah, Berto mentioned in chat that Shadow Mimikyu made top 32 at NAIC with their Tentacruel running Acid Scald Sludge Wave. annoying to kind of play with. And
Ooh.
yeah, I think the idea is that there's a lot of different sort of moves. The thing I wanted to bring up was that we've seen so many Claydol surprisingly, and we finally see a Diggersby kind of paired with like that sort of like Dedenne kind of like core, which has been sort of what I think is like that standard kind of core that came out of like NAIC.
Yeah, and excuse me. I was gonna say there's no ground type on the left side, and then I realized, well, Steelix is technically a ground type, but it's like not. It doesn't have any fast move damage, so yeah.
Actually, Steelix
Um,
is another one that's a bit of a moveset dice roll, I guess. Like, he could be running a lot
that's
of different
true.
moves. Not only in the fast move front,
Like
but the
you're
charge
running.
move, like both sides. It's a very,
Yeah,
like,
like you're thinking either Thunderfang or Dragon Tail, and then it's like the charge moves are ridiculous. You got Break and Swipe, Psychic Fangs, Crunch, Heavy Slam, Earthquake. Am I missing one?
those are all the
I
big ones,
think
I think.
that's yeah.
And
I think those are all like
blind
the
teams,
viable
this
ones.
is this is a world where that can kind of sort of go wild. But looking at sort of like standard things, I want to look at this ape, and I feel like ape looks pretty good for the right player. You're looking at like the targets on the left, like Steelix, Greninja, Cradily. They don't want to kind of like see it. Like it has like pressure you can kind of like put on like the Dusclops, if you want to sort of like kind of ramp up. Really now like the major kind of like threats would be Araquanid and Galarian Weezing. But even then, I think Ape is just one of those things that we've seen time and time again. You give it shields, and it can kind of apply a lot of pressure.
Well, do keep in mind that the bug bites from Arachnid are double resisted, so an Eyelid can really kind of ramp up against it without too much pressure outside of charge moves. I would, and you do make a fair point though. Like an Eyelid can really hit back against the Dusclops, but you know if it gets like locked into that, then that can be like really devastating.
I've just checked because I was a little curious, just in case Annihilate could like two shield through like the Galarian Weezing, but it definitely can't at all. It's
No, it can't. I've played Shadow Galarian Weezing like a billion times, and Shadow Galarian Weezing. Well, I mean, I'm saying Shadow, but honestly, like even normal, just the counters are double resisted, and you can live a Rage Fist, and yeah,
in
the
saying
fairy
that,
winds kind of add up after a
you
while.
can two shield through an Araquanid if you're a Shadow Annihilate, which this one is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So that's
Is
that's
that with
kind of
baits and
scary.
such? Is this like something where like it's like cheeky and like blocks like some like bubble beams or?
This is like, yeah, even if the Annihilate, I think if you're the Araquanid, you just go straight Bubble Beam. Because you barely even get to the third one before you just get like counted down.
Oh wow,
um,
that's
that's
kind of diabolical.
yeah. You get like close-ish. So if Araquanid has a little bit of energy, then you can definitely you actually need a few bug bites. You can get it off the like water pulse, but that's with like perfect baiting. If you come in with a few bug bites energy and you get perfect baiting and you land the water pulse, then you can win the two shield against Annihilate. But unless not like if all of that goes your way, great. But otherwise, Annihilate has it in the bag.
Yeah, is there a the right player just doesn't ever bring ape? I just feel like somewhere ape just seems pretty good.
No, Ape has to come. It just has to, unless they're like,
Ape is definitely coming. However, one mon that more than likely is not coming is that Galarian Moltres. It just doesn't have too much. It just doesn't seem to have a whole lot to do. Like Cradili's kind of neutral, I guess, and like it beats the Dusclops pretty handily. But I think the rest of the mons can kind of deal with it pretty handily. Like Araquanid can play the twos if necessary, and then Greninja just outpaces the heck out of it. Wheezing is Wheezing, and Steelix is Steelix.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Oh, blind team sheets, maybe like payback ancient power, but I think just the standard moves that you're expecting with kind of like fly is probably enough, even if it was to
oh,
come. But
Oh,
looks like we got
oh,
a match on the screen.
that is a huge lead advantage for
Wait, these
the
teams are
player on the
very
right.
different. I'm seeing Scizor
Oh,
here.
wait.
Wait, what?
Yeah, those are completely different than what we were originally looking at.
Okay, so well, we were misled, so this is this kind of changes it up. But all right, we have a Araquanid on sort of a Lapras, just
Wait,
kind of like biting away.
yeah, both teams have Shadow Scizor. What the heck? They
It's
were
okay.
showing
Well,
us the wrong teams on both sides.
and it looks like the Lapras has Skull Bash here.
Yep, so that gives it much more play into the Araquanid matchup than Ice Beam ever would. I don't think it's necessarily a winning matchup still, but you know, definitely gets the Araquanid pretty low. The no shield on the second Skull Bash. This will put it into the red, but I don't know if you Psywave down. Oh, you
I think,
definitely Psywave down.
yeah,
Do
I think
you?
so. I think so, just
Oh
because
wow!
you take this move, but you're not. The Lapras isn't going to die, so I think that is sort of the right play. Because you should be able to survive this.
Yeah, that's true. But still, that was
Oh,
wow,
and it's a
forces the
CMP.
energy.
Oh
Wait, was that
no.
CMP? Wait, no, there's
The-
no way that was CMP. Listen, if a Araquanid wins CMP over Lapras, I'm gonna eat my sock.
That's a good point. So yeah, that was just weird because I think he definitely could have committed to that farm down, and I think that would have been like sort of costly because that energy would have been a lot better going into the Dusclops.
Yeah, Araquanid's attack stat is 97.8. Labras's attack stat is at least 103. Yeah, no, there's that was not a CMP tie.
Just maybe a panic press. Sometimes that kind of comes up. But
Yeah,
here we have.
I think that's the more likely conclusion.
Does a boost come
Oh,
through from
the
this Night
Night
Slash?
Slash, no
No.
boost. But the Annihilape's gonna have to throw. Oh, and the Scissor lets it go. Oh, because it's Dusclops. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, but it's Drapion in the back.
I believe at this point the teams have been revealed to kind of both players, so they kind of know what needs to happen. And at this point, yeah, the Dusclops definitely needs to kind of get the farm down to ramp up to try and have an impact. But that Drapion in the back is it's gonna be a little bit rough because it's not ever like a clean match for a Dusclops, and Dusclops needs some energy or shields to its advantage in order to be able to win.
This would be a crazy. Oh,
Oh,
I was gonna say calls the bait, but no, did not call the bait.
that
So
said,
now this comes down to, oh, the no shield, but I think Dusclops just barely lives this. How
yeah, it's
much does Ice Punch?
uncomfortable.
Oh my goodness!
It's not enough. Yeah, that bait was like tough, and again, like Dusclops needs to throw 3 moves in order to kill Drapion. And at this point, just with the shields and the HP, it just wasn't enough for it to kind of
Not
like
even the
hang on.
Shadow
So
Punches. Oh my goodness! Was that Dre or was that just IVs? Wow! What an insane comeback! Holy mackerel!
well, about everything I said, sometimes you can't like tell what happens. Again, as you were saying earlier, IVs do matter. That was an insanely close match. I did not expect that, but at this point, it was the case that it was like 3 moves that were kind of sort of like thrown, and that pacing, even as someone who likes Dusclops, still catches me off guard sometimes about the number of moves you're able to kind of pull off.
So, Tristan put up a semi-valid point. Araquanid can win CMP against Lapras. However, it has to be like absurdly attack weighted, which respectfully, I don't know if you're running max max attack Araquanid. But it is technically possible that it could have been a CMP tie.
Hey, Ashton Nash is in the chat, and he always gives great advice. I guess according to him, just 3-star mons all the time. So maybe maybe that Arachnido was a 3-star mon. That's how it went CMP if that was the
Hold on, I
case.
need to. Well, great. Now I'm gonna look at like a 15, 12, 10 or something. No, actually, oh, maybe like a 7 might still make it. Even at 15, 12, 7, Araquanid is a full 1 point of attack lower than the rank 1 Lapras, for the record.
So possible, but not likely. And I think that this is similar to like I guess if you have like Corviknight who's so attack weighted because you just really want to take out a Cradily. And I don't know if Araquanid necessarily wants to like just like sacrifice those stats just to take out the Lapras.
Yeah, I think Araquanid bulk is far too necessary, and in its other matchups to want to win CMP against Lapras. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few potential like bulk point areas. Because if I'm not mistaken, Axon and I were talking fairly recently, and he was like, "Yeah, Araquanid can hit, or like Scizor Araquanid kind of comes down to IVs because Araquanid can
Oh, and
potentially hit
surprise!
a
It's a mirror
breakpoint.
match. The second battle is happening.
Scizor Mirror. So let's see the cap tie, the charge attack priority tie appears, and it's the left player who gets the better of it.
And again, coming from the players, we can definitely, as casters, see sort of the back line. But when you kind of see something like this, just again, since it's like a mirror, you're gonna want to kind of find a way of like, hey, do you kind of overcharge? Do you think you're gonna win sort of CMP? And what is your kind of like strategy to kind of like get out of this? Whether or not you're trying to get like sort of like switch or kind of like chip it down enough so that you can kind of like charge up with what you have in the back.
The second shield comes through for the player on the right as the Night Slash comes through. Looks like a full and complete breakfast, but there's not a whole lot of health left on that Scizor. I think it's only getting the one move off.
Oh,
Dusclops
it's
comes
fully
in.
charged.
Oh, and they threw the Trailblaze. It was
Maybe
not the Night
anticipating.
Slash, which is what you would have been which is what you would have preferred to throw. But yeah, definitely anticipating that maybe the Lapras so that Diggersby comes in. Um, the Ice Punch comes through, does a little bit, but now but notably it's in Sparkling Aria range and the Azu's. So I guess we're gonna see what happens here. Crunch coming through gets no shielded on the first one. Typically, you don't want to shield the first Crunch because the debuff could occur. Crunch coming
Second one,
through, shield goes up. I expect to
second one
see the
coming in
Azu
quick.
come in.
Yeah, like I'm thinking if they were just trying to find a way to like just do this kind of like chip and dip, get it sort of like kind of low enough. Didn't get any sort of like debuffs out here, but at this point, has been able to probably get the job done. Can easily take this sort of like skull bash and try to slowly kind of like chip this down and also hopefully come away with some energy. Throwing a play rough now.
Throwing a play rough, it won't KO because the Lapras got its attack or defense boosted due to the Skull Bash. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lapras throw another one before going back into Dusclops. This
And this time
won't
switch.
quite knock out because Azu is a bulky is an extremely bulky Pokemon, but
Oh,
oh my gosh, what a catch!
and their switch timers were like slightly misaligned because this is definitely the case where in both cases they wanted to be able to go and dip out and get energy because with how
Oh
low
my
these
gosh.
are, we've seen how that Dusclops has been able
Mm,
to kind of like uh, take away sort of like a game in the past, and now
I'm
being
not
seen on the other side.
Oh, there goes the Aqua Tail, but I think their Drapions just a little bit too low. I think you might have wanted to throw that Aqua Tail before the Ice Punch came through, and now the Lapras can just oh my gosh. The Lapras can Psywave down. Oh, yeah.
Oh, what a
And
farm
that
down.
ends game 2. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that the player on the right didn't throw the Aqua Tail before the Dusclops Ice Punch came through. I think maybe they were a little bit too focused on landing the crunch for super effective damage.
Yeah, and maybe thinking
Um,
about like having extra sort of like energy because there's definitely kind of the cases where like you have to make the call of like, hey, do you want to like just like cut it off like now, or do you need to like farm up a little bit sort of energy? And in sort of like scenarios in the heat of the moment, I think it's like a little like difficult to kind of like see which one's the right way, but you got to commit.
yeah, for sure. I think yeah, like in the heat of the moment, it can kind of get lost on you. But I mean, we can't review the footage, but if we recall, like a little bit beforehand, we know that the Lapras threw the Skull Bash and then only got a couple more sideways before catching the play rough on the Dusclops. So the Lapras was pretty dry, and I think if the player on the right threw that Aqua Tail, I don't think Lapras would have made it to a Sparkling Aria before getting farmed down.
Yeah,
But
that's a good point.
nerves.
nerves, and also like again like how much can you keep track of, right? We can kind of like see that from seeing it, but sometimes like that's like one of those in the heat of the moment, difficult to be able to like keep track of that. So that might have been something that they like lost track of.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. And it may or may not cost them as we're going into this game as well as we'll be going into this game 3 shortly. So I guess we'll see whether or not it was a notable cost. Oh, hey, we're going into the game 3 like pretty much
Oh, you
now.
called it.
Arachnid
Tentacruel.
versus Tentacruel, and the Galarian Moltres also makes an. Oh
Wait,
my gosh!
hold on. This team is different from the last teams. I'm very confused because we
Wait,
didn't complete
you're
we didn't
right.
complete the series previously, and we had the scissors there, right? So this was the
Oh
original team that we had tried to
yeah,
anticipate, and
these were the original teams that we tried to analyze. What is happening?
the players haven't changed. So I don't know if there's like some weird rule where you get to switch your team or whatnot. But let's just go into like
Uh
this. We have a Moltres into a Dusclops.
we're getting shields from both sides, and I think the Galarian Moltres is gonna make the second flag before the next Ice Punch is reached. It's actually on CMP. It's actually on charge attack priority. See who wants to give up their final shield. The player on the left decides to give up their final shield, but does the player on the right give it up? They do. Okay, so now the Galarian Moltres is more than likely going to get the farm down. Oh, they come into Steelix right away, and the Annihilate comes in, and it has Earthquake. My goodness.
Psychic Fangs and Earthquake. Now, the Steelix came in a little bit like sooner, so it would be able to fire off this sort of a Psychic Fang and farm down, but this like Annihilate is certainly going to launch its like Rage Fist, boost up from that, and might be able to kind of farm this down before it can get to another Psychic Fangs.
Oh, I'd be shocked if it didn't. Thunderfang is a pretty powerful move, but Annihilate gets a little bit of extra damage off that Rage Fist, and so it's able to get the counter down. And since its defense is dropped, it's not going to give up too much farm even to potentially the Arachnid. We see the Dusclops come in. It has a Shadow Punch, so this is going to take out this. I'd be shocked if it didn't take out the Galarian Moltres, unless an Undercharge occurred, which it doesn't appear to. Wow, I'm
Oh,
really wrong. What are those?
and it's Simul Swap. And here we can see that from the moveset, I believe it is
It's acid and acid spray.
the Mimikyu moveset that was like brought up. So throwing a sludge wave now, or acid spray. It's an acid spray.
Yeah, acid spray is
Wow.
yeah, acid spray is the cheapest move that it gets. So now we see acid and acid spray come. We see the acid spray come through just before the bubble beam. So I guess we're like about to see the defense is now going to be completely dropped onto this Arachnid, and it's not going to be able to reset it because the Dusclops fainted to the sucker punch.
So all of these Tentacruel like debuffs are gonna be like permanent. And looking at this, it definitely is the case that we can kind of see this kind of sort of like ramp up, and still have the opportunity since the right player has a Moltres if they want to kind of like do a catch. But looking at this, it's
I don't know
certainly
if it's
kind of
going to be
chipping away.
necessary.
Yeah, and it's switching to Scald now.
Skull comes through, does a pretty significant chunk. They're at the bubble beam, but they're not at the that takes care of the Arachnid. And we're about to see what happens we're about we're about to see what happens with the stream because we saw two matches with completely different teams and now we're
The
seeing
same people. So this is certainly blind not only for the players, but I guess blind for the casters as well.
Okay, if I can recall something that might have happened last year, I feel like they had like game footage ready to go from like prior rounds to like ready to throw in case like, you know, things were delayed or whatnot. So I feel like those other battles that were shown with the Scissor or Mirror teams were like pre-recorded kind of, but I really
oh
don't know what is going on the whole. Because like they're also like hard cutting between them. Like they're not playing the transition, so I don't really know
yeah,
what's
well they were playing the transition.
I think they played it
Yeah.
once when they came back to like this team maybe. But otherwise it's been doing hard cuts. So I don't quite know what's going on to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
I wish I knew, but those were pretty entertaining games regardless. So it looks like it looks like those first two games might have been pre-recorded, but that game number one went to the player on the right side with that. It was I would honestly say that it was pretty alignment heavy. The Galarian Moltres was able to like every player every Pokemon on the player on the right side was able to get onto their chosen target. The Tentacruel on the Arachnid is a great target. The Galarian Moltres onto the Dusclops, and then the Annihilate onto the Steelix. Now, I was honestly kind of anticipating that the Dusclops Moltres matchup was gonna be more set in stone, but I was very clearly wrong. The Dusclops can really fight back with those ice punches.
Cyclops also has a similar kind of matchup with like Mandibuzz, where
So,
in
what sort
uneven
of
shieldings,
sorry,
it
go
can
ahead.
take out a Mandibuzz.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah,
That's so dumb.
yeah. Dusclops, yeah,
Okay.
Dusclops can really like kind of throws you off. So given that he can kind of do it with the Mandibuzz, and he does that with a Drapion, it's not too surprising that he can kind of do it with a Moltres as well. Even though Moltres has a little bit of like bulk and has sort of like attack, like definitely like the Mandibuzz is like pretty bulky, and it's something that the Dusclops can take out.
I guess so. So what sort of adjustments do you think we'll be looking at for both of these players? Do we expect the Galarian Weezing to come through from the player on the left? Do we expect the Dedenne to come through from the player on the right? Um, what are our thoughts here, folks?
Well, I know that the right like is gonna keep using the ape, and it's somewhere kind of like there. And Steve knows I'm like a mad lad, so I would probably run an ABA team with both Wheezing and Arachnid, which really just like the best answers like there. Just ape is really dangerous here, and I'm
Oh, the
pretty
ape
sure they're
is
gonna keep bringing ape.
super dangerous for sure. Yeah.
So it's kind of like you gotta have to like do your best and bring like two like whether you do ABA or not, like things that would come to my mind is like what can you do to kind of like handle sort of that ape, have two answers and decide whether you're gonna like put them in like an ABA style or like an ABB style. But it is something where yeah, like that ape is just way too safe for them to run.
Mm, for sure. And we know that the player on the right is going to be or has acid spray on the Tentacruel. So the player on the left is aware of that now because that's all that was thrown in that matchup, and you're never running a Tentacruel without Scald. So with that information, do you think that the player on the left is going to be leaning a little bit more on the Steelix or possibly the Credilli now that it's aware that that it doesn't need to fear Blizzard, or do you think the Annihilate is going to keep the Credilli off the line potential?
Well, I think this is something we're about to see for ourselves because we're about to kick off a match with both of them, and we're seeing ape right
Oh
into Shadow
wow, what
Steelix.
a great lead for the player on the right, and they're staying in, which to my which kind of feels a little bit questionable when you've got those excellent answers to Annihilate in the back.
Yeah, like
But
something
I
tells
think
me here
maybe. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
that they should have like swapped out. Like you said, they had like two amazing sort of like answers like there, so they did go with breaking like two answers like to that. Typically at this point, I think you would have kind of like swapped out, but it looks like it got it down pretty low. So maybe they're also just anticipating a different sort of read in the back.
I you know what? And I was actually kind of thinking that like there is the possibility, well, there was the possibility, I guess, of the player on the right thinking, well, they're not swapping out of the Celix and maybe the Annihilate is going to be really powerful in the back. Unfortunately, for the player on the left, the player on the right did not make that call, and it's really working out for them as they've got alignment onto the last two Pokemon, Tentacruel onto the Galarian Weezing and Moltres onto the Dusclops. The Dusclops lives the fly, so the Galarian Weezing has shield advantage, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
Yeah, like
Is it gonna
choosing
be
to
like
kind
I
of
don't
give up to save all their shields, putting all their shields on the line for this Weezing. And now that we see the Weezing on the line, it's kind of more your standard set. There's no overheat that's like here, so just going with both Sludge and Brutal Swing as like
Yeah, the
boost
Brutal
pet.
Swing would have been really nice for the Dusclops if that came, and I guess it's pretty okay for the Tentacruel, but the Tentacruel is just so bulky that you don't really need to worry about. Like yeah, that's like a 4-shot there, and the Fairy Winds aren't really doing a whole lot of damage. Now the Tentacruel can kind of just go for Scalds and win this game. Yeah, because the player on the left gave up their shield on the fly. So yeah, this is just about over.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
gonna
and
be
the
really
attack
hard.
drop.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't.
and oof.
Actually, I didn't
Yeah,
know
look.
whether or not that attack dropped, but
Yeah,
I guess
looking
we
back,
were. Oh, it definitely did.
as this like game sort of wraps up and it's like a 2-0 for the player on the right side again, the ape was like really dangerous and they definitely leaned into that. I still kind of like want to think what they were sort of thinking in that second game and why they didn't sort of swap. The Steelix definitely brought the ape down, but as you sort of mentioned in the beginning, had like pretty decent answers in the back there. And given how ape sort of like is, definitely feel like they could have like saved like the Steelix for, later on.
The only thing that I can think of is what I was mentioning before, where the player on the left kind of baits the player on the right to spending more resources on the Annihilate and like forcing them to
Mm,
think that the Annihilate is going to be better in the back line because you keep your Steelix in the lead, and it's like, well, if they're keeping Steelix in the lead because Steelix is such a bad matchup, you might be thinking, oh, maybe they brought. So you'd want to spend your resources on the Annihilate and even give up switch advantage. Um, like if you see the Glorian Weezing come in. But the player on the right did not fall for that trap. Um, and the alignment was just in their favor.
yeah, I think again, it's always kind of like sort of like tough to see sort of like how those lines are, and it's definitely things that need to be kind of taken into consideration before you kind of lock in your team. Frequently, as you're looking at a line, it's important not only to see sort of like what your threats are, but also have a strategy to kind of move out of it and finding sort of the right ways to sort of adjust as you kind of play through the game as well.
For sure. Now, unfortunately, that match seemed to go by really quick, so I would anticipate a fairly long wait before the next round.
Well, to be fair, we did fit like an extra 2 battles in there. So,
That is a fair argument.
when I looked up the bracket, because I don't know who this is running on stream as well. Interesting, they like show the full run up as well. I'm assuming she's the interviewer. But like if I'm looking at what I think is the scores for the rounds, it feels like there's a lot of matches that have been entered in. I think, but it also seems to be showing like just the round total. Like it's not really showing like full tournament total as well. So
I see.
I'm not really either the round is barely started or oh no, I think the round is like finishing up, I think. But like if we go over to the bracket now, I sort of if we put Google Translate on and then we click on the oh no, it's just showing points now. It's like there's not that many 0-0s that are still showing up. But there is also a lot of 3-3s, so I don't really
Okay.
like how are we 3-3 in round 3, you know? Like that means they're
Again,
like
I think these are Steve. I think these are points. So when you see 3-3, it's more like it's like a 1-1, as in like the
oh yeah,
if
yeah, yeah,
because of
but
like
like
some of the Swiss. Yeah.
but if we're 2 rounds in, like point to me to the guy that's won 2 rounds. There's no one on 6. This is, uh,
That is a good point. Trying to navigate this and see. Yeah.
so like something seems fishy on that front. Even back on the first page though, like we're seeing 3-3, which
I click something and I see a 6-6 on one of the pages.
a 6-6. Okay, well, I don't know. What if I click on round
They're on
list?
table. They're on table 2006. Player number 85
Oh
against.
yeah, it's just updated on mine. Now it's 6-6.
Yeah, yeah.
But like,
And there's another 6-6 like a little down that same section
yeah.
too. Table 2014.
But does this mean like we're currently playing round 2 and like the scores from round 2 are being updated over there? Because like we can't get to round 3 and not have played 2 rounds yet. So
Hey, Axon, thanks for rating our channel. Party of
yo,
175.
the big accent raid.
I was about to say I would be surprised if we didn't get the accent raid.
Welcome in, Axon. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed what of PGCS you did see. Busted Trainer, thanks for the follow. We're going to be keeping... I mean, look, we're going to be essentially going to be streaming this entire tournament. We're going to be going the full road. I'm going to be staying up probably like a little bit late, but it's not going to be that late in my time zone. Going to be a lot longer for yours. But PK, thanks for the follow as well. Tried to watch part of this event. It is slow. It is very slow. It is tough to keep up when there is so much downtime.
Well, that's why we've got excellent commentary so that we can discuss just random topics in between in between stream matches.
Yeah, Clifford, thanks
We
for the
don't have
follow as well.
fillers. We're trying to figure it out as it is. Chat's been really helpful, giving us links, not virusing Steve, just letting us be able to navigate and figure out how many rounds in we are.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, like we've pinned the bracket link. Look how crazy that looks, and that's just the legit link. But yeah, as far as this question from Ghosts, is this tournament style different from regular Pokemon Go? What is making it slow? The answer, in some sense, is that it is a Swiss format, which means that everyone is playing at the same time. And, we're only seeing one match. It seems like maybe there's some pre-recorded matches from someone else at the same time. But for the most part, we're just watching one match from the one round, which means that whichever matchup takes the longest, we have to wait for that to finish before anyone else can get put on stream. So if there's any, say there's a pair that's playing at the tables that have some reviews, there's just lag after lag after lag, and they have to do rematch after rematch, that is going to delay everyone else from playing the next round, which I think does sort of delay the tournament a little bit. And so maybe that's what's happening. We're not really sure because we're not on the ground, but we're going to try and keep things moving on our end as best we can. And it looks like they do have some pre-recorded battles that they can play as well, which is what we ended up seeing just there as well. But also, Parent, thanks for the follow and welcome in. Pika Ray said, by chance... Oh, wait, we're straight into some battles. Are these the same battles from before with the Scissor vs. Scissor?
I feel like this is the same battle as before.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is the same battles.
I think
a mirror, scissor, a Lapras, yeah.
So I'm noting that Sammy was slandering, and that I don't think that's really on this channel.
Thanks, Sammy.
He was specifically slandering me. He wasn't slandering anyone else.
Look, the man wasn't even here for the last battle, but yeah, this feels like it is a replay.
Oh wait,
okay.
no, this is different. That was shielded in the first one.
Okay, maybe. Look, let's play it as if it's new, because we've got the Lapras on the left, the Arachnid on the right. Obviously, we've got the Drapion hanging out in the back as well. I mean, if you're in this scenario as the Lapras, you really just hope that you have access to Skull Bash rather than Ice Beam, and luckily this time we do. But Drapion in the back is looking pretty strong as well for the player on the right. It's obviously got that super effective damage into the Dusclops. You've got some decent play with Aqua Tails into the Scizor. It's really going to come down to energy at the end of the day. And at the moment, we're going for the longest matchup record in the world, where we have a Lapras that's boosting its defense with Skull Bash, but also having its attack reduced with Bubble Beam. So
this isn't even that bad compared to the Licky Mirror, bro.
Especially with Rap.
Nothing.
Now that it knows Rap, I want to see a Lick-a-Tongue Rap match.
Oh, thank you, Real Dog. This is game 3 of the matchup that we saw from before from Crescent.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Because it was 1-1.
Okay, now we're seeing the Bubble Beam from the come in right away. Do you give up those boosts? You do. You come up with the Scizor. You get a good amount of bullet punch damage, but you do have to be shielding, and you're going to get outpaced by the Aqua Tail. I don't think the Drapion can commit to the farm down, though. You throw the Night Slash on charge attack priority, definitely gets shielded from the Drapion since the Arachnid's too low. And I think Dusclops is just going to be able to finish the game off. The Lapras is pretty low, but it's available for a catch. The Dusclops isn't. The Dusclops can tank a crunch. It might even be in Shadow Punch range. or the
Yeah.
Drapion might be, excuse me, Shadow Punch coming through, but even if it doesn't go, even if the
Ooh.
Drapion lives, it has the catch on Lapras, the anticipation comes in, but unfortunately the Drapion is just far too low, and the Lapras gets the farm down to end the game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that does mean that. Well, I mean, Crescent's going to take the loss for the round, but they're still in the tournament because it is Swiss. Again, we're a little bit and they've done the hard cut again. It is a little bit hard to follow where they are sort of ducking and diving, weaving between the different matches, but at least it's sort of giving more on-stream content, right? You know, they're doing their best to sort of give us more battles, and so we can appreciate that front at the very least. But once we figured
Minute
out
per
that was
battle,
a new game,
I think we're now back on track in terms of seeing battles, even though they've been a bit interleaved, which has been confusing.
Yeah, but now
Okay.
we know to prepare for that, right? Like if we see a
Yeah.
team in front of us, a battle in front of us that has some completely different teams, we know that it's probably a pre-recorded match or it's like an off-table match that's being thrown in. But oh, that was
That was a
Chiyoda.
bit confusing.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's the other thing is that obviously we don't get a lot of opportunities to see a lot of these battlers in other tournaments. And because we can't read the text on the screen, well, most of us, I know that some people in chat can, we're a little bit slow to pick up on who is who. So I appreciate any time that you can let us know who they are, especially because even with the translations, we get their government names. And I don't, you give me Crescent, I can't give you his government name. So it's... We'll catch up eventually. We'll figure it out as the tournament goes on, and we'll get pretty easy. It'll get a lot easier to identify as they keep on playing. But yeah, thanks, Cochino. Wait, Axon said he's perfectly fluent in Japanese, so ask him. I bet he said that. I mean, like, he's the Japanese world champion, right? That's...
You won in this venue.
That's right. That's right.
It's the same venue.
It's his stomping grounds. He should know this place better than anyone else running around. But yeah, look, I think that it is right that this is pretty a crazy early tournament match. But that's the sort of nature of an unseeded tournament. And like we saw this stuff happen a lot in the TPCI circuit pre-seeding. So we're very glad that there is seeding. But yeah, the problem is we don't know their real names, which is true. He's undefeated in Japan. Oh, that's actually... Yeah, that's right. Wow.
Hopefully over time there'll be even more Japanese broadcasts. We'll have more opportunities like this, and then we'll get used to the faces and like the names and the symbols so that we can be able to recognize them quicker.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But actually, Coach Inomum is actually like a secret agent in disguise because she can just go to a friends list and scroll through to find the right outfits. To be fair, we actually do, when they play it properly, in terms of when it's the main match and they play the animation, we do get that one little second where it does show their trainer names on the screen. Obviously, we didn't get that for the Crescent match, but for the main matches at least, we should at least get that little bit of a second lead in so that you can sort of spot out of the corner of your eye of like, oh wait, I recognize that name. That's Pokemoneymaker. So we'll see. But isn't Magmar Man's government name also Magmar Man? That is true. But most of us, that's very rare. It's only your Magmar Mans and your Caleb Pangs. Most of us aren't, unfortunately. But if Magmar Man was competing, it would be easy.
Wait, my apologies. I was tabbed out. What are we discussing?
Oh, players...
Your government name is Magmar Man. Your first name's Magmar and your last name's Man.
Yeah, we're just talking about players
you're
that
right.
Yeah, have their real names as their player names.
Okay. Of course. Yeah.
Just like Steve, we call him by his last name. His first name's PvP.
That's what I told people for years. Anytime that they would ask, like, oh, like, how do you spell your first name? Like, is it Stephen with a PH or like with a V? And I was just like, dude, my first name's PvP because I didn't want to lie.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah. I'll change it one day. But yeah, more Japanese players will just travel to Australia is also true from Trent. In that, like, we are, like, at least on my end, because obviously I'm at the Australian tournaments, I am starting to recognize like more of the Asian players that do come over and compete. It's like, I could spot Yetaruna in a lineup, Pokemoneymaker, choose. Like, it becomes a lot easier when I've actually met them in person. But
I'm not surprised about that at all.
It is going to be harder at Worlds because obviously there's the language barrier as well. I remember at Yokohama, I was talking to a lot of the Japanese battlers through Google Translate, and like we were pretty happy talking to each other. But you've got to have that sort of opportunity to meet first, and if you don't recognize them, then it becomes a bit trickier. So. I
I'll
look
also say that Pokemon Go is pretty universal because also at Yokohama, when I wanted to do special trades, it doesn't matter if you can't speak. If you just show the game and you flash the things, people usually get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's pretty sick. That's Dr. Professor Magma Man. Sorry, I didn't realize we were ditching your titles. My bad.
Yeah, SMH my head, Steve. Come on, man.
Okay. My bad.
Let's see.
I wonder if the Aussie regionals will have more Aussie champs or more Asian champs next season. The Aussies did pretty well at holding off, but the Japanese players especially came really close with a third place, a second place, and then a first place. We'll find out whether that's like a pattern where it bounces off first, or if they're just like now going to win them all. I know the Aussies are going to try their best to sort of hold on to the World's qualification spots, but the Japanese players are really good, so it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I did have someone say to me, "You play Pokemon Go? Do you know Josh?" I was like, "Do you mean Steve?" Okay, I actually think Sesh Ketchum. He's my cousin's boyfriend. I think is the person that you were probably referring to, because they were like, I was talking to them recently, and they were like, I was talking about how I went to South Africa for Pokemon Go, and they were like, "Oh, you play like tournaments and stuff. Like, there's someone in my soccer team that does that." And I was like, "Oh, what's his name?" And he was like, "Oh, Nathan." And I was like, "Hey." I think I know exactly who you're talking about. I just met him like a month ago. But we'll see. If you look white, everyone will come beg for you for regionals. That's also true. But I miss Japan. It was a nice place for Pokemon Go for sure, alas. Kadunari is playing? I'm not sure. Are they on this? Like, this is the sort of dodgy Google Translate list, but...
I would be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah.
I wonder if South Africa will have more South African champs or more American champs or more Aussie champs next season.
Well, look, I think this Aussie is one Aussie that's not planning to be there. Although I did say this on another stream recently, that I actually have a work trip to South Africa next year sometime. And so if it happens to be the exact weekend that there's a special championship, I'll be there. But otherwise, I won't be flying over.
Steve, we know you're secretly a local of South Africa. You're just there so often. Debbie agrees too.
Oh yeah, it's more often than I actually fly to Australia for the regionals from my home in South Africa. It's
Yeah, I was about to say dual. What is it? Dual residency?
Citizen. Yeah.
Yeah, dual citizenship. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, the real question is, why wasn't NTC competing? Yeah, dude, that guy has like a billion regionals and like special events happening. Like, what the heck?
Yeah. Yo, Diavon, thanks for the follow. I really thought, I believe from the bottom of my heart, that Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater were going to be at Durban, because it was the weekend after the Melbourne Regionals where they were both there competing, and I knew that they weren't going to Portland. So they sort of said that they were, going back to China to like visit family and stuff. But in my head, I was like, you guys aren't going to China. You might be stopping off there, but I know where you guys are going next weekend. In the back of my head.
Yeah, really.
But hey, they weren't there, so thank heck for that.
I'm gonna grab a quick drink. I will be back momentarily.
It's all good. But I was definitely feeling like they were going to be there, but you never know with those guys. They keep things close to their chest, especially when they were already traveling so far away. But
let's just say, like, I'm happy they didn't. You should be happy too, so you're able to get the points you needed.
Yeah, that's right. It's all selfishly for my own qualification. I mean, they don't need it, right? They were good. I mean, Eric was on his a million top fives in a row, which was a bit of a
maybe he wanted that first place though. He hasn't been able to secure first place this season.
No, well, that's why I thought he was going to go. Like, that's why I was like, I know he doesn't need this for the points, but I sort of the reason that Eric would attend Durban would be to try and clinch that championship title, which maybe it depends how hungry he is for it. I don't know. It's like maybe he's looking at for
Or
his
travel
Ooh.
award as well. So
Well,
I think that's the
yeah.
other sort of like functional like reason.
I feel like he was so safe on Travel Award though. I haven't looked at the leaderboard. I don't know where he's at. But the
He
fact
is.
that like he needed to like get a second place to get any championship points for even the Travel Award. So it's like at that point, surely you're good. You know? Like if your worst performance on the leaderboard is a third place finish for your 5 tournament best finish limit, you've got to be fine.
Yeah.
I would think. But I hear the person I hate most in the world may be leaving. Like, I don't know what to think of this. I don't know what to read into that message. I hope I'm not leaving, because otherwise, yikes.
Maybe I'll be.
Finally. Oh, wait, I assume it's Magma Man. Maybe that was the meme from before. But I feel like going to South Africa cost as much as the travel award. That's actually really true. If you're going to South Africa for a travel award, you're probably doing it wrong. Unless you're not getting as much benefit as you might otherwise. Unless you're getting a holiday in and such, right? I mean, Mike was going for the travel award to Joburg, to be fair. I mean, he didn't need the points. I don't think, at least. We kind of just keep tabbing back to the
It's
stream
also
as
about
well.
like traveling to like sort of travel, which I think has been kind of one of the things about going to even different regionals, even if they're like within like sort of like our continent or whatnot. I certainly have been able to like see a lot of like the US going to like these different areas that I wouldn't have, or like traveling out to like the ICs as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of the coolest parts of the tournament circuit as well. Like, there's a lot of countries that I would have never been to if it weren't for Pokemon. Like when I went to LAIC, like I don't know how long it would have taken me to get to Brazil, but going for that tournament was it was cool. It was cool, even though I'm down a phone. It's fine. It's worth it. So Steve rich? Steve not rich. Steve broke now. He's poor. He spent all his money on South Africa. I wish. But yeah, I said it a few times elsewhere, but I sort of was originally in 2026, I was going to attend all 3 ICs. I decided instead that I would just try and qualify for Worlds this season. So the travel budget is burned. I do not expect to see me at any big tournaments next season, except LAIC because I got the travel award if they announce that it's the same, to be fair. But we'll see. Mike is a wizard with cheap flights. That might check out, actually. Steve went to New Zealand to meet Clunk. Also true, because I was sort of securing a secondary win con for Worlds qualification. If I got New Zealand points and I got top 128 NAIC, and turns out I didn't need it. I got New Zealand points, the amount of points I needed, but turns out we didn't need it. Alas. Someday I'd like to get over for some European events. I mean, AJ, you've sort of got the path is laid out for you. And don't let me say that international flights are cheap, because they're not, but the Canada to London pipeline isn't too bad compared to some other pipelines. So it's definitely doable to get over to Europe. Pokemon Go got me to New Zealand. That's also true, because I get made fun of a lot for the fact that I, as an Australian, had never been to New Zealand. It's like, you're telling me you've been to all these countries, all these continents, and you've never been to the one literally next door? I got there in the end. Thanks, Pokemon Go.
So just waiting for OCIC to maybe somehow come back to make my way over to Australia.
It'll have to happen one day, right? Copium?
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, man. Rip. I did see that tweet that was like, petition to get OCIC back that was getting a lot of buzz, but it's like, it's way too late for that. It's like, if you want that for 2026, now is not the time. That is so locked in. But oh well. Is there any live info on the bracket? So like,
it's what Steve is showing, believe it or not. So I've been trying to decipher it.
It's tricky because like the points just don't seem to update as you would expect them to update. I really don't know. Like this says like Hiraka versus Mukai is 6-6 apparently. But there's no one here with points updated from the. To be honest, like they're only slowly updating to look like they've had 2 rounds worth of points. And so I
If you
don't
ever
really...
wanted a way to love challenge, it's this. Like we all have our gripes about challenge, but I think Telegraph said it earlier, and he's right. Like I love challenge after seeing this. I have no gripes about challenge after like trying to navigate this. And it's not that like it's a little bit difficult to like understand. It's just hard to kind of like see even with the translate of like, hey, like when does it update? Because challenge will like update. It's like a little slow, but if you like leave it alone, it will like self kind of update the site.
Yeah.
I mean, as somebody who's come into the Pokemon Go scene from like the competitive Smash Bros scene, they originally used like challenge for their brackets, so I have always been used to like looking at challenge and kind of learning about how it works and stuff. I didn't realize that people had gripes with it though.
Oh, I mean, to be honest, okay, first of all, Magma Man, I think you're speaking through like one of those rotating fans. But second of all,
Give me a sec.
I think, oh, well, he can't hear me now. Hi.
Yeah,
There we go.
sometimes my voice does that. I don't really know why.
Your voice does that. Like you sound like that in person.
Or no,
That makes
sorry,
sense.
like
That makes sense. No,
the
don't.
laptop does that.
No, it was you.
His voice
yeah,
just
yeah.
becomes a fan.
Yeah, anyways, so
I
you were
think
saying
one of the large problems of challenge is like trying to scroll through the bracket, especially on mobile, where like you get stuck in losers bracket and then
yeah.
you're trying to find where anyone is, and it's just an absolute nightmare. On desktop, I don't mind it. It's still a little bit annoying, but on desktop I think it gets like a thumbs up. Mobile is where it really gets
on
tough.
mobile, like I can't understand the kind of challenges on mobile. AJ, to answer your question, it's Pokemon Trainer, but I also I kind of dual main Pokemon Trainer and Mario, I'd say. But
What a
I've got like
Pokemon nerd.
I've got a few like pocket mains as well, or like pocket characters.
All right. I
Um,
realize we are a little bit behind on chat, so let me just speed run while they're still getting players set up on the screen. Steve would go to an SPE in Antarctica literally in a heartbeat. If they announced there was an event in Antarctica, I would absolutely that would be priority 1.
I'd be
100%.
shocked to hear that they would have events in Antarctica.
Oh, there's no shot, but I will be there. Melbourne crew's one of the best for a post-regional sesh. That's just the Aussie crew, man. Aussies are sick. It's nothing to do with Pogo, whether an IC is anywhere. It's all about TCG. That is also true. The Go is just like have a side dish, basically, to be fair. Thank you for updating the bracket command, Mel, by the way. Thank you so much, because we were going to keep sending that Melbourne bracket for sure. It's not just TAs. It costs to fly judges, casters, production staff, and equipment to Australia, which is true. I know there's Australian companies that do that sort of stuff, but I mean, to be fair, they don't have to fly in American casters. You know what I'm saying? Just there's a little bit of a cost saving in there somewhere. Challenge is infinitely better than RK9. Very true. Numbers were pretty low. I mean, numbers were low for Go. I don't know how they were for TCG, to be honest with you. My only real complaint with Challenge, this is from Programmer Man, is the scrolls, inside scrolls. Exactly. There's got to be a better way to render that, but I don't have a great idea. 100%. It sucks. To be fair, travel awards are a set dollar amount and not dependent on how much it costs to get there, which is true. I think OCIC is a cool idea, but realistically, Australia is not a continent. Whoa. You Clunk, my guy. Come on.
I'm noting that there are 7 continents on Earth, and last time I checked, Australia is considered one of those continents.
I didn't realize we were getting continent shamed. I mean, come on.
Controversy, more like continent-versy.
Oh, man. And Poland gets a 50% damage boost in Antarctica regionals. True. I should have asked real names before this started. Cochino, we were relying on you. You had to message all of your Asian friends and find out their real names. We were really just relying on you, but we'll live. But I'm sorry, Stephen Joshua, Pokemon Go is not a side dish. I'm sorry, but also
Listen, okay, I'm gonna be so real for a second. I'm really scared about the future of Go because they announced that there would be like a TCG or a TCG Pocket side event at Worlds, and so if that gets like a lot of steam, I'm kind of scared for Go's future.
I don't know, because in my head, I feel like there must be so much crossover between TCG and TCG Pocket that there has to be a level of cannibalization if they had them both on the competitive circuit. So I don't
That's
know.
fair.
I'm not sure how they approach that, to be honest.
Just watch the lag get even worse at Worlds because everyone's playing Pocket and the
No.
network can't handle it.
No. I mean,
Oof.
no, but bro, even in Joburg, we had our own internet line just for Go, and it was still dodged.
Let's see. Da-da-da.
Pretty much only
Kristen
scientists and
Angels has wings
engineers
avatar.
allowed to
That's useful to
Antarctica.
know.
Wait, I'm a scientist
I
and
can
an
figure out who's
engineer.
on stream mostly.
I'm both of those. This works. I'm the perfect cross section. I can get to Antarctica. I see. Okay, let's.
If anyone can watch Pato versus Axon and want to cancel Go, they can essentially get close combated.
Oh, what?
Hmm.
Oh,
Well,
wait.
I think, yeah, like that was a hype set, but at the same time, it's like it's like Go is confusing to people, whereas TCG Pocket, you can like just watch the TCG and then you can watch Pocket and be like, oh, okay, like, or like you can watch TCG Pocket and then you can like get into the main game
Okay, no.
because
You're
Pocket is
so
like
wrong.
so easy to understand.
Okay, I'm with you. It is very, very easy to understand Pocket if you try to understand it. You show Pocket to anyone that has never seen it before in their life, it is so much harder to understand than Go is. Like
Wait, really?
100%. Yeah, the health bars go down, man. You can at least see that damage is being done. Whereas Pocket
I
is
guess
like,
that's
I don't
fair.
know any of these cards. Like you show me TCG the first time, it's like it's going so quick. It's like what does Iono do? I don't know. It's all way
Oh
too
no,
hard to
for like
understand.
I fully agree that like the normal TCG is really hard to understand. And I guess to be fair, like I got into TCG Pocket when I knew about the
Yeah,
TCG.
yeah,
So I guess
exactly.
somebody looking at TCG for the first time, even if it is Pocket, it's still very
Yeah,
confusing. So I
way
guess that
more
is fair.
confusing. At least like Go, if you're like at the basic level, you can just think it's a tap game and you can understand it. I think.
Yeah, I agree with Tristan that even when I was watching the NIC Junior Finals, I was so confused. I was like, I don't know what these things are. I don't know what these things are doing. I was listening to the cast. And I was like, I still don't know what's kind of going on. Cards are going in. Oh, Dragapult. I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, the
EX
whole
cards,
time.
which I only knew because I played Pocket, it
Mm-hmm.
was kind of confusing. Whereas, like, I think naturally speaking, anything that's real time, if you don't know what's going on, you can at least tell, like, oh, something's happening. Sure, you might think it's just tap tap tap, but you can tell like, oh, there's Pokemon moving, HP going down, stuff like that. And in that sense, I think you can kind of like follow it a little bit more.
Yeah, it is
That's
just
true.
dramatically true. Because like
So
yeah, I
so
spent the TCG final sort of explaining to the guys next to me like, okay, they're doing this because this, they're doing this because this, and it's just it's a
yeah.
level of casting that they can't do in the official broadcast because it is so dumbed down that you really sort of just need
It
to
is.
know what all of the basic cards do, and then it's really easy to understand. Like TCG is so simple, it really is, but you need to know what everything does first before you get it.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I think there's like a there's it, I think it's a high knowledge floor
yeah.
for the TCG.
Mm-hmm.
But then after that,
Oh,
but then after that it's like fairly simple to understand.
this match that's about to
Um
play, I think the guy on the right is actually the runner-up from last. I sort of recognize him, but we'll see. But he might be the runner-up from last year's Kip. I think it's like Kip and then a bunch of numbers, maybe. But I look forward to sort of seeing them on the screen so we can actually see whether that's actually the case as they get set up. But TCG looks so hard. It's honestly, I can assure you, it is so easy. But
is
you need to learn it. It's not a pick up off the ground. You need to look at it and be like, oh, I see.
TCG can be kind of difficult though. I mean, depending on the deck, of course, but even then some things like sequencing aren't obvious when you're getting into it. Like
All right, we
like
got
for
some
example,
teams
it's
coming
like,
up.
All
oh,
right.
do we? Okay, nice.
Am I? Oh, I'm slightly behind. There we go. Yeah, it is Kip from last year.
Oh,
Okay.
ooh, these are kind of fun.
Yeah. So this was
Okay.
the runner up from last
Oh,
year. So it's going to be a good
oh,
match for
Magmar,
sure.
a Pokemon here that's gonna stand out to you.
Yeah, Ufisk.
Yup.
Ufisk gaming on both sides. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, and a
Okay, let's
Gligar.
see. So
Here's your
yeah,
Gligar.
and a shadow Gligar. Okay. So we've got Shadow Scizor on both sides, Ufisk on both sides, and Dusclops. Dude, there's so many Dusclops this tournament. My goodness.
Okay.
And then for the
Yeah,
other three slots, we've got Galarian Moltres and Mandy. We've got Shadow Gligar and Cradily. And we've got Shadow Quag and Azu. This is going to be really interesting to see how this plays out because I think Unova Sunfisk is going to be pretty consistently useful for the trainer on the left, whereas the trainer on the right Uvis doesn't look particularly powerful. Like Scizor is kind of like Scizor can be kind of even. The Euphosphere mirror is the Euphosphere mirror. Quag and Gligar kind of just destroy it. You're only really targeting the Galarian Moltres, and even then you have like a Zoomerald to take that out too. And depending on the Mandibuzz, and depending on the move set on the Mandibuzz, if it's Air Slash, then I think that can kind of take care of Galarian Moltres, like in and of itself.
and just to clear up some stuff in chat, I think now that we know that there can be some interrupt battles, I think they are sort of real teams. So long as like we don't get an interrupt battle here. Something that's standing out to me on the left side is that there's a triple ground that's like there. And when I look at the right, like the menace that everyone sort of like hates, but I think there's going to be something really good is Azu. I think Azu actually looks
Yeah,
really solid.
I agree. I think the Azumarill is going to be very, very useful here. It's like it just like it has win conditions against like everything against the left side opponent's team.
Yeah, like the worst thing
Like
it doesn't want to see is maybe Scizor, but even then, like I think Azu's just can do things to like everything
the
here.
bubbles chunk away, man. Like
Yeah.
the bubbles chunk, you live a Trailblaze. Play rough can hit back for a fair amount of damage. Ufisk, Unova Stunfisk can like it's a pretty neutral matchup. Quagsire is also pretty neutral. I think it's Azu favored though. Gligar and Moltres are excellent for Azu, and the Dusclops is pretty even. So yeah, Azu is going to be very useful here, but Ufisk is going to be very useful for the opponent. And I think Gligar's going to be kind of hit or miss. I don't expect to see too much of it. Because it's yeah, no, it's win conditions are really or like the things it beats are Ufisk, which doesn't really see a whole lot of play into the left side team, and then Cradily, which can be like kind of even depending on the move set. If it's acid, that's better for the Gligar. But then like Scizor beats it because the pacing is the same, but Scizor wins charge attack priority. Mandy, I guess, can be even. Dusclops has Ice Punch, and Azu is Azu.
Yeah, looking at this, I can also see like as we've seen throughout all these matches, Dusclops is just going to be something that's relatively safe. Obviously, there's a dark type that's kind of on both sides, but as we've kind of seen, Dusclops can flip both the matches on both like the Galarian Moltres or the Mandibuzz. Unevens, of
I'm
course.
kind of
It's not a.
curious to see specifically the Snarl Mana, or like if it is Snarl Manabuzz, I'm kind of curious to see how well the Dusclops matchup is there. I'm led to expect that Mandy has a much worse time against Dusclops if it's on Air Slash. But with Snarl dealing consistent super effective damage and the option to throw Dark Pulse instead of Foul Play, which is what you'd normally run, or which is a move you might expect to see on Air Slash Mandibuzz, I would anticipate that Snarl Mandibuzz would be a much better matchup into the Dusclops.
Yeah, and something that even these teams are kind of like showing, and from what we've seen in the past, is just really now like the disappearance of like a true ice type. We've seen in the previous seasons that there were like dugongs and alolan Sandslashins and to some fringes like Ninetales. And here, I think most of your ice damage that we're seeing is mostly from Dusclops.
Yeah, actually, I was kind of like, wow, there's like a fair amount of teams that are really weak to ice, and people aren't really capitalizing on ice. I think part of that has to do with the fact that Steelix Scizor is now everywhere, and Scizor kind of has a really great matchup into most of these ice types because you're obviously resisting the ice damage. Bullet Punch deals super effective, at least to a level 9 and you outpace the Dugong and play Charge Attack priority with the Alolan Sand Slash to its Ice Punches, which I'll remind is resisted damage, whereas you're outpacing it to Drill Run, which would be neutral damage. So it is kind of logical that there's not a whole lot of ice type damage outside of the Dusclops and I guess in this particular case, the Azumarill.
And yeah, I know you've mentioned that, like you're someone who likes sort of the grass types, and so far it's mostly sort of been like Cradily, but we've started to see sort of like how like there are these like sort of like pseudo grass types that previously we saw in Furrent, even further back we saw in Cresselia, and now it's like kind of like Scizor who's kind of like taking that role.
That's true, yeah. And Scizor kind of fits in better than most of the other grass types because it's also weak to fire.
Yeah, which is, again, like it's been interesting because maybe there are some anticipations because we've seen Talonflames on teams, and maybe like within the specific teams, it didn't seem to make so much sense. But with an anticipation of reading sort of the meta, especially given how it had Scissor had a lot of good play during NAIC, I could see some folks like trying to kind of like build around that with the meta, and that's why you see some Fire and Talonflames trying to kind of come back if that's sort of the read, but. It is kind of like the case here that again was sort of like blind teams. Looking here, I don't see much that is going to be up for question other than say like Mandibuzz, which even then I would imagine that you would expect that that is running Air Slash.
Yeah, there is one other moveset that I'd be kind of curious to see, and it is the Quagsire, because Quagsire can also like, of course, I think Aquatail is considered more mainstream, but you may or may not be able to see Mud Bomb. So I guess we'll
Hmm.
see what happens with that, assuming it gets broad. And Quagsire looks like pretty neutral into the opponent's team. It can threaten Mandibuzz for a lot of damage. It plays a pretty spammy game against Dusclops. Azumarill's fairly neutral. Cradily, if it's acid, then it can really hit back as long as it has shields. Scizor, I think it might be able to beat in a matchup outside of the zeros, and it just completely destroys Unova Stunfisk. So I'd be really curious. I'd be kind of surprised that the Quagsire didn't come for at least one game.
Yeah, and that speaks to something that Steve like mentioned before you kind of jumped on, which is just like how Quagsire's like sort of space in the meta where it just has something that it can kind of like threaten like folks with, given that it has sort of like Stone Age. But I think from that sound, we're about to head into a match right now.
All right, let's see what happens with this first game. Hiromaru on the left side by the looks of it. I didn't get the right side, but it's a Mandibuzz into the Dusclops. We're about to see the fast move, and it is Air Slash. Okay. The Dusclops counter switch to, or the Dusclops, yeah, the Dusclops counter swap to the Gligar safe switch was pretty fast, and the aerial ace comes through in the Gligar. It does like a fair amount of damage. The Ice Punch comes through just before the aerial ace is reached. Non-shadow on shadow. I wouldn't be surprised to see this knock out, but Gligar is a
Oh my God,
tanky.
it barely hangs on. Jeez.
Gligar is well known for being like pretty bulky, even in like previous seasons. So I'm not too surprised to see it live. But honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if it knocked out either. Get the Dusclops has a little bit of an energy advantage though, and I think it's gonna be able to make two shadow punches before it gets knocked out, assuming that Hiromaru goes for the farm down, which it looks like will be the case.
It also looked like the right player got one extra hex in on the switch in, so that was like sort of like a little unfortunate. But
Do you know the
seeing as
Stunfisk comes in? Sorry, go ahead.
seeing as that how it kind of comes in, it makes me sort of like wonder whether or not like this match might have been like sort of decided when like the Mandibus sort of like swapped out on the Dusclops. I do think that the best place would have been for it to sort of like stay, but I would imagine that's like sort of like the player on the right was always going to just rely on Dusclops as sort of that safe swap on their side, just because they're it in general can do at least like neutral to most things on the left side player.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I think your analysis is pretty spot on there. As we see the or as we see the Unova Stunfisk get both shields from the Azumarill, I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Well, I would be shocked to see it no shield the Ice Beam that's about to come from the Azumarill. But a switch might come through. No catch. It looks like the shield goes up and the Azu throws the Ice Punch or Ice Beam, excuse me. Oh, thank goodness Azu doesn't get Ice Punch. Looks like the Unova Stunfisk is getting a little bit of extra energy before throwing this discharge. I don't actually know if this knocks out. If it doesn't, it's going to be really close, though. Yep, the Azu lives on just a little bit of HP. Oh my gosh, what was that?
And I think the idea is the left player was definitely knowing that with that Mandibuzz back, wanted to farm up as much energy. Clearly could have taken out that Azu, but wanted to make sure that it had like an insurance policy against this Mandibuzz just because of the fact that it's like fairly healthy. And it needed to be able to take out both like the Azu and the Mandibuzz since like this Dusclops is about to go down.
The Dusclops gets one final Ice Punch through. The Unova Stunfisk, I believe, has a discharge, but the Azumarill has an Ice Beam loaded. So unless the Unova Stunfisk is able to make it to double discharge, and it doesn't look like it's going to be able to, honestly, this might be foul play range. And even if it's not, the Mandibuzz has a second move. Foul play doesn't quite knock out, but there's the second foul play, and that's going to be the end of game one. A victory going to the player on the right.
Stunfix was loaded on energy, but it knew that it needed to kind of like build up enough energy to kind of take out sort of like both because it was Mandibuzz is so bulky and it needed to be able to also take out that Azu as well.
Yeah, the Azumarill just had the move, and so it's I the play I think the game really came down to that little bit of the end game before the Mandibuzz or like when the double swap happened, you saw the Unova Stunfisk doing the one thunder shot going into the Dusclops and throwing the Shadow Punch that was aimed at the Azumarill, but the Azumarill's bubble finished, and so the catch on the Mandibuzz was able to occur like just in time so that the Shadow Punch landed on the Mandibuzz for resistant damage, and I think that really solidified the game for the player on the right.
Yeah, and on the left side, while they may have like lost sort of a hex on the Dusclops mirror, I don't think that made a big sort of difference. And another thing I saw with like the Gligar is while it was able to take like an Ice Punch, which is quite impressive, the Glider really needed to also kind of like do a little bit more kind of damage as well. So even though it was able to hang on to sort of that Ice Punch, not enough to be able to kind of like close the gap or like bring back switch for like the left player.
Well, I think part of that comes down to the fact that Gligar is basically forced into Fury Cutter now instead of Wing Attack, which it would definitely prefer to run because Wing Attack would do notably like a considerable amount more damage to the Dusclops because Wing Attack is not only gets that same type of attack bonus, but it is also neutral damage against the Dusclops, whereas Fairy Cutter is non same type attack bonus and resisted damage. Although the
Right.
Fairy Cutters can add up over an extended period of time, the Glider just didn't have that opportunity because the Ice Punch just did so much damage.
Yeah, and Gligar's definitely like someone that is using charge moves as mainly its pressure. And unfortunately, with sort of the changes to the charge moves that Gligar has, it makes it so it's a little bit difficult to have kind of the closing power that you would want on those moves.
For sure. And also the dig nerf kind of impacts its capabilities of finishing games off as well. Obviously, we didn't see any dig damage come through as double aerial ace before it went down, but even if it were to make it to the dig, it would not have done that much more damage.
Now going into this, I'm wondering like what adjustments the left side player is going to make. As I anticipated, I'm pretty sure Azu's going to keep kind of coming out, and really now it's just uh, Azu doing Azu things and a big menace for like the left side player to handle.
For sure, I might expect the scissor to come out because because its coverage is just so powerful into this team. It just deals neutral or super effective damage into everything except for the Manabuzz matchup. The Manabuzz is really the main counter to the Scizor, but I think the player on the right or the player on the left can use that as an opportunity to free up maybe Quagsire or Dusclops. Although we did see Air Slash, so Dusclops isn't even that bad against it. So maybe I'd like to see a little bit of Dusclops um, usage from the player on the left to try and provide a more neutral situation for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I do agree with that in that Dusclops is something that in general, kind of on both sides, is something that's kind of like safe and makes me wonder like whether or not the right side player decides to try to anticipate. But I hear that sort of swoosh, so I think we're about to go into our next game, and we'll see how these players do end up adjusting.
Okay, so it's Kaisarn versus I'm gonna refer to him as Hiromaru, and it's an excellent lead for Kese as it's Dusclops into Gligar. The Quagsire comes out, and it's Bullet Seed Cradily that comes in.
Oh,
This is a devastatingly good. This is devastatingly good for Kelsey.
this is something where,
This
like, again, since it's closed team sheets, it's kind of like hard to anticipate. Obviously, I think with the Cradle League, that's something that you definitely don't want to see with the Quag, but this match could have been a little bit more sort of salvageable on the Quag side if it had
Oh my gosh,
acid. And
Hiromaru
oof,
anticipating that there would be a bait, but the grass knot gets fully sent, and that is a clean one shot onto the Shadow Quagsire. Now the Rock Tomb comes through onto this Gligar, and the no shield is or like it's instantly gonna be no shielded, and that's like half. And with the debuff, it's gonna be close as to whether or not the oh well, never mind. The farm
well,
down was pretty sufficient, and the Glider has a fair amount of energy. Two aerial aces, like actually, but I don't know how much work it's going to be able to put in. The Unova Stunfisk comes in against the Dusclops, but this is not that much better of a matchup. And we see the Manabuzz in the back for Kelsey, which is going to be positioned really effectively onto that half health Glider.
yeah, I'm thinking on the left side they were trying banking up some like energy and trying to make a read on the right side, but seeing as what they don't know is that there's a Mandibuzz kind of back there, it's going to be a little bit rough for them to be able to close that match. Maybe they might have read something else. In looking at it, like as much as the Azu was like kind of really safe, right side didn't bring it at all. So that's definitely sort of like a nice play in terms of just deciding not to like bring what would be considered one of like the safest like plays into the left side.
The Blood Bomb bounces off the Dusclops. The Ice Punch gets sent and shielded into the Unova Stunfisk. And the Unova Stunfisk is going to be able to make it to double moves before the Dusclops makes it to the next Ice Punch. But the Dusclops can kind of just shield through this. However, there is the possibility. Oh my goodness! And the way to ensure that the catch didn't occur was really effectively done by Kelsey. The Unova Stunfisk gets really low, but it's not knocked out. And there's the Mandibuzz that comes into the Gligar.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. Excellent sort of pacing on the left side before they kind of came in, but at this point, even though like there's like a Fury Cutter on the Glider side, Mandibuzz is so bulky. The charge moves from Glider aren't really going to like do too much. This is going to be pretty rough for like the left player to be able to kind of come back from.
Yeah, I and with the shield advantage that Kelsey has, I just don't think there's much room for Hiromaru to make this comeback. Switch timers aren't up, and the foul play is thrown just before the aerial ace comes through. I think that's going to spell an end for Hiromaru's uh, potential to come back in this game. The air slash comes through, and Kelsey decides to shield that, knowing that the air slash goes through and it's going to knock out this Unova Stunfisk.
He's got a second one too, but with the move registering, left player kind of goes down. Tough match right there with that alignment.
Yeah, the alignment really, really helped Kelsey in winning that game. It was just really that Dusclops was just so powerful into that triple ground team, and the Cradilly was just able to find its most optimal target being the Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, that second game was a little bit more rough, just especially with like the bullet seed and I guess like the questionable sort of like just having that grass knot sort of like land definitely made it even rougher for like Quagsire.
I don't think you can really blame that no shield either, because it kind of feels like a lot of Cradilly players like throwing the Rock Tomb first, because there's always the chance that it is a grass knot, and so people will shield that bait anyways, making it a lot easier for them to making it a lot more comfortable for the Cradilly matchup. And even if they lose switch advantage, it can still be pretty comfortable in the end game.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely the case that with Quagsire, there really isn't too much reason to like shield just because it's such a bad match, kind of like for you that your best option is that you might be able to kind of chip away, but it's not like you're able to kind of like have access to anything that's going to be like super effective anyways. It's going to be like neutral at best, which makes it like just really tough and not something you want to necessarily invest shields in.
Hmm. And it might have been beneficial for the shield, because then there was the potential to force shields or just a fair amount of damage on the rest of the team. But even still, I don't know if that would have mattered, like considering the fact that Dusclops was able to put in so much work against the Unova Stunfisk and the Gligar. Like you never want to put the Gligar onto the Dusclops, even with a shield advantage, and so you're kind of forced into that Unova Stunfisk, and then the Gligar gets saved and then the Manabuzz gets saved for the Gligar in the end game, and that's that's a perfectly fine matchup for Mandibuzz.
Yeah, it was definitely sort of like a lot more troubling given sort of those team comps to for the left player to find sort of ways to around it. Just because with like AZ as you saw, like that was like safe to kind of like bring, but also it's something that the right player was able to lean into and just develop a strategy to not bring that sort of like safe option, just because he had other options to kind of bring in as well.
Wait, is Azu good?
Depends on who you
Well,
ask.
it was good in that matchup.
Starting to think that Azu's not dead all of a sudden. I don't know.
AZ is never going to be dead.
I didn't say it was dead. I just said that it may or may not have been the weakest it's ever been because of the other water types in the meta.
Let's just say don't make any bets that it's never going to make a top cut or whatnot. I don't think we're safe yet. You can maybe say that about Metatram though. I'm sure Axon would love to kind of like see one, but yeah, I don't think you can really say that
Well,
about easy.
all I'm saying is that Axum won NAIC and he didn't have a Medicham on his team, so
I mean, he had one on stage, but I agree.
yeah, it was a plushie.
Maybe that's what was holding Axon back. It was just he was leaning too much into Metachamville, and as soon as he, decided that he was going to properly leave it behind, that's when the successes came back.
Well, look. All I'm saying is that I didn't bring Medi in my third place Toronto run, so I think you're really onto something there. Medicham was holding people back.
Okay, now Tristan is bringing up Azu. Is that how I'm pronouncing it, or is that how Alan's pronouncing it?
Alan's
I go
pronouncing it as Azu,
well
Azu.
which is
only
a new one.
well only like when I kind of like shorten it because Azu sounds like it's supposed to be Azumarill, and I get lazy with my syllables, and Azu just sounds kind of like weird. But that's definitely sort of like on me just because I'm trying to be like lazy with my syllables. I believe the full thing
Why
is
say it as
Azumarill.
like why say it as like Azu? So it's like AH and then ZU.
Well, I
Okay,
looked it up, and I think officially it's supposed to be Let me go look it up again.
Azumarill, which also isn't how I say it. I say Azumarill, as opposed to.
Well, the thing is that
Yeah,
is that it's pronounced. Oh, it is Azumarill.
Azumarill.
Yeah, like Azumarill. So like a softer A, not like the A. I'm definitely being late, but it's Azumarill.
One Azumarill.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's kind of logical because the full evolution line is Azumarill and then Marill and then Azumarill. So logically, that kind of seems logical.
To be fair, it makes sense that the guy with the 4-letter in-game name wants to cut down on syllables. He really wants to just, shorten what he says as quickly as possible. He's just a lazy guy. But hey,
I am. But hey, I appreciate people correcting me and telling me the correct ones. I know there are definitely some folks who keep leading in, so I definitely will keep sort of that in mind. And I feel like it's an awkward way to be able to kind of like cut it off. So I guess you just have to say the whole thing.
I guess so. But I mean, I know on the official broadcast, like they're not allowed to shorten any Pokemon name at all, right? They just have to go for the full name regardless.
Noted. No shortenings. Got it.
I definitely say
Got it.
Azul
Yeah,
a
no,
lot,
we,
but
No shortenings.
We gotta go for the full names.
yeah, which is kind of crazy, but it is what it is. I think Pokemon really does like their IP, and they don't want it messed with. So
Okay.
I guess it checks
That's
out.
news for me.
But regardless, I mean, I think I guess a bit of a correction to what we were saying beforehand, and chat was all over it as well, obviously. But that was last year's Japanese champion. It wasn't the runner-up. That was Kai-san, who was able to take it out against Kip in the grand finals last year. I remembered what they looked like because I made the little YouTube video recap, but clearly I had the names completely just flipped. I remember editing the thumbnail and everything, but alas. But yeah, so the champion, I guess, on a roll. Although Cochino said that the opponent is undefeated. She didn't mention that Kai-san was undefeated, but I'm staring at this bracket and trying to figure out what is going on at all, and I've so far failed still, so not entirely sure on that front, I guess. But that was confirmed round 4, even though like we still only have 3 pages of results. I don't know if people are like dropping out of the tournament as they're like no longer in contention. I'm a little unclear. Because if you go to the round list, you can see that there's clearly 4 rounds. So you can go to round 4. Then I don't know why there's distinctions with like a top list and then a bottom list. And the bottom one, there's like more 9s as if they're like 3-0. I don't really know where we're at, to be honest with you. But this is Pokemon Moneymaker, right? Wait, am I covering it? I might be covering it. I am covering it. My bad. Oh, I'm still covering it. At the very bottom. Is that Pokemon Moneymaker? At table 2019? I feel like it is, but I could be wrong. Okay, there we go. That's as big as I can go, so that it all shows on the screen. Yeah, there's still a lot of people that are still in, but I assume we've got quite a few of the sort of ads to play in between. So I guess they do have stuff to throw to, even though they weren't throwing to it before. Maybe they only throw to it like between rounds, something like that. Mel says, I think you're correct.
Pull that.
So yeah, that checks out.
Middle, like, just splice in a battle and surprise you. Seems like we saw a clean, like, 2 battles with the same team, not some other pre-recorded team.
Yeah, that's true. Not Rob streaming this. Maybe he can help us figure out the bracket. Maybe. Although I tuned in a little bit earlier when it was just on the forever starting soon screen, and he didn't seem to have much clue what was going on. To be fair. But it is what it is. Yeah, is Jins here? He'll know better than me. I don't know. Jins is the person that sort of let me know that because I said this like a few hours ago, but it was a few hours ago, so I'll say it again. But originally I tweeted out that like, okay, like, I'll be live for PJCS in 2 hours because that's when the stream was scheduled to start. And then Jins messaged me and was like, brother, the battles aren't going to start for another like 2.5 hours after that. This is like, it's going to start like 10:30 a.m. Japan time. I was like, oh, okay, let me quick delete and make a new tweet to just vaguely say it's in a few hours when it starts. But yeah, Jins is at the venue at the moment. So he flew straight from LAX, I believe, from New Orleans. So I don't know. We'll see if he ends up popping up to like give us some details. But I'm sure he's pretty happy watching it on the floor, to be honest with you. Sounds like a need to convince Big Pika to let me go to Japan to see this in person in the future. Mel, we need the eyes on the ground. We need the hit ups. We need someone to tell us what's happening and how it's all working, please. Big Pikachu, please send our Melody Good right over. Thank you, please. 2026 for sure. Also, please, Worlds in Japan. My gosh, that by far undefeated. I've only been to 2 Worlds, but one of them was at Japan, and holy smokers, that clears anywhere else that Worlds could be.
I mean, listen, I am not surprised in the slightest that Japan has absolutely insane, like, just Worlds spirit.
Oh yeah.
But I gotta say, Honolulu was really fun.
That was like the first time it was actually the second time that it was Worlds outside of the US, because it was London.
Yep.
And it was actually like the first time Japan, creator of Pokemon, was able to host the Worlds in their own country. So kind of wild, just because
I'm really surprised.
It's been over 10 years, and they've never done it like in the home country. So pretty wild.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that was the first time that that occurred.
Yeah, Worlds in Japan was too hot. I think it was like maybe it's rose tinted glasses, but I don't think it was too bad. Like obviously it was the heat was bad, but I think the fact that like the venue was so well air conditioned that like Worlds was, and we were spending most of the time in venue, Worlds was fine in my opinion. But as everyone's saying in chat, Debbie and Coachino, GoFest was too hot. Like GoFest was ridiculous. Trying to go to
that
the
Pokemon
park.
Center line though. That Pokemon Center line at Yokohama was terrible because you were not in the convention center.
Yeah.
And you had to get like outside. So yes, you're right that while you were inside the confines of the convention, great. Like Pacifico Yokohama, as you've seen, great convention center. But like if you going into there or waiting in that line, pretty miserable.
Yeah, that was a bad line.
Yeah,
that was a big step up for Hawaii, that the Pokemon Center line was like in shade. That was a big step up.
Yeah, actually, that's true. It was in shade, but it still wasn't like great.
No. It was still outside, so like it's gonna be hot. But like compared to the Japan experience, it was a big step up, I think, for sure. Mel said Worlds was outside the US when it was in Vancouver, Canada. No, okay, that's true. People keep saying like the US, but technically it's North America, which in my opinion is still the exact same argument. Like to me, it's a semantic argument, which is a fair argument. I'm all about semantic arguments, but I do think
said North America.
Yeah.
But I did say it sort of wrong. So yeah, actually, I think you're looking
that's
at
true.
Vancouver.
Yeah.
I did kind of forget that it was in Vancouver. I only remember the Vancouver World specifically because that was if I remember correctly, that was the final Worlds where where Generation 5 was like the VGC generation, and Aaron Zhang got completely dumpstered because his Rotom just decided it didn't want to play in top 4.
Yeah. Interesting times. I guess it's well beyond me paying any attention. Well, before I paid any attention. I started paying attention when Go was there. That's about it. And I'm only slowly picking up game by game, to be honest with you. But Mel said being on the water made the difference with the Yokohama versus Osaka, which also was very true. But like at the park, especially because my game day was on the Sunday. And by this, Sunday afternoon was my park experience, I think. And by that time, they'd literally run out of water to give people. So it was like, what do we, the sound of ambulance sirens was pretty constant, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. But Mel said she got sun poisoning? Is sun poisoning? I did not know that. Oh, wait, wrong tab. My bad. This one. Sun poisoning. What is sun poisoning?
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, to be honest.
Also known as severe sunburn. A serious reaction to
excessive
sun.
There's a pre-recorded match going on right now.
Oh, pre-recorded match? Oh, shoot. My bad.
Oh.
Okay, what have we got?
Let's see. I know Mel said something about the Vancouver Convention Center, and yeah, I love that venue. Honestly, I wish
holy
I wish I'd been able to attend Vancouver this year. But alas, I'm a
Ice
poor
types
boy.
being missing. Here's an ice type here. Like, I'm kind of surprised
Is
that.
it gonna? Oh, it didn't even. It doesn't even make it to the drill run before it was gonna get thrown down. So the ice punch will have to do. Still does a fair chunk to the scissor, but the scissor gets to leave with full move. The Trailway's coming through against this Gaster. The Gaster is gonna shield, but the problem is the Gaster is gonna be aligned onto the Mandibuzz.
Yeah. This is just GG's on alignment, quite frankly, because, like, yeah, you know, Mandibuzz comes in, we swap into Wigglytuff, in comes the Blastoise, and we're just in a good spot.
Blastoise.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, if this was Shadow Blastoise, then there would be a lot more play for the Wigglytuff, but alas, I think the Blastoise is going to be able to make it to 3 Hydros. Hydro number 1 comes through, does a fair chunk of damage to the Wigglytuff. Swift comes through. Blastoise is more than likely going to shield this. It's definitely going to be the hardest. It's going to be the hardest hitting move in this game for the player on the right, as the player on the left knows that Body Slam from Gastrodon is going to do next to nothing. Hydro Cannon number 2 comes through, gets the shield, and it's a CMP tie. The Wigglytuff Swift comes through, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Mandibuzz has a little bit of energy and it'll be able to make the A's.
Yeah, there is catch potential here. Oh, they do catch the move, actually, which means that this Mandibuzz is gonna... Actually, Mandibuzz is just gonna eat this Gastrodon up, and all it needs is 1 charge move for the Wiggly in the back, right? It didn't have energy? Wigglytuff?
The Wiggly does not have enough for a Swift, no.
Yeah, okay. So it's GG's. I think.
Yeah.
Haha, unless?
Well...
No, that does nothing. We'll see. Earth Power. I guess, is there a debuff chance on Earth Power?
Yeah, 10%.
I guess you go for it. I guess that checks out. No debuff.
No debuff.
Who do we think we are? Padoman?
Moves. I think that's going to be all she wrote for game number 1. Player on the left got the alignment that he needed for the Mandibuzz to be able to sweep the rest of this game. Blastoise did a really good job of taking care of the Wigglytuff enough.
Yeah, I assume it was just straight scissor into a Alolan Sand / lead, which just means that, like, you know, player on the left just had hard wins all the way through. Like, we were just winning RPS. Like, the player on the right needed alignment to run Wigglytuff Gastrodon, and if they couldn't win lead, which it seems like they couldn't with scissor into A/, then GG's. Unfortunately. But maybe there were win cons in there, I don't know. Like, it was closer than I expected it to be, I guess. But at the same time... I don't know, man. I don't know.
Blastoise type we've seen. First Wigglytuff we've seen. Interesting. Team comp.
And straight back in.
Going into another battle.
Okay, so obviously we've got Acid Crility this time, which is going to be a little, like, slightly worse than a Gastrodon, but it's still such a good matchup that it's, you know, literally doesn't matter. We've got Kanto Marowak coming in this time on the side on the left as well, which matches up okay into the Alolan Sandslash in the back, but you have to be worried about the super effective Ice Punches. Blastoise is actually going to be pretty safe across the board as well, but nothing is, like, super duper weak to the Blastoise either, so... I think it's really going to be a game of this Azumarill potentially trying to soak up some energy and actually a hard swap into A/. So we actually get Blastoise coming in, which is pretty good for the Blastoise, to be honest.
Yeah, however, that Marowak is going to be aligned onto either the Gastrodon or the Azumarill in the end game. And so it's going to be a pretty interesting end game, in my opinion. Although the Cradily is more than likely going to be put onto the Azumarill. And that is a pretty solid matchup for the Cradily there. Acid hits for super effective, Grasston hits for super effective, and Rock Tomb can debuff the damage that an Ice Beam would cause.
Your voice is doing the fan thing, by the way, again.
Okay.
I mean, Gastro can soak this here. This is Charge Attack priority by the seams of it, which, to be honest with you, I didn't realize that Gastrodon won. But this Body Slam means that Blastoise just goes down. And at this point, you just bring Cradily back into... Oh, wait, Blastoise doesn't go down. Never mind.
Yeah, Body Slam's not a good move anymore. Blastoise gets this Hydro Cannon off. This is going to be a considerable amount of damage, more than likely putting it down a half. and the Mudslap and the Marowak comes in, trying to get a little bit of energy on the Gastrodon. This Body Slam will have to do before the Gastrodon comes down, and it's going to be as Azumarill against the world. But with the Cradily in the back as well, I don't foresee. I don't know if the player on the right is going to be able to pull through.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're going to be able to eat another body slam. You're going to be able to eat another 2 body slams. But to be able to have enough energy to hit into the Blastoise and the Cradily is going to be a bit of a tall order, especially when there is still legitimate pressure sitting there from the Cradily as well. Does Blastoise have energy or is it completely dry?
I think it's dry.
Yeah, I mean, you just shield up the Ice Beam at this point.
The first Ice Beam comes through, the Acid Cradily I think is going to be able to make it to the Rock Tomb and debuff this Azumarill's attack stat, meaning the second Ice Beam that comes through will not be able to knock out. And I think the Cradily is just going to be able to get the Acid down and win this game.
Even if you don't get the Acid down, you will outpace to the next move before Azumarill gets to another move. And because you survive this Ice Beam pretty decently, the bubbles aren't going to threaten you either. So you just cleanly get to the move, you cleanly get the KO, and it's a quick little 2-0. And fast move pressure Wigglytuff Gastrodon doesn't get the win today.
No, it does not. That Scizor was pretty intimidating for the whole team, honestly. There was not a whole lot to answer that.
I think the left side just, again, leaned on using it the first time. Second time, decided to, like, kind of mention it. When you look at it, already, like, the initial sort of alignment was, like, kind of bad. And then when you look at the back line, he had a Cradily onto the Gastrodon, had a Azu, and also the Sandslash in the back. Kind of really made it, like, difficult, just because there wasn't anything they can really, like, do. And that's just, like, kind of like a terrible matchup. And obviously, he couldn't switch either because he would have been, like, screwed out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
we're seeing that strategy quite. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
We're seeing that strategy quite a bit, where players bring a Pokemon that's like really dominant into the first game, and it pops off, and then in the second game, they kind of read that their opponent is going to be playing as strong to it as possible, and so they don't bring it to try and kind of mix up the opponent, and it seems to be performing quite well, which might be something that our Worlds players might want to keep in mind for the future.
Definitely seen like really high level players kind of lean into that, where you just see something where like, oh, you're gonna have to bring this Pokemon all the time, and then they just don't.
Yeah,
I think that's part of like sort of like your team composition kind of creation when you kind of lock in, especially here it's like blinds, and we're really seeing that it's like a best of 3, but definitely in like a best of 5, even more that needs to kind of be taken into account.
Yeah, I mean, Padaman did that a lot actually at NAIC, where in a lot of his, I'm not sure what we're looking at with this card protector, I guess, card sleeve maybe that was, but Padaman really, a lot of the times I've heard like, obviously he's going to bring this one Pokemon, and he just didn't for game after game after game, and it took him to like game 4 before he actually brings this Pokemon that feels so obvious to bring. And to be honest with you, it didn't really work out for him then, but it is a strategy that can really catch people off guard, to be honest with you. I know that talking to Tomahawk UK, he was up against Battle Bill at some point at NAIC, and in his first game, Battle Bill's team was really weak to Galarian Corsola, and Tomahawk had run Galarian Corsola in game 1. And so he was like, oh, well, game 2, obviously, he's going to go strong into Galarian Corsola, so Freed left it at home. Only for Battle Bill to run the exact same team back that was still weak to Galarian Corsola and was just free without Corsola on the opposing side. And when you sort of like go for those calls, I don't know if you can call them reads per se, but I guess the calls, they can really pay off if you think that your opponent is going to play a certain way. And it's one of those things where it gets mind gamey is, do you think 1 step ahead, 2 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead, and by that point you're back to the start? Like, where in the cycle are you imagining your opponent is? Because you can get some pretty cheeky wins like that, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely. Like when you're like, they would never run the exact same team again, and then they did. Like I've definitely run into times where Yumero kind of does that. I'm like, what? Why is this sort of like happening? And yeah, that's part of like sort of like just like the strategy play.
Yeah. Oh, we have a new team set up. So I'm not sure if this is round number 5. I mean, let's just quickly refresh the bracket page to see if we have a round 5 generated. The fact that it's not like instant cutting to a pre-recorded match makes me think that this is probably... Okay, it is indeed round 5. We have officially in round 5 of what is, if it's like Tristan was sort of talking about with last year's, where they had one sort of less round than you might expect per the player number, then this might even be the final round of Swiss. But, you know, it's too early to make those calls when we really have no clue what's going on. But there is a Venusaur and a Lantern here. so it's going to be pretty crazy at the very least.
Now, I do tend to... Sorry, you go ahead, Alan.
Just a lot of firsts that we're seeing here. Like, we had mentioned Tingatong in the past, and here we're not only seeing it for the first time, but we're seeing it on both teams. As Steve already kind of called out, there's also a Venusaur, which we haven't seen in a while, and also seeing a Forretress in what seems to be a double steel team to the right.
Now, I always tell my stream chat that friends don't let friends use Lantern, but it seems that that I don't have too many viewers in Japan, so this trainer on the left has brought Lantern, but it actually doesn't look too bad into the opposing team. It's pretty even into Fortress, beats Mandy. If it's Spark, then it's pretty good into Lapras. Actually, unless Lapras is running Skull Bash, then it's pretty safe into that.
Again, fine teams. Like,
Dilly,
what do you think about Lantern? Like, is it Water Gun or Spark?
I would think it's Water Gun. To be honest, I think Spark is just too bad of a move to really be comfortable using. Um, back to analysis. The Cradilly matchup, if it's Bullet Seed, it's bad. If it's Acid, it's less bad. Tinkaton, I think, is pretty even, and it can at least force a shield against the Marowak. But that Marowak looks pretty strong into the opposing team, to be honest. It beats Venusaur in the 2s, beats Lantern in the 1s and the 2s. Diggersby is a pretty even matchup. Dusclops is not fantastic, but you can get a lot of damage off on it. Beats Tinkaton, obviously, and Galarian Moltres is the only thing that like really hard counters it. Even that Rock Slide will do a considerable amount of damage and set up an easy farm down for most of the rest of your team.
This is also like the second time we're seeing Diggersby. Again, it seems like people have opted for different kind of ground types, and that's going to be faced off with Mudslapper, the K-Walk on the right.
Mm-hmm. Considering the amount of Dusclops that we've seen today, I'm not surprised that people have opted out of running Diggersby, because it's a normal type that tends to lose to Dusclops. I'm honestly, like, speaking of normal types, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen a Furret. I feel like that should have been a little bit more common, but I guess it just really fell off for some reason.
Yeah, like Furt was definitely kind of like big in like the previous season leading up to Delightful Days. However, looking at just even the NIC sort of stats and such, it does seem like Furt has kind of like fallen off, and the normal type of
I'm really
choice tends to
surprised
be Diggersby. Yeah, it had a lot of
because,
great
like,
sort of playing
it
that
didn't get
pseudo
nerfed
grass
or
type.
anything. It didn't get nerfed or anything, and like honestly, with the rise in Dusclops, you would kind of expect a normal type that dominates the ghost so hard to be more common, but I guess not. Um, but let's see. Tinkaton looks pretty okay into the Tinkaton looks pretty okay into the right into the person on the right's team. Fortress, you're double resisting the bug bites, and you can kind of fight back in that matchup. Although you have to watch out for Earthquake. You stonewall Mandibuzz. You have a more advantageous matchup into the Cradilly, and that Lapras, since it's not Shadow, you actually live 2 Sparkling Arias. And of course, Tinkaton Mirror, and then Marowak is the only like super duper hard counter, but you can still hit back with Play Rough. On the opposing side, the Tinkaton, it actually beats Venusaur. Even actually, I don't know if that's correct. I think it beats Venusaur if you're running Heavy Slam, but more often than not, you see Tinkaton running Bulldoze and Plera, so I think Venusaur might actually get the better of that. As for Lantern, I think it's pretty even. Diggersby is generally a loss, pretty even into the Dusclops. Tinkaton Mirror is Tinkaton Mirror, and you're stonewalling the Galarian Moltres. I'd be really curious, I'd be really interested to see how often Tinkaton gets brought by both players. I would expect the player on the left to bring it more than the player on the right, but I wouldn't expect, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the player on the right bring it at least once.
Because it's Tinkaton in this match isn't is something that definitely can have played. Definitely, I think given the right player has like 2 steals, there's like a little more to kind of watch out for in the Marowak. But looking at that Venusaur, which is something that I thought wouldn't kind of like make sense, as you kind of like brought up with like that match with like Tinkaton bringing Bulldoze, Venusaur actually might have a couple of targets to come pick on. It's like it's definitely going to be like as grass users are kind of the RPS kind of pick here because it's either going to like win like pretty well or just not.
See, you say that, but I I don't know if the Venusaur is really going to get brought. I think the Venusaur, because the problem is that every single Pokemon on the person on the right's team has, like, except for possibly Tinkaton, has a winning shield situation against the Venusaur. Fortress obviously stonewalls it. Mandibuzz also stonewalls it. Lapras can beat it in the twos because like straight sparkling Aria because of Psy waves. Credilli, if it's on Bullet Seed, I think Venusaur can win that matchup. But if it's on Acid, I think Credilli can win that matchup in the ones and the twos. Tinkaton is probably the only Pokemon on that team that Venusaur can beat, um, assuming it's running Bulldoze and not Heavy Slam, and Marowak can actually just slap down in the twos, which is just completely unfortunate. But that poison subtyping is not doing you a whole lot of favors in this situation here.
Yeah, and interesting sort of like pick just given how like most grass types have been usually just kind of the Cradily or kind of like a pseudo kind of like grass that's like there. Haven't seen that like too much in. I think this will also kind of like be a case where given that the left side is the only Dusclops we're seeing, the Dusclops is going to be something that's going to remain relatively like neutral and safe that can be something that gets leaned on as a safe swap.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if the Venusaur does come, it's going to come as a closer. I don't expect to see it in a lead position. So I think a logical line from the player sitting on the left would be something like Diggersby, Dusclops, and then Venusaur in the back. Um, where you lead Diggersby to hopefully align it onto something like the Fortress or the Tinkaton, and then you and I think you're fine into the Mandibuzz as well. And then if you see a counter switch, then you can go into the Dusclops. Now we're getting to get into game number 1 here. Ricky Instinct on the left, Earth Colors on the right. We've got Diggersby into Greedilly. We're gonna see whether or not this Greedilly is acid or on Bullet Seed, but this is still not fantastic. It's acid. The Dusclops comes in right away. Um, and gets the Ice Punch right before the first move on the Credilli, and that's what happens when you're running Acid instead of Bullet Seed. Ice Punch comes in, does a little bit of damage. Rock Tomb coming in after one Acid, throwing in good timing. Rock Tomb is going to be no shield. It won't put the Dusclops quite down to half, but I expect a chip and dip situation coming through here, and the Marowak comes in to beat the rest of this Dusclops. And it is a shiny Shadow Marowak, which is a very beautiful lime green color. Ice Punch doesn't quite do half due to the attack debuff. Marowak throws on what would be a charge attack priority event. Dusclops may or may not shield. It does decide to shield, that wants to get that extra Ice Punch damage and goes for the Shadow Punch, which is no shielded by the Marowak, and that is huge for Earth Colors.
Yeah, this Dusclops needs to be able to kind of like flip switch, which is going to be like really rough. Like here, thinking about sort of that lead matchup that was like there. Definitely, I think the idea was that regardless if it was acid or bullets, you needed to kind of like dip out. relied on this Dusclops as sort of a safe swap, and really kind of unfortunate to not be able to kind of land that sort of like ice punch, because that would have been what needed to happen in order for it to be able to flip switch, which the left was not able to do.
Now here's the situation though. The Dusclops was able to get a considerable amount of damage onto that Cradilly, and the Cradilly used a lot of energy before it swapped out. It doesn't currently have a move, so this Daggersby is going to get a really healthy farm down. And if the Cradilly decides to come back in, it's going to need to deal with a lot of energy. But Earth Colors decides to bank a lot of energy and then come into this fortress. The Tinkaton, the Tinkaton's going to be throwing a whole lot of bulldozers trying to take care of this. Um, and we see the first defense drop come through. It looks like the fortress is actually on Sand Tomb, which is not what you want if you're Earth Colors. You really want to be able to land that Earthquake, but with Sand Tomb, it's gonna be kind of rough. However, this is closed team sheets, so you don't know whether or not this is gonna be Earthquake or whether or not it's gonna be Sand Tomb. Do you respect it? You do respect it,
Oh,
and that is not a shield you want to be
oh,
throwing out. But it's just like you never know, you know?
no, I
Second
think
Sand
that
Tomb coming out. Go ahead.
closed team sheets, it definitely is kind of the case that you wouldn't ever kind of anticipate that Sand Tomb. So that was definitely sort of like a shield that you don't want to see. But again, like the fact that like the match, this is like our starting match when we're back like here for like the left flank, goes to show that one of the like the winning kind of conditions for the left was to either keep switch or be able to kind of make a catch. And without that, that Sand Tomb was sort of like rough. But I do think that a lot of this came down to sort of like alignment and not being able to uh, flip that in the mid game.
Oh, charge attack priority event happens. Earth Colors decides to shield to make sure that he gets the Rock Tomb off. The Tankaton is out of shields. However, it does have quite a bit of energy, even though it threw the play rough. That's not a whole lot of damage. Acid is doing a little bit of chip. Play rough comes through. This is going to be the end of Cardilli. However, the fortress is still pretty darn healthy. So now this kind of comes down to how many bulldozers is it going to take, or is the Sand Tomb just going to be able to knock out from here? And I think the Sand Tomb is going to be able to knock out, despite the fact that Sand Tomb is not a particularly hard hitting attack. Sand Tomb comes out. It doesn't quite knock out, but the Bug Bite at the end is going to take it, and that match almost went to timer at the end of game number 1.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate with the start of the game where that alignment just didn't sort of work out, and kind of like tough to sort of see that Sand Tomb kind of get like blocked. Pretty interesting to kind of see that move set used, and I wonder how much of that had to do with either some sims that let Sand Tomb be actually the thing, or if that was something to lean into sort of the sense that this is like kind of blind team sheets and try to like kind of be a bit cheeky there.
Now, I will say, I think and you're right about the alignment at the beginning of the match. However, I think what really solidified the game for Earth Colors is the fact that he made that fire punch catch on his Cradilly when it was targeted towards the fortress near the end of that game. If the fire punch had been if the fire punch had landed on the fortress, I don't think Cradilly would have been able to close out that game. However, the Cradilly being able to catch that meant that the fortress was able to remain healthy enough to where the Ticketup wouldn't be able to handle it. Um, yeah, I, and it was just able to take out the Daggersby, take a ton, despite being able to resist literally every single other move other than the Sand Tomb in the rest of that game. Just lost too much health from the Rock Tomb and from Bug Bites and the Sand Tomb to be able to remain efficient.
Yeah, it goes to show that there are like different ways and times that you can kind of go and flip sort of that swap. And yeah, I think that that catch definitely was something that made it difficult as another time that it could have been like secured.
Mhm. Let's see. So the adjustments, I'm really curious to see what the adjustments are going to be from Earth Killers and his opponent here. His opponent knows that it's Acid Cradilly and that it is Sand Tomb and most likely Rock Tomb on the Fortress. But he didn't get to see whether or not the Mana Buzz was on Air Slash or Snarl, or whether or not the Lapras is on Dull Bash or Ice Beam.
I think
What
it's safe
do
to
we?
assume that the Mandibus is probably still on like Air Slash. And it seems like if we look at sort of like trends, most Laprases here have been running Skull Bash. I don't think we've seen one that runs Ice Beam.
I guess that's a fair. I suppose that's a fair argument. But yeah, what sort of adjustments are we expecting to see here? I think I do think that in that game number one, it I don't know. I actually can't really comment. I think that was just a really solid line, and I think just a little bit of uh, I think that game really just came down to fundamental advantages and disadvantages based on switch timers and uh, closed game sheet stuff.
Yeah, and
But
on
now that we
paper, I
know the
feel like
moveset on the Fortress,
the right side team just is having a bit of an advantage on the left one on paper. So it does make it a little like difficult in terms of the wiggle room the left can do to maneuver out or make it a little bit RPS. But I think we're about to go into the next battle for these two to see
you're
what
really
kind
good
of
at this.
adjustments that get made.
Okay, Ricky Instinct. That's the player on the left. That's right. Tinkaton into Diggersby. This is a great matchup for Ricky Instinct. And the counter swap into the Marowak is immediate. I might expect the Bone Club to land before the Scorching Sands comes through, and I am correct about that. Bone Club more than likely not going to be shielded as this is not lethal damage. I expect a one and throw. Oh, never mind. The immediate switch out into the Dusclops, just banking all that Scorching, banking all that energy from Bricky Instinct. Bone Club number two coming through from Earth Colors. This will do a fair chunk to the Dusclops, putting it down to half, actually. My goodness. Ice Punch. Oh, okay.
See this time that he's throwing a sort of an ice punch, and it does kind of get blocked, which is a little bit disheartening, just because this is a time where he was trying to kind of lean into how they were going to play before, and definitely you can see sort of the adjustment like there. In this case, the left player does want to be able to see what they can do to kind of switch alignment and keep that, especially since they kind of swapped in a little late just to be able to go and catch that energy. And here you can see the Marowak investing shields, 2 shields down.
Earth Colors throwing this last second Bone Club gets the shield of Ricky Instinct, where Ricky has an Ice Punch loaded. Do we think this is going to be enough? Last time we saw an Ice Punch land on this Marowak, it was debuffed energy. I think it might just be enough to KO, and it does. Cradilly comes in, gets the acid farm down, just oh never mind. The Dusclops is too bulky, gets the Shadow Punch, and this will do a fair amount of damage to the Cradilly before it goes down.
Really now the big thing here was just the being able to kind of get that switch, because now you can kind of see sort of alignment, and what we get to see then they don't is that there's like just the right alignment for left, and with that kind of patience switching it in, I think it's going to be very tough for the right player to kind of get back in.
Yeah, I think these Scorching Sands from Diggersby are going to be too much for the Tinkaton. It looks like Tinkaton lives that one, but I don't think it's going to be able to live the second one that will be coming through in just a second here. But first, we got to look at this player F damage here. Does a fair chunk to the Diggersby, but it looks like Diggersby will be able to continue hanging on. Gets a little bit of an overfarm before throwing the Scorching Sands, which could come in handy against that Cradilly. It'll either force the energy or Cradilly will have to take a move.
And to kind
But
of
it looks
come in
like the Cradilly.
to use that sort of
Sorry.
like Rock Tomb, I think we want to be able to kind of farm this down, but there's just so much kind of like energy like there that yeah, that Cradley would have needed to somehow farm up a lot more energy in order to take it down. But I think this is going to be really tough to come back from.
especially with that defense drop that the Bulldoze just landed. I think this is game set. I think this is uh, game number 2 going to Ricky Instinct fairly decisively. That alignment in the beginning of the game really solidified, or like was really beneficial for him. Being able to bank all that score, well, being able to bank the Scorching Sands, come in Dusclops, and maintain alignment for the rest of the game.
Yeah, like here you can kind of see that being able to kind of take that sort of like switchback has been like quite beneficial, and it also was like interesting to see how much like Marowak was able to kind of close sort of that gap. Marowak just one of like kind of the mud slappers. Everyone's gonna have sort of their opinions on who's like sort of the better mud slapper, but you can kind of see the offensive pressure that Marowak is able to provide, even in this kind of like neutralish sort of like a match when it's up against Diggersby.
Marowak is just like Bone Club getting buffed in, I believe it was the December patch. No, actually, it was the September. It was the September patch. Was so beneficial for it. Before, Bone Club was like a very underwhelming move, but now like it's it's on the same level as Weather Ball, let's say, and so Bone Club is really able to provide that powerful neutral coverage that I think Marowak really needed alongside the Mudslap damage. Allows it to be this very powerful neutral force in the meta. And of course, with a lack of grass types available in the meta, and there's not too many bug types either, it really just comes down to the flying types. And even then you have rock slide for them.
Yeah, and it's definitely again, I think that even though like the team comp favors the right, it was very well played on the left to kind of even this best of 3 up. So now that it's 1-1 and we're going to sort of like a decisive game, it's interesting to see that the right side player decided not to play any of their steel types, and I'm wondering whether or not that'll be one of the adjustments they decide to do going into this like third deciding game.
I would not be surprised at all to see one or both of those steel types make an appearance. The fortress was really beneficial for Earth Colors in game number 1, being able to provide defense debuffs against Ricky Instinct. And it
Um,
seems like we might be going to game number 3 in just a moment here. I think players are just making their final uh, adjustments before they lock in their teams.
I wonder because of the fact that these are like blind team sheets, how much of it is leaning away from that Fortress because of the fact that that Sand Tomb was kind of revealed, and how much that was like kind of like ace trump. But I do agree that even with that reveal, it's still a very like solid pick for the right side to kind of like bring one, or as you kind of mentioned, maybe even both steel types, kind of mix things up.
I think maybe this might be the game where we see Lantern come in, to be honest, because now that we're aware of the fact that the Fortress doesn't have Earthquake, Lantern is just a little bit safer into matchup, although it still has to fear that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Could be a time to like, if the Marowak is the biggest threat, play a game to be able to kind of like lure that out with like maybe a lantern like Tinkaton. But we're about to kind of like see what adjustments they make, because I think they're about to actually go into their final game.
Okay, you're really good at this. Okay, Earth Colors and Ricky Instinct. Decisive game number 3. Mandibuzz into Diggersby. Depending on the fast move, this could be a very even matchup. And it looks like it's yet another Air Slash Mandibuzz. This seems to be a very common move set for Japan.
Yeah, and it seems like they're kind of like following sort of like just what kind of the trends are, and I don't know whether or not like there are matches even here where the snare would have kind of like benefited, but here kind of like interesting just because looking at the left side, this is clearly not sort of like the best of sort of matches, kind of like sort of a neutral match. Seeing sort of like kind of like the back, I can see that they only have one real sort of like answer for the Mandibuzz, which is the Tink, and rather than kind of like hard swapping into like that, deciding to kind of like stay in with this digger speed to be able to kind of like chip away at it, and we'll see whether or not they want to like go all the way sort of like in and invest shields. My guess is that they're probably going to like just like soft lose this and kind of come in with sort of like dust clops, but we'll see how this plays out.
We will see how this plays out. It seems like this Mana Buzz is running Dark Pulse as opposed to the more popular Foul Play. Now going for an Aerial Ace bait, and it gets shielded by Ricky Instinct. That is huge for Earth Colors. A
This
shield
could a
advantage in this matchup could just flip it entirely, even if you lose Switch.
So that was probably like just like unfortunate call because maybe he was trying to bank on like trying to win switch. Definitely wanted to shield the harder kind of like hitting move, but you can kind of see as the shields are kind of like going down. I think the left side player is probably thinking about ways that they can kind of maybe split switch kind of like around even and unevens. And you can see like taking no chances, going a shield down, wants to kind of secure that switch by like throwing that fire punch.
And not being able to get that farm down is so massive because I think the Fortress can just barely get the farm down, and
Oh,
that is so huge. That's so much potential damage down the drain. Dusclops comes in, and it looks like a charge attack priority tie, which Fortress wins, gets a Rock Tomb off. This will lower Dusclops' already fairly low attack stat even more. This Shadow Punch, I think, is just going to bounce off the Fortress.
now, if we look at these backlines, what like the players don't know, but we know is that there's like a pretty favorable line in terms of sort of like the matches there. There is like a shield sort of difference here, but definitely like this is a case where the left side player does want to be able to kind of chip away and do as much as like possible here. I wouldn't even be surprised if they want to kind of like bank on a lot of it and try to actually sort of like invest all their shields to be able to kind of secure that, even though it always feels weird to block any of Fortress's moves just because you know that they don't like it, but opts to let it go anyways.
Oh, this is so massive here because I think the Tinkaton is going to be able to make it to the Bulldoze first. But honestly, you could just shield as the Fortress decides not to. Is this going to knock out Bulldoze? A very weak move, and it doesn't knock out. And that's so big because he can apply the defense debuff. And I think Creedilly up a shield is just going to be able to clean this game.
Now this is where it's like interesting because like up until like the point the left side player kind of knew what was going on, didn't know where the Cradley kind of like was, knew that they had both a Dusclops and a Tinkaton, and I think that having known that, I would have thought that they would have like used the shield on like the Dusclops to be able to apply sort of more pressure to make this match a little better, especially since with that sand tomb, not only what it was weak, but with that kind of debuff, this is going to get a little rough for the Tinkaton, even though normally on even conditions, this Tinkaton should have had a much more pleasant matchup.
Ricky Instinct throwing one last player off, but it's going to be shielded by the Creedilly, who has a Rock Tomb ready to go. And I think Ricky Instinct knows what's going to happen. He just gives up the Tinkaton, and that is a game 3 win for Earth Colors. And that's the set.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the left player was kind of like thinking at the end, because I definitely think that there are win conditions there, which was like putting that shield onto sort of that kind of Dusclops, especially once at that point he kind of knew what was like there. Maybe thought there might have been something that might have pressured like the Tinkaton, which is why he saved sort of that shield. But that would have been one thing where, again, as casters, you can kind of like see that and would have been something that could have like swung it more in the left side player's advantage.
A one really big play that I think kind of solidified the game for Earth Colors was that Ricky Instinct threw both fire punches into the Mandibuzz just as it was about to go down, despite the fact that Mandibuzz was not yet at a move when it went down. I think if Ricky Instinct kept that energy on the Diggersby, it would have been able to force more shields from the Fortress before it got farmed down, and that could have flipped the matchup um, really well into Ricky Instinct's favor.
Again, I think some of these things are like sort of like hard in the moment in terms of just like what you're kind of reading kind of in the back. Definitely sort of seeing that in the beginning with that kind of like more like neutralist sort of play. You can see the left player definitely wanted to kind of like invest heavily into switch by trying to keep the Diggersby and even going down sort of like a shield. And yeah, I agree that had it been able to kind of farm a little bit more and be able to get to survive the bug bite farm down and fire off a fire punch, that could have also been another time where that could have like flipped the match on the left player's favor.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I totally understand not wanting to take any chances with the Mandibas being able to get both shields down. It's just really unfortunate that there was such a massive uh that was such a massive pivoting point in the game's tempo where being being up a shield for Earth Colors really allowed him to solidify the game once the Diggersby got farmed down by Fortress.
Also, Magmar, before you think I'm on Oracle, I think it's because the stream is still half a second slow, because the only reason I know that there's another game coming is because I have the YouTube stream on my left and I see the game. I
Oh,
see the game coming. So that's why I know it. So before you think I'm an
I
actual
see.
Oracle, that's why I can call
Uh,
when the matches are coming.
well,
I think you might be an oracle.
No, I don't think so. I like to kind of like stay true to my heart, so that's why like I don't know like the pronunciations. I get lazy on the pronunciations, but I like to keep it real with chat.
I'm gonna be back in a second. I need to use the washroom.
Easy. Well, I guess let me ask you this, Alan. Like, obviously we're sort of 5 rounds in. We've seen probably 7 matches so far, something like that, maybe 8.
Is that counting the splice matches too, or are we talking
Yeah.
about just like the whole? So 7 rounds. All right.
We're counting the spliced in little matches from here and there.
Okay.
How do you feel? Have your opinions changed at all on your take on the meta, or is it sort of all playing out as you'd expect a little bit?
It's kind of interesting because one of the things to keep in mind is there's definitely like each region has like their different sort of metas when we look at like LATAM, NA, and EU, and I think it's definitely sort of the case in like Japan as well, just because there's always been like a lot of different sort of like teams that are like there that regardless of kind of having all sort of the open information, I always see some shifts. One thing that always kind of like sort of like stands out to me is that I always get this impression that like in Japan, they really like to sort of lean on sort of dragons. And I remember that back in 2023 PJCS, it was Ishikawa Boy who had a Shadow Dragon Knight.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that that's always been like, oh, like, that was something that always was kind of like off and different. Because back in those days, we were like looking at like that Lickitung kind of meta champ sort of like meta. So you're like, all right, if you want fighting damage, there it is, Accent's sort of like favorite. But there you're able to kind of actually see something like Dragon Knight kind of play. So as we've been kind of looking at this sort of like meta, it's like interesting because again, like one of like the cores I was like thinking about was that sort of safe one that we saw in NAIC with the Dane and Diggersby, but we've seen a lot of different sort of mud boys. Not so many Claydolls anymore, but I think the thing that seems to be kind of coming out, and probably the mud slapper that good or bad, but let's say the one that seems to be most successful in stream and stuff, it is the Shadow K-Wack. I think it has been putting it in work from a majority of these matches where we've seen sort of mud slappers come up.
Yeah, obviously as the tournament progresses, the matches that we're seeing on stream are sort of like more and more likely to be the guys at the top, right? So in the early matches where we saw a lot more Claydol, maybe it's the case that as this tournament has progressed, and we don't know, we're not seeing a lot of the teams, but maybe the Claydolls are starting to get weeded out a little bit and maybe aren't performing as well, where you're right, Marowak just seems to be coming again and again and again, and it's kind of surprising me that it is actually around so much. Obviously there is some ample opportunity for it, especially when, for example, Drapion is one of the most popular Pokemon that is apparently still running around, despite the, technically it got nerfed, right? Technically its crunch chance got lowered from 30 to 20, but functionally it's, basically the same Pokemon. But it's almost... it's probably a stretch to say that it's better into this meta. I don't think that's quite right. But because the ghost types are so prevalent, it's got such a solid role that maybe trying to find some ability to defend against those ghost types can be quite powerful, I guess. But I think the other thing that's sort of interesting is very much Japan's very different meta. And you hit on this, especially with the Shadow Dragonite, is a Pokemon that we've seen not only within Japan, but they're also very willing to bring it outside of Japan as well. I know back in Perth, December of 2024, Pokemoneymaker at the Perth Regional Championships was also running the Shadow Dragonite and, went all the way to 3rd place with it. Was very familiar, was very willing to go for their 2-shield Dragonite strategy that worked quite well because frankly, in the Western world, we're not really that focused on the Dragonite. And And so there are a lot of players that just weren't ready for it, that I think a lot of more players are ready in this region, to say the least. But I think that we're getting spice picks in some slightly different ways. So it's sort of weird for Venusaur and Lantern to be considered spice picks, I guess, because there's such common meta Pokemon from the past. But these days, like, it's kind of crazy to see a Venusaur running around. It's a very interesting pick that can hit a lot of teams quite well. Obviously, we didn't see it win in that particular matchup, but I still think that it's good. It's really cool to see these different takes on a meta that is, especially in such early days. It's entirely possible that in 3 weeks, like, say we had a normal North American season and there was a regional every 2 weeks or whatever, we might see these Pokemon start to rise up. This has happened in the past where even in the TPCI region, Kanto Marowak is literally a Pokemon that first regional of the season wasn't really there. Second regional of the season wasn't really there. It wasn't until like the third regional of the season when all of a sudden the 3 of the top 8 or something were running Marowak, and then everyone was trying to get their hands on a Shadow Marowak if they could. And so it takes some time to figure out what is good in the meta. And so I think, on the one hand, obviously Japan has a slightly more spicy meta, a little bit more unique. But there is the other hand where you have to consider, would this pick be found, in the rest of the world if we had a little bit more time? Maybe, maybe not. And so you really have to look at every pick with a little bit of a fine-tuned lens to think, am I going to see a lot of these, am I going to see a lot of Lanterns at Worlds? And the answer is like, maybe. Probably not though, but maybe.
Yeah. I think something that we probably will see a lot of at Worlds is Dusclops. There's a lot of Dusclops in NAIC, and we're seeing a lot of Dusclops kind of like here. I'm curious whether or not like it's going to slant one way or another versus normal versus shadow, just because of the fact that we've seen a lot of kind of like normal ones. Personally, like, I've invested in a shadow and I like a shadow, and I'm gonna go and use the shadow, but I'm interested in seeing whether or not there actually is going to be a shift one way or another. But I'm pretty sure that even with like both of them, regardless of the one that you kind of like choose, and if you kind of have to have one, just because it does cost a lot of XL candy, and it is like sort of kind of like an investment, that I think Dusclops is going to be something that we're going to see like a lot of. In if it kind of drops out, it'll still be like maybe like number 10 to like 12 or something like that, if it's not like higher, just because I think that it's showing a lot of like just good kind of like neutrality and kind of like safe plays that's like here.
I don't see Dusclops quickly dropping out of the meta, just because not only does it have such good neutral coverage across everything and play into its counters, again, the Drapion matchup isn't the worst in the world, and regularly you see people, Dusclops being able to win that matchup with, if it happens to go well for the Dusclops player, or if the Drapion player makes a mistake, I suppose. But what also, I guess remains the case is that it is such a fast Pokemon as well. The fact that it's 3 hexes to its first Shadow Punch, that's only 9 turns. You're outpacing Pokemon like the Lysopod. You're outpacing Pokemon like the Dene.
The 10 turns that you brought up, like, it center kind of around that, and
Mm-hmm.
at 9 you're kind of sort of like being able to like win out, and I definitely think that with that sort of speed and like the 50-second like timer, like we've seen also very common, like a lot of the dark flyers like Mandibuzz and to a lesser extent Galarian Moltres, but even then there's like the Dusclops on the other side, and they've been able to like be able to find with some maneuver or skip that match.
Yeah, Melga's just mentioned everyone's going to run Purified Dusclops with Return, obviously. Remember the days when Return getting added to a move pool would instantly make any Pokemon usable? I sure do, but these days, I'm not so sure. I think that my old Dusclops that I replaced for NAIC was actually a Purified one, but Return was long gone. I can promise you that. It was,
I remember Grassroots where like I was like cleaning up with Purified Banette back when that was like kind of like a thing that was like there, and also trying to like make Kanto Sandslash work, but that wasn't as well. But definitely I think when we kind of look back at like a Purified like Dusclops using like Return, I think like the thing that kind of comes to mind of where it had it placed was in Go Battle League Limited Cups, Evolution Cup. Actually, a cup that is very dear to my heart because I'm a degenerate, and it was probably the last time I hit like Legend, because I was like trying. It was using a Dusclops, and I think that was also like kind of the time where you would see a lot of Dusclops Return being kind of like the play that's there.
yeah.
I think a big part of, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
Welcome
I
back.
think a big part of Dusclops getting Return is that like it's like Shadow Punch back then was a very suboptimal move. So return was actually a very good like sort of coverage nuke move where it would do a lot of unexpected neutral damage to a lot of targets. And then of course you have your choice of elemental punch between ice and fire. Um, but with Shadow Punch being as good as it is nowadays, you don't really need it. Um, Now I will say on the Evolution Cup uh, thing, um, that cup sucks um, because of one specific Pokemon, and no prize for guessing which one.
Complain about Vigoroth, come on.
Okay, it's okay if it came back. It'd be a Primeape cut. Let's be real.
True.
Oh no, that's even, dude. Honestly, I I don't like Primeape. It's better than it's
Hey.
less toxic than Vigoroth, than like Prime Vigoroth, but I still don't like it.
Come
Um,
on. That was my
but
second
yeah,
place Johannesburg guy.
listen. My main gripe with Primeape is that it is it's Surfetched, but it has more HP. And you need more HP in this game because unlike in the main series games, or like HP matters more than defense in this game, in my opinion.
I think that in the current metagame, I would agree with you. Obviously, it's sort of in the weeds, dependent on like specific bulk points and break points and such, where maybe, you know, the defense stat might matter more in a certain matchup. But in general, I'm of the opinion that the more survivability you have, regardless of how you get there, the more charge moves you're going to get, and the more charge moves you're going to get, the better you are looking in this current metagame. And maybe that was a little bit more true in Might and Mastery than in Delightful Days. Is that what it's called? Delightful Days? Is that... Have I got
Yeah,
that right?
that's
Yeah.
this current meta, yes.
Yeah. It feels... there's a lot more hard wins, hard losses in Delightful Days, in my opinion. So it's a little less like that, but in general, I still think that the more charge moves you get, the better, which is also why, you know, at Johannesburg, I was running regular for Alligator, not Shadow for Alligator, just to be able to get
Yeah,
extra charge moves off.
I think regular Gator is definitely a hidden gem, and was a hidden gem in the previous season. I definitely ran that to hit 3,500
Yeah, I remember like
Evo.
there was a regional where I think Septile Ice was the one who kind of came out and kind of was like, oh, he's running like a regular for Alligator, and it was something where it was able to just survive things enough and be able to kind of
Mm-hmm.
throw the pressure that was like there. And I think that that was one of the benefits of being able to like lean
Yeah,
on for Alligator. So definitely like prior to Delightful Days, yeah, I think that
Yeah.
that was like some of like the last minute sort of the tech that kind of came out of like, oh, we can kind of like lean on regular for Alligator.
Yeah, actually, I
mhm.
remember in Perth, December, They Love Jai, who ended up coming second in the Perth Regional Championship, he was running a regular Gator, not because it was like some fancy tech or because he wanted to, but because he just didn't have a Shadow Gator. And by the end of the tournament, he was like, you know what, maybe regular Gator's actually pretty good.
I mean, that's valid because Shadow Totodile hadn't been available for quite some time.
Yeah,
Now, I will
that's...
say, Telegraph Train, uh, cringe. I'm sorry, just absolutely cringe with that
Cringe.
Evolution
That's
Cup
my team.
team.
That's my team. No shame.
Why are
That's my
why
team.
are we running? Listen. Chansey is omega cringe, bro.
No shame. No shame. That's probably why they don't bring that cup back. Hey, it's not like I'm being a degenerate anymore because they haven't brought that cup back.
That's
I'm
true.
glad they haven't brought that cup back.
I keep waiting, but yeah, they just don't.
It'll come one day. It'll come one day. Just wait. Just
It's
wait.
okay. Thankfully, I don't have to wait for another like legend pose or whatnot because as soon as I get my regional championship shirt, I'm never taking that off anyway. So I'm
Honestly,
never
really.
gonna need another thing.
Are you still waiting? You still waiting?
Yeah, I think that they have to wait until the season kind of like closes. So my
Mm.
estimate's going to be probably around July. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Me and my fellow other special regional champion event of the day was HK Assassin. And we talk we we like exchange messages like, hey, like, are you checking as much as I am? Because I haven't seen it, and we'll know. We'll know when the other one gets it.
Yep. That's fair. I'm curious what this message is that's popped up on screen, so I'm gonna check. It's
Translate that.
Yeah, chuck it in the Google
I did see
Translate.
prior to this that we were on round 6 because I saw
Yes.
something in the top right corner, so
I-
we are
yeah.
progressing.
That's all right.
Nice.
Let's select file to upload into the translator. Select the screenshot that I just took. Okay, it says, loading. Explanation of the first hand. Basic NIWA control, Uchi Yo Re Advantageous Na Party Wo Asu Ga Set Stone. Okay, so that hasn't been helpful. It says introduction to the technique is like the little blue text in the top left. So
Oh, maybe they're talking about like skills, like maybe like turn counting or other things that kind of come up.
yeah, it seems to be something in that sort of build, but someone that has a little bit more Japanese knowledge up their sleeves might have to help us out on that front. But oh well. Oh wait, no, because it's trying to change it from Chinese to Japanese. Hold. Aha. Tactical introduction. Replacement when you lose in the first hand. So, I think first game. Basically, it is a fixed... Oh no, when you lose lead. Basically, it is a fixed stone to give out the less advantageous one out of the two animals ahead. The image of Aiko when I say it in rock, paper, scissors. So yeah, it's sort of like, what happens when you lose the lead? And it's like, well, throw out the Pokemon in the back that, you're more happy to lose. Is I think what they're basically saying on the screen there.
Which, when we kind of look at that sort of like last match, there are definitely instances where they were like, oh, like, Diggers beyond Mandibuzz, their best answer was, their back line was like a Tinkaton and a Dusclops. Like, in that situation, typically I think you either do sort of like that loss kind of by giving up sort of like your lead, or you would have possibly like switched in your Dusclops there. But as we saw, and what ended up winning was actually a case where the left side just kind of fought for switch instead, and that ended up kind of working. Not always kind of the case, but I think again these are like kind of like different strategies that, based off your team composition as you lock in, you need to have your different types of sort of strategies and start thinking about how you might kind of change those as like the game kind of progresses and you see more information about what like the other team has.
Yeah, that's right. Which, and then you've got to put in that little bit of prediction of maybe they're going to be a little bit silly as well. And you always have to be a little bit ready for something that is just a little bit silly. And I think I misspoke at the maybe before the previous round, or maybe I didn't, and I'm just forgetting what I said. But based on what T. Wastel said earlier, maybe this is going to be the final round before single elim, because it is it's in a perfect Swiss world where we need a Swiss champion, it would be a 7-round Swiss tournament. But apparently last year they were 1 round short. And so maybe if we sort of have 1 round short going into that top 8, that this is going to be the final round of Swiss. And then it should be top 8. And I think it's top 8 single elim. But maybe someone can confirm that. Or maybe Alan, if you remember reading it in the rules. I'm not sure. But
I mean, I didn't see anything there, but obviously I feel like the rules are like missing some stuff.
Yeah.
That's there, and it sounded like Tristan has been kind of like right so far in terms of things more or less kind of matching that. So I think that's probably what we can kind of go with for now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I've got a question in chat. What was your favorite regional tournament meta ever? And for me, it's obviously got to be Lantern Noctowl Trevenant, right? Like we're all in agreement.
Yeah. Definitely.
Lariat Stunfist, when you have to play the game, are you earthquaking or am I earthquaking?
Oh my gosh, dude, the Ufisk mirror.
Yeah, that was it was tough. And unfortunately, VG or people that are on Pokemon Twitter might recognize this name, JoeUX9. He's a 2-time regional champion in VG, very strong North American player. It's possible that he was at like number 1 on the CP leaderboard this season for VG in the seniors division.
I think he is, yes.
Yeah, I was chatting to him at World Championships in Honolulu, and he was talking about how he played in a Go Regional one time. And it was in GFISC times, and he was just like, the fact that it was just calling 50-50s on Earthquake or Rock Slide pretty much put him off the game. So he's like, all right, I'm not doing this again.
I can't blame him for that, dude.
So it is a lot better these days. It's been a long time since we have one of those sorts of menace, I think. So.
Joe Didanic showing. Woo, Didanic.
Rodent Gang in action.
Rodent Gang for real. Dude, where is Ryan Swag?
Yeah, I'm sure he's busy, making real money. Not, he would have been making pennies off of those YouTube videos he was making. He was
probably
not the real money maker. But he was like also a nurse during COVID, right? So I think he was busy.
We appreciated all the work that he did with with those with those IV deep
Oh, yeah.
dives though.
I love those. I love those like deep dives.
Yeah, he was making some really good content, and he was making like meta simplified videos that weren't made in MS Paint. I mean, seriously, that's now there's no one else. There's no other meta simplifieds running around. But well, it is what it is. Shout out Ryan Swag, I
And
guess.
Steve, you have you have yours, the ones that you had draw for all like the different like cups that are like there. So I
Yeah,
guess that's what we have now.
unlucky guys. You guys are screwed. it's
Lucky.
it's also, I mean, I don't know. All jokes aside, I really enjoyed the Atlanta meta. Might and Mastery prior to Tink when Sable were really safe. Yeah, I guess, like, in my head, the Might and Mastery post Tinkerton meta is the one that I put the most prep work in for, and it is the meta that I liked the most. That's probably linked, if I'm being honest with you. But in general, I actually do also... It might be in contention with the very, very start of the 2025 season, where it was, you know, Feraligatr. What were the big three?
Clodsire, maybe.
Oh yeah, Feraligatr, Clodsire, sort of
That's when you got to
Dunsparce.
really use Glare and Moltres. I did like
Yeah.
that. Also because of the fact that I got points at Baltimore running Glare and Moltres, and that was like where it was like kind of like entering in like spice level, and people just didn't know like, oh, like what do I do against this?
Big
Yeah.
fan of the Mickey Mouse tournament that was Vancouver.
I'm grateful that I haven't had to play in a meta like Vancouver where it's like absolutely off to the races. But at the same time, any meta that is like the first meta of a season or of a change is a little bit like that in a way. So I know one example, like I
See,
played
that's
at...
never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen again because of the new rules.
Yeah,
We're never
that's
gonna
right.
have these half. We're never gonna have these half metas anymore. But
No.
Yeah,
you're
that's
right.
true.
Like you're right that like there's still gonna be adjustments in the beginning, where you just need to kind of get sort of like a feel for it. And definitely, I think that it's one way where I'm glad that they're able to kind of make that sort of that change, because then you're able to be able to kind of like fully kind of like go in and like start kind of like practice, especially since as you see like over like the season, you can kind of see sort of like how the meta kind of like evolves. And I'm looking forward to how, Steve, I think you've done in the past like those kind of like graphics that show like the Pokemon that change over time over the meta. And as we're kind of closing in like with like 2025 when NAIC is sort of over, it'll be interesting because as you kind of mentioned, the ones you kind of like brought up, those aren't around. Those aren't around even by the. I mean, they're kind of like around, but if we like leave out the delightful days in NAIC, there's definitely like still like huge shifts that happened.
Oh yeah, 100%. And Toast, thanks for the follow. But like even like when nothing is changing, there are still massive shifts, which is pretty crazy in the whole. Like I just think back to like when I was making that graphic of the 2025 season sort of meta changing over time. The fact that Ariados like just massively jumped up to #1 usage in Gdansk. Like I don't want to say out of nowhere, but it just like super jumped. Like and nothing had changed in the meta. It was just people sort of realized like, hang on a minute, Ariados beats Kwak. Wait a minute, and it also beats Feraligatr. Okay, let's start all using Ariados. And it's just sitting there.
Ariados is such an annoying Pokemon.
It was
Ariados is one of those things that it can trade CMP with Feraligatr, like in that
yes,
as attack.
That is true.
So the attack, that's something that it can kind of go back and forth, unlike Araquanid with like a extremely high attack being like Lapras. I think with Ariados against Feraligatr, that can kind of go back and forth.
Yeah, no, that's just that literally comes down to like it is slight. I think it is slightly favored towards Ariados, but it's like, if you run even a little bit of attack on your Gator against like a rank 1 Ariados, then that is a possible win for Gator. In terms of metas that I really enjoyed, I've really enjoyed most of the metas that have occurred this season, except for like the beginning of the December meta when Galarian Corsola like existed. Because like, dude, that Pokemon was just too good. But like other than that, everything else, like especially this year, has been really fun.
Now, how did you feel about like
but-
Tink when it kind of came out? Because I feel like Tink was kind of also in that sort of like same space.
Honestly, dude, I think Tink was a fine addition to the meta. I did not mind it at all.
Yeah, I think it's very polarizing. I mean, I know like Tristan is in the chat saying he's torn if he preferred the pre or post Tink Might and Mastery meta, but also he's a big Sableye fan, so I think he's just biased there. But
Yeah, I personally have not been a big fan of Sableye, like ever. So having like I guess an additional fairy type that beats it is pretty nice. I'm really glad, however, that they changed Tink last second and gave it Bulldoze because Brutal Swing would have made it fucking or heckin' miserable. Part of my French.
was it brutal? Wasn't that Wait, was it literally
It
Brutal Swing?
originally had Brutal Swing. It was
Holy heck!
originally Brutal Swing, yes.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit. I mean, it still would have been very good in the current meta, I guess. I guess you'd be scaring off like Dusclops and stuff, which is kind of scary. But yeah, I don't know. I like this is probably a hot take. Well, I guess it's more of a personal take in that I know that it is with the sort of fact that the meta was changing week to week. It's always a little bit different, even when nothing is changing in game. The meta is really shifting. I think it's very exciting for a tournament circuit. I think it's very exciting for broadcast. As a player, for me personally, it is miserable. I actually really dislike it because I'm a little bit slow. I need a little bit more time to prep my team to feel like I'm ready to jump into a tournament. And when everything is changing like day to day to day, like in the lead up to NAIC, I'm like all of a sudden I'm not feeling super prepared because it's just like, well, I was feeling okay into like Jellicent Diggersby Dedenne, but then all of a sudden like everyone's running Scissor, all of a sudden everyone's running like Greninja is popping up, and it's just people running like I was facing Shadow Samurott in tournaments, and it was more than once, and it was like I don't know what to prepare for. So again, this is just because I'm bad and should feel bad, but it feels a little bit. It was hard to keep up with as a sort of not one of the best players, I think, but.
I can definitely understand that perspective. Me personally, I don't tend to have too many issues with that. I am generally able to maybe make a couple of adjustments on the fly as I see fit, but I'll typically lock in a core of like 3 or 4 and then just choose the last 2 Pokemon as needed. But I can definitely understand your position of not liking the ever-changing landscape of the metas, but I am just I'm just really glad that we have things changing from time to time versus what happened from December of last year to Worlds,
Yeah.
or December of 2 years ago, excuse me,
Yeah.
until Worlds 2024, because that meta was some hot trash.
Yeah, look, I think there's the piece where I would like again, this is personally for me. I think it's better for everyone if it sort of changes a lot more. But if for me personally, I would like it slightly more stable, not that stable, not so stable that it is the same meta for like a full season, and we just
No,
see the same
exactly.
again and again and again. Just slightly more
I can't
stability
believe
would be
it.
nice.
I can't believe there are people that defend that meta, bro. That meta sucked.
Look, I think it would be fine if it was a 3 month meta, but the fact that it kept
Oh
going
no,
and kept going and
listen, 3 month would have been fine, but it
We
was
got
just
a
like,
placeholder battle
whoa,
coming on.
whoa. Okay, placeholder battle. You know what? Why not? Shadow Drapion into Lapras, very neutral matchup. As we see the back lines, I saw Dedenne and Quag in the back, and it is Goldie and Shadow Drapion in the right side corner. Crunch comes through, does not get the debuff. Sparkling Aria coming through will do a lot of damage if it gets no shielded, and it looks like that's the decision of the player on the left.
And looking at this, like again, like they don't know what the kind of backlines are, but like this is like one of those like kind of like relatively kind of like neutralish kind of matches. It does like swing, um, can swing one way or another, and I think that they're both trying to kind of figure out whether or not they want to do like keep switching. It seems like the left has decided to kind of like swap out banking some of that kind of like energy and probably start ramping up on this Quagsire.
Aria gets shielded, and it looks like the goalie's coming out. It is Fury Cutter, which is pretty interesting. And it looks like the Aqua Tail Bait gets shielded, and that's huge.
Yeah, that was definitely sort of interesting call there. I think definitely it's one where you threaten a lot with the Stone Edge, and a lot of players kind of play it like differently. So it is one way to see how the Quagsire might be able to kind of get ahead. Because with that switch, I definitely think now that shields are down, they want to be able to kind of the left side player does want to kind of see if they can secure that switch.
Now this Aqua Tail's coming, or the Aqua Jet's coming through, and it knocks out the Quagsire. That is so massive. However, the Dedenne comes in, and I think it wins CMP over the goalie, and it doesn't actually. Oh, wow. Huh. I might need to look at that. I might need to look at that. But the charge attack priority does go to Golisopod, and that is so much damage against the Dedenne. And I think that kind of secures it for the player on the left because this parabolic charge comes through, knocks out the Golisopod, but the
Full
Drapion
Drapion.
comes in and is completely healthy. Aqua Tail comes through, waited the extra turn to make sure the Thundershock came through. This is going to knock out the Dedenne, and all that's left is a low health Drapion on the left side and is completely energy dry. It is not getting through the right side Strapion. And they don't play for charge attack priority. That's a pretty interesting bit of information that neither player will have for game number 2.
Probably because that was something that they wanted to kind of like hold on to, and they knew that the left side player knew that they weren't going to kind of like win. Looking back on this, like I think this kind of came down to like how the match was sort of like maneuvered, and definitely I think that Glycopod kind of coming in, being able to kind of build up energy, gave it the advantage and opportunity. On top of also like being able to um, work around even blocking an aqua tail bait.
Yeah, it was a really, even with the Aquatail bait, Quagsire is still unable to make it to the unable to make it to the Stone Edge because the mod shot to Stone Edge counts, which started back in September of this year, it's just straight sevens. So even with the Aquatail bait, it still required 5 mud shots, and as long as the Golisopod throws on like what is considered good timing, it's able to make its Aqua Jets, in 5 seconds, which is the same speed as what the Quagsire can. And since Gillespie wins charge attack priority, it was just really able to take a solid advantage in that mid game. And that just and like especially with winning the charge attack priority event against the Dedenne, that just was so massive, and that's really good information going into game number 2.
Now we're gonna focus back on the main stage, and teams are kind of coming up that we'll be able to kind of
Oh,
look at. We're gonna
well,
see the return of Shadow Scizor on one side, and also a Shadow Quag as well. Double water. We have a Lapras, but that with like these kind of like closed team sheets will be interesting to see. But statistics have kind of like shown that most Laprases have been running Skull Bash so far in this tournament.
all right, let's see. Shadow Annihilate makes a return, and it looks to be not particularly powerful, if I can be honest. Shadow
They were
Quagsire and Shadow Scizor are fairly neutral, and it beats Lapras, but the Dusclops, the Dedenne, and the Manabuzz are really going to make life difficult for that Annihilate.
And coming back to like our conversation like before like this like previous battle, like we were talking about Feraligatr and regular Feraligatr and see who's showing up here. Kind of interesting
Oh,
because given sort of like this meta, like hasn't shown up as much, but I always think that Feraligatr is something that is able to kind of like just apply sort of pressure just given the fact that it's so quick with its hydro cannons in like 10 turns.
yeah, Shadow Feraligatr is really going to put on the pressure if I can get even a slight energy lead, as
I
long
think
as
this is
the
a regular
Dedenne.
one, right? Is it Shadow?
No, it's regular.
Okay.
Like even though it is regular, that damage is still going to be pretty significant into almost everything on the team. Lapras is the only thing that can take a Hydro Cannon comfortably, but even then, the Shadow Claws will start adding up.
We see mana buzz on both sides, and statistically, those have kind of like been running air slash so far. Be interesting if we finally see sort of like a switch up, but also trying to see sort of whether or not they're gonna opt for uh, foul play or like dark pulse, which has been some slight switch ups from like the mana buzzes that people have been running here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the Manabuzz, how both players play their Manabuzzes. It looks it looks fairly powerful for the player on the right. Of course, it doesn't want to get locked into the Dedenne. And the player on the left, um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I expected a dance of the Mandabuzzes because the only things that really hard check them are those fairy types, the Tickaton and the Dedenne.
And looking at this, trying to see if there necessarily is something that is kind of like safe on kind of like both sides. I'm looking at the left player's Shadow Scizor and thinking about like what play it has, and it seems like it has sort of the ability to be able to deal at least neutral damage through either its bullet punches to any of the ones on the right, or at least pressure the right side. So could be something that the left player opts to use.
Yeah, I would be kind of surprised to see Scizor not come for at least one game. It has a neutral matchup. Like it can deal neutral or super effective damage to pretty much everything on the team. Mandibuzz is kind of its hardest answer just because it walls the charge moves. But even then, bullet punches will start adding up if it lands a Trailblaze. As for the
Or it
for
could go for the
alligator
Night
matchup,
Slash. You could try to just keep going with like Night Slash and try to be like a Paddleman and just kind of boost 4 times, and those bullet punches are gonna hurt.
yeah, you definitely could do that. Just if you get the Night Slash boost, then that could be really beneficial for like that could provide a really powerful raid boss for the rest of the game. Um, as for the Feraligatr matchup, that's the only Pokemon on the team that actually resists Bullet Punch, but Scizor can win that in the two shield if or because Scizor wins Charge Attack priority, and eventually Night Slash will just be too much.
Now looking here, we see once again that like the Dusclops, which continues to be a pretty common pick amongst players here, shows up on the left player. And looking on the right, it could be something that is straight away from given those kind of like double darks. But I think that if there's only a single dark on any sort of the team, that is something that the left side player can play. So it'll be interesting to see how the left side player decides to dance around bringing sort of that Dustless if they do, just because there is sort of the chance of like kind of like getting countered by like double darks on that team.
Well, you did mention earlier that Air Slash Mandibuzz, its matchup into Dusclops is not nearly as comfortable as what you might expect a dark from a dark type into a ghost type. So honestly, I really expected to be able to put in quite a bit of work. That for Alligator is kind of intimidating though, especially considering the fact it is the non-shadow variant, which means it can tank two shadow punches, make it to the hydro cannons as necessary.
Yeah, and given how like that for alligator is like kind of the first time we're like seeing it like here, definitely could be something that could end up trending up just to have an answer to pressure the Dusclops, given that the Dusclopses have been so common so far.
Yeah, it seems like both trainers are kind of making their final adjustments, putting on their noise canceling headphones, and we might be getting into number one in just a moment here.
Yeah, I would expect that, like as you kind of saying that Sizzler will probably come from the left player on game one, somewhere like on that team, just because I think that it is something that can apply like pressure on the right.
Hmm. I honestly think Dedenne is seated really comfortably here. Obviously, Diggersby is a major threat, but outside of that, it can really put a lot of pressure against the rest of the team. Drapion, if you shield the first Aqua Tail, Parabolic Charge does a lot of damage. And then like almost everything else, like it either wins charge attack priority against or it like kind of walls. So I might expect to see that in at least one game. Maybe not game number one necessarily, but like as we've seen a lot of players do, they bring a super dominant Pokemon and then bench it for the second game. So if
We're
The player
going
on the
into
left decides to do that. Oh, sorry.
we're going into the match, and yeah, it looks like the left side player actually is Ishikawa boy.
Oh, okay. Very fun. Okay, Ishikawa Boy versus Dogo. I'm gonna refer to him as Dogo. I don't know for sure though. Mandy Mirror in the lead. Let's see if both of them are running Air Slash. And they are. Okay, that is pretty logical. As we look at the backlines here, we've got Quagsire and oh, that's a Shadow Dusclops on Ishikawa Boy's side, and Shadow Drapion and Tinkaton on Dogo's side. So the Mandibuzz on Ishikawa Boy's side avoiding the Tinkaton is really beneficial, and the backline is fairly comfortable into it.
I think looking at this, like both players don't know so the back lines, but I think both players would rather see the Mandibuzz like here just because they don't really want to like see it on sort of their back. So this will be a very interesting sort of mirror match as they try to like figure out like how if one kind of wins CMP or another, or they decide to swap, which looks like the right side player does decide to do to kind of start getting the streak back and ramping up on energy.
Ishikawa Boy throwing the aerial ace. I expect to see a chip and dip into possibly Quagsire, and it looks like that is the case. Now, I'm really curious about how this matchup is going to go because the dropdown has a lot of energy. It honestly might be able to outpace to the second crunch. No, it looks like a charge attack priority event, and the Drapion wins it. But this is only an Aqua Tail, and Ishikawa Boy knows that. He's gonna let it go. The Quagsire is gonna. Oh, wait, did he not? Oh no, it wasn't
What
a
a
charge attack
farm!
priority event.
And farming this up, just trying to be able to kind of pressure it, lands that Aqua Tail to kind of bring out. And I believe he has another Aqua Tail banked up, and you can see him like trying to massively tap on that because he wants to like throw that move.
Oh, he was one
Oh,
away and he just barely misses out. That's so unfortunate. And the Mandibuzz has so much energy. The Tinkaton comes out comes the Shadow Dusclops. And we're gonna see how this matchup plays out. Both players have two shields, but Dogo's Mandibuzz has so much more energy than Ishikawa Boy's. Play rough gets shielded. Shadow Punch number 1 coming out. Shadow Punch number 2 is loaded. So and the first Shadow Punch gets no shielded, does a considerable chunk of damage.
just continue to kind of build up energy. Knows that it's going to need some residual amount to deal with the back and be able to unload energy. But you can also see that the switch timer is kind of coming up, so I can see an opportunity here where there might be a catch on either side.
I Yeah, I definitely could see that. Player gets shielded. Oh no, Ishikawa Boy was expecting the combo play, but it doesn't come through. And now the Tinkaton is just gonna be able to dispatch this Mandibuzz. And I think Dogo's Mandibuzz is gonna be able to clean up this game, comes in foul play number 1 loaded. And this actually reminds me, Ishikawa Boy is running Dark Pulse as well, we haven't seen it, but the but the dark type move was notably slower than Aerial Ace because Foul Play and Aerial Ace have the same energy cost, whereas uh, Dark Pulse costs 10 more energy. But obviously, Dogo doesn't know that because I didn't see it in this game. But by the way, game number 1 goes to Dogo.
Yeah, looking at that, it seemed like, Dogo still had like a shield as well. So there was like a world where Ishikawa boy might have been able to like farm up like double, but with that sort of like shield, it was actually like well managed on the right side for Dogo to be able to make it so that it wasn't enough to kind of just win with just like those two ice punches had he been able to get there.
Hmm. It was a really It was a really clever mind game for Dogo to not capitalize on what would have been a very easy combo play against the Dusclops, going for the play rough, getting the shield, and then going into the Manabuzz to get the foul play. Ishikawa Boy was uh, has probably seen that play millions of times and he was anticipating it, but it did not come through, and that really solidified the game for Dogo. Just being able to triple mind game, just being able to play that mind game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's like a world where like maybe like Ishikawa boy might have wanted to like sort of like switch a little like quicker when the Drapion kind of like came in, but I think this is like the thing with most of the times when you have like a Drapion sort of switch that you just want to ramp up on energy because again, at that point all they sort of like knew was that it was just kind of like a mirror team, and I think for both of them they both were like fine with where like the Mandibuzz sort of like was because they probably didn't want the Mandibuzz to really like deal with anything in the back.
Hmm. um, I'm really curious to see what sort of adjustments get made for game number two. We didn't see the scissor, which we were kind of talking, which we are like discussing with quite a bit of uh how do I describe it? Like quite a bit of praise. It seems like it's pretty powerful into Dogo's team, and yet it was not brought. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see it, honestly. But what are your thoughts?
There's the other thing that I agree, and the other thing that kind of comes to mind was just like again, like just trying to find whether or not Ishikawa Boy was able to bring that dust watch, just given like sort of like the double darks that was there, and definitely was able to avoid kind of like seeing either of them for the most part because he was able to kind of like put like that Dusclops mainly on the Tink at the end and just wasn't able to kind of get like the switch clocks in a way where he'd be able to kind of like land moves or like try to like play conservative so it wouldn't have had any catches either.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm really curious to see whether or not the Dusclops will come for game number two. It's just such a neutrally powerful Pokemon. But now, I mean, we didn't notice that it was Shadow in the first game, or before game number one. But now that we have established that it is Shadow, these matchups get a lot more interesting. Mandibuzz, like Air Slash
Come
Mandibuzz,
into
of course, is going to be able to deal a lot more damage.
the
Oh,
next
game
game is
number
about to
two.
like start because yeah, like this is going to be the first Shadow and we'll see if it decides to kind of come back. We have
Shadow Dusclops
wow.
lead into Diggersby. This is a pretty nice matchup for Ishikawa Boy. It's curious to see whether or not Dogo is going to stay in and throw the Scorching Sands before Ishikawa Boy throws the Ice Punch, and it looks like that is going to happen.
This is something that the Dusclops definitely can win. We'll see if like the debuff kind of comes through. It does
Oh,
actually kind of
wow.
like come
Oh
through,
my
and he
goodness.
catches an
The
ice
debuff
punch.
comes through and the catch and the sneak. This is so big for Dogo. He gets so much mileage off of that one catch, and now the Lapras comes in.
It has ice beam. This is the first ice beam Lapras we've seen.
Now keep in mind, these Shadow Claws are gonna be starting to add up, but Lapras can take Hydro Cannons all day. However, because Lapras isn't on Skull Bash, it's not gonna be able to take care of this for Alligator before it can make it to the third Hydro Cannon, I think.
And Dogo
Unless
doesn't
it
know
dispatches
what
all
his
of its energy.
moveset kind of like is too. So there is a bit like kind of like here where like as like for Alligator you're pressured to like think about shielding because had you known that you probably wouldn't have.
Really taking advantage of the switch timers, Dogo decides to come into Drapion to start getting an energy lead. And Ishikawa Blade has to bring in the Dedenne, which is not really what you'd prefer. It's a ooh, that's a really nice shiny. Aqua Tail coming through. Ishikawa Blade lets it go, understanding that Dedenne is more than likely just going to be put onto the Diggersby, um, and Diggersby just kind of dominates that matchup. Drapion goes down, Diggersby comes in, doesn't have a whole lot of energy, and so Dedenne may or may not be able to make it to this play rough, which will kind of chunk the Diggersby.
Maybe Dogo was trying to either have like lost count or it was like kind of like building up. Definitely a case where like with like the right energy counts could have avoided like taking that chunk of damage.
Dedenne going down. Dusclops coming back in. Scorching Sands already loaded and ready to go, but Ishikawa Boy is shielding the Dusclops. Now we're in shield and neutrality, but the Feraligatr, oh my gosh, the second debuff. That's actually massive. Ice Punch is not going to be able to KO.
This time, though, able to kind of land that Ice Punch without sort of a catch. But yeah, at debuff, not enough to KO, as you sort of mentioned, which is quite unfortunate because you do want to kind of clear this up. Forced to kind of like shield again.
Yeah, shielding the Scorching Sands. How much energy is... Oh my gosh, 3 debuffs in one game. This is ridiculous. Diggersby, no shielding, all shields on Gator. Let's see what happens in this end game. The Lapras is really low, and I don't think it has a whole lot of energy. Gator is 1 away from the Hydro Cannon, decides not to shield, and that could be massive.
Oh, and the patience to not throw that Hydro Cannon. That could have been a really good catch on Ishikawa Boy's side. That would have allowed like the Dusclops to come back out and reset sort of the buff and do it. But at this point, able
Oh,
to barely miss it so that a Hydro Cannon kind of like comes in and likely
wow.
taking out this Dusclops.
Wow, what a play by Dogo. Really, that patience to ensure that the catch on the Lapras did not occur was so monumental in securing that victory.
Yeah, like that could have been like a make or break, and it was very good kind of patience for Dogo to continue shadow clawing down and avoid being able to like just get all that energy kind of thrown into like the Lapras. Uh, I was like interested to see that that initial shadow punch was like thrown on Feraligatr. There could have been a world where he could have like sort of like swapped in to ensure that he could have thrown maybe 2 shadow punches before it got away from the debuffs.
Yeah, yeah, 3 debuffs was unbelievably
Oh
unfortunate for
yeah,
Ishikawa Boy.
yeah.
But also, Dogo was just really on top of things, being able to get that catch and the sneak on the first debuffed Ice Punch really let him kind of get ahead in that game. The Feraligatr, just the non-Shadow Feraligatr really putting in a lot of work against honestly that entire team. Lapras not having Skull Bash was really huge in ensuring that the Feraligatr was able to stay alive.
Yeah, and this is like a time where, given the number of Dusclops that we've seen, we can see how Feraligatr actually was able to kind of like put in work and be that Pokemon that applies all the pressure and also something that kind of like answers a lot of these Dusclop picks that we've seen. Yeah,
Um,
those debuffs were
yeah.
quite unfortunate and definitely kind of like swung it in Dogo's favor.
Yeah, those were absolutely devastating. I yeah, I don't have much to say about that. Just triple debuffs. If I'm not mistaken, it is a 30% debuff chance on Scorching Sands. So the odds of that are
1 in 27
basically 1 in
ish.
3. Yes. Yes. Yeah, yeah,
Third time's third
that's
time's
correct.
third. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
tough. It is tough, but unfortunately, that's sort of the game that we play. One of the benefits of Swiss, obviously, is that that doesn't mean that Ishikawa Boy is out of the tournament. And to be honest with you, I would imagine that he's probably still in with a pretty good spot to qualify for Worlds by hitting top 16, because it needs to be in the top 16 out of it was roughly 108 players, and. Well, we have to wait and see whether this was the final round of Swiss or if there is one more. If this is the final round of Swiss and he's only sort of dropped a set now, then he's almost guaranteed that he's in top 16 and depending on tiebreaker, might even be in top 8. But if there's one more round, then there's always the chance that he might, on tiebreakers, need one more win in the next round to sort of get that Worlds qualification. But I feel like, Ishikawa Boy's still looking good. And obviously, we've got probably, the winner is presumably pretty good and in with a Worlds qualification as well. So, we'll wait and see to see if like a round 7 ends up generating, or if we end up being given an extra round, like, you know, sort of a bonus match in round 6. But I guess we just have to watch the stream and stay tuned.
I'm looking at like the round page, and I see that I think if it's Hiroaki Ishikawa, he's got 12 points.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple others that have like 12 points, but there are 3 people I see that have 15 points. So it does look like, if you're looking at that, that gives us like a top 3. There's quite a number of like top 12, so this might come down to, while he has kind of like a good chance, like what the tiebreaker kind of looks like for like the Swiss, because there are like a good number of people who do have 12.
Yeah, okay. It is sort of an interesting spot where like I'm the version of my browser seems to not be updated with any 15s, but that might just mean that we're sort of going in with 12s into this round, and so like the 15s might be updated. Oh, a 15 just appeared. So like
Yeah, I went to like the list of rounds, round 6, and I refreshed it, and that's how I'm on like the first page, because I think
yeah,
the way it works is you go to list of rounds, you can go to the rounds, and then there's like 3 pages
yeah,
of kind of the rounds, and within the first page it looks like there's a couple of folks, and that's how I saw like the 15s that are there.
yeah. I was literally sitting on the one page. I think it auto refreshed while I was sitting here. But it's sort of still yet to be seen whether that's like the 15s like because of points of this round, or if it's like points that have been added in from the previous, because mathematically we should be seeing way more 15s lying around. Well, not way
Yeah,
more,
and
but like we should have already had them from the previous round, right? So
this is where like for the other pages, so on page 2 I'm seeing 4 more 15, so adding up that, there was like 3 on the first, and then 4 on the, so that's 7. That's 7 people who have like kind of like 15, which
okay,
I think is the most you can kind of like get. Well, actually, if it's round 6, technically there should be maybe an 18. If there
yeah.
is, but you're not guaranteed that, like Swiss. It's not always the case that someone's like undefeated in
I
like
think there has to be one, like someone has to be 6-0. It's just that it's like because it's supposed to be a a 7-round tournament. It's just it might be like the grand finals would be like a 6-0 versus a 5-1. But I think that someone needs to be 6-0.
Okay, then maybe that hasn't been updated yet, because I do not see any 18. Because that would mean that there should be an 18. Since it's like
Yeah.
round 6, and again, it seems like this page is updating kind of like live, so I don't think all this round 6 has all been sort of played, so it could still be like out to see who actually has that 18 points to be undefeated, if there is
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that's. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I guess. There is someone mentioning in a chat about the drops. I know the GoFest drops. I kind of thought they were sort of all expired. There's mention of NAIC drops, but I don't think anyone's channels except the main Pokemon channel could actually do NAIC drops, unfortunately. I think TCG drops are actually available on a few people's channels, but the Go ones weren't available anywhere else, I do not think.
There was a time where they were available, and I don't know if that grace period is like over, because I know the official channels can always kind of like turn it on.
Yeah.
And there was a time where they can have like affiliates, because I had to go through like one of the official sort of like parties to get my like drop.
Was that
like the live people to that.
you're talking about
For
for
NAIC.
NAIC? Oh, really?
Yeah, for NA. But this was like
Interesting.
I would say like 2 or 3 days like after NAIC, so I don't know if there's like that window of time had kind of sort of like closed. So that's kind of what I was
Interesting.
saying.
Because yeah, like I earlier in this stream, I actually checked the little Twitch drops channel to see if anything was sort of lying around in there, but I didn't actually see any. Like it is definitely turned on, in full Pokemon Go, but I didn't. I mean, nothing's popped up, and I don't see anything in the list talking about Pokemon Go either. So there's drops for a lot of other games you can turn on, but nothing for Go. So I just assumed that it's expired and maybe can only be claimed if you already have it at this point. Regardless, though, Icelandic Lapras is actually keen to jump on as well. So let me make it so
That
we
actually might be good timing if Icelandic Lapras
Yeah.
supposed to join, because
You've been
it's
on a
about
little while,
midnight.
man.
Yeah, I'm about to kind of be able to swap out, so we can keep. Obviously, I think there's like enough kind of going on that if there's more people, we could definitely make it work. But definitely happy to kind of like tag out if Icelandic Lapras wants to join.
Yeah, cool. I didn't know. Obviously, I said from the get-go, this is very jump in, jump out whenever you're sort of available. I appreciate the time you've given. I mean, you've basically been here almost 6 hours. So, appreciate
Hey,
that.
it was fun. It was fun, and like I said, I've always wanted to do casting, and I think this is like the first time I've done it like officially. I've definitely done this like kind of with a friend, like like locally, kind of like just sitting like on a local co-op, sort of like kind of like couch. But happy to be able to kind of like do this, and hoping to like see if there are like any other kind of opportunities to keep doing it because this is fun.
Yeah.
It's been fun hanging out with all y'all.
No,
Yeah, this has
100%.
been
Hey,
really
Icelandic
fun.
Lapras.
Yo! The Icelandic Lapras, the guy that beat me in the Gdansk Cup? Oh, wait, I can't.
Remember that, do you? Yeah, that was a very close 2-1. Well fought game.
I think it was our first interaction, right? Like, I don't think we'd talked before. Oh, wait, we actually have an instant match.
Okay. Do we want to commentate this or?
Yeah. I mean,
Match.
Alan, do you want to take this away
might
with
as well.
Icelandic Lapras
Sure,
while
sure.
you're on your way out?
Sure, I'll do this. As,
I'll mute.
I'll do this as my like kind of like last one. All right, so this we're seeing the first Arachnid that we're kind of coming sort of like on stream. This Lapras has Skull Bash, so not the same as what Ishikawa Boy was like doing. Correctly shielded by Arachnid, and this is going to be something where now that its defense has been sort of like raised, we're going to kind of like see how much this Arachnid can kind of do. Just barely tickling and barely doing anything to this.
Yeah, it's an interesting match. We see just going straight Skull Bash here just to ramp up that defense and try and minimize that bug bite damage. You see, what was the lead we saw? I saw Quagsire lead on the left. Did we see? I didn't get the start of the matchup. Was it the Galissapod or the Dedenne lead? Either way,
It was Dedenne.
Triple water on the left's a very fun player. I know a few battlers love that. Oh, really reaching for that Skull Bash and just getting it there. It's pretty pivotal to who gets the win.
Yeah, I've always seen triple water on a team, never in a comp, and yeah, just being able to eke sort of that away has been able to take it down, but take down both shields. Dedenne kind of comes back in. It might be trying to go for this farm, but this farm's not going to be able to be successful before another charge attack kind of comes through.
It's just that was a water pulse. Yeah, that's pretty dangerous. And now, yeah, they're going to get to a no bubble beam. But
Quagsire comes back in. This parabolic charge is going to be a bit sort of resisted, able to buff and switches instantly out into Galissapod, now utilizing this newly buffed Fury Cutter, launching sort of this kind of like X-Scissor as this Lapras kind of comes back in with its buff sort of like reset.
I imagine in the zeros this is more favorable for Lapras because it will get to land this Skull Bash. And the more shields are up, the more it gets a bit more awkward with the outpacing from Galissapod. Neutral fast move damage being stab on one end, but not from the Lapras. Waiting this final shield, does it get it? No.
Decides to kind of like and see if he can kind of farm down, but not quite enough before Lapras does a parting sparkling area. Now, at this point, one probably wants to preserve this kind of Galissapod, spends the final sort of like shield, and this Quagsire kind of comes in with enough energy to Aqua Tail.
That's the second Lapras we've seen in this battle survive on 1 HP to get a charge move off. A big fan of Lapras. Reaches and gets to this play rough. This should clearly be enough to KO, and that Lapras will also be a nice farm for the Dedenne to sweep up the triple water team.
And based off kind of like the bubbles that are like here, this was actually the game 2. So this was a pre-recording. Looks like it was a round 5 pre-recording, and it looks like this is going to go to the right player. Now, Icelandic Lapras, I know how much you like Lapras. What do you think is like the right choice of Lapras moves in this meta?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I don't think there's a wrong answer. Like at the beginning of the season, once Lapras got updated, I was the big Ice Beam fan. I wasn't believing in the Skull Bash. I do think it totally depends on your show 6 or blind 3 team comp, whether you need that grass coverage. I think I found this season a lot less grass coverage is needed. Like a lot of the water bugs, you really, like we saw in that matchup, you really want the Skull Bash to really threaten them. And the grass, like Jumpluff, is much lower in usage, where that would really threaten them instantly. And switching over from Bullet Seed to Acid means you can outpace the Sparkling Arias before the Rock Tombs, and the Ice Beam's just a little less necessary. And
Given
Skull
that
Bash
these are blind like team sheets, does that kind of like change it to one versus sort of the other? Given that like this is like a world where you don't know what your opponent's Lapras might be running.
I don't think that favors one move over the other, but I think it does favor Mons like Lapras, where it does have this 3 charge move options. Some Mons like the Galissapod, you'll never see an Aerial Ace on that. Dedenne, you're not seeing Discharge running as a 3rd move there.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and I think like one of the ones that might kind of come up is maybe like Galarian Wheezing. We did see one Galarian Wheezing in terms of whether it would run like Overheat or not. But I do agree that for like some of the other Mons, like even with like the different kind of movesets, it is something where you're not going to kind of see one. Whereas with Lapras, there has been a large number of Skull Bashes, but we did at least sort of see one Ice Beam. So that's still something that folks can keep in their pocket.
Yeah, and you don't even have to build up to the Skull Bash if you've never revealed it. If you just build up to 7.5 seconds of Sideways, they really should. They've got to respect that it could be there.
Yeah, we were talking about how like just with all the open team sheets, these are some of like the extra strategies that people just don't really like think about or like kind of like do, but that is definitely something you can sort of like do here.
Yeah, and I remember back in the day when it first started across regionals, the ones I attended in Europe, where it was closed team sheet, and I remember back then being on stream was a bit of a competitive disadvantage, because I remember watching 2 players who could have been my next round opponents on stream, and it was A9 at the time, and it was always a coin flip: is that Powder Snow, is that Charm? And it plays completely differently offensively, to know that. And so you could gain that info, and I really do like that these movesets are revealed these days, because like you could make a surprise factor run with some really unusual movesets, take a KO that if you had the full information you wouldn't be able to, or build a line that turned out to be ABA weak to a Charm A9 when you were expecting Powder Snow, for example. So I do like the extra information to give all the players all the tools to make the correct reads.
Oh, Steve, you found the leaderboard page where you can finally find the 18 pointers.
Yeah, I believe this is the final leaderboard from the Swiss standings, which obviously there's a lot of names we don't necessarily recognize. This in number 4 is Poke Moneymaker. So not only is he qualified for Worlds, which he already was from winning Melbourne Regional, sorry, but he's also through to the top 8 bracket. Unfortunately, the other name that I recognize is one that many others will, that we just saw in number 18. Ishikawa Boy has barely missed out on qualifying for Worlds in 18th, which is heartbreaking. The number 1 5-2 player by the looks of it. 4-2 player was able to qualify based on tiebreaker, but unfortunately Ishikawa Boy doesn't have the opponent's match win percentage to actually get through by the looks of it, it's just heartbreaking.
And if I'm kind of like looking at the acronyms OMW, I'm wondering if that stands for opponent match win, which now makes you think that this is very similar to how Tom kind of handles it. So we all kind of know about sort of the tiebreakers that we're used to in like cups and challenges, and it does seem like that is what they're kind of like applying here as well.
Yeah. It seems like that, which is, it makes sense, but, and again, this is sort of what we said before, where like, if you're at 4-2, it feels like, oh man, so unlucky to lose based on tiebreaker. All of these players that went 4-2 that didn't qualify. We kind of have one lucky player that snuck in, but the truth is that if you want to qualify you should try and go, 5-1 is I guess where you should be targeting. But it's very sad to see a player that is so strong just unfortunately not make it there. But I guess that's the nature of a competitive environment like the Pokemon World Championships, where not everyone that I would argue deserves to go can go every year, unfortunately. So very sad, very sad. But we do have 16 players that are qualified for Worlds. So if anyone recognizes any of these names and can link it to a username that we might recognize, do let us know. But as is.
Or maybe Heather in chat is going to go and just match them all to like their avatar. Avatar like close, and then we'll be able to figure out who they are.
Heather's been very useful on that front. But yeah, sorry we didn't get to like properly welcome you in, by the way, Icelandic Lapras. Good to have you here. The way that this stream has gone has been very much, there's sort of a main match, and then they'll sort of like randomly, with no warning, cut to like a pre-recorded match to sort of fill content.
Yeah, we got like surprised the first time, and we didn't know what was going on until we found out that was going on. So that's what we ended up sort of like casting. You will see that occasionally they will show a stream and actually show the players that are kind of there, but they do seem to kind of like cut in like these like matches, which I guess is like a little rattling, but also kind of like nice to kind of like fill the gaps, because it has been like a little slow because they've been doing Swiss here.
Yeah. I know it's always interesting at North American or European regionals, where the stream queue's normally a bit behind the main rounds because of getting everyone ready, and so you get a bit of a lag in terms of who's up, and like if I'm on stream, then maybe my next round opponent's already sat in the crowd watching, and maybe my round after that's already watching as well. But obviously with Swiss, once the stream game, if it's like one of the early ones to finish, maybe it's a 2-0 rather than a 2-1, then you've got to wait for the rest of Swiss rounds to start. So it can, as you see in like the VGC games, have a bit more of a break between matchups.
Mm-hmm.
I did also notice when I was looking at it, the stage is just in the middle there. There's no backdrop. You can watch from all sides.
Yeah,
that's a fun setup. Really, you can feel the heat from all sides. You can't just sort of turn away and sort of block out the crowd visually.
Yeah, it's different. It's different from even though this is the same venue as where they held Worlds Yokohama 2 years ago. I guess they have a different sort of setup, because they definitely had like what you're typically kind of like used to, where it's like stages kind of the wall, but decided to go for like I guess the 360 of effect. It'd be kind of interesting if they how that would play out if they did it in the other kind of regionals as well. I think it definitely would kind of like throw me off, just like in terms of like the different things, and probably post things if you can kind of see the screens. But interesting that they went with that.
Yeah. Caleb Peng's asked in chat, any repeat Worlds attenders from Japan? And so it's sort of, we don't recognize a lot of these names, is the truth. So we know that Junya Watanabe is Poke Moneymaker. So I don't know that he's competed at Worlds before, but he already had his Worlds invite from Melbourne. I don't actually know if Japan potentially works on a system where like that invite will pass down to 17th because he's already qualified. Personally, I would doubt it. I would assume this is sort of a burned invite for Japan. But other than that, I don't recognize a lot of these names. Ishikawa boy barely missed out. He's at 18th and top 16 qualify for Worlds. Unless this table isn't updated or something, but I think it looks like the final table at the very least. So
yeah, and when you look at like, since we just probably wrapped up sort of like round 6 probably, and also like this is following kind of like Tom, I think you can kind of like tell that a lot of this is kind of like cemented, because you know that they seem to be calculating based off opponent match wins, and I would imagine the next one is opponent match losses.
Yeah, accumulation points. I'm not sure what is that like the points of your opponents maybe?
Maybe I'm trying to kind of guess here, just because like I assumed if OMW is 1, usually Tom has a very similar matrix, and that next one is usually like the match your opponent's like losses.
Yeah. It checks out. But we'll see. We'll see a few more. I mean, we could do the thing where you like Google people's names and see if they pop up, but we won't try and dox them.
That's what I'm trying to do right now, yeah. And only Junya Watanabe is kind of showed up. So yeah, I made it down to number 7 and no luck. no luck.
Yeah, it's really only if they've shown up at a TPCI tournament and done well
Yeah.
that we're actually going to get any information on them. So
Now, some of those names match names that have played the TCG, so it could be the case that there might have some crossover, but I didn't confirm. I didn't follow up and kind of confirm with that.
Interesting. But yeah, well, do we know that it's single elim from here, or are we just sort of like speculating that detail?
I mean, we're just like following what Tristan kind of told us, and he hasn't been wrong so far. And again, we're winging this, so we're about to find out. This is kind of like final. I think this is an exciting place for Icelandic Lapras to kind of join, to where we might actually start seeing sort of more of like an elimination bracket. So maybe we can actually like associate some sort of names rather than just try to guess along the way.
That's right. Well, it's also like so the top 16 qualify, but only the top 8 actually progress into this next stage bracket, or so Tristan tells us, and we trust Tristan on this. So it is very much from here on out, everyone is a Worlds qualified battler. So everyone you see, you are going to have to watch out for at the World stage in Anaheim. And it's just going to be about who can claim the title in Japan. And by the sounds of it, either the first place or the top 2 places might get a travel award as well for Worlds. So definitely still a lot to play for, and we'll see how it all plays out. But yeah, we've got a lot of battles left to go, I suppose.
Yeah, one of those folks is going to be looking a little bit more comfy in their stay in Anaheim.
Yeah, that's right. JJ's asked if Satoru Kaisei is Kai-san, which might check out, actually. They were doing very well. I don't think we saw Kai-san lose, to be fair. So that might check out if they're 6-0. We'll just assume that it's them.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
What's that?
Yeah, like
we're expecting now just like a quarterfinal, semi-final, and final is the expectation.
Yeah,
I think so.
Them all on.
Probably.
With some potential
probably
of
7 matches left by the looks of it.
Yeah, there might be some pre-recorded match shenanigans as well.
There might be.
Oh, I hope not. Like, because with Swiss, I think it'd be a lot more straight, or with like elimination bracket, it would be a lot more straightforward. But who knows?
We'll see. JJ said it's pretty close to his name on Arcanine from Worlds, and it's like these names are the Google Translate names, so it's sort of reasonable for these to be slightly wrong. So if it's close to their Arcanine name, then I would probably guess that is Kai-san. So they were definitely playing pretty well before, but we'll see.
Now they're going through a lot of advertisements for like all the other Pokemon games.
Oh yeah.
I noticed that, and I think I noticed a TCG Pocket thing. So that brings me to this question: are we gonna get yet another opening stream for EV Grove with our good friend PvP Steve and Debbie Pebble?
Look, the jury's out. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. But I'll certainly be opening some packs regardless of what happens. So I have a feeling that Debbie will probably say the same thing. So let's assume that it is very likely to happen very soon.
Steve probably can't officially confirm or whatnot, but let's just say that it seems like he's going to open packs one way or another. It's unknown whether they're going to be sponsored packs, but it sounds like he's going to be opening packs.
Yeah, no matter how things go, I'll be opening packs for sure. So should be fun for sure. Stay tuned to the PvP Steve 7 stream, I guess.
Can't wait for that.
When the release date is soon, right? It's like this next week.
It's the 26th.
30th.
Because
was it 26th?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
30.
Oh wait, is it? I thought the Well, I'm just thinking because like the ranked season ends tomorrow, and then the the packs or the pack hourglasses get released on the 26th.
Oh, yep.
Which is usually when they release the first set or like the next set.
June 25th, 11 p.m. Pacific. So yeah, it's probably going to be like the 26th elsewhere. Yeah.
It always happens
26th
midweek,
for me personally,
which is interesting. But regardless, it looks like we do have some soft confirmation that Cancenari is probably this number 10 battler on the leaderboard as well. So. Because it sounds like they must have posted on like Twitter or Discord or something that they've qualified, and the fact that the name lines up pretty solidly is pretty good indication, I think.
This has been truly a group effort. Thanks, chat.
Yeah, let us know if you get any more leads.
Out. We're gonna slowly help build Draco Viz the infographic because I don't know how they're gonna figure it out because we're trying to figure this out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
It'll be tough. It'll be tough. I don't know how they did it last year, to be honest. I guess they only have to figure out 16 names, and then like that's mission accomplished. Actually, to be fair, anyone that's on stream, except for like the cutaway matches, the mainstream matches, you do see the names for a slight second. So, but you'll probably still be missing someone for sure. Not everyone's gonna get on stream, so we'll see. Kag got top 8. Can you tell me Kag's full name? Because it sounds very familiar. Lost a pocket at Puerto Rico. Oh, that's right. That's right. They were one of the out of region.
Wasn't his name, but enough for Steve to remember who it was.
I was like, that would be the reason that the name is familiar. It was like, oh, I check all of the Djokovic graphics, so I've definitely seen that name pop up before. But yeah, that rings a bell actually. That checks out. Oh well. But yeah, I mean, Icelandic Lapras, first of all, good morning. But second of all, what's your, how close were you watching NAIC? What are your sort of current takes on the Delightful Days meta and the meta that's going into Worlds?
Yeah, it's I watched a fair bit of NAIC. I know a few of my teammates competed as well. I flew out for that, and I was actually away at a wedding most of the weekend, so I caught bits here and there, a few evenings. It did look like there were a few technical difficulties.
You could say that.
Used, which can make watching a bit more painful. And it did look very open meta. That's what I thought about it. Like, I remember the days of Medi, Licky having over 50% usage. I mean, I think towards the end of metas, they always tend to consolidate that way to a nice high usage of certain mons. But everything seemed to be a bit more open, at least because it's the first round of the meta and it's a big tournament. And there really aren't many more tournaments between now and Worlds. Like, all official tournaments should really be over. So it'll be interesting seeing like the grassroots tournaments, keeping an eye on the meta shifts there. And I imagine a lot of the players who'll be practicing in those will be players who are practicing for Worlds because, well, otherwise you're just practicing to play for fun, which is obviously very valid. But I know a lot of people will be really grinding at this point to figure out their perfect team. Like, I've been chatting with friends about what's a good team comp, seeing a few of their ideas going into Worlds, which is creeping up real quick now. So you really got to start prepping, see what's working, and test out these new moves. And it was really interesting to see at NAIC some of the top battlers using completely different options and how they use them. Because I've seen Shadow Sizzle, for example, in Great League as like a cup specialist. Like, if there's like certain bulky mons unavailable, then it might be able to thrive. And Pato Man, I believe, was just proving everyone wrong, running Shadow Scizor in completely open meta. Everything's available, and he's still powering through it all. So mons like that will really have to pay attention to. And some like the big bulks like Azu just not really being there. They surprised me. Like, their usage was much, much lower than I expected. I know it's not a new toy. No one wants to play with their Azu at the moment because everything else has been buffed, and the Dene really does terrorize it. But I was surprised to see some of the mons like that, like Jumpluff, even Tinkerton, having disappeared from the meta pretty quickly in favor of much glacier mons, much faster options. So that's where I was a bit surprised in the meta and see where that's going. And how, if it stays that way for Worlds with fast pace, more attack weighted spammier mons, or if the bulk returns with a bit more consistency and gives you that bit more flexibility to play a bit more slowly.
I mean, yeah, I was playing in NAIC, and I was playing in a lot of the practice tournaments in the lead up, especially on the Inadequate server, and it was very the meta shifted very quickly, to say the least, and constantly. So sort of, if you just prepared based on the first 4 days of the meta, you'd be facing a very different set of Pokemon than you faced like by the time NAIC rolled around. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see how the meta develops over the next 2 months, because I have this, I've decided to take a little bit of a break, and most other top battlers seem to be in a similar position where they just want to take the next month off, the next few weeks off, just to sort of chill a little bit. Because the truth is that if you make the best team for in this next week, you make the best possible team for the current meta, in a month and a half time, it's going to be irrelevant. The meta's going to shift, and it's going to be slightly weak to something big you're going to have a lot of trouble with if you just bring that to Worlds. And so it's sort of, you have to be a little bit, you have to ride the wave a little bit, I feel, and pay attention to how things are going to shift. And so I think a lot of people are sort of deciding to plug their ears for a little bit, and then they'll just turn back around and look when it's a little bit closer to see what the sort of current meta game looks like and go from there. Which I haven't thought too much about what direction the meta might go, whether it does sort of, lean back into the sort of fast-paced Pokemon, whether it goes a little bit more bulky, whether we see more scissor or hard counters running around that really get in its way. We'll just have to wait and find out, but I don't know. I'll be interested.
There's no tournaments to keep an eye on. Like, is it going to be a Great League meta where something really does shine, and everyone's like, maybe that could work at Worlds, maybe that's...
Well, there's going to be locals. Locals are going to start back up in July and August. Like, I've already seen in my own sort of communities, things are starting to kind of show up. So I definitely feel like you're right, Steve, that you want to figure out how you're going to kind of play with a team that's going to be something that can be relevant with all the changes that are there. But for those who want to, I guess, keep their skill sharpened or just see what the local scenes are. Yeah, both July and August, there's still going to be cups and challenges that are there. So it's a good way to kind of get started in the 2026 season, and also just try things out as well.
Yeah, very good point, actually. Very good point.
Well, I did actually kind of forget the locals were coming.
My locals reminded me, so I'm just passing on the favor of hey, in case, as much as you want to plug your ears, there's there will be locals that are standing up, depending on sort of your community. So something to kind of keep an eye out on for.
Okay, well, we have another week and a half to plug.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is that we have a local scheduled for July 21st or something, and I was supposed to advertise it during today, but unfortunately it just rained during the entire community day, so I didn't go out.
You didn't get your recruiting gear on, alas.
No, I didn't, unfortunately. But anyways, how was community day for you guys?
I did it right before I did the stream, because Steve was like, "Hey, it's coming." I was like, "All right, I need to go and finish it," and it was windy the entire time. But it turns out that even with windy, I managed to find a 6-15-15. That's a rank 16, which I guess that if you face me and I happen to have one, there you go. Maybe I'll win CMP. Maybe not. I don't know if I'm gonna go and use it, but it did mean that at the very least, unlike when I had a boosted Clodsire day, that was when you definitely couldn't find a good sort of spread. And looking at sort of the moves, if Komo does get kind of big, something tells me its closing pressure is going to be charge moves, and CMP is going to be kind of important if it becomes a thing.
Yeah,
I have no idea. Can Komo get any other fast moves?
Yeah, it's got Dragon Tail and Poison Jab.
No, but can it get a fighting fast move?
Update would be counter is the one everyone's sort of expecting, that if it does get a bit more coverage, counter could be the option, but I still don't see that truly changing the way the Mon plays. Fighting coverage is great, but it's no longer a premier fast move, and it's still got this one massive weakness staring at you that counter does not change in the slightest.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah, that's just brutal. All it gets is... oh my god, it gets upper hand, actually.
Oh, really?
But that still doesn't help it in the fast move department. What fast
what about Force Palm? Can I learn Force Palm?
Nah, it doesn't get Force Palm. It gets Shadow Claw.
Oh. I don't know about
it
that.
also gets Metal Claw.
Metal Claw's designed for a nerf soon, I imagine. So that might be a...
You're probably right. Actually, no, you're probably most certainly right about that.
Does it have like fists? Can it punch? Does it learn bullet punch? Because that would be disgusting.
It does not
Ooh.
get bullet punch.
Yuck.
That'd be so bad.
Well, the thing is, like, I think if they gave a body press, then I really do think a poison jab moveset would be like viable. Because poison jab's a perfectly reasonable fast move. It's just, it like the main problem with combo currently is that either you're giving up fighting damage because you have to run claw and scales, or you give up the speed of you give up the speed of Dragon Claw because you're running either Brick Break or Close Combat along with Scales. You're never giving up Scales, obviously.
Oh, looking at the
But
Sims,
if
like unless Steel comes back, like just Mono Dragon kind of gets things done. Like if you think about it, I guess a Raccoonid at least has like Bug Bite to kind of like do things, but it's not really doing kind of like much. So it's like not too sort of like different, but definitely makes it a little bit like sort of like limiting, and no one really likes to be boxed in somewhere, which Komo would do with a mono like move set.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess having
that's
that
why.
really does help on the resist department, and Bug and Water are generally pretty good synergy and hit. Like no double resistance the same way there is with Dragon, and there's no massive common weakness like Dragon and Fighting have with Bug and Water.
Tristan really wants us to talk about metal sound, upper hand, clanging scales, Como-o.
Whoa,
wait,
is this
pause.
top usage right now?
Oh my
Steve?
god, it gets
Okay,
metal sound.
let me
It
grab some
learns metal sound.
screenshots.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go for some translation, real quick.
Quick, yeah.
Okay, I've got the screenshot.
If it is
so
Dustclops, it's got Dustclops has to be one of these one of these names.
All right, let's plug it into the little
Yeah, I'd be shocked
image
if it
translator.
wasn't.
Any other predictions before it sort of loads in? Oh, okay.
Dustclops is.
So
Dustclops number 1 for sure.
number 2 is Dedenne. Number 3 is Shadow Drapion. It's unclear with Uladre. Uladre. Who are you? Uladre Pokemon. Ludicolo, no. Japanese. I'm not finding it.
Fuku-chan is coming in clutch. Number 1 Credily, number 2 Jitene, 3 S. I assume Shadow Drapion.
Cradily.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
I'm not
to me.
surprised about that either.
We have seen a lot.
Where's the Dustclops?
Has to be on this. Number 4 it has to be Dustclops somewhere. Yeah, number 3 Shadow Drapion. Mandy number 4.
Oh, that we've seen a lot of Mandibuzz too. To be fair,
we have seen.
All
A
right.
lot of
no,
Mandy.
Wait,
number 4 is
Dustclops.
Okay.
Wait, is it Mandy or
what's
Dust?
number 5?
Like.
I mean, Fuku-chan's definitely Japanese, or at least their Twitter account is like all Japanese text, so I assume that
number
Japanese.
5
is Mandy.
Number
okay,
5 is Mandy.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
Thank you very much, Fuku-chan.
Thank you.
Group effort.
Okay.
I was having a chat with a friend yesterday about why Dustclops, why now? Like why it's suddenly appeared in the meta with no, like obviously not rollout, Hex becoming a rollout, but Hex buff makes it much better in terms of energy. But why is it fitting so well in the meta right now?
I think the big reason is the bug buff, right? It just resists bug, and it's very neutral across the board. Like everything is like nothing resists Shadow Punch, Ice Punch. It's so fast. It's got bulk. It's resists bug. It's
I think Ice Punch is the main draw here because you could kind of make the same argument. Greninja.
Well, he said what resists it, and I was like, Greninja. Greninja.
Oh,
we did see Greninja.
We did see quite a few Greninja, but I do think, I think the Ice Punch coverage is the really big kicker here, because you could make you could make similar arguments for like Galarian Corsola, it being extremely bulky, it having coverage for bug types, etc. But Dusclops has a similar level of bulk, and Ice is a really difficult type to bring, and so everyone's running kind of like ABA to it. Or just like pretty weak to it. Oh, and he dipped.
Yeah, that was a very harsh take that Steve just did not agree with. Left us there. No, I still looking to test my Dusclops, and so I've not got a good regular one built before this last event, and so I was out
I
looking
have
for
a
IVs.
I have a
Um,
really good Dusclops or normal Dusclops, but I don't have a good Shadow Dusclops. But I have a good Shadow Noir.
hmm. Well, I mean, I was looking into all the possible bulk and breakpoints, and it's a surprising one because it's got like it's nice on screen now for us with all the moves. It's a mon with over 200 defense and barely over 100 HP. So the IVs really can matter on it, and like you can find mons with really certain breakpoints and bulk points to really change how the matchup plays. I remember watching
Mm.
at the commentators were all about how Dusclops' hardest counter in the meta was Lapras, because that Psywave damage did 2 damage, and so it can just fast move it down in 50 seconds without even landing a charge move. Whereas
Actually, it's 50 turns, 25 seconds. Sorry.
you're right. And so Lapras is suddenly doing incredible damage this Dusclops, whereas most other mons, especially with higher turn durations, are really struggling to take it down.
Yeah, that's logical.
Alan, I just want to give you the out here. Did you want to leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna go leave. I'm gonna go leave now. I was waiting for like the moment. I'm gonna sign off.
All right.
Thanks a lot. It was fun doing this.
Thank you very much for coming in, Alan.
No,
I'll
thanks,
pass the
Alan.
torch over to Icelandic Lapras, who's already kind of been there. I'll be back at some point. We'll talk, Steve.
Right.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Fair
No
enough.
worries, Alan.
Have a good
Talk
evening.
soon. Talk soon.
Bye.
See you at Worlds.
Bye.
All right, chill. There was, this was a pretty powerful stream to have both first place and second place from the Johannesburg special event in one spot. So, hopefully it gets a little bit more chill now. There's so much less talented with regional champion Icelandic Lapras taking the steed instead.
I mean, ever since I've been in here, we've had 3 podium placers.
Yo,
So,
we got a number 1, a number 2, and a number 3 in the chat. Is that?
Yes, we do.
Let's go.
I mean, it's so much easier to podium place when you're running hard meta. I think it's even more respectable to podium place when you're bringing Dedenne before it's cool.
Whoa. It was a Mulga. Thank you very much.
Oh, Nighttime Clasher was the Dedenne guy, right?
No, he was Togedemaru.
He was talking to Maru? Oh, of course he was.
Oh
I've
my
seen
gosh.
the
people
the
and
crochet.
This is why I'm the leader of Rodent Gang, Chad.
In Europe, it's Chun who's the one who's been running. He was running the Lorantis for seasons and finished, I think, top 4 at Stuttgart with that a few seasons back. That was
No, I remember that. Yeah, no, Chun and I are Lorantis bros.
Hey, Lorantis is legit. I mean, when we had Zoe Tudot attending some locals on our end, she was a huge Lorantis enjoyer. Oh, I mean, she's also a Dedenne enjoyer, so she's really in line with Magmar Man, to be fair.
Shadow Drapion is nice, commentator said as well. That's true. Shadow Drapion is probably one of the best Dusclops counters that we have currently.
I actually strongly disagree on that because
Ooh.
it's one of those with the bulk points and break points. Obviously, Poison Sting does 1 damage, and you can get a Hex breakpoint to do 1 extra damage. And so regular Dusclops can beat Shadow Drapion clean in the 2s.
Oh wow! Okay, today I learned.
That's before even like counting up as a safe swap Dusclops. Like then any further ahead. I mean, you need some Shadow Punch baits for that.
Yeah.
But I was really surprised looking into the Dusclops how it's got win conditions against most things in the meta, or at least it doesn't have a win condition against, say, Galarian Moltres, but it can really hit it for super effective. Whereas, yeah, you'd look at the Drapion and be like, Ghost versus Dark, both have resisted fast move. One has a neutral charge move, one has a super effective, like really good stab charge move. And yet Dusclops can find a way to win it in the 2s.
Yeah, or even in like
Guy
in
is
some
asking
other
if we know.
scenarios, it can still be really good with like energy put in the right spot or whatnot. As soon as you like land 2 moves into Drapion, all of a sudden Dusclops actually looks kind of crazy good. So it's I really like when I regularly use Dusclops as a safe swap, and I expected people to swap Drapion into me as the response, and I was fine with that. It was fun. I was like happy days. This is good. But
I mean, it's sort of like last season or the season before, where Galarian Corsola was the king, where you knew if you landed a power gem against a Drapion, you could just farm down in the 2s. And so it's a somewhat similar matchup there of Drapion's pretty fragile. You hit it with 1 or 2 big neutral moves, and you just don't see the coming that you can just take it down.
yeah.
Ursula's such a dumb mon.
But all right, Magma Man makes a good point. We should probably catch up on chat. So yeah. Also, they love Jai. Welcome in, gamer. My fellow second place amigo. Also a crazy NAIC day 2 run, or NAIC run in general into day 2, I guess. Yeah, Zoe definitely made the seasonal updates for sure. Just realized Steve Josh has his hoodie again. I do, although we're not going hood on this time. Do we know the exact number for that? I assume that he's talking about the break point, I guess, for
The break and
Dusclops.
block points, I would assume,
Um,
for Dusclops and a Shadow Trap.
I mean, I guess.
Yes, I actually do have that saved on my phone.
Bro, I literally could never.
Yeah, I've been sharing this around with a few friends. So Dusclops breakpoints for Shadow Drapion, you literally only need 101.85 attack against the rank 1 Shadow Drapion to break it. And so it shouldn't be that hard to get that breakpoint against Dusclops. As Dusclops against the Drapion, because most people are attack weighting their Drapion just for the mirror.
Yeah.
And the potential Azu breakpoint.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, unless you're running like a true, really high ranked Dusclops plus Drapion, that Hex breakpoint should be coming.
Interesting. I think I was probably running a Dusclops that was too good, now that I think about it, at a NAIC. Not that it ever came up, but maybe I have to build a new one for Worlds. We'll see. Apparently, they also said on the stream, Gligar is Show 6 ungood, and GBL and Show 6 different. Okay, they're comparing like Gligar in Show 6 versus GBL. It probably is.
Yeah, I think in
GBL's got to be better, right?
I think as somebody who was running Gligar for the first week of Great League, I think Gligar is definitely more of a GBL mon than a Show 6 mon at this point.
Yeah, I think that's
It's
fair.
one of
But
those
I'm really
where-
surprised that Fur fell off.
Especially because, like, I think one of the original reasons, like, Flurret came up when Tinkerton came up as a good pair, even though Tinkerton is a counter. And even though Tinkerton's going away, Flurret is much safer, but not, surviving either.
Well, I guess one of the...
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, one of the main reasons that Furret was around was like as a Claydol answer, right? And I guess the ghosts are around nowadays, but I don't know. I don't really know why it's.
Too much Mandy? Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah, that could check out.
And Drapion's also an issue, even though that's dropped down in usage a bit. But it's a good point that like Claydol's going, Dusclops is around, which is a great Forest, a great answer for that. Never struggles there. It's one Trailblaze off and leaves with a move in the zeros.
Yeah. Oh, actually, also a lot of the waters are moving towards bug waters, which don't care about Trailblaze as much. Where like back in the Furret heyday, it was all straight water, like it was Lapras Azu everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, like I can kind of understand that, but even then, like it's still like Trailblaze is still such a really powerful move. Like I don't know. I don't know. Like I can kind of agree, I guess. I actually I'm gonna look at the recommended for a matchup. I feel like it's not that bad.
Yeah, I feel like to be honest with you, even in like Furret when Furret was doing well, it wasn't a dominant Pokemon. So if it gets like slightly worse, I feel like that's a pretty dramatic fall off coming for Furret. So I don't think it
You
needs to
might
be
be
that
right.
much. But, yeah.
non-stab sucker punch, non-stab trailblaze. Like
Yeah.
Swift is stab, but it's not like it's not the most overpowering mon on its own. Like it can be great in a certain meta, but maybe just in neutral matchups, it's just slightly underwhelming.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it checks out. Any thoughts on Purified Dusclops? We did talk about that a little bit earlier. I mean, Return's just not good, especially when Dusclops has access to Shadow Punch and Ice Punch, which are crazy quick and crazy good coverage. It's hard to leave either of those at home. Tristan said that Shadow Dusclops can win the one shield versus Drapion as well, which is pretty good tech. Although, is that you need a Shadow Punch bait for that? Is that? I mean, I guess you need it for that 2 shield scenario as well, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the case with how the sims work on PvPoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like you're right that the coverage of Ice Punch is too good to give away. Otherwise, like Ghost plus normal is pretty unresisted as a type combo, but then you're relying on Dusclops pure neutrally to eat something, and that's just where it struggles.
Yeah, I think that checks out. Tristan says Mandy plus Gmalt plus Drapion plus Dedenne plus Fighter is unfriendly for Furret. I mean, that's true. There's nothing that you're really targeting in that C. It's like, I feel like you just do... There's less good neutral matchups for Furret on top of everything else, I guess.
I could see Dedenne being a strong reason too. Like, I'm surprised seeing so many...
True.
When Dedenne just... Like, that's a completely RPS pick if there's a Dedenne available for the opponent there. But at least it's got the bolt, and if you can dance around, land a few charge moves. But yeah, Furret does not like to see a Dedenne there being outpaced, losing CMP and not doing the fast move damage it's used to.
Yeah, I think that checks out. They Love Jaya says, the thing that sucks is the 2 Ice Punches from Dusclops doesn't KO before Drapion gets to 2 crunches. Yeah, it's not just like having energy wins you the match on the spot, I guess, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of Drapions that I've seen, people have been getting cheeky with Aquatail baits as well, though, which gets extra scary when they work. But
Yeah, that is a bold bait. Just assuming. I mean, maybe if in the lead they're staying in, you can assume that they're wanting to protect it. But say swap my Dusclops, I don't think you can rely on them wanting to preserve.
Yeah.
Of that when you chose the matchup, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I did note in one of the games earlier, there was a really bold like Aquatail bait from a Quagsire and a Glisopod. But when it's the case, the Glisopod is the one switching into the bag, knowing there's a super effective charge attack coming, and the bait's a much safer option because they've already factored that in making the switch. If I've switched my Dusclops, hoping you're not going to hard punish it, or to get maybe I'm wanting to farm down the Drapion elsewhere or something. That's a really bold bait call to throw out, and if it doesn't work, then that Dusclops is feeling very happy.
Yep, for sure. Now, for those that are just joining us, Icelandic Lapras inclusive, what we currently seem to be in is a bit of a similar spot to the very beginning of the stream, where it took us over an hour to actually get to our first match, even after the actual stream had started, which is kind of crazy little spot to be. But I'm not sure what the deal is, because like they know who is going to be playing in the next few rounds, but it just seems like they're taking quite a while to do some setup time, and like the casters in Japan just have to keep vamping, but they seem to be doing a solid job. So shout out. We'll just wait and see when we actually get matches.
They're just thrown up on stage. It's not like the EU tournaments I've seen where they're sort of backstage. They can, take breaks and rotate them out. Like, they're full camera, full audience looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
They know how to make the atmosphere that bit more intense in Japan.
Yep. Oh, Bra just said 15 minutes to go to next start. Okay, I guess we've got a 15-minute wait. And I trust Bra because they actually gave us some pretty high-tech tips earlier on as well. So, thank you, Bra. Thank you. All right, I guess we've got 15 minutes on the clock. I guess I did see. Sorry, I didn't mention this message from Twastel earlier. Twastel. He mentioned that BJ Poat has sort of been able to put together a few more of the qualifiers. So if you pull up the little leaderboard again. So number 1, Katsura, that is Earth Colors 0907, who we did see on stream a little bit earlier. And I think that Cochino actually pointed that out a bit earlier as well. Then we've got Kai-san in number 2. Not sure about number 3, but number 4 is Poke Moneymaker. Then number 5 is Kento Sorunori. I guess that checks out with the Kent bit.
Always up at the top of the GBL leaderboards.
I think a lot of these guys are probably pretty solid leaderboarders, I would guess. Then in number 8, we have CAG, CAG MPW TPD, who I believe is the player that played in Puerto Rico and lost to Out of Pocket. Then in number 10, we have 315 Katunari 315. That checks out. And then number 12 was Doggo Ferns, who we did see on stream a little bit earlier as well. Managed to clinch in. And then at number 15, we have Kakuza Toho. So also sort of barely clinching in at the very bottom of that sort of 5-1 part there. So I guess we've identified, 8 of the top 16. So there's a start. That's something. But
maybe Jay Jan's in the comments taking notes for us.
yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to the graphic that they made. I don't know if they did one last year. They definitely did one the year before with like the map of all of the world's qualifiers. It's pretty tough when there's going to be like 250 names, to be fair. It's a little bit tough, but it's a cool graphic all the same. Actually, we could check the Dracovids for those names as well, just to sort of see if anyone's popping up, like, what their sort of records are, because I imagine that all of them are kind of cracked. Like we just checked.
Yeah, this is the.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, straight away, Earth Colors has been top 50 on the GBL leaderboard. They don't have any like Dracovids data, and to be honest, I think that a lot of the Master Mihir in the chat as well. Welcome in, the Indian champion, Master Mihir himself, one with the Bastiodon, which I look forward to seeing those battles at some point. Kai-san, we know, performing very well in the past in winning last year's Japan Championships. Pokémon Moneymaker, obviously a very strong battler that just won the Melbourne Regional Championships. Kento Sarunori has been number 1 on the leaderboard, has hit 3,500 ELO. It's sort of... in the last season, they hit 4th on the Go Battle League leaderboard. I was getting a little bit confused where it said peak rank on there. CAG is one that we should be able to see that there is a little bit of play Pokemon history, I suppose. If we click on that guy. CAG has got... they play second. San Juan. Oh, that is Puerto Rico. Oh, yeah, they play second there. They came 11th at PJCS last year and did compete at Worlds. Unfortunately, they did go 0-2. They actually lost to JJ and himself and then Dinoski. Is it Dinoski or Dino Sky? I've never known.
Dinoski, yeah.
Dinoski, okay.
I mean, it's Dean. Everyone don't just call him Dean.
yeah. That's what most people refer to him as. So it's like,
yeah.
That checks out. They're not too shabby.
Yeah.
315 Kadenari actually doesn't seem to have a... Oh, no, I accidentally put a space in front of their name. They've been number 1 on the leaderboard. 3,500. They've been at number 2 this season. Number 3 the season before that. I mean, the records keep on going.
Number 2 this season already.
It
been out like.
It says season 21. I don't. That's not yet, I guess.
This is not it. No.
Are we in season 22? Is that?
No, I think season 23 now.
Okay, here we go.
There we go. Confirmation of top 8.
Yeah. Well, let's quickly translate this puppy. Screenshot. Save image. We can at least get an idea. I mean, we can sort of guess who is probably... Like, it's probably going to be like a, number 1 versus number 8 type situation. But good to get some confirmation just the same. So you put it in the little translator. Okay. And then I'll save this image. Snipping tool. Snipping tool is amazing.
8 should already be qualified for Worlds at this stage.
Yes.
And ranking 16. And of these 8 battlers on screen, they've got a combined 5 losses. Is that what we're expecting at this point?
Oh wait, yeah, that's right. Actually, yeah, 3 of them are undefeated. 5 of them have only lost once. So we're up against a pretty elite squad, to say the least. Okay, here's the dodgily translated bracket image, which doesn't give us a lot of extra information, if I'm being honest. Like Ryoma. Okay, that is the number 1. So that's number 1, and then Kawa. No. Okay, yeah, it's number 1 versus number 8, and then I'm assuming we're gonna see that's number 4 versus.
Oh yeah. That's Pokemon Maker.
Yeah, Sita Kent. Oh, well, number 4 versus number 5, and then it'll be 3 versus 6 and 2 versus 7. Okay, so it's sort of what we would expect. And it is also, I guess, confirmed here that it is single Elium. So 3 rounds to go before the tournament is all wrapped up. I'm assuming this is someone's team that they're actually displaying. Maybe with movesets leaked? Maybe?
Maybe. I mean, the CPs are there, so it must be 6 mons.
Let's give it
Like, it wouldn't put these were just the top 6 mons in the meta, would they?
No, not with CPs and such.
Yeah, no, it can't be with the CP inclusions.
Okay, this is
Maybe it's just, like,
Katsura's team.
I was gonna say, yeah, one person's team specifically.
Yeah.
Number 1 seed getting. Is it actually leaking the movesets or just names of mons?
It's a little. It's not done a very good translation. So I think that it has leaked the movesets because it's listing them as normal attack and special attack. So I think that's the Fortress,
really interesting.
Lapras. Maybe it's Shadow Drapion at the bottom. But
I
sort of see
hope that it does this for all of the 8 teams, because if it doesn't, then that's really cringe.
But it would be unusual if it wouldn't to be, hidden information for all of this until top 8, and then reveal it to everyone. Worse if the players don't see this unless, Steve texts them.
Yeah, I guess.
Or look at the screen.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I guess once you're at this point, you're making it more fair by giving everyone the team leaks, because some people have been on stream, some people haven't. So I guess it checks out. I guess. Okay, falling way behind on chat a little bit. My bad. The graphical of Steve's name in South Africa. Let's go. No, that'd be sick. The sugar cube is what Keiatsu means. That makes sense. It is unfortunate that one of the top 16's already qualified, but, we do know that even, Ishikawa Boy wasn't in 17th, so we don't have to be upset about that one, I guess. So you're saying that technically 15 qualifiers from Japan for this tournament because Pokemon Maker already got top 16? Yeah, that's right. It's not confirmed that the invite won't cascade to number 17, but I personally don't see why it would when it's a system that isn't necessarily built to sort of factor in TPCI regions, personally.
Yeah, it's a different system, isn't it, where there's the EU NA sort of tournaments that qualify you through points, whereas this has a completely different makeup of top 16, get this Japanese invite, which is... maybe it'll work the other way around and it'll cascade in Melbourne, was it?
Now, wouldn't that be nice? Although, to be fair, I think if the Melbourne invite cascaded, it would go to Elka Vilsimo, who is already qualified on points. So I guess he didn't need it. And then third is Fortois, who also qualified on points. It just goes down the list of people who are qualified. It's got to stop at some point, I guess. And number 1 gets Travel Award. What are the top 8 fighting for? It's currently unclear whether top 1 or top 2 get Travel Awards. But we talked about this a little bit earlier in that Japan treats this tournament a little bit differently than we treat our regionals, where there is a little bit more glory for winning this tournament and sort of being the best in Japan. This is a bit of a finale, and the World Championship is sort of just a separate tournament, where sure, the top 16 qualify for Worlds, but all of them really do want to sort of win this tournament to sort of be crowned as the best in Japan. It is a big deal, bigger deal than winning, one of 8 tournaments in a region, I think. Telegraph Train's checking his Duskull breakpoints. It's Fuku-chan gave us the lowdown. So the team of 6 was the Fortress, Lapras, Mandibuzz, Tinkaton, Credilli, and Shadow K. Marowak. And apparently Como it was legal for this dry, it seems. But I haven't seen anyone use it.
I mean, it's a pretty bold pick if you've, been practicing for this for a good long time. It's such a prestigious tournament, like at sort of IC level of tournament in your region, to then pick up a mon that you got the day before. I've never practiced. Like, sure, your opponents won't have practiced it, and it's also a pretty bait dependent mon as well.
Yeah.
And somewhat RPS to then bring this to the biggest tournament so far. That would be a bold call.
Yeah. Well, look, I will leak because I've leaked it a few times, but I'm hosting another Clash of the Casters tournament for this season. And one question that sort of came up was like, do we let Como legal? Because it would be like one of the reasons for the Clash of the Casters happening between NAIC and Worlds is that it's a little bit of another Worlds meta preview. It's another tournament data point to look at to see what Pokemon are performing well. And so it was like, well, do we bring in Como because it's, a Pokemon that we will see potentially at Worlds, or do we like leave it because people won't have really practiced with it? And large consensus was, let's give it a run. So, I don't know if anyone is actually going to use it because, to be honest with you, I feel like it might be a little bit of a leave at home Pokemon. Until someone shows me that it's good, I don't think I'm going to be playing with it.
Yeah, and like not in the sort of, obviously you see YouTubers running it, 10 minutes into Com Day in BBL. Like, I want to see someone hit like rank 1 the leaderboards and put out a video on that.
Yeah. Well, like the problem is like you could challenge Z's Wireless with that, and if he wanted to do it, he could.
He's so good.
Yeah, it's like just give it to me, Weedle, and he's got to jump up like 1 spot in the leaderboard to get rank 1 from where he just happens to be anyway.
Yeah.
So there's that limitation. Like, if you need I need a week to get from where I am to rank 1 in the leaderboards. Battling, so.
Yeah, I just know that, like, I remember watching Z's Wireless because it was Go Battle weekend while we were in Gdansk, and I remember Z's Wireless like running Wailmer and performing well in the 2900s, and it was like, this shouldn't be possible. what do you mean? Wailmer's not good anymore. I don't know how this is happening, but
Wait, was this post Slam Nerf?
This was post nerfs.
Okay.
But hey, it was obviously
Wailmer.
good. It got top 6 in Sydney, so it has to be good.
Hey man, I made Wailmer work for like a couple sets in the 3100s. I think last season.
Let's go.
I actually beat Pocket with it. It was so funny.
He's washed, and Wailmer's so good. Actually, little correction, maybe. Number 1 definitely gets Travel Award. There's a chance that number 2 gets Travel Award. And also, I guess the important thing is that first place does get the regional champion avatar shirt as well.
Yeah.
And as Mel says, you get that super dope plate looking thing.
Well, Tristan, let's be so honest with ourselves here. Kamo was never in Show 6.
Never know. Oh, this is another team leak. Maybe Fuku-chan can help us. Sesh Ketchum said that ZZ Wireless could get rank 1 with 3 planks of wood, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is real reason that Como might run Poison Jab, mainly for Dedenne reasons, but we'll see. Okay, Fuku-chan says...
That's true. Actually, yeah, Dedenne would be...
Mandibuzz, Shadow Drapion, Dusclops... It might be Shadow Annihilate. Tristan also said to check Discord. Where have I... Oh, I see. What am I finding?
Poison Jab Brick Break is sick.
Oh, we have an even bigger list of the qualifiers. So who else is... So Watagashi 236 is also one of the names. Ichi One Show... Pokimichi 16. Oh, there's a name I recognize. Pokimichi. I think he's on my friends list. I think I met him at the Yokohama social before Worlds. And then Kakuzato.
So the other 2 look to be Clodsire and Credilli. Thank you, Fuku.
Thank you, Vigu. And then we also have AS Anabo in number 16. And there's a question like maybe number 3 is Tanaka N-Boy because their name is Tanaka-san. So perhaps we might find out soon. I didn't pay attention. I think it's been actually about 15 minutes since there was a 15-minute counter. Now that if my memory's correct. So I think we're getting there eventually.
Yeah, it's really like building the pressure for the battlers, knowing they've like it's not like some other tournaments where maybe you're in the top cut side still, where there's other battlers on stream to watch. They've just got the 8 of you there all together, like 15 minutes, half an hour, and no one's battling. So you're just feeling the nerves of, all right, I'm battling that guy stood next to me, that player over there, or like, and there's nothing to think about but that matchup, or there's you can't watch stream battles or something else to keep the nerves away.
Oh yeah, it gets tricky. I'm interested to see how it does sort of play it. Like it's entirely like if this was a North American broadcast, they would almost certainly like slow it down or like they'd at least show all of the top 4 matches. I don't know how it's going to work in Japan. Like my gut feeling was that they would just do 1-1-1 because that's how the other games are structured. Like even on the TPCI circuit, if you get VG, they don't show every semi-final. They only show one of the matches and then they show grands. And I think that in Japan they've structured everything to sort of mirror those other games. I mean, even like them setting the Go stream to start at like 9 a.m. Japan time was just because like the other games started that early. They didn't even look at when Go was actually supposed to start. There's a reason that the sort of stream started like over an hour late compared to when it said it would. So
Can we get numbers on how many players were actually signed up for this?
I think it was 108. Dracoviz lists 136 on their webpage. I think that was like maybe on the registration list, and then 108 actually like put a team in, maybe something like that. So it's not actually even bad odds. Like top 16 out of 108. I mean, that's almost 15% of the tournament qualify for Worlds, which is pretty high. It is obviously their literal only one chance, to be fair. Like it's not like it's like, oh, that's so easy. And they've had to qualify for this tournament first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and the other thing is like one of the best part about regionals is like traveling to all these places across. And I personally Europe so far. I know you've done a lot more traveling, Steve, to visit all these different regionals, see all these new places, and not like some like the socials afterwards on like maybe the Saturday night between day 1 and day 2 where like I went 2-2 or something. But I'm not too mad at myself. Whereas if this is like your one and only chance, I can imagine people aren't hanging out on the Friday night before the tournament, Saturday night,
Yeah.
and a beer together, meeting friends. A bit less sociable when there's so much pressure involved.
Oh yeah, you're 100% right. And thanks UUS. Hi UUS, thanks for the sub as well, and Bratowski, thanks for the follow. But you're 100% right, especially because this is a Sunday only tournament. Like it's Sunday over here in Asia World, so it's like the fact that the Friday and Saturday is so stressful, it's so important. Like really does sort of pull some wind out of your sails if you fail. Whereas like you're right, like in Gdansk, like I went 1-2, which I was really unhappy with because I knew that I made some very silly mistakes and I should have won, should have done better. But and so I felt bad about it for an hour, but then it was like chill. And then I was just hanging out with everyone and I was having a good time. There's plenty of battles and tournaments left to go. Like this wasn't my one and only chance to, perform how I wanted to perform. And so I can only imagine how it feels to even the battle like Ishikawa boy. I can only imagine how it feels to qualify through the early circuits, get your way to PJCS, and then come 18th out of a top 16 scenario. I mean, that's it's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah. And it's really nice at like region as well because they don't like if you go 0-2, 1-2, 2-2 done on day 1. Obviously, they pack it full of other tournament like side tournaments as well, like the cup and challenge. So you can get your points elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
There's other side tournaments, and you can obviously like That's how we first met and battled in the Sunday challenge, I think it was.
Oh, you might be right. You
I
might be
think
right.
Sunday's usually a cup, but anyways.
Oh, there was both. It was a cup
Yeah.
and challenge, but
It was
Oh,
a
okay.
challenge. The cup was earlier because I
yeah.
remember I was literally the first person
Oh,
to stream on day 2, first person out on day 2, and that obviously somewhat disappointing. And then Steve's there to put a smile on my face, cheer me up, and give me a nice win.
Yeah. I was just trying to cheer you up. But no, I really enjoy those side events as well, and they were really what boosted my vibe post getting knocked out for sure. I think it's very cool, but you know they obviously don't have the same setup in Japan. I've actually got a dip for like 2 minutes, so I'll be right back. But I guess stay tuned. Keep all yours. The stream keys are yours, guys. Good luck, have fun.
all right. Good luck,
Yeah.
have fun.
Have you been competing any regionals this season, Magma Man?
No, unfortunately, the only regional I got to attend was Toronto because spent I spent like quite a bit of money last year doing Toronto, Vancouver, and then Indianapolis, and then also Worlds as well. And I didn't work last summer because I was so focused on Worlds prep, and I also was like, well, I only have from May until like the beginning of August to work, and then like it just didn't seem worth it to like really try and find work. And turns out, not having any source of income really doesn't work out when you're doing college, uh, and then you also want to attend regionals.
Yeah,
So yeah.
it's an expensive lifestyle going to some of these tournaments. Like I think I managed 4 or 5 this season, and it really does add up. And like it's to a point where some of the regionals where you're like, kind of need to win some money out of this to justify having paid for the trip here. And it's quite nice in Europe where like even the furthest regional across Europe's not that far away particularly. Um, but it does still add up in terms of a few days accommodation, a few days, well, the flights and everything. And yeah, regionals aren't the cheapest experience, but I mean they're great fun as well and get to meet everyone.
Well, it really sucks when you live in Canada, especially because Canada's like you have Toronto, and then Vancouver's like, half the country away, and then all the rest of the tournaments in North America are happening in the US, which number one isn't particularly safe to go to as of
Mhm.
like January of this year, and number two, like flights, like those are international flights. They're a lot more expensive. And then also, the Canadian dollar is significantly less powerful than the American dollar. And so it's like if you want to travel to the US, you really need to have a a fair amount of money even for just one tournament. So
Mhm.
like yeah.
Yeah, sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
because
Do you mind if I ditch you guys for a full 10-15? I've got to lift some heavy objects.
We should be fine.
All right, cool. I'll leave the stream in your capable hands. All right. If you have the dip or whatnot, it's cool. I'll just be stealing content all of a sudden. But please, I need you guys to prevent me from getting copyright striked.
We should be all good. We've got conversation topics galore, and I'm sure we'll get into some battles eventually.
Okay, yeah, it should start like any second apparently. So I don't know. We'll see. Fingers crossed that we get there soon.
Empty chairs on stage, so I'm not too expecting to see a battle in the next minute or two.
No, yeah, it takes them like
Yeah.
5 minutes after the battles rock up for the battle to actually start as well. Anyway, I'll be back. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Yeah, no worries, dog.
Yeah, because I was recently booked all my travel for Worlds this year, and Europe to California is real expensive. Like, it does take a good chunk. It's basically the holiday budget for the year gone. And
Yeah, I don't doubt that for a second.
yeah, because it's me and my partner. It's not just a single trip, and we're flying back via Canada as well, so we're adding an extra flight or two up there.
Oof.
So it really does. Yeah. But I mean, it's going to be once in a lifetime kind of trip. I don't know if like
Oh,
Hawaii,
absolutely. Dude,
like
honestly, I like Worlds last year was obviously really expensive for me, but I would not take that back ever in my life. The Worlds experience, like, look, I went 0-2. That tournament was not fun for me, but every other part of a Worlds was freaking awesome. As somebody who's been a fan of the Pokemon franchise since I was like 5 years old, like, oh my goodness, the amount of fanboying I did at that event was unprecedented.
yeah, yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I don't. This will be my first Worlds I've competed at. It'll be a crazy experience. I just don't have a clue what to expect. Really, like into regionals, been to ICs. You can really feel the atmosphere at those. So how different it'll be at Worlds, where like playing in Europe, you see a lot of the same battlers. And they're all great trainers, and the sort of great trainers you see of qualified for Worlds from Europe will be, you know, amplified so much to have the same cohort from North America, from like Japan, as we're seeing here, all these other great trainers all on the same level to compete, and then I'm sure they'll put all the extra things like they at EUIC they put up a 20-foot Pikachu balloon dangling from the ceiling type stuff, and all
Mhm.
these trophies and all the atmosphere and yeah, I don't know what to expect really.
Yeah, no. So, like Worlds last year, the venue was absolutely massive. The Go stage was, you know, about as small as you would expect a Go pot or like a Go area to be like. But there was like so many tables set up for like all the games and stuff. And like the stages were absolutely massive. The stages for like all three games that were being streamed. And then there was also like the Unite stream on the side. And then there was just a bunch of like other tables and seating, similar to like what you'd see at an international championship. But they're like big IC stages for all three games. Um, and it's not just focused on uh, ICs for like like I don't know. I guess it's similar. The World's Day 3 is similar to the IC Day 3, where they go through all the games, like, but it's only the finals of each game. It's not like winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. It's literally just grand finals for each game. But they
Yeah,
also, on day one, they have like an opening ceremony, and then in day three, after day three, they have like they release some news based on like what you can expect for like the competitive games, and then
mm.
they have a closing ceremony.
Looks like we've got the first matchup on stream for the knockout rounds.
Looks
uh
like we do indeed.
I've not got the player names as easy to hand, but see a good six pick of each. Does anything particularly stand out for you there?
Well, I'm noticing the lantern, and one thing that I always tell my viewers is friends don't let friends use lantern in 2025. It doesn't look too bad in this matchup though. Fortress, it's pretty neutral as long as you look out for potential earthquake.
Well,
Mandibuzz, it's
I
pretty
you
solid.
expect arc or water gun on it. You know, have we seen the answer
I'm
already?
led. I think it's gonna be water gun. I think Spark is just too bad of a move.
Yeah, because obviously
Um,
I've already opened up and I see that Marowak at the end, which Spark versus water gun completely changes how that plays.
It does. I mean, Marowak still beats. I think Marowak still wins because Mud Slap into Bum Club is just like so powerful. But at least Lantern can like force a shield on the Z. Or I think Lantern
Yeah.
can probably win the zeros um, with Water
Ooh.
Gun, whereas it can't do that with Spark. Looking at the other matchups though, Creedilly, if that's acid, then it's not too bad. If it's Bullet Seed, then that becomes significantly worse. with Lapras, I think we've only seen Skull Bash, so that could be a bit of a problem, despite
Yeah.
having Thunderbolt. And then
I remember,
Tinkaton is fairly even too.
I remember looking into the Tinkerton Credilli matchup, and I was completely shocked to see that now Credilli on acid wins the ones and twos completely cleanly.
Oh god, that's
Yeah,
diabolical.
like I know Tinkerton is just a fairy type attacker basically with a fake secondary move of Bulldoze, but Credilli, if it just shields the first play rough, can get 2 debuffs off before you even land a charge move. And obviously at
That's
that point
true,
you
yeah.
don't throw the move, but like just outpacing, having that little bit more fast move damage compared to Bullet Seed and being a 2-turn rather than a 3-turn move. Like you'd be
Hmm.
surprised how favorable that is for the Credilli. And although I'm sure like it's slightly worse into the Marowak now because you don't have any fast move pressure resisted rather than super effective charge move. And the Fortress will shut down that Credilli with Acid or Bullet Seed just because both are double resisted. The Credilli's got a
Hmm.
bit of a famine on the left hand side.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see these these matchups play out, like especially with the Credelis, the because both teams have a bug and steel type, whereas but in this specific scenario where Scizor has like more significant fast move damage and charge
Yeah.
move damage because of like Trailblaze, Fortress mostly relies on its fast moves and bulk to be able to stimmy the Credilli.
Yeah, and like you notice they've both got bug steel types. They've both also got different dark flyers. Because I've personally been more of a fan of the Moltres with its new updated fly, double flying charge moves and a really good fast move of Sucker Punch. But we've been seeing a lot more of the Mandibuzz this tournament. Like that was in the top 6 usage, which surprised me. I know you guys have seen it playing out and see why people have been picking it, but it'll likely be on Air Slash, is what we're expecting, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's been like all air slash this tournament, so Manabuzz will have an advantage against this Galarian Moltres in the 1v1 matchup. Um,
Mm,
but notably, air slash Manabuzz has a much harder time against Dusclops. And so I think the trainer on the left can really
Lantern.
use that to their advantage.
So I remember I was a big Mandibuzz fan about a year ago now when it was the ape Lickitung meta and I was running Snarl Mandibuzz, and that can beat Water Gun Lantern in the ones. But then having here gone for the Air Slash, that Lantern's not going to be in reach. That's not going to be a winnable or flippable matchup for the Mandibuzz anymore. Whereas a Moltres might be able to do a little bit more into that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I was actually not aware of the fact that Mandy could flip the ones into Lantern. I
Against
see that's
Water
the
Gun.
sort of that's a well, water gun, yeah, specifically. But that's the sort of top level analysis that I just don't do and I really should do more often, to be honest. Um, but hey, that's why I'm not a regional winner and you are, you know? We're
Yeah.
getting it looks like we're about to head into game number one.
See the headphones
You
are
know,
on, really set. I always wonder with these,
headphones
like
are
especially
on.
quite, they're not even facing each other. The battlers.
Yeah, that's actually
um,
really interesting.
like if you just look over your shoulder, you can sort of see the other battler, and like so obviously they like to face them so you can't see their movements and anything. I always wonder with these if they delayed it long enough, if the battle request times out, you know.
Yeah, that's a good argument. Anyways, it
Look,
looks like we're going into game number one. Earth colors on the right, and
tag
I
on.
saw Kaj on the left. Yeah, Kag on the left.
So this
Fortress
is a
into Galarian Moltres. This is a very even matchup.
Yeah, both do completely resisted completely neutral fast move damage. Fortress has the Rock Tomb, which can hit for really hard damage, but the Moltres does slightly outpace.
It
And these,
looks sorry.
I imagine after a fly,
It,
you can on the ones and twos.
hmm It looks like this fortress specifically is opted for Sand Tomb, which is
I noticed
which
that, yeah.
makes like which makes something like Lantern a little bit safer into it. And as we see here, Earth Colors just or no, sorry, Keg
Yeah,
decides to send in the Lantern, knowing that it's not really going to be threatened
yeah.
with too much super effective damage. The Rock Team comes through, Surf coming through from Keg. Earth Colors decides that Fortress has done enough work and lets it go. Fortress is still alive though, so he's actually gonna save it, and the
I was gonna
Marowak is gonna get.
if CAG Force switched knowing there was a Moltres in the lead, they could put their Pinkerton on it, and that is an incredibly dominant matchup. But they'd have had to go down a shield in that matchup as the Fortress, which could have well been worth it, I would say, to just really force that hard matchup of Moltres. Whereas instead, you've ended up with your Mud Slapper on this flyer. And look how much energy it's
Hmm
getting. CMP, that's great knowledge there that Moltres wins a CMP.
And he's gonna
And
and Earth Color is gonna let it go, knowing that Tinkaton is like available to meet it. But
but
the
the game is
Marowak's
over.
coming in, and I think that's gonna spell doom for Earth Colors in this game number one.
Yeah, you're right. Is this was Earth Colors the number one seed from my memory? Uh,
Yes.
yeah, undefeated player. But this game will be going to CAG. Um, it's just they've both got. Oh,
What a catch!
I
Although I
still
think
don't think
the Moltres has a fly though, right?
it has a Brave Bird stored.
Oh. Also, I
And
don't think this
they
player of
Earth
KOs.
doesn't have a shield, so that was the first part of a plan to win. But they're not. They're just going to get mud slapped down at this stage.
Yeah.
Uh, they
If
played
if
well.
that Bulldoze got the debuff, then I think maybe there's some play there, but as it stands, Keg takes game number one.
Yeah, and that's one of the toughest things about running a move like a bulldoze, where say 50% of the time you win that game, 50% of the time you lose that game, which as a player can be really hard to live with, being like, I lost a coin flip and lost the game, or maybe potentially went out of the tournament because of it. Um, so yeah, we saw Moltres, we both saw Marowaks, and we saw Lantern on the left side, and Marowak, Tinkerton, and Fortress on the right.
Mm-hmm.
So, hmm. So they went with the Fortress lead, but without really any particular. They didn't bring their hardest counters to the Dustclops in case they'd seen the worst possible lead. So that's an interesting call there, because
Yeah,
I
that's it.
wouldn't.
That's. I'm sorry.
I
Continue your thought.
as safe swaps go, Marowak and Tinkerton don't fit the bill for standard for me. Like I'd expect more of a Lapras or the Credillia's general pivots that you see in these metas. So it's interesting to see such a inflexible line from Earth there.
Mm-hmm. I think the I'm led to assume that the Cradily might have been that the Cradily safe swap might have been scared off by the Shadow Scizor potentially lurking in the back line. As for the
Mm,
Lapras, I think you make a really good point there. Like Lapras seems to be fairly neutral into this entire team. I
mm,
think the only Pokemon that like can consistently beat a Lapras up energy would be the Cradily, but even then, since it's running acid, it's not getting quite as much super effective damage
mm.
that like Bullet Seed would provide. However, since we know that, uh, actually, I think, well, yeah, since the movesets were leaked, um, I think, um, what was it?
Yeah,
Earth,
I think we knew, like
Earth
the one
color,
match
Earth color.
Earth. Yeah,
That's right.
that's one where the opponent will know whether that Lapras is on Ice Beam or Skull Bash, which completely
Yeah,
flips Moltres matchup, or makes like if you see a Lapras safe swap and you know it's on Skull Bash, you can bring in that Moltres completely safely, knowing you'll never take
yeah.
fast move. If it's got Ice Beam and you come in a little slow, then you potentially can't keep that alignment anymore.
But at the same time, Lantern is a lot safer.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we did see the Lantern safe swap into a loaded fortress, so the player must well have known this is Sand Tomb Fortress and not Earthquake Fortress, because
Yeah.
the confidence, no shields, when you could well have been about to be hit by an earthquake.
Hmm. But
Yeah,
without the
interesting.
threat of Earthquake, Lantern is fairly safe to tank moves from Fortress, especially when it's that low.
I think I was like in those sort of matchups where Fortress is a double debuffer there. I think I'd have been more comfortable taking the first move on the Mon before I switch out, even if I'm forced to shield. Okay,
Going into game
interestingly,
number 2, we've got Fortress into Shadow Kanto Marowak. Marowak will be able to outpace the Fortress to the first Bone Club, and it looks like
yeah,
it's being
great.
thrown right away.
Yeah, and we've got a very similar team from Earth, but replacing the Tinkerton with the Credilli, and similar too, but replacing the Lantern with the Scizor on the left. Now, Scizor does have a lot of play into the back line, particularly this could be a situation where getting a shield advantage here or soft losing lead or CAG could be like now that you've got the shield advantage and a low health fortress, like let this go and get a few bullet punches head start and boost your way through. This could be, but no, we see a shield.
Jack
Really fighting
decides to
hard.
win switch, knowing that Earth Colors isn't going to get too much farm from this Shadow Kanto Marowak. The Credilli comes in, no shields the Bone Club, and I think it's only going to get 1 or 2 more assets before the Marowak goes down.
Oh yeah, you're right. I thought that was damage registration error, but yet you've got a grass on a bug steel and you've got a flyer on a ground type. This looks like a very clean alignment based win for CAG, who has the rank 8 seed, I believe. Looks to be in a strong position to take down the #1 player.
Yeah, Moltres going for the fly, gets the shield of the Shadow Kanto Marowak. The Marowak, I'm led to assume, is going to be farming up to double Rock Slide before it throws any energy. Decides to just throw it right away. No shield from Keg. This is going to do a lot of damage, but it doesn't knock out.
And you'll never be farmed down by these mudslap. I can see the look on his face. I don't think he believes that he can win this anymore. He didn't need to shield this. Like this would have done about half that health. I think you'd have still reached the fly without shielding that. You can see him trying
Goes
so.
the entire farm down at the Brave Bird or the Fly or whatever is just going to take the knockout. Wow. Dominant performance from Keg and knocks out the #1 seed Earth Colors.
That must be so tough to like. We're used to playing double elimination. This player's played so well through the first 6 rounds of the tournament. To then have, their first loss of the tournament and their run, which is really tough, but it was really well played. Like we could see the back lines in that second game, and we were seeing potentially like a shield advantage Scizor sweep coming, but the player instead went for the alignment based Equine Shields, even got an extra charge move on the lead, and found a different win con than one I identified personally.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's I mean, as long as it's kind of like using the wrong formula but still getting the answer right, in like math. It's
In a sense, but
there's more than one
like
way to play a game, and
yeah, it certainly wasn't the wrong formula because it's got them through to the Japanese Regional Championship semi-finals now. Hmm. Yeah, it was really
indeed.
good to watch, and like I'm surprised. Like Kanto Marowak is the mud slapper that's survived the longest since the mud slap buff, because in these tournaments, had this been before the bug buffs, it would have likely been Claydol in its place, wouldn't you think?
I was gonna say, yeah, Claydol was looking pretty dominant pre Delightful Days, but with all these bug buffs, I think Kanto Marowak really came to play, considering the fact that it just like it's still fairly bulky, and the rock slide coverage is just so necessary alongside the uh Bone Club like kind of spam there.
Yeah, and like we saw a lot, particularly in Europe, of Claydol's winning regionals towards the beginning of this championship series. But I personally was not a big fan of Claydol just because of this lack of speed. Like Rock Tomb is the same sort of coverage as Rock Slide, but it's just being your fastest move at 7.5 seconds really forces you to make the first shielding decision. And when you're going to be debuffing opponents, that can really force or like make you want to shield the first move. Whereas this Marowak, after 4 slaps, 4 mud slaps, and a bone club, like that quickly, you're really putting the shield pressure on earlier.
Agreed. And Marowak, like, it's not frail. It can take a hit. We've seen a similar level of bulk from like Shadow and Marowak way back in like earlier seasons. We know Kanto Marowak's bulk is is like fairly decent. And so the fact that you get to Bone Club so much well, not so much quicker per se, I mean, ideally you still want to throw in good timing, which means that you're more than likely making the first shielding decision on match. But with the extra power that the shadow bonus provides as well, you can really kind of decide the pace of the match, like
Mm.
pretty easily. Whereas with something like Claydol, it is a little bit harder because you're a lot bulkier, but in exchange, you kind of still have to like shield the first move, as you said, and um, like
It really
your
wastes
mudslides
time
aren't doing the damage
if you
that like something like Marowak would be.
don't. Yeah, and that's why we saw both players. Was it both games run Marowaks?
Yeah,
Um,
I believe so.
they both like, despite both teams having a flyer, they really wanted to lean onto their into their Marowaks. And we actually only one side brought their flyers, and it ended up aligned for a good chunk into the Marowaks both games, and that proved pretty decisive.
hmm And I think a big part of specifically like the fact that Mudslappers, namely Marowak, feel so safe is because of all of the almost literally almost every single move change that happened with Delightful Days negatively of negatively impacted grass type viability.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, the only one that you'd pick for a grass like side buff would be the parabolic charge to help protect. Like grass can be a good counter to Dedenne, but that's just one mon. Like you'll never see 6 Dedenne on your opponent's team, but might see a few more, a few more
Gonna see a
bugs.
lot
You
of
might see
poisons, a lot of bugs.
like Moltres we saw. That was one of the buffs.
Yep. Manibuzz secret buff, of course. Um,
And one of
and
the things that Fatal did much better than K1 is Malamar,
oh, that's
which
true.
has been terrified of this bug buff.
Yeah, no, Shadow Malamar got one tournament, and then they're like, no. Now, to be fair, that tournament was an 18-0 by Philbag, so it was a good one-off. But
That is quite a peak. Mm,
yeah,
yeah.
it's like it's kind of like Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, where it's like he had that one really cool moment, and then for most of the rest of Dragon Ball, it was just the Goku show.
I might have to hand that over to Steve because that reference has gone straight over my head.
No, unfortunately, I'm right with you, man. I've never seen Dragon Ball at all. I was locked in a
Oh
conversation
my
recently.
goodness.
I think I was in an Uber with two Aussie Unite players in LA when I was stuck there for an extra 24 hours, and like one of the guys started talking to the Uber driver about Dragon Ball, and I was like, brother, this isn't gonna go well.
This is crazy, Chad. Dude, can you believe this?
It's a
Was
nice
it the Uber
drive,
driver
but-
loving the conversation, or the Uber driver just nodding along to like whatever it takes to get this to get through this journey?
They were being very polite. Let's put it that way. Very polite. It is what it
Dang,
is.
bro.
But yeah, I'm kind of. I would like. Well, actually, I'm not sure what's going on in the background of this shot where we've got a bunch of. Oh, well, now we're going to ads. I guess never mind. But there are a bunch of players all like lining up. Maybe it was for, like one of the other games they were taking a shot or something or other. But I was sort of hoping to try and find like the results of the other matches in the top 8, but that doesn't seem to be anywhere on like the leaderboard lists where it's shown. And at the same time, like, you know, I guess we just wait for them to have the bracket on the stream is kind of all we can do.
Bracket,
Yeah.
I guess we're
unfortunately.
assuming at this point that the other 3 matchups from the quarterfinals happened off stage.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll pop into the stream between rounds, but yeah, you missed a great round 1 matchup between the 1 and 8 seed, where Earth lost to Keg, the number 8 seed. So that's their first loss of the tournament.
Yeah. And I heard you saying it's
It
crazy.
was a pretty decisive 2-0, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, the number 1 seed completely undefeated so far in the tournament could, like, you know, they get to top 8, they lose once, and that's their tournament run over, which it like in some ways it feels unfair, but at the same time, like, this is how VG and TCG have been running, like, you know, in every regional across the planet, which it's
That's
a
true,
scary
yeah.
sight when you can do so well and
It's
just
also-
one blunder. When it's so fast
Like,
with
a lot of
pressury
these-
as well.
Like a lot of the tournaments, you see the winner of the tournament going undefeated through rounds anyway. Like, and I think it's more common in NA for the losers bracket to reset and to the winner to come out of that side. But you see a lot of like regionals in Europe where the winner just, you know, goes 7-0, 8-0, drops a few matches but no overall games. So like that'll be the same outcome as here potentially, where the winner just wins all their matches. But it's still really nice to have that buffer, keep you safe.
100%.
I mean, I know it's like something that we talk about. Like, I know a lot of players complain about double elimination, where you can turn up to a tournament, and less than an hour into the tournament, you can leave because you're out. And like, a quarter of players play only 2 rounds. Like, you might have traveled a really long way for that. Like, I think my idea would be like to keep it sort of like the group style, but instead of double elimination in the group, have a Swiss group. And so the top 2 from the groups go through, and then double elimination style, or something like that from then on. So either way, if you start 0-2, you could maybe go 2-4 in a group stage. And I think that would be really nice for the extra bonding, do more battles, get more out of your experience, the same way you do for the other games with the Swiss first days.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you in that it feels like any move towards a little bit more Swiss, a little bit more group stagey, feels like a step towards fairness in that, you know, the fact that you might have to lose to a really good player round 1, or you might lose to them in round 4, and those 2 scenarios will have such different knock-on effects in terms of like the amount of games that you have to play, the amount of opponents you have to win, the amount of games that you have to like physically, like, you know, get 2-0s in is sort of it gets a lot tougher a lot quicker. I would like to see a game 1, like a round 1 loss, not have that bigger consequence, especially when there's things like, you know, Trainer Rem at NAIC, he forgot to register his team until too late, and so he had to take a round 1 loss, which, like, I think it's fair that, you know, there is some sort of consequence for not registering a team, especially if there can be like, you know, problems and whatnot. But the fact that that means that you're doomed to the losers bracket from the very beginning is such a massive punishment compared to how it might be if it was sort of like, if it was Swiss, for example, where maybe you're just down a round, but you still have a pretty solid chance of coming along. Whereas like the losers in a 260, well, I guess it was a bracket for 360 people, is just that's a really tough ask. I feel, to say the least. But yeah. Okay, actually, we're back on the sort of mainstream, I suppose. They're back. They only played the one Pokemon Sleep ad, I guess, so not a lot. But so maybe that means they're going to be getting back into things like quicker, sooner than later, I guess. But Looting Timetable actually says that they are streaming the other games from the top 8. So maybe we can actually have quite a few more games. I mean, that would mean that we have a total of 6 games to literally stream every match for the rest of the tournament. I guess we'll see how it plays out.
Oh yeah.
But
There don't seem to be any rush to get the next players on stream. Like you can imagine,
no.
if they're all just the other 6 are just stood there waiting, you could imagine. Like I know at EU regionals, they've got about 6 phones going. So there's the 2 on stage, and then backstage the next 2 or maybe even 4 players up, getting set up on stream, doing the team checks, getting everything they need ready, and ready to run them out onto the next to keep up the entertainment.
Yeah. Well, someone's a champion over there. Congrats to whoever the back of that head is, in whichever game title that may be. Maybe that's why they're delaying these players coming up on stage. Maybe they want to bring them up in the background of the pyrotechnics.
Yeah, that would kind of be logical.
It's a shame that it delays this stream, but still.
Could you imagine, like, I know the headphones are really good, but midway through your battle, the pyrotechnics go off?
It's like, holy shit, what is that? Part of my
like,
friend.
you shield the big move rather than the bait, and the pyrotechnics go off. Great call.
Or if you get like your perfect, okay, I need 5 more Fury Cutters, and then all of a sudden, just like, oh, hard to keep track.
Dude, JJ, and amen to that, brother. It is 4:30 a.m. here.
Bro. do you want to stick around, Magma Man? I know that it's like, it's Sunday.
I'll stick.
All right. Cool.
I'll stick at least for the quarterfinals.
Okay. Cool.
It's 9:30 a.m. here. Got up nice and early for this. Love the opportunity here, and when Steve messages it says, "Oh yeah, it's in like 15 hours from now. It kicks off." I'm like, that starts at midnight. So I'll have to really pick my poison there. Do I start at midnight and like join for a few hours, get a really late night, or do I opposite, get up real early, start the day nice and bright?
Yeah. Well, look, you might have a few hours of potential casting if you're so inclined. So maybe it works out okay. We'll have to wait and see. But Claire did ask how you get the bracket in English. It's just like the inbuilt like Google Translate on Google Chrome is literally all it is. So it's not official, and some of the names might be slightly wrong. But yeah, it's just the inbuilt Google Translate, which is quite handy, I will say. And Mel also said that it's green. Green is VGC in Japan, so it looks like it's the VGC Awards since the center place is
Wait, so what's
green.
So what's Go in Japan? Because Go is green in like everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, is it blue? Because it's all lit up blue. Is that?
Oh, it might be blue. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that might check out. Think of anything else in chat. Because I'm Japanese, I'm surprised to see bracket there when I saw the international stream. That we actually like have a bracket, because someone did say that that they didn't. Tristan said that they actually didn't have like a public facing bracket last year. So it seems like a big win that we actually have something we can look at. But yeah, it is. I mean, I'm in Newcastle time along with Sesh Ketchum in chat, so it's only like 6:30 in the evening here. So. I mean, that was the main reason why I decided to stream the tournament, because it was going to be pretty decent time zone for me all the way through. But in Japan, it is like 5:30, I think. Let me just recheck that Japan time. I'm pretty sure they're an hour. Yeah, 5:30. So like, it's not like it's like it is getting late for them, I think. And so it's sort of I know that players over in Oceania, by the time it hits like 5:30, the complaints about getting a little bit slow, making a few more mistakes is definitely very real. I do worry for the competitors a little bit.
So red TCG, yellow Unite, Go blue, VGC green. Thank you for that information.
That's wild that none of them are the same.
Yeah, I know, right?
I would say it's one
like,
thing.
Like TCGs
brackets in NA and EU tournaments that you like, unless you're going 0-1 and then go on 7 or 8 round losers run. You're never actually there too long. Like maybe you're like the early start like if you're in the 9 a.m. group, you're probably done by lunch either way. Maybe you're in the 1 p.m. start, you won't be there past 5 p.m. sort of thing. So you don't get too much overwhelmed. It won't be like a start and then just a battle every 2 hours for the whole day, you know?
Mm.
Here we go.
But
Looks like we've got
depending.
another team up for. I'm led to assume that these teams are for the specific players that are going up next.
Oh, that would make sense, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that does explain why in the last one we saw 1 and 8. That completely tracks. What name is this? Let's see if I can open up the Japanese version of the leaderboard, and then we can just like cross check with the English version of the leaderboard. So this is car, and then that symbol, car, and then that symbol, number 6. So this is Wataru Sakura's team. So we're presumably going to see number 6 versus number 3. Yeah.
That would make sense according to seeding.
Which means if I go back to the little Dracoviz list of competitors, jumping all over the place here, that means we're going to see Watagashi 236 versus they don't know who number 3 is.
Yep.
Yeah, unclear by the seams of it.
Obviously, we don't know anything about the Mons names due to my lack of Japanese, but I see a 1481 CP Mon, and that always sort of jumps out to me of an interesting choice to pick something like that, like, because probably, like, I mean, I've got a few Mons like that. Maybe it's like a Galarian Moltres where you really do much better than that.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be Galarian Moltres. Actually, Fuku-chan is in chat. They said it was Shadow Kwak, Credilli, Dusclops, Lantern, Galarian Moltres, and Shadow Sizzle. Actually, Shadow Sizzle could be another
Wait, do
one.
we have 2 lanterns in Top Cup? What the heck?
Lantern's back.
Magmar Man going off. He's not a fan, you might have guessed, of Lantern in 2025.
Dude, it's honestly kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
How is Fish still relevant, bro?
Maybe we're going to see 2 in the top 4. Maybe it's
That's
going to win Worlds
true.
this year.
Dude, if it wins Worlds this year, I might crash out for real.
Was it running Water Gun in that last match? It was,
Yeah,
right? Yeah. I mean, what's the logic behind Lantern? Like, what does it do for you in a meta that isn't insanely ground heavy? Like, you have a good Diggersby matchup, but even then, I mean, Diggersby still hits you with Scorching Sands, so it's not like it's awesome.
Yeah, but like water. I mean, you got a more powerful serve now, so you actually KO after like a bunch of water guns.
Yeah, it's a weird one because no one move that it has would be a top move on a different Mon sort of thing. Like,
It's just Lantern's such a bulky, stupid thing.
well, yeah, I mean, it's not too dissimilar to a Lapras level bulk, is it? Like, it's a little bit bulkier than Lapras.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I
Really?
think you're kind of
Okay.
cooking there.
Lapras has the water gun, and you never see a Lapras with water gun. Lapras has Surf, but it's just got a better move in Sparkling Aria. Like, Thunderbolt's pretty good, but it's good coverage more than anything, but it's not a standout move. Like, Thunderbolt is the same move as Ice Beam, but a different typing. And Flamethrower.
But Lapras also runs Skull Bash more often, I feel.
So, like, it must be there almost exclusively for its typing. Like, it's probably very neutral into like a Dedenne or a water type.
Yeah, I guess.
And maybe you're betting on ground not being as common. And grass certainly isn't as common.
Not at all.
Expected. And it's like in last season's meta where the grass would have been Jumpluff, it would have been much happier than the Credilli. Because it resists all the charge moves. Well, in last season at least.
Whoa.
I know a few.
Okay, apparently, according to Fuku-chan, this next team is kind of ridiculous. Shadow Dragonair, Galarian Weezing, Dusclops, Shadow Scizor, Clodsire Diggersby.
Whoa.
Is it a new team?
That's...
Do we know the moveset on the Weezing as well on the screen right now?
Oh yeah, Fuku-chan, can you help us out with the Wheezing moveset? where it might land, because that definitely does change things quite a bit.
They definitely put the interesting picks up first. Because Clodsire and Diggersby's a nice bulky core that, like, actually for both ground types works pretty well together. Other than a few water types can break that.
Dude,
and
it's honestly so annoying how ABA ground is so popular just because Clodsire is Poison Sting Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, because it's not weak to the grass and it hits all the waters neutrally generally.
Yeah.
Like both of those pretty can do a good fight back against, say, a Lapras. I know Diggersby just beats the Feraligatr in a lot of matchups.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are a few other teams that Fukuchan. It seems like we're just going through all of the top 8 teams, I guess, while they're waiting for the stuff to go on stream. Because there was also a team with Mandibuzz, Shadow Dusclops, Shadow Kwak, Greninja, Tinkerton, and Credilli. So clearly taking some Greninja stock from the Europeans at NAIC. And then there's another team that was just on screen that was a regular Primeape, Credilli, Azumarill, Unova Stunfisk, Shadow Sizzle, and Mandibuzz. Oh, okay. Looks like we have just gone straight to top 4. All right.
What? Cringe.
Looks like we got poor
I wanted to
intel.
watch all of them. Okay, well.
Magmar Man, you can rest easy knowing that that lantern is definitely a one-off. There is no second lantern running around. No chance. Someone else.
Sir, a second lantern has hit the semifinals.
Okay, let's do some quick comparison. This is
You will see the lantern mirror.
Okay, so that is the 8th place player up the top. The second name is the player that was in 5th, which is Kishita Kent. And then at the bottom side of the graphic, we have, I believe that is the 7th ranked, the person that came in at 7th place, which is Naoto Yamono. And then
you're gonna say through as well.
Yeah, I'll find the player names after. So that it's the 3rd place player at the very bottom by the looks of it. So that's Takamumi Tanaka.
One undefeated player left. So 2 of the 3 undefeated players got knocked out in the quarterfinals.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Maybe
wow.
In round 5, when if you were 5-0 already, knowing 5-1 was already guaranteed top cut, you take a tactical loss at that point to get the nerves out the way. Only a 30 seeding's not that big an advantage here.
No, it doesn't seem like it. And look, if you told anyone, hey, you're going to have to play the 8th place player from Japan, are you going to be like, oh yeah, easy, this is going to be fine? This is, I think no matter who you pick up, it's going to be tough.
I mean, they've come like through such a tough bracket already, like in a one-off tournament to book their ticket. No, I don't think anyone at Worlds will be like, oh, it's just a Japanese player. I don't think anyone will be thinking that way about any nationality in particular. But there's not going to be any players who've made it like this far, got a ticket to Worlds, who will be any easy games going forward.
No shot. Okay, the player name I've literally just stolen this from BJ Pawad again, but it's Kaga versus Kenta Centenori, and then Naomon Kichi versus Salted Koji. Salted Koji is that 3rd place battler that they had not yet identified. They have since identified them. So,
I see.
Big wins. We got there in the end. Rocket Claire said she had to play the winner in the first round of Worlds 2024. And that's yeah, it's tough when you have to take on Japan. And like, it's one of those things where it makes sense that Worlds isn't seeded, because how do you seed the Japanese players against everyone else that has their own consistent seeding? It's like, who has to play the Japanese players? It's no one wants to if you want an easy time, to say the least.
But, yeah, I mean, like, they've done a good way the system, like the point system does somewhat seed everyone through like EU, through NA, all the other regions, but then there are these doing their own way. Like, I know pretty much all of the Asian qualifiers happen in this format, don't they? Where it's just a one-off for your nationality.
Yeah.
And so that's incomparable to, someone who's done 5 regionals in 1-1, a few other good placements.
Yeah, it's sort of it is tough. So I guess it makes sense that things are unseeded. I guess it is unfortunate that it does make it a little bit luck of the draw, but I suppose that players that are perhaps less skilled than others, say like if someone had to play PvP Steve round 1 of Worlds, it's unlikely they're going to get another opponent of similar ease in round 2 because then they would have had to win their own first round. So it does sort of even out quick enough, I guess. But you're definitely going to have unluckier runs compared to others for sure. But I guess if you want to be world champ, you have to beat literally everyone, to be fair. So
Yeah. I mean, at that stage, like when everyone's of such high quality a player, it's team comp might be more favorable than who you're facing. Like you might be wanting to cheer on a certain player because they're 6 times weak to your Dedenne or something, but that person is the winner of the Japanese regional, and you're like, oh well, they'll still find a way to beat me. But yeah, Worlds is its own. It's gonna be a whole ride to see how that works out.
Oh yeah, 100%. But look, I guess I think Dracoviz has already begun work on the graphics in the background, so shout out to Dracoviz for getting all of that together. Much appreciated. They're definitely, hopefully they've been able to find all of the teams from the top 16. I'm not sure if that's viable. Although, to be fair, they can just start messaging people, because that's what they do for all of the other regionals. If someone isn't on stream, they just start messaging around. Maybe they get agents on the ground, like they get Jins, like, hey, can you talk to, a Karg and try and find out their team? Thanks. I'm sure they'll figure it out. But plus with the power of Fuku-chan, that's given us a lot of the teams as well. They've really helped us out quite a bit. So shout out Fuku. I think Fuku-chan is the secret king of the stream.
I think queen of the stream.
Oh, of course. Shout out Fuku-chan. Appreciate you.
But yes, definitely shout out Fuku-chan.
Where's this actually streamed? Is this on Twitch, on YouTube, or the official stream? I mean,
this is on the Pokemon Go Japan YouTube channel, and I think that is the only place it is. I think.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it was a little bit hard to find, to be honest. I shout out to Dracoviz. Because they are really, they helped me out with the link on that front. Yeah, Master Fuku-chan.
Come on.
Dracoviz is doing a lot, to be fair. So there's literally 4 teams left. The ground types are Shadow Kwak, Diggersby, Unova, and Stunfisk. Which isn't how I thought this was going to go, I guess. There's 3 Shadow Scizors as well in the top 4.
Oh my gosh.
1 Primeape, 1 Greninja. Dusclops is on only 3 teams.
Only.
Credilli's on 3 teams. There's 1 Azumarill, 1 Galarian Moltres, and then there's a lot of 1 Shadow Dragonair, 1 Galarian Weezing. 1 Shadow Clodsire? Perhaps it's Shadow Clodsire. Which I think we know what teams... that's what Fuku-chan wrote.
Shadow Paldean Wooper hasn't been available. It might be Shadow Quag.
Oh, you're right. It might be Shadow Quagsire. That might be what it is, actually. I think that could check out. Poke Moneymaker still... Oh, wait, is Poke Moneymaker one of these...
Number 4 seed, so it must have been out.
I didn't think that, Yeah, no, Poke Moneymaker got out, I think. They're in the top 8. At least I believe so. That's what the screenshot of the bracket shows me, that he lost in the top 8 round. Maybe you've got information
anyways.
other than me.
I mean, he's double qualified anyways. But no travel award is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess he's, still made thousands of dollars from winning Melbourne, but I guess, it cost them thousands of dollars to get to Melbourne from Japan, to be fair.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he also got a fair bit of money from the cards that he won. He got like 3 booster boxes, right?
True. Actually, he also got 3rd place at Perth at the end of last year, so he's definitely been raking in the prize money a little bit, so... It works out for him. Also,
the
Magma
booster
Man,
will be
you've
great.
gone fan voice again.
Yeah, okay.
Apparently, he just has to leave and rejoin, and his voice fixes.
All right, should be back to normal.
Yep.
Do we know if there's cash and/or card prizes at Japan Championship Series? I would be shocked if there wasn't any. Well, maybe not. That cash might be kind of questionable. I'd be shocked if there wasn't any card prizes though. I know TCG players got some specific card prizes for performing well.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Also, you've instantly gone back to fan voice. I don't know how. But yeah, Hawkosy asked to show the bracket. Obviously, like, it's a little bit harder to see what's going on because if you can't read Japanese, but this is the Japanese bracket that I suppose you can compare to the the little bracket, I suppose, and then fact check with the English, which is sort of what I was going with. But yeah, Pokemon Maker is that third name on the list. The top seed of that second matchup, I believe. But I can leave that there if you do want to sort of check it out, I suppose. Oh, wait, you've got a bracelet for him? Oh, that's sick. Which, by the way, I just want to, now that we've got a lot of people here, I want to say, Rocket Claire's daughter, Kira, we have a matchup. The friendship bracelets for NAIC were sick as, or are sick as. But let's get this match set up, ready to go.
Oh, okay, there's Shadow Quag.
Okay, it's Shadow Quag. Got it. That makes sense. Okay.
This is a really interesting team. Shadow D-Knight looks pretty strong. Well, I say that, but it's like, it's not that good, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, like, it gets bodied by Azu, kind of bodied by Shadow Scizor. And then the rest of the mons are like kind of neutral. It beats Primeape in the twos, obviously. Ufisk, I think it wins in the ones because Discharge is such a terrible move. Cradilly, if it baits, then it wins the ones, but also it just wins the zeros anyways. Mandy with Air Slash specifically, I think is a loss though.
Yeah, I'd struggle to see the benefit of a Shadow Dragonite in this team,
I mean,
but then I struggle most of the time to see the benefits.
yeah, no, I don't foresee it being brought in most of these games, and I might see it in one game, but I don't foresee it having too much play in the rest of the matches. Shadow Quag, on the other hand, looks pretty decent, I would argue.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be surprised how good a matchup it has into the Cradilly with Acid, assuming it's Acid, because the lack of fast move damage and outpacing. I think it's soft loss to Azu, and you're scared of the Trailblaze, but you do outpace, and this. I think if you just go straight Aqua Tail, you're probably very safe into the Sizzle.
You probably win the twos if absolutely nothing else.
Like the ones that threaten the Quag are probably. Well, I mean, you've threatened the final two mons with super effective damage. I think an Aqua Tail really would threaten a Primate and Shadow Sizzle. So it's not in a bad spot at all. You're right.
I don't see the Unova Stunfisk on the other side coming in this game either. The only thing that it really beats is the Galarian Wheezing. That said, the Galarian Wheezing is pretty strong into this team, I think.
It's got a soft win into Cradilly. At least it did when it had Bullet Seed. Azu and Primate are really nice, clean wins with Sludge. And the Mandy is a pretty great win too, but I assume even, like, it doesn't matter if you have Overheat. That Scizor is just going to demolish you with
Bullet Punch is just too strong. I think with Acid, Cradilly becomes a loss for Galarian Weezing, but I do think it's close. Assuming it is Acid. If it's Bullet Seed, then I think Galarian Weezing can still win that.
Yeah, I
But
remember last
yeah,
it was on Bullet Seed. You'd still lose the zeros as a glaring wheezing. It was somewhat IV dependent because if you well, I guess Bullet Siege, if you throw on perfect timing, you get debuffed before the first move. If you throw on suboptimal timing, you lose a fast move damage worth thing there, and they survive on 1 or 2 HP as the Credilli to take the zeros. So that's not as good a matchup as you'd hope, depending on if you've got a great Shadow IVs.
well, it's normal wheezing.
It's normal, what do you think?
It is normal glaring wheezing. It's non-shadow.
Interesting. I mean, that probably helps its matchups against Primeape, I'd expect, and Mandy, just because it's just less threatened by the charge moves.
Yeah, I mean Mandy's not threatening too much damage with aerial ace anyways, but the air slashes do add up eventually. So having the non-shadow can be nice there.
Yeah,
Um,
maybe yeah, just the extra bulk should show up some matchups that you'd otherwise lose despite being in a favorable type matchup.
yeah, Dusclops looks really safe here.
Yeah. I mean, you're never getting knocked out by a single Night Slash, but maybe the Sizzle could power through that matchup. And Air Slash Mandy isn't too big of an issue. Resisting Acid would be nice. And Azu, I think Primate can just win the twos though, Rage Fisting through it.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
just a primate moment.
Don't play the twos versus Primate. And don't let them do that to you.
Don't play twos versus primate. Worst mistake of my life. But you know, if you force those two shields, then that can set up the Scizor or something for a really nice end game sweep. Or Glaring Wheezing. Something like Dusclops, Glaring Wheezing, and then like Scizor on the back.
Yeah, I could see this. I mean, that would be quite soft, the Ufisk, but you said you don't expect it. It's one of those things. I mean, yeah, the Quag as well. I mean, I think what we've identified as the Diggersby isn't. Actually, the Diggersby's not bad either, but the Azu and Primate just beats it so handily, and the Credilli's
Yeah.
awkward. I could see the Diggersby and Dragonite being left behind in a combo of the other four.
Yeah, I might see Diggersby in like one game, but yeah, I think out of the 6 mons that can be brought, Diggersby's probably not very high on that list.
I mean, but part of the team building process is the players picked double ground, and what does the Diggersby do better than the Quag? Like, both are pretty happy into Ufisk. Quag's probably slightly better into the Mandibuzz with the Stone Edge coverage. Um, Maybe the Diggersby's slightly better into the I don't know Shadow Sizzle because it's super effective with Fire Punch, but Quag resists the Bullet Punch.
Yeah, but
As
Diggersby never needs to worry about playing the zeros.
Yeah, and then Azu and Primate both hit. The Diggersby super effective, but not the Quag. So maybe you just say, why? I mean, unless you're running double ground, why would I bring the Diggersby over the Quag?
Mm-hmm. It seems like well, I'm hoping that the players are making their final preparations, but based on the fact that they don't even have their headphones in or earbuds in or headphones on, it's probably still going to be a little bit before they get started. Unfortunately, it seems that we've done all of our pre-match analyses.
I mean, they've really given us a lot of time to think about it, and you see the headphones aren't even on yet. They're still taking their time. I wonder how much of this time the players actually get to prep for the matchup, and how many times they're prepping for, the technical stream, like that side of things. Advising outside of the Pokemon Go aspect of it all.
Mm-hmm. Well, here we go. We got some headphone action coming out and coming on. This
Right.
is
We've got
winter
the
semis, so it might be it is kind of understandable that it takes a little bit more time to get prepared.
Let me
and
ask
I
you
think
this.
what's
This is to both of you. Predict which teams we're going to see from each players.
Ooh,
Hard predict.
I think I
I
would guess Scizor, Dusclops, Quag is the starting from Naoto.
okay. I
Do you want to take
kind
it?
of like my initial prediction of Dusclops, Galarian Weezing, and Scizor.
Hmm.
And then
And then
for I might see I think Primeape Safe Swap makes more sense. Scizor lead, Primeape, and Mandy, I think.
I think we could see a Scizor mirror here. Andy?
Oh,
Oh,
okay, Mandy lead
that's a
into Galarian Weezing. Oh, is that a purified? Oh, it's Bullet Seed. Okay, it
I
throws on
love the
proper timing.
knowing that it's one turn switch, you can throw on what would otherwise be alignment.
So do you
But
come
the
in
AB,
Dusclops here? Oh, you do. Okay.
I like that because one of the things about Dusclops with the incredible bulk, if you've taken half their opponent's health, you should never be losing switch. Like even down a full charge move there, they're still ahead. And with this ice punch, I don't expect a shield here, would you?
No, I mean Cradily lives this regardless.
Yeah.
Second Rock Tomb coming in. It's gonna put the Dusclops kind of low, but
Yeah, the
Dusclops,
dust.
I mean the Bullet Seed is taken. Oh,
Oh,
a very aggressive switch coming in with the Shadow Scizor to get an energy lead. You kind
but
of
this,
have to come in
well,
Diggersby, but
you don't
the
get
switch
the.
timer's not up.
Oh, they put
Wow,
weight. Now
a
you come in
huge
bigger.
farm down.
Mate,
This
is this?
Scizor
I
is
mean, you don't
really
shield.
gonna pop off.
You shield the first, but it's about to
I mean,
boost
you kind
up.
of have
That's
to, right? Like the Galarian Weezing, if it gets put onto the Scizor, it's not a great look.
surely after a Trailblaze, they're never going to farm you down. And committing to shielding the first, you have to shield the second.
Uh,
I mean, I guess.
this one
Oof,
you have to, yeah.
yeah, you've already committed
You
at
make
that
the
point.
Fire Punch.
Oh, just go straight for it.
I mean, you can't
Yeah,
risk
I
it,
agree.
So now
Look,
what? You come in Wheezing, get the Brutal Swing. Oh my god!
Oh no. Yeah, this is why I really didn't like shielding the first because you have to make this play, and Shadow Scizor is going to power through this.
Ugh.
I mean, it's not going to win this matchup, to be fair, but the Shadow Sizzle's done enough that the matchup is now one
Yeah, the
for.
Mandibuzz ain't looking too bad, huh?
Oh, bringing in a Mandibuzz to a Weezing and just going for the full farm down's hurting me. Oh.
You don't need to do anything else.
I mean, it's one of those where for the trainer on the left, if they just on paper looked at the matchup, they're happy with how it was all aligned. Like they got the Dusclops on the Cradilly, they got the Diggersby on the Scizor, they got the Weezing on the Mandibuzz, and it just got out of hand just because of like the switch clock misalignment, the Scizor boosting up fast enough, and just
Yeah, that was
giving energy.
taking advantage of the switch timer was really well done by the player on the right. Getting because they were able to bring in the Scizor, they took the energy on the Cradilly and then tanked a -2 uh Shadow Punch on the Scizor, got the full and complete breakfast of a farm down, and
Mhm.
then what do you do against the Scizor energy?
Yeah, like 'cause Weezing's walls the energy, but it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter in that matchup because Scissor's so attack weighted, and it's the fast moves you can't shield, and it's boosting itself up through you. And I still think if you don't shield the first Trailblaze on Diggersby, I don't think you'd get farmed down, or at least you'd definitely get both fire punches off. And like shielding the later ones obviously is necessary, but I think as soon as you're never going to outpace the Scizor as the Diggersby after giving up that head start.
Yeah, it was
You
an
can't
entire
commit.
Night Slash.
As soon as you shield the first one, your opponent knows I can match shields and always be ahead on energy.
Mm-hmm.
And this will never have to take a fire punch.
Yeah, an absolute masterclass of like just the slight misalignment of switch timers.
It was pretty close to the lines we were expecting. I mean, I predicted the wrong ground type on the team on the left, I believe. Actually, yeah, and you got the wheezing into the. I was surprised to see the Mandibuzz, but then I've been surprised the entire tournament by Mandibuzz because Air/Mandibuzz. I guess it's there particularly to target down the Scizor and the Dusclops, but it met the wheezing and it didn't matter because the other two mons put in so much heavy lifting.
For sure, for sure. So what sort of adaptations do you think our players are gonna make in game number 2? I think the Primeape kinda has to come in this game, to be honest. Because that Scizor, um oh no, wait, sorry. Sorry. I think the Quag has to come in this game because
I was
bullet
worried. I was like,
punches.
bring the Prime, bring the Mandy, but yeah, on the other team, the Scizor doesn't like the Mandy, which is on the lead. So maybe you say, "Hey, my opponent's going to change up. He led Mandy. I'm going to weak to Mandy and call that you're switching.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing a different lead. Maybe a Scizor lead on the left is a safer pick this time."
Yeah, and
The
headsets
Azu
are
and the
on.
Credilli. Oh,
So,
the team's gone.
sorry.
But yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this Scizor, but then I've not been playing it much, and I don't really know how wild it can go after all the boosts. Like one of the key things in that Scizor matchup will be the CMP, won't it?
Oh, definitely.
I know quite a few friends in my server have been chatting about as the Shadow Scizor player just going straight Trailblaze in that matchup.
Yeah.
Because if you get the guaranteed boost, you just farm down.
Yeah, I mean, they're
And they're
gonna shield anyways.
going to shield anyways. But that's one of those plays that you can make in GBL, but can you make it on stage at the Japan Championship semi-final?
Okay, we're about to find out. Salted Koji is on the left, and I saw
Oh,
Naum or something on the right. Or on the
Damon keep
wrong
left.
way. Yeah,
Diggersby
thank
safe
you.
met with that Bullet Seed Credilli. You can
This is an
just
excellent
outpace.
position. Yeah, it's an excellent
Yeah,
position for the Credilli. I'm kind of surprised that the Dusclops swapped out immediately, though. Like, that's not that bad of a matchup.
yeah. I mean, you can always land an Ice Punch before swapping, like having taken 5 air slashes of damage, but not any charge move. So that is pretty comfortable. After this second, yeah, I mean, you're in an awkward position now though because as a Credilli, you never bait here.
No,
Like you
no. I mean, to be honest, I
bait.
think Rock Tomb would have KO'd anyways.
I don't think it would.
Oh,
But yeah,
shield
they've got
comes up, they make the fire punch. So now the Credilli, yeah, the Credilli
well,
shields, that seems logical. But
as
Diggersby's
soon as you see
never outpacing.
that, they could have. Now you can rock tomb. They could have
Yeah,
taken the advantage for the Shadow Scizor and probably won the game on the spot there. 2-1 Now you consider they're going for the Scizor farm, right?
I mean, honestly, yeah, more than likely. Yeah, there you go.
Because what does Scizor not beat up a shield here? Like, the Diggersby's gone to threaten. Like, you're just gonna play these boost odds. Like, if this first one boosts, I don't think we might not see the Mandy again, you know?
Yeah, does not
But
boost.
do they
Now,
get to
here's
the
something
next
that I'm
shadow?
kind of curious about. What if the Galarian Wheezing, what if the Wheezing catch happens? Like that.
I don't think that helps you because you can just get 4. I don't even think a brutal swing KOs from here. So you just stay in, get the big chip, maybe catch a Mandy here. Yeah.
Oh,
But the Weezing doesn't hit for super effective other than Fairy Wind. So this game is won for the Mandy Scizor team.
I don't
Like
know if that's necessarily true.
with the bulk advantage for Mandy, the Weezing can't take it down.
Well,
Like,
no, but the energy on the oh,
well,
yeah, that's outside of Ice Punch range. Never mind.
I mean, the Scizor's 1 away from the next Night Slash, so they need to KO
Oh,
this
they're too
and leave.
low. Never mind. I didn't realize how low that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't KOing.
Yeah, Shadow Scizor put in 2 great performances there.
Yeah, that's dude. Where are the fire types when you need them?
Well, that's the thing. I Incinerate 2 taps of Scizor probably from certain mons, but Scizor can take a bullet punch and then go out, and he's never taken any damage. Like Incinerate is such a tough move to use at a high level because it's so easy to catch. It's so hard to time moves correctly. Um, you're giving up so much control of the battle for those good stats that Incinerate is tough. But Shadow Scissor is proving why it's so happy without these. So that player may well have just secured the world's travel invite, depending on if it's top 2 get the travel invite or top 1.
Yeah, that's true. Which
So
we still don't seem to have I've been checking a lot of Discords just to see if anyone's got any info or whatnot. Doesn't seem like we have confirmation either way. So maybe it's safest to assume that they need to get top 1 to get that travel award. Because maybe there's something to play for. Plus they get that Japan Championship plate, which is sick. But at the very least, we've got 1 locked in for the grand finals, and I think I saw on Twitter that the other result might have actually been decided as well, but I can't remember by who.
Oh, what the heck?
So it seems like we might be going straight to grand finals, actually.
That's so disappointing.
finals. I think I want to expect our viewers to be on. Are they on stream already, or surely there'll be a while to the next matchup?
You would assume that it would
Well,
be a
people are
tiny
getting
break.
seated already.
Those are the players that just played in the background, right?
Yeah,
Oh, was it?
Say, they haven't played yet.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's the same
I
shirt.
would eat all my meals off that plate. Yeah, no, that's real. That's valid.
True, Mel. True. Very true. Very true. Let me check this little drag of his chat.
Holy mackerel, Debbie with the 10 subs.
Yo, Debbie Pebble! Thank you, Debbie. Welcome in. Oh, whoops. It's hit a time that usually I'd be doing something else right about now. But thank you, Debbie. PJCS,
Debbie, we were talking
hi.
about you fairly recently regarding the new TCG Pocket set. Are you really excited for it?
Yo, JJ dodged. Fuku-chan dodged? Oh, man.
JJ dodged.
I mean, JJ was trying to dodge it, I'm sure. I think
I've been lurking. Let's see if I got gifted a sub.
It doesn't look like it. Homeslice Henry got the pick
Pog,
up.
you dodge.
Shout out Henry.
Oh, he did. Yo, what the?
Yo, also caught. Clearly around.
Crazy, bro.
I think there is a. I recently found out that Twitch has this thing where you, for 70 hours of the next year, you can set it so that like gifting more than 5 subs has like a 35% discount. So I set it. I was like, all right, let's just use it all now. So I think I just hit go on 70 hours, which is not efficient, but it's out there, I guess. I love a good deal. Hi, Debbie. Also, Debbie, by the way, feel free to like jump in the chat at any time as well. But I guess we've only got one match to go. Is the truth? I mean, Magma Man, you originally did say that you would stick around for quarters and then dip. But here's another opportunity.
Well, I mean, there was only the one. There was only the one quarters.
Yeah. I guess originally it was going to be another 3,
I said
right?
that under the impression that it was going to be all 4 quarters, and then I dip. But as it stands now, it was only the 1 quarters, and then it seems to be only the 1 semis, which, in my opinion, is pretty cringe. And then if we go to grands, then I kind of gotta stay for that.
I see. Oh, sorry, Hawkeye, thanks for the gifted sub to Fuku-chan. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Debbie.
Your whole like tournament, you've gone like 5-0, 6-0, 5-1 sort of thing. Won your quarter, won your semi, and you've still never been on stream type thing. Or maybe go
that
out
honestly
the
would be ridiculous.
semi.
Actually, yeah, where have these last 2 battlers, or who won on the other side? Is there info somewhere? I could have sworn I saw a tweet on Twitter that was like, oh, I came 3rd, which was before this match finished. So I assume that it was the play from the other side. It was not Rob retweeted it. Let me find not Rob. Okay. Kakuzo Toho tweeted out, I'll be going for the 3rd year. Oh, wait, I'll be going. As in they're going to Worlds. Oh, they didn't say they came 3rd. My bad. Maybe I've goofed it. Maybe they will be playing another semi. I kind of doubt it based on how they've been doing the quarters, to be honest with you, but we'll see.
I mean, I'm not too familiar with the other games, but I feel like in other, like when it gets to like VGC or something, semi-finals, then both of those tend to get streamed, don't they?
I actually thought that it was only one sometimes, because it's like, hour round sort of thing, but it's... Oh, the guy that was just on stream getting interviewed, Fuku-chan says, I will definitely win the WCS. So, confidence. You don't see many people going out there saying, I will win Worlds. I mean, Axon got close. When he said something along the lines of, last time I was up here getting interviewed, I said, or when I won NAIC last time, I said, I've won a regional, I've won an IC, I guess the only thing left to do is win Worlds. And then he went ahead and win Worlds. And then this time he said, and then, now I've won 2 regionals, I've won 2 ICs, I guess there's only one thing left to do. And it was like, oh, dang. That's a solid line.
Dude, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Axon is already within like probably within top 10 players in the world right now, but locked in Axon is on a completely different level.
Yeah, I think you could call current Axon locked in Axon. The man's just won a regional and an IC, like basically back to back. He's in insano mode.
No, but it's like specifically like, how, well, I mean, in the main series games, it's like you have Zacian, but then only in battle do you see Zacian crowned, right? Like that's how it works. I think like Axon Hero of Many Battles, which is like the default form, is like top 10. But Axon Crown form is like Axon locked in.
I guess so.
But
Actually,
it only happens on like day 2 of of a competition.
Yeah, he's got to warm
Is he
into
gonna
it.
get next round of games then? Like give him -20 attack.
Dude, honestly, it might have happened.
Yeah, actually, the man's already fought through a nerf. To be, oh, we've got ads coming up. All right, let's jump over to the bracket thing.
Woo!
Well,
Woo,
I
ads.
don't know what the Twitch rules are, but I do know that like on YouTube they get really unhappy with you. It's against the YouTube rules to run inbuilt advertising. Because essentially their argument is like, well, if you're going to run inbuilt advertising, then shouldn't we be getting paid? Like that's how our ads work. So I know YouTube gets cross
but
about
it's
it.
like, but it's Pokemon. You're not.
Yeah.
You're not out.
It's self-promo.
You don't
Does it?
fight with Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a losing battle for sure. Tristan did say, I thought Axon's first title was NAIC, which I think is actually correct. 2022 NAIC. So maybe he said it after the regional win. I've won a regional, I've won an IC, etc., etc. You might be right.
Yeah, I don't know the full history of Axon. All I know is that like I originally knew him because of his consistency in 2023, where he top cut like almost every tournament he attended, and then he got second at Vancouver, and then the next tournament he attended he won.
Wait, was that
And it was against
oh, no. I was going to say the Vancouver that you played in, but that was Toronto.
No, that one was won by Mason, and then Brown Baller got second.
Mm-hmm.
I distinctly remember because I fell asleep during grand finals because it was an Umbreon mirror.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Was it a last resort Umbreon or a?
It was last
Psychic
resort. It was
Umbreon
last. Nobody was running. Dude, nobody was running Psychic Umbreon in Show 6. Remember? You needed last resort from the mirror.
To be fair, Foul Play Dark Pulse was running around.
That was one tournament by Rise. Now he did win that, to be fair, but also that was during a time when like not too many people were running Umbreon or Mandy. I feel.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I mean, I faced a double dark Umbreon in Durban, South Africa, but I don't know if that counts.
How many competitors were there?
A solid top 8.
I'm gonna say no.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
Just pull up Axis Dracovich's page, bro. That's a documentary, bro. That's a full essay.
Yeah, came 5th at Indy, but his first win was NAIC, from what I can see. 2022 NAIC won that, and 7th at Worlds that year. 7th, 5th, Vancouver, and then won Portland that year, the 2023 season, and then won Worlds later that year. So yeah, he won 2022 NAIC, then won 2023.
Oh, that's right, it was Portland.
This is a crazy hot streak, though. Like again, 5th in his first ever tournament, and then 1st at NAIC, top 8 at Worlds, top 8 at Salt Lake City, top 6 at Arlington, 2nd in Vancouver, 1st in Portland, a stumble in NAIC, top 65th, and then winning Worlds. And then, going straight into a top 16, which is bad for him, into a top 8, and then, just really, and then he's sort of rough patch with this one glimmer of hope with top 4, and now he's back. That's kind of a crazy run.
Yeah, he's so heckin' back. I'm truly and honestly my goat.
Yeah. And even people talking about it being a rough patch. He's even got a 17th at Vancouver here, as if that's rough. He lost to Stud Mushins and Boglish. He only lost to Monkeys, actually.
Those are very respectable names.
Yeah, that checks out.
Look at all those Azus he faced that tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could probably click any of these tournaments, and there would be a lot of Azus.
Hold on. I gotta look at the medal. I gotta look at the medals, though. Like the medal count. Player achievement.
Whoa!
Oh, God.
A whole 20, huh?
5 top 8 finishes at play events in a single season. I didn't even know this was a badge.
Oh my god.
Wow. This is a crazy... check on the ad. Man.
That's ridiculous, man.
Most
I only
players
have
don't
like 8 or something.
tournaments. Wow.
I I had to look at my Dracoviz page. I think I only have like 8 or 10 achievements, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
This is how we fill the time between the semi-finals.
I guess so. What else can we do? We're not going to watch the advertisements, I suppose. I think that was Hatsune
I'm
Miku.
getting Steve up now.
Hey, I mean, this Magma Man guy's got a full 2 rows.
Oh, yo, let's go.
Top 3 at a regional's got some work. Plus a Worlds qualification badge in there as well. We take those.
Yeah. Top 5 on the
That's
GBL
right.
leaderboard, specifically top 3.
Oh, that hurts because my best ever placement is 6th.
Oh.
I mean, you still get the top 10, the top 50, top 100, or you got the 3500 ELO. I guess we're still pending the qualified for Worlds badge, which I guess will get put in there eventually.
I mean, I qualified last season, I just didn't go.
Oh. I thought they would put in like everyone that qualified, to be honest, but maybe they only did it based on the
JJan, get on
Worlds.
that, please.
Yeah, JJan, what the heck? I think mine's unfortunately unupdated because it doesn't have the South Africa data yet. So I'm missing my second place at a regional and all the rest. But you know.
Is it in the lower half yet? Is it in the?
Nah.
results?
I actually personally built the spreadsheets and I sent them to Anacor and he hasn't added them yet.
Yeah.
He said that he would add them a few times and he hasn't done it yet. So hopefully soon. But yeah.
Damn, bro, that's crazy.
Oh wait, I'll get my second place medal in there. Well deserved. Well. So who were our... Yeah, actually, I should probably be looking at like Discord. Is someone updated like what's happened on the back end of the bracket? Because I still don't think there's anything on this bracket page that actually tells you anything, unfortunately. Maybe there is. Nah. This page is officially dead to us.
Yeah, just waiting on the stream to show us the bracket again.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, at this point, we don't even know for certain if we're only going to go straight to grand finals. I guess.
Yeah. What's happening right now, just off stream?
Yeah, I mean, that could be why they're delaying time, right? Just to make time for the match to finish off stream. You'd think, like, the fact that they were doing pre-recorded matches and such, you would think they would, at the very least, sort of play the pre-recorded versions of the other matches, but I don't know.
I mean, I do remember. Well, I mean, I didn't personally like stay for those events. But I remember the when the original tournament started happening before streams. Like, I've seen pictures of like the first regionals final, where it's just like 2 people sat opposite tables, you know, with the few people stood behind them looking over their shoulders. So you see how far we've come. Like, you see that now they put the big streams out. You see these stages. You see a full crowd and everything. You actually, like, rather than just, oh, you know, here's your winner, you actually get to see the gameplay and everything, see how well everyone played. Although I do still like wonder at, as you've attended a few regionals this year, Steve, that weren't streamed, like how that affects the in-person experience. Like, is the final still like just 2 people sat opposite each other playing a game, or is it like, is there any audience in person aspect? Like, is it like if you weren't in the final, which I think you were this season, right?
I guess so. Well, look, it very much depends region to region. So, like, historically, I've attended all of the Australian regionals that previously did not have streams. I also was at Buenos Aires where there wasn't a stream. Obviously, South Africa didn't have a stream. And Australia is very, like, you know, you've got this group of 20 to 30 people that are all sort of crowded around the grand final table, and it feels still like an event that everyone is watching. So that's still, it's a very different vibe to, you know, being on broadcast on this big stage with cameras and lights and whatnot. But it's still a very, like, you know, everyone is watching, like, everyone is invested in this match, and it's cool. In Buenos Aires, because the tournament ran till like 10 p.m. or something, most people just left. So it was actually really a very small number of people that were actually still around by the end. So I think it felt a little bit less like that, unfortunately. And then, like, in South Africa, I was literally the only guy watching the grand finals in Durban. Like, it was just me. Because the other guys, I mean, they didn't really care. They were just off, I think, you know, looking at cards and whatnot. But, you know,
Mhm.
they had one guy watching, which again,
mean-
I think felt very low stakes.
Yeah.
I mean, the cardboard is very pretty.
I guess. But you know, it's a really cool vibe to sort of have this big. It sort of feels like this big esports tournament. Like, you know, so cool. Very high stakes. You know, obviously there's a bunch of prize money. It should feel big because there are literally thousands of dollars sort of on the line. Maybe there's a travel award on the line here as well. There's a decorative plate that crowns you as the champion of Japan for the year. I mean, I know that like in so many games, in so many regionals, people remember the person who won. Sometimes people don't remember the person who comes second, and so you are really going for that sort of eternal glory to put yourself on the graphics that get thrown around as well. Always have that, you know, number one badge on your Dracovic profile as well. There's a lot of reasons to really try your heart out, and you know, both battlers who were left over, whoever they may be, because at this point we still are unclear, I guess, where we are in the thing. I guess you know, we will see, but we're gonna do a little bit of a chat catch up as well.
Watched the semi, and I can't remember who won actually. I can't remember seeing the names on. I'm not sure if you saw the names on screen of who was playing. So
I don't remember seeing the names at all. Yeah.
yeah, so they might have just cut like the game just after.
Yeah,
I mean, the
guess.
Dracovic, like especially like you see the graphics going around on Twitter or X of the graphics, like Dracovic top 8 or like first, second, third, fourth, and those are really motivating, really nice to see, like really well done graphics that you know you can share around and be like, this is me. This is how I did it this tournament I attended, and that's really nice to like get all the players' names out, particularly at like especially tournaments like these where maybe they're not as streamed for the world to see. Like I know I might not have noticed this was happening if not for you putting it out here today, Steve. Or yeah, so it's good to see like all the different regional winners getting their share on online as well.
Yeah, I think it's really important, and it's something that Speediest Chief has mentioned, I think on the Show 6 podcast sort of recently, and there's just so many regions that would really get no spotlight if it wasn't for even like little community putting videos together, like especially the Asian championships where there's no stream, there's no broadcast. It just took the battlers to send their footage to a content creator so that they could make a video. It's sad that that's what it takes to get any sort of like, you know, attention or viewership or like something for the battler to point out to say like, these were my battles, this is how I played, and you know, I did really well in this tournament. Sort of put that record sort of on the books, because otherwise, yeah, it really is down to Dracovic. And like, we should be I think we maybe forget to thank them enough, but the fact that Dracovic does go ahead and make all of these graphics for regions that even don't have broadcasts, it is a real big feat, and we're very lucky to have them sort of making those graphics to give us that coverage, because otherwise there's a lot of tournaments that we just would know nothing about. In that last match, it was the Primate team that won, right, in the semi-finals?
It was, yeah.
As opposed to the Shadow Dragonite team? Yeah, so I think that was Salted Koji that progressed.
Yes, it was Salted Koji. That was the name.
Yeah, and the other semi-final was Kaga versus Kenta Sarunori. No result
Sarunori.
yet. But
In the comments, we've got a tweet.
Oh wait,
Aussie more as Kento Sarunori won.
Oh, Kenta's. Oh, okay. There you go. Big tech. Thank you, Aussie Moa.
Salted Koji. Maybe this is the time to get those Dracovic graphics up. See how those two have been doing. I know Kento is more in the leaderboards.
All right, let's take a look. Because yeah, I think they both only have GBL accolades. Kento. So yeah, Kento, no accolades outside of, you know, the crushing Go Battle League #1 on the leaderboard, 3,500 elo, etc., etc., etc. And then on the Salted Koji side, we have similar story. They haven't hit #1 yet on the leaderboard. They've hit the top 10 though, and 3,500 elo, etc., etc. So two very strong Go Battle League players. I guess more of the It's Axon build as opposed to the Dancing Rob build, where Dancing Rob was a bit of a Show 6 freak before the championship series, whereas Axon sort of came in from the GBL side. But scrolling through chat, because I haven't looked in a while, was there anything that we missed that was... there's some South African discussion, but, you know, we'll get Anacor to fix it surely. Scroll.
woman is a freelance TV announcer. That's really interesting.
Oh, that's interesting that they're hiring like professionals as opposed to like Pokemon folk. I mean, maybe she's a Pokemon folk. She seems to like the ride-on, to be fair.
I mean, Rhydon was the first Pokemon ever designed, so...
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the callback, but okay, yeah. We have our grand finals.
I mean, to be fair, if you live in Japan and you don't like Pokemon, then, like... I don't know, dog.
I imagine living in Japan, you'll have a background knowledge at least. Like, everyone's got a minimum knowledge of some Pokemon, you know?
Yeah. That makes a
Not
lot
even
of
just
sense.
Pokemon. Like, probably, like, I would expect Dragon Ball. Like, just general nerd, well, quote-unquote, nerd stuff.
Mhm.
Maybe. I mean, like, obviously the Japanese created stuff is going to be a bigger deal. Like, I know that what do we really have in Australia, really? We have Bluey. I guess I know about Bluey.
Blue is a worldwide phenomenon.
I mean, so is Pokemon, you know? But it had to come from somewhere. It's,
That's a fair argument.
I guess that's do I have more Bluey knowledge than anyone else? I guess not. But I guess I definitely know it exists, to be fair. Other people
Well, I don't know. I don't know much about Bluey, so you got me beat.
It might be because you're above the age of 4 and not a parent. I think those two combinations.
The international tournament announcers are great with considerable Pokemon GBL competence.
Okay, cool.
Well, that's to be expected, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been a lot of broadcasts in the past where perhaps the commentators involved weren't the most knowledgeable about Pokemon Go. I'm not going to go out like naming and shaming certain events, but there have certainly been some streams that they didn't exactly get Pokemon Go experts in to run the tournament side of things.
I'm trying to think of some, but like I'm not blanking, or like I'm kind of blanking on specific tournaments. I mean, I guess probably like in 2022 it could be expected.
Yeah, I mean, not so much in the championship series, but maybe I'll just I'll drop one in the little in our voice channel chat because
I see.
There've definitely been times where they haven't actually picked Pokemon people to actually run the thing.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm glad that
that-
these casters
yeah.
seem to be very well equipped. Very glad to hear it. Because they deserve it, I think, is the bottom line. Like, you know, these guys have worked so hard all season. Again, they've had to, like, I don't know exactly the specifics of how the Japan system runs, but, you know, they have to compete at these sort of Pokemon Center tournaments that are not guaranteed to get into. You actually have to go through a raffle system to get an entry into the Pokemon Center tournaments. You then have to win the Pokemon Center tournament to then progress on to the next stage. So you can actually make your way to the PJCS, where then you have to fight through a Swiss bracket, then you have to fight through a single elimination bracket to become the champion. I mean, the system is so tough, and if you falter at a single step, you're out. You're not going to the World Championships. Your run is done. So, like, to get to this point, it takes an insane amount of skill and persistence. And so, like, even just to get to the qualification stage for the World Championships through Japan is a massive accomplishment in itself. And so I know that in the past, like, I saw a little bit of shade being thrown, to be honest with you, to someone who was like, oh, you know, this guy was 16th in Japan. As if that was sort of like a, you know, oh, he's not like the big deal we have to watch out for, unlike the other 15 Japanese players. But like, to get to the top 16 of Japan is not like it's not equivalent to top 16 at a regional in the rest of the world. It is a much harder gambit, and so they really do command some respect, I think.
For sure.
Bluey beats Bingo in the
Bluey
twos.
beats Bingo in the twos.
That's some Aussie knowledge for sure.
What about the ones and zeros? Is it pick dependent on the ones?
I think it comes down to IVs and the ones. But okay,
Gotcha.
Fuku-chan says
could,
the guy with the glasses is a Pokemon GBL YouTuber. Youthwin. He's very good. He writes commentary on GBL on the site Minpoke. That's very cool. So we've got some like Japanese YouTubers on the cast as well, which is sick. Now this is an interesting
Bingo
shot.
has 0 win clans.
Is this
I
because
see.
like, are we going to see like the players walk on stage? Because like this is the Go stage because it's the blue one. Yeah, is this going to be?
I
Like,
would not be surprised if there was. So, fun fact: in
Oh.
Yup. It's the
Yo.
walk-up. Yo, so okay, fun fact, this is really similar to a specific like post-game sort of feature in Pokemon Black and White 2, which is kind of similar to this. It's the Pokemon World Championships. So like in the finals of like this sort of event, it's like a top 8 thing. It actually works very similarly to the Pokemon Japan Championship series. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's really cool that they sort of implemented that in like in a game. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Debbie in the chat. Let's get ready to rumble. All right. I'll dip away, lads. I believe it's best of 3. It's not a best of 5 scenario in Japan. It just goes best of 3 all the way through. So these will be the final battles of the PJCS. So look, for those that have come in at any point in this 8-hour 44-minute stream, holy. But pass it over to Icelandic Lapras and Magma Man to sort of take us through the last little step. So. Well, maybe we'll eventually get there, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say.
We might have a bit more time to wait.
I mean, they got to log into their phones. They got to send the friend requests, pick their teams, and then get into it.
I'm gonna assume at this level that these players have played each other before at some point. If you've
I'd be shocked.
been to Japan. Yeah, I'm surprised not technical people on stage helping them out, but yeah, probably like a few minutes now from the first game of the Japan Championships final. And getting is that the trophy you can see just behind them on stage? They're all competing for. I get that nice big unique plaque. You don't get those at a regional. You get a medal at an IC. You get a trophy. But in Japan, they give you a full glass trophy.
At Japan, they actually give you something that you can use. Although, to be fair, you probably wouldn't want to use one of these as a plate.
Look, I mean, just like Melgood said it in chat, but if I got that plate, I'd definitely be staging a photo op using that plate as a plate.
Dude, you order like a very expensive like tiramisu.
I'll buy some okay. All right, I'll pass it over to you, lads.
Okay,
I'll get the translation, teams. But good luck, gamers.
All right, so we got the teams here. Mandibuzz, Shadow Kanto Marowak, Tinkaton, Shadow Dusclops, Greninja, and Cradily versus Primate Pazu, Scizor, Shadow Scizor, Purified Cradily, Unova Stunfisk, and Mandibuzz. The only... Well, there's 3 Well, I was going to say the only... There's 2 repeat Mons here, the Mandibuzz and the Cradily. However... We know that the Purified Cradily is running Bullet Seed. And I don't know whether or not the other Cradily is running Acid.
Yeah, we've not seen Kento on stage as far as I know, because I've not seen a Greninja on stage. But I think one thing that these players will be able to be aware of at this point is that surely Kento knows his Cradily IVs very well and knows a Purified Cradily has at least 2 attack. So probably has the knowledge of who wins CMP in that matchup. And with the Rock Tombers, that can be very that can decide who wins the matchup. So maybe the player already knows, hey, I'm going to lose CMP in the mirror. Maybe I'm running Acid or Bullet Seed. We've not seen that, but particularly if it's a Bullet Seed mirror, we already know that might favor Salted Koji on the right.
Mm-hmm. And well, Kento is more than likely well aware of the fact that it's Bullet Seed Cradily. So something like the Greninja or the Shadow Kanto Marowak won't be quite as safe into it compared to if it was Acid. However, it also... Sorry, go ahead.
I do think the Greninja would struggle in this matchup generally because there's a Primate just to really put that fast move damage and ramp up real quick, and we know that Azu just walls that off, and Greninja can put up somewhat of a fight in the twos, but the Azu player is not going to play the twos. So I think the Greninja like hasn't got great targets here. Even like the Scizor, which resists fast moves, gets hit super effective by the Trailblaze, and I imagine that almost one shots. And like even its best matchup might be the Ufisk or the Mandy. Like those aren't good matchups particularly. So I don't think we'll be seeing the Greninja in this matchup.
Well, considering how dominant the Shadow Scizor can be, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Greninja in at least one game, as it's quite literally the only. Yeah, I think it's like the safest Pokemon in this matchup to fight the Scizor. You're resisting the bullet punches, you resist Night Slash, you outpace like very consistently,
Mm,
and you're just doing a lot of you're just doing a lot of damage. Um,
no,
like for
you're saying
comparison, for instance, Greninja makes it to double Night Slash before, or like or like Scizor only barely outpaces two Trailways before Greninja makes double Night Slash.
yeah. No, you're right. I think like some of the better counters to the Scizor are the Mandibuzz, which we see there's obviously the Azu and the Ufisk, which really it would struggle into. And I think K-Wax's a pretty consistent answer to Scizor, being it outpaces and just out damages it generally.
Hmm.
But again, there's a Bullet Seed Credilli, there's a Flyer in the Mandibuzz. Azu obviously is very positive into that. So yeah, the Scizor counters are pretty well countered in return. So it might, yeah, I think as Kento Saranori, you're really going to find the safest line that can deal with this Scizor.
Well, I will say Greninja is not nearly as hopeless as you might think, because yes, Primeape and Azu are very powerful into it. However, even with Bullet Seed, Cradily still requires a charge move, and Greninja's pacing lets it throw out Hydros like so much faster. So if you play the twos with it, it can really kind of overwhelm the Cradily eventually. As for Unova Stunfisk, Greninja actually wins the twos because um because you pace ever so slightly faster than the Unova Stunfisk in the twos. And the reality of the situation is that Discharge is just such a terrible move that I think you actually live it in the zeros. As for Mandibuzz, even though it's on Air Slash, I think you you put up a fair fight against it, and we established
Mm,
the Scizor matchup already. Um, as for Shadow Kanto Marowak, even even with Bullet Seed, the Cradily matchup is not that dominant for Cradily. Marowak can really force a lot of damage with Mud Slaps and Bone Clubs since those are neutral as opposed to resisted against most
yeah.
other grass types. Um, and especially if you call a Rock Tomb bait, you can really flip that in your favor. And
Mhm.
you also win the twos against Azumarill, even if the Azumarill doesn't play to that. Um, or well, you might not win the twos, but you have the ability to force two shields against Azumarill if you really, really need switch or to get like a small energy lead. I wouldn't be surprised to see something along the lines of Cradily lead, Shadow Marowak safe swap to bait out the Azumarill, get two shields down, and then farm down with Greninja to potentially sweep the end game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually I'm looking at Kento's team on the left, and I see the Tinkerton as my favorite from his team into Salted Koji's line because obviously it's got a pretty positive matchup into the Mandibuzz and the Primeape as super effective hits there, but resisting
Mm-hmm.
all the moves from the and all the charge move from the Azu,
Mm-hmm.
um, and all the charge moves from the Scizor mean like a high level player could really make Tinkerton work into those mons. Obviously, there's one
Yeah,
ground type to be afraid of, but it doesn't have the
I
fast move damage, and you hit back for super effective too. So I think Tinkerton could be a real steal here.
well, honestly, it's super effective. It is Bullnose after all. But those
It
debuffs
is.
could come in handy if Unova Stunfisk happens to be the last Pokemon. Looks like we're
Mm.
belt locked in here, ready for game number one. as soon as the splash happens, we got Kento on the
Yeah.
left and we got Salted Koji on the right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you've picked our
Very
line
quick
of
flash.
3 for Kento. I think it'll be a Dusclops Tinkerton lineup on the left. But I think we can both agree Scizor is on the team of 3 on the right. Like that is hard to
Yeah,
deny.
that's
Really
coming
well.
at least one. That's coming at least one game. And if this goes to a best of 3, I wouldn't be surprised to see it in 2.
It is one of those mons where you really do have to always have a
There's
plan
the
in every
splash.
moment how to deal with it. Let's see what we've
All
got
right,
here. Oh, it's the
we got
Tinkerton.
Marowak into Credilli. Okay.
I predict a Dusclops safe swap here personally.
Yeah.
Maybe CMP, or is he going to try and catch? Doesn't go for the
Nope.
CMP, but yeah, outpacing or
Credilli
winning
decides to
CMP.
overfarm. Oh,
We
already
do
brings
see
it down to half. Goes for the grass knot. Do you call this? Nope, you put up, or well, you called correctly. You put up the shield.
And I do like that play because, as you can see with the Tink and the back, the opponent Salted has only resisted charge moves only resisted charge moves on the entire line of 3 that he's picked that can touch the Tinkerton. Like only fast move can really do damage. There's no charge moves at all. So going down to the 2 shields means Tinkerton is not. It will be able to maximize its damage and take minimum in return.
Azu comes in with a shield advantage. Marowak makes it to the double bone club. Do we see both of them thrown, or do we? All right,
Oh wow!
it looks like both bone clubs are going to be thrown. Azu's going to be put down into about mid yellow range by the end of this matchup after the mud slaps are done. Oh, just on the edge of red,
Very,
actually, now that I'm looking at it.
I'm very comfortable bringing the Tinkerton here to take the charge moves, and I assume once he sees a Scizor, he will bold it. No, go straight in.
Oh, this is kind of interesting. The Scizor has the energy lead, and this Night Slash is gonna hurt.
You just got to hope for no boost, and there you
Okay,
go.
no boost, but you're gonna get
I
farmed
think,
down.
yeah, I was gonna say you can shield through this. We predicted the Scizor had to come, and I think we're about to see the power of it. Wow,
Oh,
is this?
wow.
I think that might be the difference between the shadow and the non-shadow Dusclops, where after one Night Slash, it was completely farmed down completely.
hmm Trailblaze
But I
comes through,
might,
doesn't do a whole lot, but these bullet punchers are gonna start
yeah,
chunking. Has to throw the player off pretty much immediately.
I'm gonna say this is gonna
Hopefully,
one
for
shot.
if Kento, yeah, Kento needs us to knock out, and it does.
Oh,
But as he's
but
got 2 ice beams, is this gonna be enough?
will
Well,
outpace to 2
not
charge.
it doesn't have
I
2
think
ice beams. It's close. Oh, it might need the player off to knock out. Gets
yeah,
there.
this will take them to a very solid 1-0 lead, 1 game away from winning the Japanese championships for Salted Koji. Yeah, just takes it down there.
Koji gets the game number 1, and I gotta leave the call for a sec.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very interesting matchup to see.
All right, hopefully that will have fixed it.
Yeah, the tactic of bringing 3 mons that have no charge move damage into Tinker, but could still power their way through if needed. But as we've seen quite a few times in championships, Shadow Scizor in the 1-0 shields is a delete button for a lot of mons. Like, as long as it can keep protecting itself while being able to dish out damage, it can do so much work. Because if you just went up for the last game and saw like the work the Shadow Marowak put in, like it KO'd the Credilli and 2/3 of the Azu, losing 1 shield. Like normally that's a great give to give up all that. Like you've given up 1 mon, they've given up nearly 2. Just a 1 shield advantage, you'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, but not when Scissor's in the back and you don't have too much to do, and you don't have a shield advantage, or like, well, you're down a shield. Shield like Scissor with a shield advantage is so dangerous for any team that doesn't have a sort of that doesn't have a fire type, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because even like with Tinkerton, with purely resisting everything, it wasn't enough to power through the matchup. Like you need to be able to put in that extra fast move pressure like an Incinerate can do. Because obviously nothing else hits it super effective. And even though it's got one of the lowest stat products of any Metamon, there just wasn't enough fast move pressure on Kento Sarinori's team to power through that sizzle. And from the perspective of Salted Koji, knowing that he had a scissor up a shield and the Marowak was gone, the biggest fear would only be the Mandibuzz. Like the other four could all be cleanly beaten in the last zero shield by Sizzle.
Hmm.
So I really do agree with the position he put himself in, and he's put himself one game away from winning the Japanese regional.
For sure. Game 2 is going to be really interesting to see whether or not any sort of adaptation can be made from either competitor. I do expect the scissor to come, but I might see it in the lead this time. But
I think we've seen it there a few times, and they like to keep it in the back so they can get the advantage and sweep with it. In the lead is, I mean, it's a different style of sizzle play where you're boosting up early and seeing if you can just maybe go down a shield but take out a lot more health than your opponent has, which could be the play. But I think Anto might have to make a hard read and put that Mandy in the back, really trying to avoid the Azu, maybe avoid the Credillies, Rock Tubes, but just to find that sizzle. Because I can imagine in the 1-0 shields we saw there, a Mandy could have carried Kento through that matchup still.
Yeah, I think Kenta's really going to need to bring one of his dark types. We're going to see what happens game number 2. And it's going to
Well,
be Scizor in the
you called
lead
it.
against the Tinkaton.
Yeah, it could definitely be one. Oh, we get one fast move and go. That's an interesting call. It
He's got
allows
to put up the
throw
shield
in.
pretty much immediately, right? Yep, there's the
Oh,
shield.
yeah. And having thrown the one and dip, yeah, I just don't. Yeah, you don't outpace, but they can just bring in the Azu and just absorb this because they've picked two of the glassiest mons in the team, the Primeape and the Scizor. So you know Azu is never getting these shields. They can just Azu is here as a third and fourth shield for these shadow punches.
Hmm. Now
Mm.
here's where things
I
get interesting. The Marowak is in the back,
Yes,
and that thing
I
is going
agree.
to have.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it,
you
Marowak
agree? Go on.
a lot of pressure, but you're already down a shield, so I think the Marowak is a lot less potent than it could otherwise be.
I think you're probably
I
right.
think the
Yeah.
best way to play it might be to hard pivot it now. Like you're gonna get bubbled down. I guess you can completely farm down hit. Yeah, no, they're not gonna allow that to
Wow.
happen. Okay, you've got a shield here, and I think there's
Oh,
still a
that's only a
chance.
Night Slash. He's still a shield.
Yeah, I mean, he must assume having hard pivoted, he knows it's not Mandy in that. He probably is expecting maybe a Ufisk or the Credilli, but two shield Primeape versus zero shields. Oh, and catches all that energy on Azu
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, I
I think he
think
had to throw
Salt
in
is
either
very
way. I think the
confident.
Azu was like one away from a move. Now we
I mean,
haven't seen this Primeape yet. I'm led to assume it's close combat, but
if you can hard pivot here, oh, not
oh,
quite. Hey, that's. Ooh, I mean, yeah,
that's
they
a
wouldn't have
Rage
been throwing
Fist.
the anyway. I think you survived two Rage Fists somewhat comfortably. You have to go straight Bulldoze here
Yeah,
and
you
just
do.
pray that can.
I think the Primeape
these
can just make it to double close combat, though.
Let's see. Yeah, I see the vision. Double close combat wins the game right here. And he's popping
Yeah.
off. He knows. He's seen the full end game. Close combat the Tinkerton, then close combat the Marowak, and the game is won. Wow. Boom first. And here goes the second. And Salted Koji is your Japanese regional winner. Some great play, mostly from the Scizor carrying him. Must have been the MVP.
We're going to be seeing a lot more fire types now, aren't we?
I think at first we'll be seeing a lot more Scizors for what the top players have shown over the last few weeks it can do. But particularly in this moment, Salted Koji has really put on a clinic. Do we know what seed they were? If they've won all of their rounds or managed to drop one round in the whole Japanese regionals? Yeah,
Azu wins another. Azu will never die.
Azu was on the team. I'm going to say it wasn't the most influential member, but the pilot did a great job with.
It put him work.
It took the hits so the rest of its teammates could shine.
What also won? It won game one. It was the lone survivor of game one. Come on.
Oh yeah, no, I guess he did eventually get through the Scizor.
To give you an answer to a question, Lapras, I think that he actually did. He was the number 3 seed, which means that he went through this entire tournament undefeated in terms of matches, which is kind of crazy.
I mean, that probably makes it because obviously there was 2 other players undefeated at the end of Swiss who did not make it through the first round of the
top 8, yeah,
quarterfinals. So I guess it's a slight, reassurance for those players that it wasn't a one-loss player on an equal standing to them that won the tournament. It was one undefeated player who ran through the bracket every single round undefeated. Yeah, that must have taken a lot of practice, a lot of experience with it, a lot of knowledge of the gameplay, particularly around I personally not the best user of Glassymons. And Salted Koji here has shown us how to use a Primeape, how to use a Scizor, how to protect them with an Azu or other Pokemons like Mandibuzz.
Yeah. It's crazy to run a team of 6 running both a Primeape and a Shadow Scizor, because so many teams that you've seen historically and even through NAIC, you really see them lean into one of those very, very hard, low bulk, high shield Pokemon that can really push through teams. And to be able to pilot a team so well using 2 of those Pokemon in the same squad really speaks volumes to Salted Goji's skill. It's something that we only see from I feel like Z's Wireless, you could argue, ran some similar strategies. I suppose I guess the Padaman team of having the Greninja and Scizor is a similar build, but very different.
I think the biggest lead with Primeape in the back and Azu is his third over and over into Azu lead every time, and he could make it work. But yeah, it's a tough one to do.
Well, I think part of it comes down to having a specific mode, right? Where you could either use Primeape or Scizor in a line of 3, or you can bring both and just have Azu as the main bulk of the team, as was shown in game 2. But Primeape, despite kind of the meta changing around it, is still a stupidly broken Pokemon at times. It is.
Rage Fist.
Listen. Primeape walked so Scizor could run. That's what happened.
It does feel like Primeape was potentially the originator of that build, in some sense.
And you can see in that final battle, Koji ran a line of Scizor lead with Primeape in the back, and we both said maybe he needs to bring the Mandy to counter that. If he'd led Mandy there, I'm sure he had a game plan around it, but I couldn't see how I would play through that. I mean, obviously Azu, you got to stay in, I guess, and then Azu through the rest of it. But the ABA to that Mandy, after it could have been the one thing to stop the scissor in game one. We had our eyes on it as casters, is a bold call, and he managed to make it work.
Yeah, it's.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Salty Koji is going to be a player that you really have to watch out for at the World Championships because they are. I was Salted that said at the end of the previous round, like, I am going to win the World Championships, right? So, well, they've managed to go through.
Going to win the Japanese. And he was right.
Yeah, and they've managed to come through undefeated so far. So watch out, Worlds, because this player is, I think you actually had to pretty much go undefeated through the earlier stage as well. So I think that it's entirely possible that this man has not dropped a single set in the lead up to his World Championships run. So someone at the Worlds is going to have to try and give him his first loss, because otherwise we might have another Asia sweep going in the World Championships, which would be pretty exciting to see all the same. But look, we've been live for a very long time. We're at the 9-hour 9-minute mark. I think that must be his parents, which is really cool to see. But massive thank you to everyone that's stayed up. I know that so many Americans and Canadians, I'll count you as North Americans, I guess, have stayed up to watch the broadcast. And thank you on behalf of the Japanese players for supporting their gameplay, for watching their gameplay throughout, because it is a region that often gets ignored in many ways. And so by watching these sort of English language broadcasts, even still be able to watch the Japanese players play, and hopefully you've sort of seen a few names that you might recognize when you sort of see their names pop up in the World Championships. You'll be like, oh yeah, I remember their gameplay with that sizzle and the primate at the end there of the Japan Championships. It's really, really cool. And so massive thank you to everyone for supporting the Japanese players, because I'm sure they really appreciate it. Yeah, I guess, Icelandic Lapras and Magma Man, thanks for coming on. I guess any final thoughts or words around the PJCS or the stream, etc., etc.
It's been really well put together. Casted point of view, from the stream point of view, they've given the players interviews. The gameplay's been really smooth and enjoyable to watch, really well organized, and the play has been so top notch. They've been seeing win conditions, and they've been very clean play throughout. You're not seeing throwing on alignment. You're not seeing incorrect counts or anything. These are very, very talented players, and they've shown it on stream.
100%. And look, I know that you got up slightly early for this stream, so I appreciate it.
I've got very similar sentiments to Icelandic Lapras. The stream was really well organized. Their phones were I did not see a single instance of game inconsistency.
Yeah.
So whatever they got going on, I hope that we adopt that for Worlds this coming year.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, because we didn't see a single lag issue. I didn't see a single turn dropped. I don't know what they've got going on, if they've managed to get land going in Japan, but regardless, that seems insanely good. So we need Worlds there. We held Worlds in this venue, and we still had lag and inconsistencies in that venue. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what went on in Yokohama.
Pausing to throw a charge move and seeing the fast move update, that's when you know the game is on really good Wi-Fi, really good settings. I've had that in Europe most of the time for the past season, and it's been really nice to play on. But then there's been some games, but when it can be at this level, it's been great to watch.
Yeah, which is really, I for the players' sake, I am very grateful that they've been able to have this set up, because it's important for the skill ceiling of the game for sure. But yeah, with that said, thanks again to Alan, who came on a little bit earlier in the broadcast, and thanks everyone for watching, for hanging out. We are going to raid off, because I guess I've got to get some food into me at some point. As Claire said, it is actually going to be an early night for me. I expected to have to stay up, to be honest with you, especially at the rate that this stream was going. But I guess there's a tiny little blessing in that it's only shown one game from each of the quarters, semis, and finals. I think it's very silly, because I think there's no reason in Pokemon Go that we couldn't show a few more of those battles. But hey, it is what it is. I'm going to get to bed on time. So, winning. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming out. I guess we'll raid off to Theodora. I think she's doing a partner push But yeah, I mean, Icelandic Lapras, Magma Man, thank you very much for coming on and spending so much of your days hanging out watching the Japan broadcast, Japan battles. I hope they were cool because I thought they were from my end. I had the easy job. I just sat here and clicked buttons.
I'd argue that they were pretty cool, yeah.
But look, hopefully I see some more casting from both of you in the future as well. And Alan from earlier on. Thanks again for everyone, especially a big shout out to Fuku-chan for translating so much of the stream for us as well. Thomas actually just said the exact same thing in chat. So much appreciated for giving us some help. And of course, our two Dracovies as well, because they did a lot of sort of the digging and deep diving to figure out who the competitors were. Cochino earlier on as well for helping us to identify some of the players based on the avatar, which is very funny. But yeah, I guess with that, we'll write it off. But thanks everyone. Good luck at the World Championships for those that are going to be competing. And watch out for some Japanese legends because it's going to be tough. But until then, see you guys, I guess. I actually can't click the raid button. It's going to automatically happen in 3 seconds. So we're just going to have to wait. Oh, wait, now I can click the button. All right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Have a great evening, chatters.